A murdered salaryman is about to wake in 1987 as the youngest grandson of Korea's richest family. With decades of future knowledge, he will buy early stakes in giants such as Google and Facebook, turn small investments into billions, and challenge Sunyang itself. But first, the family he served for 13 years orders his death. They drive him far from the airport, beyond the roads, and into a forest where no witness will ever find him. Hyunwoo understands the plan before anyone explains it. The secret fund will disappear, and he will become the criminal blamed for stealing it. At an unnamed lake, the trap closes. The company he worshipped is preparing to take his money, his reputation, and then his life. Before the gun is raised, rewind 13 years, back to the ordinary employee who believed entering Sunyang would change everything. Sunyang is Korea's greatest conglomerate, stretching across cars, electronics, chemicals, distribution, and nearly every major industry. Hyunwoo enters its future strategy planning office with pride, only to discover that his real position is closer to a cleaner than an executive. He refuses to remain invisible. He studies English, memorizes business plans, and accepts every humiliating task. Whenever the chairman's family creates a scandal or needs dirty work handled quietly, they call Hyunwoo. Slowly, usefulness becomes access, and access becomes their trust. That trust reaches its peak in Moldova. A Sunyang executive orders Hyunwoo to move $7 billion in secret funds into his own account, then wait in the Maldives until the prosecution's investigation ends. The executive even says he trusts Hyunwoo more than his wife. Hyunwoo believes his life has finally begun, until men from the chairman's secretary's office appear without warning. They claim they were sent to assist him, although his mission is supposed to be top secret. Their polite greeting carries the weight of a threat. When he questions them, their masks drop. The chairman has ordered them to stay with him indefinitely, and they tell him to follow quietly. Hyunwoo sees the truth. This is not an escort. It is a cleanup team, and he is the last loose end. Hyunwoo begs for one call and promises to vanish forever. The men laugh, then mention his parents and wife. They claim his family will receive money and safety, but he knows Sunyang's methods too well. Once he is framed for corruption, every promise will disappear with him. A gunshot cuts through the trees. Hyunwoo's 13 years of service end beside a nameless lake, exactly as the family intended. Yet death is not the end. The world goes dark, and the loyal employee opens his eyes inside a life that should be impossible. A beautiful woman is calling him Dojin. Hyunwoo recognizes her as a former actress who vanished after one successful film, but she calls herself his mother. This is not the first shock. He has already spent 3 months trapped inside this 10-year-old body. The date is July 26, 1987, 30 years before Hyunwoo's murder. He is now Jin Dojin, youngest son of one of Sunyang founder Jin Yankeol's heirs. Somehow, he has been reborn inside the same dynasty connected to the death he remembers. In Hyunwoo's old life, he never met this branch of the family because they were deliberately excluded. Dojin's father defied the chairman to marry a celebrity. While the other heirs fought over shares and succession, his parents chose each other and lived outside Sunyang Center. Today forces them back. It is Jin Yankeol's birthday, and the family car approaches the founder's enormous estate. 3 buildings spread across roughly 1,100 acres. Hyunwoo remembers this mansion well. As an employee, even one of his earliest jobs was pulling weeds from its garden. The welcome is cold. Relatives and staff watch Dojin's family arrive as if outsiders have entered private territory. They came at the assigned time, yet the hostile silence makes the message obvious. The chairman may have summoned them, but the rest of the clan has not forgiven them. Inside, Dojin sees the people he once served from below. Uncles, aunts, spouses, and children arranged around the room. Now he can read their expressions from inside the family. Every one of them is waiting for the founder to die so they can seize a larger inheritance. An elderly aunt immediately attacks his family for arriving late. Dojin recognizes her younger face and almost laughs, remembering the 70-year-old woman whose scandals once caused him endless work. She notices his reaction and turns her anger on the child, accusing him of mocking her. Dojin calmly denies laughing, but the aunt calls him a liar and prepares to make an example of him. His parents cannot safely challenge the senior family members. The room tightens around them, until one voice from above silences every argument at once. The founder demands to know who dares create a disturbance in his house. Conversation dies instantly. The relatives who were bullying Dojin moments ago straighten like frightened employees, because the man descending the stairs controls not only this family, but the fortune they all covet. This is Jin Yankeol, founder, dictator, and living legend of Sunyang. Even his adult children dread him. Their fear comes from the same calculation. If another sibling wins his favor, they could lose the money, status, and family name that define their entire lives. Hyunwoo knew every hidden scandal surrounding Sunyang, yet he never personally experienced this version of the founder. From a child's height, Jin Yankeol's gaze feels heavier than any executive order. Dojin's father bows and announces that his excluded family has arrived. Dojin understands why his father is trembling. The marriage survived only because Dojin's older brother had already been conceived. Even then, the chairman expelled this branch from Sunyang's inner circle. For the first time since waking in 1987, Dojin feels genuinely afraid too. Then the impossible happens. Jin Yankeol's terrifying expression melts. He calls Dojin his precious little pup, asks why he is not visited more often, and bends down with a smile. The tyrant who freezes every adult in the room treats the excluded child with open affection. The entire family stares. Jin Yankeol even promises Dojin a present, as if no conflict ever existed between them. Hyunwoo remembers a dynasty built on suspicion, punishment, and inheritance, so this kindness cannot be simple. As Chapter 1 ends, one question overwhelms him. Why is Sunyang's most feared man kind only to him? A furious relative swings at 10-year-old Dojin, convinced he has injured another heir. But the child does not flinch. He created this confrontation deliberately, because the fastest way to understand Sunyang is to test the man who rules it. Hours earlier, Jin Yankeol's birthday feast fills the mansion with heirs, executives, and obedient well-wishers. Everyone smiles toward the chairman while quietly measuring their position in the succession struggle. Dojin notices that his mother is not treated like family. Although servants surround the tables, the relatives repeatedly order the excluded daughter-in-law to carry food, fetch ice water, and clear their plates. She never complains. Her warmth is what helped Hyunwoo accept this unfamiliar body and new identity. Watching her humiliation, Dojin silently promises that one day the Sunyang family will treat his mother properly. Jin Yankeol presents the birthday gift he promised, a toy horse. Dojin is less interested in the toy than in the chairman's unexpected affection. His father was expelled, yet the founder continues indulging the grandson. To measure that affection, Dojin asks for more. He says he prefers a real horse, a real car, and even a real ship, not miniature objects built for a child. The room waits for Jin Yankeol's anger. The chairman asks whether Dojin understands the word real. Dojin answers that his grandfather makes real cars, ships, and televisions, and those are the things he admires. The childish wording hides a calculated challenge. Jin Yankeol warns that real things require frightening work, then offers a bargain. If Dojin earns straight A grades for 1 year, the chairman will buy him a real horse. Dojin accepts without hesitation. In the playroom, Dojin sees a boy whose adult face he remembers, the Sunyang heir involved in ordering Heinwa's death. Rage surges, but he forces it down. He is no longer a powerless employee. He is Jin Dojin. The cousins treat the playroom as their private kingdom. Kongjun grabs the horse, shoves the younger children aside, and laughs because everyone has learned to tolerate him. Dojin has no intention of learning the same habit. He declares that the horse belongs to him and orders Kongjun to get down. The older boy refuses, surrounded by children who expect Dojin to retreat. Instead, Dojin chooses a lesson the entire family will remember. Dojin brings the horse down. The toy collapses, and Kongjun's leg becomes pinned beneath it. Children scream for adults, while Dojin stands over the wreckage, perfectly aware of the storm he has summoned. Before help arrives, Dojin gives Kongjun one warning: never touch what belongs to him again. This is not a tantrum. It is a declaration that the excluded grandson will not surrender property, status, or territory. His mother is horrified, and Kongjun's mother immediately calls Dojin insane. The adults see an injured child and a broken toy. Dojin watches for the only reaction that matters, Jin Yankeol's. Kongjun's enraged parent attempts to strike him. Before the blow can settle the hierarchy, the chairman appears and shuts the room down. Guests are outside, and Jin Yankeol will not tolerate public disorder. He orders Kongjun taken to the hospital, sends the adults away, and demands that Dojin remain. The same relatives who were shouting moments earlier obey, without argument. Dojin reassures his frightened mother and faces his grandfather alone. Jin Yankeol asks whether he caused the accident and why he did something so dangerous to his older cousin. Dojin says the horse was his gift. If Kongjun intended to take it, Dojin preferred to destroy it, so no one could possess it. It is exactly the ruthless answer he expects the founder to respect. Jin Yankeol understands the instinct. A ruler who cannot defend even a handful of territory cannot survive a larger war. He still declares that Dojin must be punished for the injury, and tells him to follow. The punishment leads somewhere Hyunwoo could never enter in 13 years of service. Jin Yankeol's private library, the hidden room where Sunyang's real decisions are made. For the first time, Dojin has crossed into the center of power. Dojin's supposed punishment places a 10-year-old inside Sunyang's most restricted room. Around him, the chairman's heirs and advisors are deciding which future president to support, and Hyunwoo already knows what happens next. The executives debate Korea's growing demonstrations, military deployment, and whether the current government can survive. Jin Young-jun, the eldest grandson, already occupies a seat beside the adults, marking him as the expected successor. Jin Yankeol has no patience for possibilities. He demands one name: the political rope Sunyang should grab. The advisors hesitate, because choosing the wrong candidate could cost the conglomerate access to the next administration. From his seat, Dojin recognizes two relatives who later shifted blame onto Hyunwoo and approved his murder. For now, they are younger, ambitious, and completely unaware that the quiet child already knows what they will become. Dojin is disappointed by the meeting. Instead of preparing Sunyang for economic change, the adults only argue about whom to follow. He knows that within 3 days the president will yield to public pressure, making their cautious predictions worthless. Jin Yankeol dismisses everyone with orders to gather better information. Dojin remains behind. The chairman has noticed that the child sat through the entire meeting without fidgeting or complaining. When asked why his personality changed, Dojin says he is tired of silently watching his parents endure contempt. He even forces tears, expecting the performance to soften his grandfather. But Jean Yankeol's genuine concern surprises him. Sensing an opening, Dojin offers political advice. Sun-young should befriend all three leading presidential candidates. If every contender is powerful, there is no reason to gamble the company on only one. The suggestion sounds childish, yet it solves the problem the adults cannot. Jean Yankeol accepts the logic. More political friendships mean fewer risks, regardless of who eventually takes office. The chairman immediately orders his people to support and maintain relations with all three candidates. A 10-year-old has altered Sun-young's national political strategy with one sentence. Next, Jean Yankeol calls an eldest grandson Young-jun and asks what he learned from the meeting. Young-jun predicts that the current regime's chosen successor will win, then assumes Sun-young should place everything behind that candidate. The chairman dismisses him almost immediately. Young-jun supplied the safe answer everyone expected. Dojin supplied strategy. Jean Yankeol cannot avoid comparing the two grandsons. Alone, the founder admits his frustration. Of all the children, the remarkable one had to be the youngest grandson of the excluded branch. He wishes Dojin had been born as the eldest heir. Back home, Dojin's parents learn that Jean Yankeol intends to supervise the children's education personally. The decision shocks them. The chairman has never shown this level of interest in their household. Dojin does not need elementary tutoring, but refusing a direct instruction would expose too much. He accepts, knowing that every lesson is another path into his grandfather's plans. His older brother Sang-jun then reveals that Dojin is not the only child carrying resentment. He is pleased that someone finally made Kang-jun cry. The excluded brothers may have more in common than Dojin realized. On June 29, 1987, the government makes the surrender Dojin predicted. Before the political shock has settled, Jean Yankeol arrives at the excluded family's home with an offer that could pull them back into Sun-young. The chairman intends to give Dojin shares and train him inside the company. Dojin's mother refuses. She and her husband never wanted the inheritance, and they will not surrender their son's future in exchange for returning to the dynasty. Jean Yankeol's temper vanishes the moment Dojin enters. The same man who is shouting embraces his precious grandson. Dojin is moved that his mother stood against the most powerful man she knows solely to protect his freedom. Dojin asks whether his grandfather is angry. Jean Yankeol immediately denies it, claiming that he simply has a loud voice. No adult in the room believes him, but none dares challenge the performance. His mother explains that they were merely talking. Dojin tells both sides that they do not need to fight over him. When he becomes an adult, he intends to choose his own life. The answer visibly wounds the chairman. Then Dojin adds one condition. He wants to become chairman of a great company, just like his grandfather. Jean Yankeol bursts into delighted laughter and declares that Sun-young's ambition has skipped a generation into the boy. The founder finally addresses Dojin's mother as his daughter-in-law instead of treating her like an outsider. She leaves to prepare tea with tears in her eyes, while Jean Yankeol asks to speak with Dojin privately. The chairman followed Dojin's advice and sent support to all three presidential candidates. Now the second and third candidates appear ready to unite against the first, and Jean Yankeol fears Sun-young may still have to choose one side. Dojin asks a simple question. If both men want to become the only president, what does the third-place candidate gain by helping the second? Korea has no vice president prize waiting for the loser. He never directly predicts the result. He only plants the seed of distrust and lets Jean Yankeol follow human greed to its conclusion. The rival candidates will not truly unite, so Sun-young can continue supporting all three. Political experts saw uncertainty. Dojin saw ambition. Jean Yankeol realizes that the child's argument is not a lucky guess, but a coherent reading of power. His fascination with the youngest grandson deepens. Dojin next asks to visit Dangjin, claiming he wants to see the western coast described in his textbook. His real purpose is far more personal. He needs to find the parents he remembers from his life as Yoon Hyunwoo. He arrives at the small house where Hyunwoo grew up. Memories turn the worn building into a palace. For the first time since reincarnating, he prepares to face the people he once called mom and dad. Both parents are alive and standing in front of him, but they look at Dojin as a stranger. He cannot call them by their old names, so he pretends that he is searching for a school friend named Hyunwoo. The couple notices his tears and gently asks whether he is lost. Their kindness is familiar, yet their memories are not. They know no child named Hyunwoo and offer to ask their daughter Hyunji instead. Hyunji never existed in Dojin's previous world. Here, she's their only child, and Yoon Hyunwoo was never born. Dojin has not merely returned to the past. His reincarnation has placed him in a different history. The presidential election proves Dojin right. While rival conglomerates poured money behind one opposition candidate, Jean Yankeol spread Sun-young's support across all three. The winning side remembers the gift, and the company gains years of political advantage. The broad result matches Hyunwoo's memories, but Dojin no longer trusts history completely. In this world, his former parents have a daughter instead of a son, proving that the future can change long before the events he remembers. His knowledge is powerful only while history follows the old path. Before turning 20, he needs a financial foundation strong enough to challenge Sun-young, transfer influence toward his father, and survive the family's approaching disasters. Jean Yankeol will become gravely ill within 10 years. Dojin's branch will later die in a mysterious car crash, including the original Jin Dojin. Since Hyunwoo never investigated the forgotten family closely, he must uncover and prevent that death himself. The chairman summons Dojin after the election victory. He tries to hide his delight behind a grandfatherly smile, but Dojin knows Sun Yang's political gamble succeeded because of the child's advice. Messages of gratitude arrive from the new administration. Jin Yankeol promises to buy Dojin every toy and delicacy he wants. Then Dojin reminds him of their older bargain involving straight A grades and a real horse. Dojin earned perfect scores in every subject, but a horse was never his real goal. He says he should first learn to ride during winter, gently delaying the purchase while opening the conversation towards something much larger. Jin Yankeol admits that Dojin helped make Sun Yang richer. A normal reward is no longer enough. When he asks what could be greater than a horse, Dojin points out that an animal also requires land. Over dinner, the chairman suggests buying an existing pasture north of Seoul. Dojin acts like a picky child, complaining that Wondang is too far from his Gangnam home. Jin Yankeol offers to give him an entire pasture. Dojin reacts with convincing excitement, then asks exactly where it will be. The location, not the horse, is the reward he has been engineering. When told there is no pasture south of Seoul, Dojin says they can simply build one. The chairman laughs, then explains that most of Sun Yang's 48 companies were acquired. Only a few were built from nothing. Jin Yankeol admires the instinct to create what does not yet exist. He decides that Dojin's first business step should begin here and personally offers to help him start it. A map of Seoul and Gyeonggi province is brought into the room. Instead of choosing for him, the founder orders Dojin to mark the place where his pasture should be built. Dojin studies locations whose future prices he remembers. A single well-chosen parcel can become the first independent asset from which he eventually challenges the conglomerate. He chooses land south of Seoul. The chairman orders an immediate assessment, and the room waits while employees investigate the area's restrictions, access, and current value. The report is discouraging. Protected greenery, poor roads, melon and cucumber fields, and impoverished residents. Conventional analysis gives the area almost no development potential. Dojin hears exactly what he hoped to hear. Jin Yankeol decides the empty land is suitable for a pasture and orders the purchase of at least 50,000 acres. His staff swallows their doubts and obeys. The chairman warns that the dirt may take 20 or 30 years to gain value. Dojin is young enough to wait, so Jin Yankeol tells him to keep it like a savings account. Dojin politely agrees. He has no intention of waiting decades. In only 2 years, this land will become the new city of Bundang, and Dojin will control 50,000 acres at its center. One of Jin Yankeol's daughters asks him to finance her husband's run for the National Assembly. She wants political influence strong enough to challenge her brothers, but the chairman sees the succession scheme immediately. Jin Yankeol reminds the family that he created his son-in-law's career and elevated him to chief prosecutor for one reason: to serve as Sun Yang's guard dog, not to become an independent politician. He orders the prosecutor to abandon his ambition, enjoy the benefits he already receives, and pass them to his children. If the man reaches beyond that place, Jin Yankeol promises to ruin him. The chairman then confronts his daughter. She planned to use her husband's political career to remove her brothers and take Sun Yang, but one warning destroys the entire scheme. She is told to remain satisfied with her department store. After dismissing the adults, Jin Yankeol hands Dojin the deeds to his pasture. The requested 50,000 acres became 80,000 because buying the surrounding parcels made the boundaries easier to manage. The land is already worth roughly 16 billion won, more than 200 ordinary apartments. Dojin performs grateful affection for his grandfather while privately calculating how enormous the value will soon become. Korea enters 1988 and 1989. Housing prices soar, the government promises massive construction, and the first new city locations are announced. One of them is Bundang, the exact district Dojin selected. Jin Yankeol shows the map to Chief Secretary Lee Hakji. The child's pasture sits directly inside the confirmed construction area, and its price has multiplied nearly 100 times in a single year. The chairman remembers opposing the location while Dojin insisted on it. Convinced the boy can become a great vessel, he orders Lee Hakji to protect him, especially when other heirs try to seize whatever companies Dojin inherits. Selling 60,000 acres leaves Dojin with around 140 billion won, plus 20,000 acres still appreciating. Jin Yankeol tells him to use the money however he wants. His parents are understandably frightened by a child controlling that sum. Dojin claims he will leave it safely in a bank, though he has no intention of letting the capital sit idle. When asked what he wants to buy, Dojin says he already has everything he needs. Instead, he asks what his mother and father would do with the money. Their stunned silence confuses him. His mother ends the conversation and leads him away. Dojin wonders whether his offer offended them, unaware that his father is wrestling with shame rather than anger. His father confesses that for one instant he saw the money as a chance to escape abroad with the family. The thought of depending on his young son's fortune made him feel like a disgrace. Dojin's mother admits she imagined the same escape. Neither parent wanted luxury or control. Both thought only of keeping their sons together and safe. Dojin realizes again that this excluded household values its children more than Sun Yang's inheritance. Dojin apologizes for frightening his parents, then states what he truly wants: not merely a position inside Sunyang, but a company even greater than his grandfather's. His father laughs at the impossible scale of the dream. Dojin does not need his father to manage the company. He learns that his father studied management in England before choosing film and asks whether any former classmates now work in finance. Elsewhere, Sunyang's senior heirs hear that the excluded child controls more than 100 billion won. One young heir envies the bank interest. His father sees the far more dangerous message behind the gift. Jin Yankiol never gives away land without purpose. By placing property, money, and his personal pride in Dojin's hands, the chairman has revealed how highly he values the boy. The main branch decides to watch Dojin's household closely. Dojin's father brings home an old friend from England, Ocean, head of power shares. Hyunwoo remembers the name well. In the future, this man will build an asset management empire handling hundreds of trillions of won. Oh expects a brief conversation with a boy who admires his grandfather. Dojin corrects him immediately. He intends to become a businessman greater than Jin Yankiol, not a smaller copy. Oh describes himself as someone who helps rich people become richer. Dojin asks him to do exactly that. The investor refuses because he assumes a 12-year-old cannot possibly qualify as a serious client. Dojin explains that he controls roughly 140 billion won, with more land still available for sale. Even among Chaebol heirs, almost no child independently owns capital on that scale. Once O understands the amount, Dojin hands him a complete proposal. This is not a request for casual stock tips. It is a structure for moving his fortune beyond Sunyang's reach. The document proposes establishing an investment company in the United States and then channeling capital back into Korea. O is stunned that a child understands a structure many university students would never consider. To make the impossible seem believable, Dojin explains that he spent 3 years beside Jin Yankiol, listening to every important discussion and trying to understand the chairman's decisions. The excuse works. Instead of suspecting reincarnation, O concludes that an unusually gifted child absorbed business instincts directly from Korea's greatest entrepreneur. Dojin lets his grandfather's reputation carry the burden of proof. O becomes completely serious. He asks why Dojin initially hid the amount of money, and Dojin says he wanted the plan judged without prejudice. The answer deepens the investor's respect. After reviewing the proposal, O tells Dojin's father that the child is not simply good at studying. He is operating at a level that cannot be explained by ordinary intelligence. O leaves to think, calling Dojin a genius. His father remains behind, wondering what kind of genius his quiet son has become, and what future that mind is already constructing. Ocean understands Dojin's proposal as a way to act on information gathered beside Jin Yankiol. Believing the plan carries the chairman's instincts, he agrees to follow it and stops treating Dojin like an ordinary child. By year's end, O will establish an American investment company entirely owned by Dojin. The capital will remain abroad until Dojin chooses to deploy it, while O controls operations and earns his management expenses. Dojin has reserved part of the fortune for another purpose, founding a Korean film production company and placing his father in charge. The man who abandoned management for movies is suddenly offered both. Korean films cost only a fraction of the available capital, enough to finance many productions. Dojin knew his father would reject a personal gift, so he created a company whose money must be used for the work his father loves. News of the investment plan reaches the chairman. Surprised that Dojin chose active investment over bank interest, Jin Yankiol orders Lee Hakji to investigate Ocean and confirm that no opportunist has approached the boy. The more Jin Yankiol considers it, the more he sees himself in Dojin. Ordinary interest cannot satisfy the child. He wants capital to move, grow, and create power. As Eastern Europe begins to fracture and the Berlin Wall approaches collapse, global markets enter a historic transition. Dojin prepares to invest at the beginning of the technological era he remembers. On November 3, 1989, Dojin reaches New York. He owns 98% of the new company, while O and his colleagues hold the remaining 2% and provide the professional operation. The office looks shabby by Manhattan standards because O refused to waste capital on appearance. To Dojin, the modest building is more glamorous than any tower. It is the first asset he controls beyond Sunyang. They name it Fantasy Investment. O calls the name childish, but Dojin considers it accurate. This small company will create a real financial miracle and eventually grow large enough to swallow Sunyang whole. O introduces the professionals who will run the company. They expect an heir whose money is being managed for him. Instead, he is introduced as their chief executive and decision-maker. Dojin greets everyone in fluent English. Years of language study from Hyunwoo's life make him sound nearly native, strengthening the impression that the boy is far more prepared than his age suggests. He wastes no time on ceremony. As soon as introductions end, Dojin asks the team to research a specific company. The staff welcomes his enthusiasm until they hear the unfamiliar target. The company is Martin Bell, also known as Martin Computer. The investors exchange confused looks because it is not an established market leader or a fashionable recommendation. Dojin confirms that Martin Computer will be Fantasy Investment's first target. His empire begins not with a safe blue-chip company, but with a future opportunity only he recognizes. Dojin's first target is Martin Computer, founded by Bell Martin after he learned to eliminate middlemen while selling stamps as a child. Hyunwoo remembers that the small business will become a world-class computer company. A few days later, O arranges a meeting at a hamburger restaurant. Martin recently secured $30 million, so Fantasy has missed the ideal entry point. The founder grants them only 15 minutes over lunch. Bell Martin is only 27, years away from becoming one of America's richest men. Introduces Dojin as a fan, and the young founder asks them to state their business quickly. Offers Fantasy's investment, but Martin refuses. He already has enough funds to expand and believes his plan will generate strong profits without diluting ownership or surrendering management power. Dojin asks to speak directly. Martin made $2,000 at 12 by selling stamps. Dojin made roughly $15 million at the same age by selling land. He knows exactly where his money should go. Dojin announces that he will use the fortune to become a major shareholder in Martin Computer. Martin laughs at the audacity, then realizes is not humoring a rich child. Dojin truly is Fantasy's boss. The founder asks how Dojin discovered his unpublished childhood story. Dojin calmly calls it background research for a $15 million decision, avoiding any hint that he remembers Martin's future biography. Martin says his control of the board makes rejection absolute. Dojin counters that the company will go public next year. Fantasy can buy every available share and enter the board whether Martin accepts the money today or not. Dojin can prepare another $10 million, but offers something more valuable. Martin may exercise Fantasy's voting rights until the shares are sold, then buy those shares back at the future market price. Protests because takeover rights usually carry a premium. That objection convinces Martin the offer is genuine. Fantasy wants growth, not control, and Martin can protect his company while accepting the capital. Martin finally asks Dojin's full name and invites the team to continue in detail. The rushed lunch has become a serious investment negotiation with a future technology giant. Martin may not accept all $15 million. Dojin tells and the staff to research other opportunities and decide where to place whatever capital remains. He intends Fantasy to become a real institution, not a one-stock vehicle. Afterward, admits that Dojin's negotiation exceeds anything he can explain as gifted childhood intelligence. The boy anticipated ownership, voting rights, management defense, and the founder's pride simultaneously. Dojin replies with the truth disguised as a joke. He is a man from 30 years in the future, reborn with the economic experience of someone in his 40s. Dismisses it as science fiction. Yet admits the explanation would make more sense than any alternative. Dojin smiles, having confessed everything without exposing himself. Fantasy's first major deal moves forward, and his impossible advantage remains hidden in plain sight. Jean Yankeol learns that Dojin's New York trip was business, not tourism. More surprising, the child placed $4 billion into a film production company for his father, who plans to begin multiple projects at once. The chairman allows it because he believes failure will teach Dojin not to invest through shallow family loyalty. In his eyes, an unemployed movie lover has little chance of succeeding as a businessman. Fantasy finalizes $9 million for Martin Computer and considers placing the remaining $6 million into Microsoft. Worries because its operating systems received weak reactions and IBM may develop a competing platform. Dojin remembers that the next door's release will change the market, even if he cannot recall the precise version or year. Is personally drawn to Microsoft, so Dojin tells him to trust that judgment. To keep Fantasy active after the two investments, Dojin orders the sale of more Bundang land. Half the proceeds will support the company and new deals, while the rest remains invested for future appreciation. He was an office worker, not a Wall Street expert. Most of his future knowledge comes from newspaper fragments. But one field offers clearer memories than individual stock movements: globally successful movies. Dojin requests information on films currently seeking production or investment. One promising romance already has distribution secured, meaning his father's Korean company cannot gain the domestic rights. Another project looks terrible on paper: a small family movie, an inexperienced director, a child lead, and production difficulties that cause the budget to rise. Recommends excluding it immediately. The details reveal the film Dojin remembers: Home Alone, still listed under a working title. He orders Fantasy to invest as quickly and heavily as possible. Refuses, calling the unstable production gambling rather than investment. Dojin promises this will be the last time he overrides O's judgment. He cannot explain that the troubled production will become a cultural phenomenon, but he cannot allow Fantasy to miss the opportunity. Dojin argues that the money is his and that even total failure would not destroy him. His grandfather remains Korea's richest man. Angry but cornered, agrees to pursue the deal. Dojin adds one condition: Fantasy must secure Korean distribution rights as well. Since the struggling film has almost no investors, believes both the financing and the rights can be obtained. Refuses even to stay for dinner, visibly furious at having his professional judgment overruled. Dojin reassures his worried father that the bitterness will vanish after the year-end box office results. The production document bears the working title to be Home Alone. Everyone else sees an over-budget family film with no reliable stars. Dojin sees one of the most profitable movies of the era. If Fantasy secures the film and Korean distribution, the reward will be more than profit. The unknown investment company will place its name inside Hollywood, while Dojin's father gains the hit capable of legitimizing his new studio. Microsoft's Doors 3.0 captures the computer market. Martin Computer's new stock climbs daily, and Home Alone becomes an American phenomenon. The film alone earns roughly $33 billion, about 6 times Fantasy's investment. As Dojin prepares for middle school, his father's first Korean movie cannot find screens. Theaters prefer to keep Home Alone through the holiday because it is breaking comedy records. Ironically, the distributor blocking his father is Dojin himself. Dojin offers theaters a bargain. They may show Home Alone only if they also schedule his father's film. His father finally understands that the child placed Korean distribution inside the Hollywood deal for this exact moment. Dojin orders O to select more upcoming films and reinvest the profits. O warns against expecting repeated miracles, but Dojin notes that Fantasy's ordinary staff earned 22%, while his movie decision returns 600%. For the next 3 years, Dojin plans to maintain perfect grades and quietly choose movies whose box office futures he remembers. On opening day, his father personally tours theaters, desperate to see whether audiences arrive. A newspaper attack on Ajin Motors interrupts the celebration. Hyunwoo remembers the company's true collapse occurring much later, so Dojin cannot tell whether this is political pressure or another sign that his actions are rewriting history. Dojin's mother is too nervous to visit the theaters. Unlike Home Alone, this Korean movie never existed in Hyunwoo's remembered timeline, or was too obscure for him to recall. Dojin gave his father the opportunity, but the result now belongs to his father alone. The next morning, Dojin visits Jin Yankeol. An article published immediately before the holiday has brought guests into the chairman's study at dawn. Dojin waits outside, listening for clues about the unexpected crisis surrounding Ajin Motors. Jin Yankeol orders Yoongi to acquire Ajin Motors before the year ends. If he succeeds, the chairman will give him control of Sunyang Motors. Everyone hears the promise as an announcement that the eldest son has been chosen to inherit the group. Yankeol immediately corrects that assumption. He promised Yoongi only the automobile division, not all of Sunyang. The prize is enormous, but it is also a test that will force the supposed heir to fight for every advantage. Dojin asks why every newspaper attacked Ajin at once. His grandfather explains that articles create profits for whoever benefits from the pressure. Dojin follows the money, names rival automakers, and realizes that Yankeol himself launched the campaign. The discovery ruins Dojin's own plan to buy Ajin. Worse, his memory says Daehoon Motors eventually acquire the company. Either Yankeol's attack is destined to fail, or Dojin's interference has already pushed history onto a different path. At the family dinner, Dojin's father reports that one theater sold out while another reached half capacity on opening day. The small success is quickly soured when a relative casually orders Dojin's mother to fetch more stew, treating her like household help. Yankeol turns the command back on a relative and makes her serve instead. In front of the entire family, he has finally acknowledged Dojin's parents as people who cannot be bullied. Dojin is deeply moved, even while knowing he may one day betray his grandfather. Dojin secretly opens the report from Yankeol's desk. It is not a normal acquisition plan. It proposes government policy that would make Sunyang the ideal buyer while raising monopoly concerns against Daehoon. Evidence of a covert alliance between the conglomerate and the state. The report could stop Sunyang, but exposing would also reveal illegal political ties, making it too dangerous to use. Dojin refuses to surrender Ajin and searches for another move. Then a voice catches him beside the chairman's private documents and demands an explanation. Caught beside the chairman's papers, Dojin knows that a clumsy lie would destroy years of trust. He admits that the Ajin articles made him curious and that he entered the study to compare them with the report. Yankeol responds exactly as Dojin hoped. He admires the boy's hunger to learn. Yankeol forgives him but warns him never to enter alone again. Dojin escapes suspicion, yet the report offers no direct acquisition plan he can sabotage. Instead of stopping Sunyang, he decides to paralyze the government that must approve Sunyang's scheme. Dojin anonymously feeds the press evidence of a conglomerate chairman buying land in advance and politicians accepting secret money. The scandal explodes. Officials sever risky contacts with the Blue House, and Yankeol suspends Ajin stock purchases until the political fire dies down. With Ajin temporarily saved, Dojin asks Ocyan to leave power shares and run Fantasy full-time. O dislikes being a decorative employee under a child who owns almost everything and makes every decision, so Dojin promises him a Korean branch and real capital to manage. Dojin knows O also manages Yankeol's private funds, making him the experienced adult Dojin needs. He then announces that Fantasy will sell its Martin computer position. O is horrified. The stock has climbed without interruption and remains their richest gold mine. Dojin frames the recruitment as an exchange, not an order. O may demand something in return once he understands the next investment. Dojin is willing to pay because O can criticize him honestly, operate in the adult world, and stand in for him until he comes of age. When O asks where the Martin fortune will go, Dojin names Japan. O points to the collapsing bubble and calls it the center of the crisis. Dojin sees the same disaster differently. The greatest crisis creates the greatest opening for anyone who knows what survives. O warns that millions enter a crisis believing they are exceptional and are destroyed. Dojin answers with a calm question. After every impossible return he has already produced, does O truly doubt that he is the one-in-a-million investor who can seize this opportunity? Yoongi's family closes ranks. He tells his children to obey their grandfather, avoid scandals, and accept whatever assignments they receive with a smile. Their privileged lives came entirely from Jin Yankeol, and one mistake could give the chairman a reason to strip everything away. Yoongi has noticed Yankeol's affection shifting toward Dojin's neglected branch. The chairman even watched the youngest son's new movie during his busiest period. With Yankeol aging, Youngie orders his children to maintain appearances until control of Soon-young finally passes to him. Youngie bitterly regrets failing to secure Ajin. Major decisions now advance without him, affiliate presidents bypass him, and rumors say the succession structure is changing. He identifies the nephew he never feared as the force shaking the household, and considers sacrificing his own children if necessary. Fantasy establishes a fully owned Korean investment company, with Oh Se-in leading both operations. Oh now challenges Dojin instead of merely advising him. Even so, Dojin insists on selling every Martin computer share after a return exceeding 100 times the original price. Oh presents a Japanese company whose sales already approach 100 billion yen. It grows alongside the entire information technology sector. To Dojin's delight, his new partner has independently selected the exact target he remembered: power banks, built by Korean-Japanese founder Choi Jung-chil. Dojin remembers that power banks will eventually go public through an unusually favorable listing. The founder has no obvious need for outside money, but Yankee-ol taught him that everything has a price. Oh estimates that 5 times the current value might attract attention without destroying the investment. Dojin expects competitors to appear and authorizes Oh to bid from 10 times value all the way to 50. Oh calls it gambling. Power banks is a distributor, not a manufacturer like Martin, and the fortune could vanish. Dojin replies that no poker game is played alone. They must stay until the end. Oh finally agrees to raise the stakes, half convinced that Dojin inherited a merchant's instincts and impossible luck. But he warns that every gambling road ends in ruin. Dojin accepts the danger and privately promises that this will be his last great wager before adulthood. Oh Se-in secures the power bank's contract at 35 times its former price. Dojin sells Martin, entrusts the remaining fortune to Oh, and announces that high school will be devoted to study. Instead of business or economics, he intends to enter Korea's most prestigious law program. Dojin has no desire to become a judge. His grandfather and Oh can teach him business. Law school is valuable because it proves a third-generation Chaebol heir can compete on ability. When Yankee-ol offers a Swiss school, Dojin asks to attend an ordinary public high school and earn admission himself. Dojin tells Yankee-ol that an honest law school admission would give him something rival chairman cannot manufacture with money or connections. The chairman, delighted by the thought of boasting about his grandson, promises Dojin any entrance gift he wants if he succeeds. Dojin does not want a car. He wants the chairman's power. In 1994, Power Banks lists at a spectacular price and launches aggressive acquisitions. His $230 million stake becomes $850 million, producing roughly $620 million in 1 year. Dojin exits before the power bank's bubble bursts and stops aggressive investing. For 3 years, he studies, limiting himself to Hollywood film bets, including an enormous production others fear will fail. Sangjun graduates without distinction and quietly leaves for America, possibly to pursue music. As the only high school student in Sun-yang's third generation, Dojin becomes the family's academic test case. Some watch with hope and others with alarm. Before the public announcement, Yankee-ol learns that Dojin scored 367 out of 400 and ranked 10th nationally among liberal arts students. Yankee-ol is ecstatic. His grandson missed the nation's highest score by only 6 points and can credibly enter S University Law. The chairman immediately imagines scholarships, tuition gifts, and every rival executive he can make jealous with a result earned under examination conditions. Yankee-ol summons the publicity office and orders reporters to photograph Dojin. He wants the story leaked carefully. Wealthy bloodlines may buy admissions, but no money or connections can purchase this score. Dojin's achievement is about to become both family pride and corporate propaganda. Reporters question whether Korea's richest grandson bought his education through elite tutoring. Dojin freely admits the expense, then points them toward the student from Jeju who ranked first. He suggests that Yankee-ol would prefer a story crediting books and practice papers over inherited genius. On New Year's Day in 1997, the Soon-young family gathers at its hotel. Youngie's eldest son, Young-jun, returns from abroad and congratulates Dojin. Their polite exchange hides a succession contest. Young-jun expects to chair Soon-young and wants his brilliant cousin as the group's legal servant. Dojin reveals that Yankee-ol suggested corporate mergers and acquisitions law instead of becoming a judge. Young-jun can barely hide his delight. Dojin recognizes the plan clearly. His grandfather values his intelligence, but intends to keep him as a useful advisor beside the heir, never as the owner. Dojin says he may prefer prosecution or private practice and will decide later. Young-jun offers him a comfortable Soon-young position and invites him into a life of privilege. Dojin plays along, while privately promising that those pleasant memories will be all his cousin retains after the coming fight. Other relatives crowd around Dojin's score. One uncle claims a connection through S University, only to admit he attended a training institute instead. Dojin remembers that the man ignored Yankee-ol's advice, ran in Seoul, and lost his National Assembly seat after his wife diverted department store money. The uncle still dreams of a third term and a cabinet post, but needs support in an approaching by-election. Dojin promises to ask Yankee-ol, and if refused, to fund the campaign himself using untouched proceeds from the Bunang land sale. The desperate politician takes the bait. Dojin does not act from family loyalty. He needs his uncle back in the assembly so the man can recruit lawmakers to Dojin's side later. By offering a rescue before anyone else, the teenager begins converting Soon-young relatives into personal political debts. After the banquet, Young-jun takes Dojin to Vice Chairman Youngie's secluded Yangpyeong villa. He calls it a quiet place for friends and women and promises an adult celebration. Staff reveal that famous actress Young Hee-sun canceled because of a sudden night shoot. The cancellation instantly exposes Young Jun's true nature. He smashes the room, curses the staff, and demands that the actress be dragged there by force. The gracious future chairman from the banquet becomes a violent bully the moment a woman refuses him. When Young Jun begins beating the employee, Dojin intervenes. He asks whether this humiliation was supposed to be his congratulatory party and calmly threatens to leave because the tantrum has ruined the evening. Young Jun freezes, forced to restore his public mask before the cousin he hoped to control. Young Jun spares the battered employee because Dojin intervened, then resumes the party as if nothing happened. Dojin asks that the same man drive him home later. The villa offers him an unexpected opportunity. He may be able to steal one of Young Jun's most obedient servants. Before leaving, Dojin drinks with his cousin and asks whether he should become a judge or a lawyer. Young Jun assumes it is a childish career question. In reality, Dojin is probing how the presumed heir intends to organize power around himself. Young Jun claims that employees can never be trusted because every subordinate hides another ambition. Blood relatives are different, he says, because siblings share instead of trade favors. Dojin remembers that this same man will someday send his own brother to prison rather than share control. Young Jun says he does not care whether Dojin passes the bar. He wants Dojin beside him as Sun Yang's number 2, supplying the intelligence the rest of the third generation lacks. Dojin cannot tell whether his cousin fears him or sincerely wants a brilliant right-hand man. Actresses and singers arrive for Young Jun's private entertainment, but Dojin refuses to stay. Outside, the alcohol hits his younger body, and he reflects on the exhaustion of living 2 lives, appearing like a teenager while measuring every adult around him as a future enemy or asset. The employee apologizes for dozing while waiting and insists on treating Dojin like a young master. Dojin recognizes his place in Sun Yang's strategy. Not the elite team that writes plans, but the lower status unit that runs errands and cleans up scandals created by the chairman's spoiled relatives. Dojin tells the driver that his humiliating work may become priceless. When Yankeol dies, for children will tear Sun Yang apart and Youngie will purge rivals. A man who knows every family secret could sell that information for more than elite strategists earn in a lifetime. The employee recoils and demands to know what Dojin is suggesting. Dojin does not recruit him openly. He merely closes his eyes and asks to be awakened at home. The seed is enough. Young Jun's faithful servant has now been forced to imagine a future beyond obedience. In 1997, Hando Steel collapses beneath the wider Hando Group, threatening banks and dozens of financial institutions. Korea's largest conglomerates circle the wounded company. Yankeol studies a valuation near 2.37 trillion won and expects steel-experienced Dae-hoon to bid around that level. As for his answer, Young Jun says Sun Yang can safely offer only 1.8 trillion. Since money alone would lose, he proposes emphasizing how a first entry into steel would create more synergy for Sun Yang than for Dae-hoon. Yankeol gives him 1 week to make the argument convincing. The construction president proposes 2.5 trillion, financed by pledging apartment land for 700 billion won loan. He refuses to explain how construction will proceed afterward, signaling that he will absorb any illegal method personally. Yankeol jokes that such confidence suggests the man has already stolen plenty from him. After confirming Dae-hoon's likely 2.3 trillion bid, Yankeol asks Dojin whether victory requires more money. The chairman offers a riddle. Anyone selling a tree prefers a buyer who will nurture it, not one who will chop into firewood and resell the pieces. Dojin understands. Dae-hoon could sell Hando's land and equipment, erasing the steelmaker, while newcomer Sun Yang can promise normalization and jobs. That public image may sway creditors and officials. Yankeol plans to bid only 1 trillion won plus $1 billion, roughly 500 billion below Dae-hoon. Yankeol orders the team to spread bait through newspapers and broadcasters. A national campaign declares that steel is the rice of industry and must be saved. Dojin still fears the price gap, but Yankeol tells him to watch how decades of cultivated civil servants can outweigh cash. With Dojin's entrance ceremony approaching, Yankeol tells him to build relationships with promising classmates. He has already contacted university leadership and selected a smart errand runner. Kim Yoon-seok, an assistant manager from Sun Yang Strategy, will accompany Dojin from now on. Dojin immediately asks who assigned Kim. The order came from Lee Hak-ji, Yankeol's closest aide. Kim admits that he must report directly to Lee. Instead of objecting to the surveillance, Dojin tells him to report every action truthfully and obey his official superior. Kim now serves 2 masters. Dojin is the person he must assist, but Lee controls his career and receives his reports. Dojin accepts the arrangement because the conflict will reveal Kim's character. Before long, he expects to learn whose interest the aide chooses when honesty becomes dangerous. Dojin tells Ocean that Miracle will join the Hando Steel auction. They will not actually acquire or dismantle the company. They will heat up the contest and create the exact opponent Sun Yang needs. O reluctantly follows the order of his overwhelmingly powerful shareholder. Miracle announces a $2 billion bid. Before the cameras, O says investors have no duty to preserve failing firms. If Miracle wins, it will sell the steelworks to an operator and the land to construction interests. Creditors, he argues, should simply choose the highest price. Yankeol initially rages at the foreign bidder, but Lee Hak-ji tells him to watch closely. Miracle's openly speculative plan validates Sun Yang's promise to protect steel and employment. The group may need to spend more, yet its preservation campaign now has a perfect villain. Hak-ji confirms that O and Dojin designed the intervention specifically to help Yankeol. The chairman erupts in laughter. While his own children stare greedily at his fortune, the grandson outside the succession line has mobilized an American investment company on his behalf. Soon-young prepares articles condemning foreign corporate hunters, speculative capital, and money leaving Korea. Broadcasters and economics professors will repeat the case. Dae-hoon can also be accused of wanting Hando's land for apartments, letting Yankeol attack both rivals through one campaign. At the law school welcoming ceremony, Dojin wonders how an ordinary third-generation heir would behave. Most freshmen come from the provinces, having earned entry through punishing grades. For now, he sees a Korea where talented students can still rise from small towns into the elite. When his turn arrives, Dojin jokes that everyone already knows him as the lucky grandson of a rich man. Half the room smiles, and half remains guarded. He asks a senior to confirm that gifts to classmates are not bribery, when the only expected return is intangible friendship. The senior explains that a professor's gift would be bribery because grades have concrete value, but classmates cannot sell him anything official. Dojin says his grandfather taught him to win people with gifts, and to exceed expectations every time. Dojin unveils Sun-Yang's unreleased laptops, each equipped with a Pentium MMX processor, generous memory, a large hard drive, and a fast CD-ROM. The freshmen stop listening and rush to inspect them. In one move, he buys attention, advertises a product, and maps who accepts his hand. 200 laptops cost roughly 600 million won, but Dojin calls the expense 3 investments at once: goodwill, loyal allies, and advertising. If the nation's top law students carry Sun-Yang machines, other students will see laptops as personal tools instead of office equipment. Because the product missed the semester opening, Dojin proposes following the giveaway with university discounts and using S University as the campaign backdrop. When Yankeol hesitates, Dojin offers to pay personally, provoking the chairman into funding it rather than being shown up by his grandson. Dojin gave laptops only to the roughly 200 students who attended the welcome event. Those who stayed home received nothing. He wants everyone to understand that followers are rewarded. Yankeol approves. A carrot moves a horse more effectively than a whip. Students adore the machines, and Dojin becomes the most greeted freshman on campus. Some joke that the new toy distracts them from studying. Those who missed out glare with envy. Dojin considers another giveaway at the festival, aware that every reward deepens both loyalty and resentment. Dojin approaches one student who refused the 3 million won laptop. The young man explodes, accusing him of flaunting inherited wealth. Dojin asks why accepting cafeteria food or vending machine coffee from a senior is acceptable if accepting his gift is supposedly shameful. To the student, a laptop and coffee are worlds apart. To Dojin, anything below 100 million won is spare change, so they are emotionally identical. He attacks the student's selective pride until the classmate can no longer pretend the refusal was based on a consistent principle. Dojin concludes that pride, which appears only when the price is visible, is fragile and useless. The encounter disappoints him. He hoped a refusal might reveal unusual conviction, but it exposed ordinary insecurity. He continues looking for classmates who can challenge him without posturing. Another student who refused calls the gift bribery. He argues that payment may come years before the favor. As a future prosecutor, accepting now could bind him when Dojin eventually makes a request. Unlike the first classmate, he has considered the long-term relationship between money and office. The sharp student asks whether Yankeol taught Dojin such methods. Dojin claims the chairman reserves those lessons for older cousins and that his film director father was always excluded. Presented as a Chaebol in title only, he suddenly appears less threatening, and the student regrets rejecting the laptop. The student jokingly asks whether it is too late, then backs away as soon as Dojin seriously offers the machine. He never meant to accept. He merely softened the confrontation and avoided making an enemy. Dojin finds that social instinct interesting and presses him for his age as the irritated student escapes. Dojin's classmates identify the beautiful Seo Min-young and joke that the Chaebol heir should pursue someone of celebrity caliber instead. He remembers that she appeared briefly at the welcome ceremony, but slipped away during the laptop commotion without taking one. Curious, Dojin approaches and asks why she rejected the gift. Min-young says she does not know how to use a computer and had no reason to accept something useless to her. Then she flusters him by warning that a handsome man staring so intently might give her butterflies. Elsewhere, Yankeol reviews 3 marriage candidates for Youngjun. One is a banking family's Princeton-educated daughter working in Hong Kong. Another comes from a major newspaper family. The chairman orders dates with all 3, treating marriage as part of the succession infrastructure. The final candidate is the only daughter of a newly appointed constitutional court justice and granddaughter of a revered chief justice. Her family is a legal dynasty, and she is an S University law freshman. The elders plan to disguise the arrangement as a natural campus romance. Youngie tells his son to attend 3 dates: lunch, tea, and dinner, then choose. Youngjun protests that the process resembles selecting a breeding mate, but his father says affection can grow after marriage. His preferences matter less than what each household contributes to Sun-Yang. Youngie favors the banker's daughter because Yankeol will not live forever. When the family divides into a war over subsidiaries and shares, Youngjun will need enormous loans. Marriage can secure that capital, just as ordinary people calculate pensions and income when choosing spouses. Back in class, the professor assigns controversial cases that appear to conflict with constitutional values. Freshmen must analyze them and present a different legal perspective by semester's end. Because the work is too demanding individually, every student is placed in a 5-person group. Dojin checks the roster and finds Seo Min-young beside his own name. The ordinary classmate who refused his laptop is the same legal dynasty heiress the Soon-young elders selected for Youngjun. A staged marriage scheme and Dojin's campus life have collided before either student realizes it. Dojin asks Kim Yunseok to investigate 2 classmates. Kim immediately asks whether the request should be omitted from his report to Lee Hokji. Dojin refuses to decide for him. Genuine loyalty cannot be ordered, so the aide must choose for himself which master receives every detail. Creditors select Sun-yang's 2.16 trillion won bid after weighing price and non-price factors. Daehoon's chairman accepts the defeat calmly. Sun-young gains a real steel asset, but the expensive purchase drains resources that could have been used in the next battle. Daehoon also notes that Miracle's hostile posture made it easier to exclude Daehoon from final consideration. Investigators find ordinary technology, film, and Japanese investments, but the true investor remains hidden. The Korean chief executive makes the chairman suspicious enough to order a deeper search. With Sun-young financially committed to steel, Daehoon turns toward Ajin Motors. Its leaders possess the government restructuring strategy Yankeol prepared 6 years earlier. They intend to use his own abandoned plan to seize the company he wanted, confident the humiliation will be unbearable. Hansung Daily's chairman visits Yankeol after their family's engagement meeting. He reveals that fresh attacks on Ajin duplicate articles from 6 years ago. The paper delays publication and begins tracing the source, hoping the favor will protect his daughter inside her future Sun-young marriage. Dojin meets Oh instead of attending class and asks what financial circles are saying about Ajin. Oh recognizes that the teenager is preparing for the foreign exchange storm spreading across Southeast Asia. Dojin hints that Korea's confidence as an Asian economic dragon will not protect it. For major Korean companies have already fallen, and Oh understands the warning signs even without Dojin's future memories. The financial typhoon is approaching. Meanwhile, rumors say Daehoon is targeting cash-starved Ajin and needs only enough political pressure to finish it. Dojin is relieved that history still points toward Daehoon acquiring Ajin, just as Hyunwoo remembers. His earlier intervention only delayed the struggle by 6 years. Now he no longer wants to preserve the old timeline. He wants to rewrite the ownership result personally. Dojin asks Oh whether Fantasy should take Ajin Motors itself. The foreign investment company that manipulated Hando's auction will now challenge Daehoon directly. Dojin intends to replace the future he remembers with one in which Ajin becomes the industrial foundation of his own growing empire. Yankeol learns that Daehoon is using the same Ajin strategy Sun-young designed 6 years earlier. Hando Steel consumed the group's available cash, so Ajin may fall without resistance, and Sun-young Motors could lose major market share. He demands precise damage estimates by the next day. Sun-young secretly holds 7% of Ajin under borrowed names. Yankeol refuses to surrender it. He decides to transfer the scattered shares to Oh-seon, install him as a proxy, and release 100 billion won in slush funds already managed through Fantasy. Oh explains that Yankeol wants Fantasy to buy more falling Ajin stock and fight Daehoon as a major shareholder. Dojin realizes Oh did not simply reject the request. He came because it intersects with their own plan, and he wants to know whether Dojin's takeover declaration was serious. Ajin is a 14 trillion won group with 28 subsidiaries. Oh's normal investor instinct is to cut the rotten pieces, sell valuable assets, and redirect what remains. His bolder instinct is to revive the company, but he admits he lacks confidence to operate an industrial empire himself. Dojin tells Oh to reach the acquisition first and solve management afterward. Their current odds are almost non-existent, but Yankeol's 7% stake gives them access and leverage. Dojin's cash can cover the bid. Sun-yang's political and institutional influence can make the bid possible. Creditors, government officials, and the judging panel matter as much as price, and only Sun-young rivals Daehoon across those networks. Oh finally joins the campaign. He will negotiate with Lee Hokji while Dojin faces Jean Yankeol and asks the chairman to empower a future competitor. Yankeol already knows Dojin has been visiting Fantasy's office instead of attending class because Kim Yunseok reported it. He even donated through the Scholarship Foundation to protect Dojin's attendance. Dojin says he has been learning about Ajin Motors rather than relaxing. Dojin explains that hostile finance, damaged public confidence, and Daehoon's pressure are driving Ajin toward bankruptcy. Yankeol says someone will seize it, as Sun-young seized Hando. Dojin gives that answer only 80 points. The crucial unknown is who will become buyer. The Southeast Asian crisis is approaching Korea. Several Chaebols have collapsed, and surviving groups either lack money or are hoarding it. Sun-young spent heavily on Hando, leaving Daehoon apparently uncontested. Dojin asks whether someone else might be concealing a financial weapon. When Yankeol searches for such a player, Dojin gives the answer directly, himself. The law freshman his grandfather views as a brilliant but subordinate heir now claims he can finance the acquisition of one of Korea's largest industrial groups. Yankeol finally understands the conversation is a challenge. Dojin repeats that he will acquire Ajin himself. Yankeol is so stunned that Dojin offers him a calming pill. The chairman asks whether Ajin is supposed to be the promised university gift, but Dojin refuses charity. He intends to pay with his own money. Yankeol asks what Dojin believes Ajin will cost. Dojin first tries to make his grandfather answer, using the ruler's habit of hearing an opponent's position before revealing his own. Amused by the maneuver, Yankeol forces him to speak. Dojin estimates 15 trillion won. The number is only provisional until Ajin's condition is analyzed, but it also implies that Dojin controls even more money. He claims greater cash holdings than the entire Sun-young group. Yankeol barely reacts. Anyone attempting an acquisition this large should possess that much. Ajin matters more than satisfying curiosity. Dojin recognizes the chairman's defining discipline. Immediate priorities outrank even astonishing questions. Yankeol admits he never calculated a modern Ajin price because he had no plan to buy it. Before helping, he will decide why Dojin wants Ajin and whether that ownership benefits Sunyang. After weighing love for his grandson against duty to his conglomerate, Yankeol offers a deal. Dojin may own Ajin, but the company must later merge with Yankeol's Sunyang Motors. The real battle becomes the exchange ratio that determines which side controls the combined automaker. Dojin realizes his grandfather has glimpsed the larger plan. Ajin is meant to become a bridge into Sunyang Motors. Yankeol argues that Dojin cannot protect or operate Ajin alone, and that Daehoon could take it within a year. Dojin answers that he already has a management solution in mind. Dojin proposes an Ajin to Sunyang ratio of 1 to 0.2 because Ajin dominates market share, brand value, technology, and new model development. Yankeol counters that Sunyang Motors stock trades at more than twice Ajin's value because it carries affiliate ownership inside the wider group. Acquiring Sunyang Motors would also mean acquiring a piece of the Sunyang empire, the underlying value Dojin seeks. Their negotiation exposes his ambition to take the group and Yankeol's thoughts about succession. Neither states everything, but both now understand the battlefield. Only after settling the priority does Yankeol ask how Dojin became richer than Sunyang's cash reserves. Dojin says the Bundang land proceeds went into an overseas technology company whose stock rose more than 100-fold. He credits either Ocean's instincts or his own extraordinary luck. Yankeol asks what position Dojin holds at Fantasy, expecting perhaps a favored client or junior partner. Dojin answers that he owns 98%, and that O is merely the professional chief executive. The supposed child has been the hidden principle behind every Fantasy operation from the beginning. Yankeol confirms that 100 billion won of his private money remains with Fantasy and has grown substantially. Dojin offers to return every profit in exchange for the chairman's hidden 7% Ajin stake. Yankeol refuses to hand over cash or shares merely as a university gift. Yankeol would buy his grandson an island or private jet, but not grant something Dojin can easily buy himself. He also gives a management lesson. Reward good employees with direct money, not extravagant drinking parties. Cash creates hope that better work will earn a better life. Yankeol orders Dojin to conceal himself until Ajin is secured and appear only through Ocean. Even Lee Hakchi will not know. The chairman then asks how much capital will remain after the deal. Dojin teasingly offers to lend him cash, and Yankeol realizes how formidable the boy has become. Yankeol assembles a small team to inspect Ajin's books and counter Daehoon at the extraordinary shareholders meeting. He tells executives that Sunyang cannot afford Ajin and does not intend to own it. Their task is simply to stop Daehoon. Then he personally seeks a meeting with Ajin chairman Song Hyunchang. Dojin tells O that Yankeol has given full support, including the shares and official contacts. Dojin remains invisible because appearing publicly would make everyone assume the bid uses his grandfather's money. Fantasy's accountants begin reviewing released data before Ajin formally collapses. The fortune Dojin already owns could fund an emperor's life, yet recurring memories of his former death still imprison him. More than fear drives him now. He wants a life of constant challenge, building one piece of his own castle after another, even if the end proves empty. Dojin reveals that he asked Yankeol to return the profits on the 100 billion won slush fund as part of the share deal. O is shocked that he disclosed his ownership of Fantasy and still demanded everything. Dojin says surviving among stronger predators requires taking every legal advantage. Daehoon's chairman rages because prosecutors refuse to summon Ajin's leadership without stronger evidence. Even the usual distraction of a celebrity scandal cannot generate momentum. Someone important is shielding Ajin, and the supposedly coordinated newspapers publish only weak fragments of the planned attack. Investigators identify Hansung Daily as the strongest missing voice. Despite Daehoon buying corporate advertising, the paper will not cooperate. The chairman learns its family is arranging a marriage with Sunyang, whose automobile business would suffer most if Daehoon absorbs Ajin. The timing makes the alliance look like a deliberate counterattack. Daehoon's chairman concludes that Yankeol is willing to trade even his grandson's marriage to override Daehoon's influence. What appeared to be family matchmaking has become another barricade around Ajin. On April 21, 1997, Ajin Motors receives bankruptcy protection through a 2-month default deferment agreement. Executives submit resignations, workers accept wage and staffing cuts, and financial institutions send monitors. Beneath the rescue process, Song Hyunchang, Ocean, and Yankeol coordinate in secret. Yankeol meets O, praising the investor who supposedly multiplied Dojin's wealth 100 times. O reports that Ajin can extract 2.7 trillion won before court administration begins. If discovered, Song and many accomplices could be arrested, so Yankeol is being asked to clean the money. Dojin first suggests turning the money into retirement funds for Ajin workers. O proposes moving it into Fantasy's American accounts and eventually reinvesting it through legitimate wages, bonuses, and incentives. Paying the entire sum at once, however, will be financially absurd and strategically dangerous. Departing executives want lump sums, but paying them now would free them to defect or attack the new owner. Yankeol says money is both whip and carrot. Keep control of it, distribute pieces only while taming people, and the promise of 2.7 trillion returning to Ajin will make insiders submit. Dojin accuses his grandfather of simply hating to give money away. Yankeol fires the question back, and Dojin admits he feels the same. O will persuade Song, while Yankeol cleans the stash and places it inside Fantasy's safe for the future Ajin campaign. After O leaves, Yankeol reveals that he already ordered S University to tear up Dojin's leave form. Dojin wanted freedom for the coming fight, but the chairman recognizes that student status is also camouflage from relatives and insists he cannot postpone confronting them forever. Yankeol warns that his authority does not reach every affiliate. If key presidents back Youngie after the chairman's death, Sunyang may split, and employees will dismiss a mere student as a child. Dojin accepts the lesson. His grandfather is now openly preparing him for succession conflict. On the way to Udo, Kim says a vehicle has been tracking their daily movements. Strategy team leader Shin warned him about unusual surveillance, and the pattern lasts too long for an ordinary reporter. Dojin wonders whether one of his uncles has hired professionals to investigate him. Team leader Shin is already tracing the watcher, but Kim believes the car is following them now. Instead of hiding, Dojin orders a drive to identify it. Kim tells him to fasten his seat belt and accelerates, turning the quiet tale into an active pursuit. A private investigation maps the gene heirs for Hansung's chairman. Youngie remains first in line, while Dongyi has built strong chemical and heavy industry results. Seo Yoon is greedy, but likely limited to retail, hotels, golf, and foundations. Then the investigators reveal an unexpected rival, Dojin. They know the S University freshman visits Udo and is tied to Fantasy, but estimate his wealth at only tens of billions. The report credits luck. Yankeol gifted him a ranch that became Bundang land, and he invested the sale proceeds through his father's old classmate Ocean. The extraordinary detail is Dojin's access to the chairman's study. Other grandchildren remain in the living room, and even Youngie rarely meets Yankeol without Lee Hokji. Hansung's chairman orders his granddaughter Soyoung to ask her future husband exactly where Dojin stands. Kim confirms that a suspicious car has watched Dojin's home. Dojin suspects an uncle, then hands Kim a large sum. It is not merely expense money. He orders the aide to choose his own objectives, recruit the people he needs, and use the cash to make them cooperate. While Dojin is at Fantasy, Daehoon chairman Ju Youngul arrives to meet O. Dojin hides in the neighboring room and listens through the intercom because his televised face could expose the secret owner. Ju confidently dismisses preliminaries and sends the staff away. Ju states that he wants Ajin and treats Fantasy as an investor that can be bought off. Rather than waste money raising the bid, he asks what profit would persuade O to leave. O refuses, claiming Fantasy's wealthy car enthusiast investors want an automaker as their newest toy. The story sounds ridiculous because it is designed to reveal nothing. Ju cannot identify Fantasy's limit or motive, so he threatens a nationalist campaign against foreign speculative capital and the outflow of Korean wealth. O remains unmoved. O says Koreans may be patriotic, but the bidding price will show who values Ajin more. He turns Ju's argument against him. If the foreign investor offers the better rescue, then the numbers, not newspaper slogans, will define the patriotic buyer. The takeover war becomes unavoidable. O proposes that Fantasy and Daehoon jointly secure every possible public debt concession, then compete only on acquisition price. If they lock the rescue terms together, neither side can weaponize government favors later. Ju accepts the mud fight, but promises that Daehoon will not mistake rules for gentleness. Daehoon's advisors recommend agreement. Their political work could erase or convert roughly 7.38 trillion won of Ajin obligations, and sharing those terms prevents Fantasy from reopening the entire process. Investigators confirm Fantasy has enormous Hollywood capital and a perfect record of successful film investments. The money and flawless record suggest Fantasy would never enter a contest it could not fund. Refusing O's hand would create more variables and waste both sides' resources. Ju leaves after agreeing to compete properly, and Yankeol laughs when he hears that his longtime rival accepted restraint. Dojin asks how Ju will respond. Yankeol makes him answer first, and Dojin predicts acceptance because a businessman fears new variables more than a known price fight. The chairman confirms it. Dojin has successfully read Ju as someone governed by the same commercial instincts as Yankeol. Yankeol warns that Dojin has spent his available cards while Ju still controls media, creditors, politicians, the transition team, the assembly, and the Blue House. Yankeol already blocked Ajin Chairman Song's arrest, but further intervention could tear officials apart between two Chaebol masters. Yankeol asks whether O is trustworthy. Dojin says the financier will not betray someone merely for money. The chairman tells him to gather two kinds of people, those who can be trusted and those willing to sacrifice themselves for him. Such followers are rarer than capital. The Ajin conversation pauses for Youngjun's engagement gathering. His fiancée, Mo Soyoung, appears unusually comfortable despite meeting him only a few times. Dojin congratulates the couple and is introduced to the woman whose newspaper family is already investigating him. Left alone with Dojin, Soyoung calls him every woman's ideal: handsome, brilliant, wealthy, and the youngest in the family. She claims the youngest position is best because he can spend inherited money without taking responsibility for management or succession. Dojin pretends to worry that no wealth will remain by his turn. Soyoung dismisses the concern because he is Yankeol's favorite grandson. The comment alarms him. Their first conversation reveals that the future sister-in-law already knows a private fact outsiders should not possess. Dojin acts confused by Soyoung's claim that he is Yankeol's favorite. He says adult cousins received money and shares while he received only a sports car he cannot drive. When she offers future pocket money, he gratefully plays the harmless youngest-in-law. Soyeon remains suspicious that a regular Yudo visitor could lack money, but Young-jun says Dojin gave up on the family long ago and has always been discouraged. He plans to use the intelligent cousin as his right arm, while Soyeon keeps her promise to provide an allowance. Kim asks Dojin to meet in the parking lot, where strategy team leader Shin Seoko is waiting. Dojin recognizes him as the employee from Young-jun's villa who drove him home. The recruitment seed planted that night has finally produced a response. Shin belongs to a third-generation task force ordered to monitor all Jin grandchildren, including Young-jun. Ordinary strategy personnel are not skilled enough to conduct the tale Dojin noticed. Procedure requires Shin to report upward through the strategy office and Lee Hakji, but he approached Dojin first. Shin admits he wants a place beside Dojin. His current team burns through employees and offers no future. Among Yankeol's grandchildren, he sees Dojin as the most thorough and sincere. Dojin questions whether the man chose him only because no stronger option was available. Access to every cousin's movements is valuable, but Dojin establishes the hierarchy. The strategy team needs his rescue, not the other way around. He offers a transaction rather than loyalty. The team supplies information and operations, while he pays with money or a brighter future. Dojin tells Shin and Kim they may leave if he falls behind. He does not yet trust them enough to promise belonging. If they want more, they must demonstrate value. No one has shown him true loyalty before, and blind devotion from an incompetent person is more dangerous than an honest deal. Kim must stop driving Dojin and follow him discreetly from a taxi, taking time to learn surveillance. Shin must send strategy team reports to Dojin before the official redacted versions reach senior leadership. Dojin provides unrestricted operational money, so lack of funds never delays their work. The engagement has revealed Soyeon as a woman he must watch. The secret meeting gives him the answer. Kim and Shin can see, follow, and act where he cannot. For the first time, Dojin has built a private intelligence arm inside the conglomerate he intends to capture. News reports claim Fantasy's capital originated in Japan and may open Korea to Japanese automakers. The accusation exploits Fantasy's profitable power bank's investment. A formal verification would arrive after the takeover, so O must answer immediately while preparing Song Hyun-chong and Ajin's union as his final defense. At the press conference, O says the funds were American capital invested temporarily in Japan, withdrawn after profit, and now being poured into Ajin. Reporters insist that a profit-seeking investor would never accept such a slow, risky industrial rescue unless it secretly represented Japanese automobile interests. O angrily demands the source of the allegation, visibly losing composure. He confirms that Ajin once co-developed technology with Japanese companies, but denies any present connection. The press then redirects the question to Song. Does Ajin truly support Fantasy's acquisition? Song says the company's executives and employees support O. The union accepts frozen wages and no labor dispute until profit returns. Fantasy promises separation of ownership and management, stabilization without layoffs, and whatever large new investment the automaker requires. Song warns that Daehoon will dismiss more than half of Ajin's people under restructuring and control nearly 70% of Korea's car market. Public funds should rebuild an independent company, not create a monopoly. The message lands, but Fantasy was forced to reveal it too early. Daehoon answers through the media. It promises shared design, unified parts purchasing, integrated sales, cheaper cars, and eventual global top 10 status. Some restructuring is unavoidable, it says, but a larger international automaker will ultimately create more jobs than a weak independent firm. Daehoon motor stock remains unchanged because investors split evenly between optimism and fear. Dojin reads the deeper signal. Both camps assume Daehoon will receive Ajin. O complains that conglomerates control broadcasters. Dojin answers that media obeys the taste of money. Yankeol taught him that unfavorable facts are answered by blinding the press first, and Daehoon has executed that lesson expertly. For a moment, Dojin regrets exposing the political scandal 6 years earlier and preventing his grandfather from acquiring Ajin before this war ever began. With the media fight stalled, Dojin tells O to forget the day and drink. O hesitates because Dojin is barely an adult, but Hyeonwa's memories include more drinking than the young body has experienced. Dojin decides to test whether his old tolerance survived rebirth. Dojin hands O an unlimited Hansung corporate card, the pocket money promised by his future sister-in-law. He wants the most expensive place in Seoul, partly to maintain his harmless spender disguise and partly to challenge Soyeon's expectations. O enthusiastically accepts the mission. While drinking with O, Dojin notices the glass and suddenly sees a way to combine two losing positions. He calls Yankeol late at night. The chairman tells him not to linger over defeat, identify the cause, prepare for the next fight, and know when retreat is smarter. Dojin admits he underestimated Chaebol influence, moved too impatiently, and failed to anticipate Daehoon tracing Fantasy's Japan investment and inventing a stronger lie. Yankeol asks whether Dojin himself can become that meticulous and ruthless. Dojin answers that if maintaining a giant corporation requires it, he must. Yankeol tells him never to forget that determination, then asks the real purpose of the call. Dojin says his final car belongs to his grandfather, Sunyang Motors. Combining it with Ajin would change the entire takeover, so he wants to accelerate their earlier merger discussion. Yankeol jokes that Dojin bought ramen and now demands extra rice. Dojin argues that if he must be condemned for greed, he may as well make the greed enormous. The chairman's changed attitude could be a refusal or another test, but Dojin chooses to display absolute will. Yankeol says Dojin does not yet own Ajin, so he brings nothing to the merger scale. Dojin answers that a public agreement itself can help him acquire it. If the balance is unequal, he will add value to his side as the price of Sunyang announcing the deal. The merger news creates two pressures. First, government, creditors, judges, and the press must weigh Sunyang's power against Daehoon's. Second, Fantasy no longer looks like a foreign speculator. Its bid becomes the route to a balanced national automobile company. Yeol says the ownership scales still do not match because Sunyang Motors carries valuable affiliate shares. Dojin proposes withdrawing those holdings before combining Ajin and Sunyang Motors. The result would be a focused automobile company rather than a disguised slice of the wider group. The chairman remains unsatisfied until Dojin sees the missing incentive. Announcing both the merger and the affiliate share withdrawal would drive Sunyang-related stock prices downward. Yeol could repurchase influence cheaply while the market believes those assets are leaving the automotive company. After Ajin is secured, they can claim negotiations failed and cancel the affiliate withdrawal. Sunyang would keep the automaker and emerge with larger stakes in its own companies. Public investors may be hurt, but Yeol calls sacrifice inevitable, and Dojin points out the repurchases and later gains can be taxed legally. Yeol stares at the grandson who has converted a rescue announcement into leverage, acquisition power, and a route to stronger group control. He calls Dojin a villain despite his youth, and finally says the words Dojin needed to hear. He has passed. Yeol summons Sunyang Motors executives at night and declares that the group will consolidate Ajin. They protest that Daehoon has already won. He makes current motor chief Jo Daeho the point man and promises him leadership of the new company if Fantasy acquires Ajin. Yeol says Sunyang Motors will disappear into a newly combined automaker with Jo as chief executive. Fantasy has already opened negotiations and, in Yeol's version, intends to deliver the completed company like an expensive gift. Existing presidents are promised other positions while Jo prepares for command. Assumes the Fantasy owner can simply claim the merged company. Dojin says nothing is settled. Yeol's greed outweighs blood, and he never mixes another person's assets with his own unless he can take everything first. The ownership ratio will be negotiated only after Ajin is secured. Dojin expects the Asian crisis to become a Korean winter so severe that Sunyang, Daehoon, and the government all lack financial fuel. When that happens, his cash will become the warm drink Yeol cannot refuse, giving Dojin leverage in the eventual merger. The companies announced that Sunyang Motors will become independent from its affiliates and merge with Ajin if Fantasy wins. Promises that Fantasy will evolve beyond finance, while Jo presents the combined company as the future face of Korea's automobile industry. Daehoon's chairman explodes. His intelligence saw no suspicious meetings and missed the agreement entirely. He orders every employee, banker, civil servant, and distant connection pressured for a solution within 2 hours. The anticipated two-way contest has abruptly become a national power balance. Youngie storms into Yeol's office, furious that he learned about Sunyang Motors through the news and from subordinate Jo Daeho. He treats the secret decision as personal humiliation and demands to know why the vice chairman was excluded from a defining group transaction. Yeol lets his son vent, then asks what useful plan follows the anger. When Youngie says he is ashamed to be vice chairman, his father tells him to surrender the title. Millions would kill for the position that Youngie received merely by being born first. Yeol delivers the final wound. Youngie became vice chairman at 40 only because he was the chairman's son. Without that luck, he might never have earned even a director's seat. The heir who assumed Sunyang was his birthright is forced to confront how little power he created himself. Youngie says his father has gone too far, but Yeol calls him a scarecrow without the right to complain. Lee Hakji calms the fight and reminds the vice chairman that his job is to protect and grow Sunyang, not rage, because he learned a decision from television. Elsewhere, reports track Dojin riding with before Lee and Jo Daeho arrived. The investigators suspect Fantasy may be Yeol's hidden financial safe and Dojin his messenger. Even at 20, the youngest grandson is becoming a threat that the older branches cannot safely ignore. They decide Yeol loves Dojin, but probably wants only an impressive law student grandson to decorate the family. If he intended Dojin to rule, they reason, he would have sent him into business. Is instead viewed as talent Yeol may use to build Sunyang's financial affiliates. The investigators predict Yeol will repurchase Sunyang Motors' influence once frightened investors drive the price to the bottom. They order the market watched closely, believing the chairman will never abandon an asset he built and that a supposed new owner will only help prices recover later. Youngjun asks whether Dojin knew about the merger. Dojin admits learning one day early and claims used him only because Daehoon monitored the financier's movements. Delivering a proposal through a student made the secret meeting look harmless. Youngjun remains suspicious that more was concealed. Dojin says a confidential agreement between and Yeol excluded even Youngie and Lee Hakji, so Youngjun had no right to know. The presumed heir angrily repeats his promise to make Dojin his right-hand man, but Dojin treats that future title as empty. Youngjun offers an executive seat after graduation. Dojin points out that the merger proceeded without him or his father, proving the succession can collapse whenever Yeol changes his mind. Until Youngjun actually becomes first in command, he cannot guarantee anyone's position. To avoid declaring open war, Dojin says he can pass the bar, live comfortably as a prosecutor or judge, and enjoy his father's successful film world. His branch has wealth without responsibility, while Sang-jun has even abandoned college for art school in New York. Dojin says he might serve the true first-in-command, but Youngjun is not that person yet. If Dojin ever rises instead, he may deny Youngjun even a minor Sunyang stake. The statement sounds like injured pride, while quietly proving how vulnerable the presumed heir remains. Dojin ends by warning that Dongyi, Sengyi, Seoyun, and the other ambitious relatives will never watch peacefully while Youngjun inherits everything. Youngjun claims his father will manage them, yet immediately asks whether the secret contract concerns succession. Dojin's seed of anxiety has taken root. When Youngjun asks whether the secret contract concerns succession, Dojin says it may or may not. He then flatters the eldest grandson's worldview. Kingdoms remain peaceful when the firstborn inherits and younger branches support him. Youngjun eagerly accepts the reassurance. Dojin points out that removing affiliate shares from Sunyang Motors will move control across the group. He claims to have glimpsed a contract titled Governance Group Restructuring Plan. That fragment is enough to send Youngjun and Youngi searching for a hidden succession reorganization. Fantasy is selected to acquire Ajin Group, but O fears the future merger may drag everything into Sunyang. The immediate payment is roughly 1.2 trillion won, while the total obligation reaches about 3.5 trillion at the current exchange rate. Fantasy has kept $600 million liquid. Their remembered investments have multiplied more than 100-fold, so the acquisition is affordable. Still, Dojin stops O from converting $1 billion at year-end. The won has already weakened sharply, and the approaching crisis will make dollars far more valuable than domestic cash. Dojin compares the crisis to a deserted island where bread matters more than billions of useless won. When Korea can no longer obtain dollars, Fantasy will renegotiate the obligation to pay in foreign currency. The acquisition's golden prize matters less than holding the financial life jacket. The dollar is blood in the world economy. When Korea's reserves collapse, whoever holds the transfusion bag can collect valuable assets from desperate companies. Oh, not the hidden 20-year-old owner, will appear publicly as the savior supplying that blood. If the world learned that Dojin controlled trillions, accusations of illegal inheritance and endless scrutiny would bury him. He asks O to remain his public dark horse, carrying the reins and attention while Dojin controls the direction from behind. O agrees, but only for 5 more years. At 50, he wants enough life left to spend what he earned, perhaps on a quiet island. He gives the extra time, because Dojin feels more like family than his actual nephew. But the hidden owner must eventually stand alone. Youngjun reports the document title to his father. Youngi realizes Yankeol may be shifting the group's governance behind his back despite promising him succession. He tells his son to focus on stabilizing Sunyang Steel, outwardly calm, while fearing affiliate shares will move beyond his reach. Once Youngjun leaves, Youngi's composure disappears. He orders the planning department into an immediate conference. Before Yankeol completes any strange restructuring, the presumed heirs branch will map the share movements and defend the inheritance it had always treated as guaranteed. Over a private meal, Jo Dae-ho is asked who truly benefits when Sunyang Motors combines with Ajin. Talk of the motor division leaving the group disappoints him. He reads the plan differently. Ajin has not joined Sunyang as an equal. Sunyang intends to swallow Ajin completely. A veteran recalls serving Yankeol for 30 years and opposing him only once, during a Texas oil trip, when the chairman wanted to share one giant stake. The joke carries the real principle. Yankeol hates dividing what he owns, and old Sunyang loyalists hate throwing any portion away. These executives may look like salaried servants, but they are patrons who kept Sunyang's carriage intact. Anyone trying to take the carriage needs its driver. One side's appetite has weakened with age. Another claims enough hunger to consume the entire group and ask for more. Dongyi argues that incompetent Youngi should support the more capable brother, not the reverse. The elder refuses. The image of a firstborn clinging to his younger brother would damage the group, and dividing Sunyang into Constellation subsidiaries would tear apart land built over decades. Dongyi promises he can enrich every part of Sunyang, but learns Yankeol may never train a chosen successor. The chairman could wait until his final will, accepting enormous taxes if necessary, because the group's future matters more to him than inheritance efficiency. The elder says support for Youngi was only a personal opinion, not Yankeol's command. Dongyi understands the warning. Even if the carriage owner changes, the person holding the reins cannot be ignored. Affiliate presidents like Jo Dae-ho will heavily influence the chairman's final choice. Dongyi next appears at his youngest brother Yoonki's modest film office for the first time in a decade. Yoonki says the business still owes Dojin because his son's ranch money supplied its starting capital, and insists that success means repaying that debt with substantial interest. After dismissing the money talk, Dongyi asks whether Yoonki intends to commit permanently to movies. His real request is political. He wants both Yoonki and Dojin kept outside the Sunyang struggle, so their branch cannot become another succession rival. Dongyi frames the request as affection, saying he does not wish to lose his younger brother. Yet the meaning is unmistakable. Remaining a filmmaker preserves peace. Entering group affairs would turn blood relatives into enemies. Yoonki must decide whether family harmony is worth abandoning Dojin's interests. Yoonki tells Dongyi that his priority is making up for years as an absent father. Dojin wants to build a company with his own hands, not merely exploit affiliates. Yoonki will support that dream and, as Yankeol's youngest son, will accept any fair offer or claim his branch's rightful share. Dongyi realizes the motor share struggle has already reached Yoonki. He asks his brother to stay out and promises a foundation for Dojin if he wins. Yoongi asks what happens if Yoongi wins instead. The answer is silence. To be a proper father, he may eventually have to fight. After Dongyi leaves, Seo-yoon and her husband arrive. Yang Yeol froze access to department store funds because the husband chased a Seoul mayoral campaign, so they need private cash. Yoongi points out that even a hit Korean movie produces only a few billion won, far less than their political appetite. Dojin sees his aunt leaving and learns Dongyi visited earlier. His father then studies him, noting how little they resemble each other. Yoongi lives through artistic instinct, while Dojin shows almost supernatural ability with investment and calculation. The observation briefly makes Dojin fear his rebirth was discovered. Yoongi explains that Oh told him everything. Dojin holds more than 3 trillion won, drove the Ajin takeover, and secretly controls their Hollywood investments. Dojin underestimated the lifelong friendship between the two men. A secret kept from the family was never meant to exclude his father forever. Yoongi is relieved he did not hear the truth when Dojin was a middle schooler because it would have sounded impossible. Now he feels proud. Not because his son is rich, but because Dojin has demonstrated extraordinary skill. He asks whether the ultimate goal is taking Sunyang. Dojin calls Sunyang a stepping stone. He wants to build a larger corporation from scratch and buy whichever Sunyang affiliates genuinely strengthen it. An inherited group would make the world dismiss him as a fortunate Chaebol child. Purchase companies would prove ownership earned through strategy. Yoongi says he had worried about helping, perhaps by using his legal authority as Yang Yeol's son, fighting his siblings, or buying shares in key shareholder companies. Because Dojin claimed not to need an inheritance, the father assumes those painful measures are unnecessary. Dojin realizes Yoongi possesses something never available in the original timeline, a legitimate family claim and a willingness to exercise it for his son. The branch everyone ignored can acquire shares, vote, and bargain without exposing Fantasy's hidden owner. As Yoongi heads upstairs, satisfied that no family fight is needed, Dojin urgently calls him back. He does need that legal authority. The Ajin victory has not removed the succession war. It has given Dojin a trusted front within the Jin bloodline. As Korea's exchange crisis deepens, Yang Yeol forbids every affiliate from spending a single dollar, yen, or mark. Banks hoard foreign currency, government officials avoid business calls, and Sunyang will retain only about 400 billion won after repaying short-term foreign debt. Hando Steel continues consuming cash. Yang Yeol orders funds recovered wherever possible and converted to dollars even above market rates. But the executives say banks simply return the won because no dollars are available. The rate could reach 2 or 3,000 and money still would not solve the shortage. An executive remembers the 1.2 trillion won Ajin payment will arrive from Fantasy in dollars. Sunyang can borrow abundant won or issue bonds to fund the purchase. Lee Hokji suggests paying interest on excess dollars. But Yang Yeol knows Fantasy understands how rapidly the exchange gain may multiply. Yang Yeol says he can handle the negotiation because he is close to Fantasy's owner. When a room assumes Oh Seon, he corrects them. Oh is only the public manager. He refuses to reveal Dojin, jokes that his own pockets are empty because the executives failed him, and dismisses everyone. Dojin notices that Sunyang's leaders looked strangely calm despite the national emergency, a sign of institutional confidence. Yang Yeol calls him into the study and explicitly sets aside their family roles. Today they will negotiate as the owners of Fantasy and Sunyang. The chairman enjoys Dojin's nervousness. Dojin knows that neither side holds absolute authority and both must conceal leverage. Yang Yeol already knows Fantasy's dollar reserve. Dojin does not yet know what his grandfather can offer, making the older man's relaxed expression dangerous. Yang Yeol confirms that Fantasy can transfer the Ajin money from its foreign account and that the payment is denominated in dollars. At roughly 1,200 won per dollar, the 1.2 trillion obligation equals about $1 billion. He proposes exchanging the entire amount the next morning. Dojin declines. Sending dollars through Sunyang to the creditor bank only creates unnecessary movement, and a merger must be completed before acquisition approval and payment anyway. By delaying, Fantasy keeps its dollar exposure while the won weakens and its eventual bargaining power grows. Dojin waits to see whether he pushed too far. Yang Yeol laughs and says only his own grandson would think that way. Family affection will not produce a discount. It has created an opponent who understands that the most valuable asset in a crisis is time. Yang Yeol offers 1,500 won per dollar, then 1,600. Dojin rejects both. The chairman says the fortune originated from land he gifted, but Dojin says the farm was payment for the perfect grades and happiness he delivered as a child. Past generosity does not erase present value. Dojin says dollars will become more precious than gold while the won becomes tissue, so cash alone cannot balance the exchange. Seeing Yang Yeol hesitate weakens his resolve for a moment, but he refuses to let affection waste the rare leverage created by the national crisis. Asked how he knows dollars are disappearing, Dojin points to financial newspapers filled with red flags. He compares truth to poetry. It is publicly printed, yet most people neither read nor understand it. Yang Yeol recognizes that his grandson has seen the same disaster before the crowd. Dojin knows Sunyang is the swimmer and Fantasy holds the life jacket. Once fear rises high enough, gold will be discarded for survival. He puts his condition on the table. The dollar exchange must be tied to negotiations over the Ajin, Sunyang Motors merger ratio. Yang Yeol calls the condition black-hearted. Dojin says greed is exactly what business and trade exist to satisfy, and if condemnation is inevitable, he will be greedier still. He even jokes that securing the crisis funds makes him a uniquely devoted grandson. Yankeol says Dojin has given him something greater than money. Since Sunyang became a group, everyone either obeyed or plotted silently. No one confronted him openly. A grandson ready to fight for ownership revives the chairman's dying competitive ember. The chairman declares a family contest. In exchange for Fantasy's dollars, Yankeol will decide which affiliate stakes enter Sunyang Motors, and Dojin must accept the resulting ratio. He claims the value may exceed anything Dojin could win in a fight and asks for trust as a grandfather. Dojin answers that a true grandson should not steal the pleasure of competition. Yankeol approves the rejection. Any man who accepts a first offer without fighting is unworthy. He warns that the next move is not an offer, but a threat Dojin will regret forcing. Yankeol says there will be no combination of Ajin and Sunyang Motors. The next morning, Joe Daho can tell reporters that Ajin's irrational demands destroyed negotiations. Such an announcement would remove Sunyang's political shield from Fantasy's acquisition. Yankeol expects the cancellation to force immediate surrender. Dojin studies the threat and calmly calls it weak. The grandfather has revealed what he believes Fantasy cannot live without. The grandson is about to show that the merger is not his only route forward. Yankeol cannot believe Dojin calls his threat weak. The merger was a condition of Fantasy selection, and the chairman can press creditors, banks, the Blue House, and the Assembly to cancel approval and reopen bidding. Daehoon would then return, grateful for another chance. Dojin asks how many days remain before Korea requests an IMF bailout. The government has already spent $11 billion defending the currency. Reserves have collapsed, and officials seek emergency foreign loans. Yankeol's influence has not merely weakened. Dojin says it is gone. Creditors and politicians will soon focus only on survival. If Yankeol forces a new auction, Dojin will welcome it, because no cash-starved Chaebol will participate. Fantasy can become the sole bidder and replace the previous $1.2 trillion undertaking fund with a cheaper rescue. Daehoon Chairman Ju is probably relieved he no longer has to find $1.2 trillion won. Dojin tells Yankeol to abandon the secret wish that the emergency will pass. Korea's apparent stability is only a belief used to suppress fear. A major collapse is days away. Yankeol finally accepts that Sunyang needs Fantasy's foreign currency. With national reserves nearly exhausted and Fantasy holding a massive dollar supply, banks and corporations will line up at O's office. Dojin tells his grandfather he still has priority because they are negotiating before the Q forms. Yankeol decides to call Lee Hakji and reassess rather than force the cancellation. Dojin says the contest is no longer fun. Ajin must be completed quickly because the crisis presents many other companies to purchase. The dollar reserve is a shopping weapon, not merely acquisition funding. Dojin reveals that his hidden wallet can also fit Woozing Motors. He intends to combine Ajin and Woozing, then possibly add Sunyang Motors. The resulting automaker could challenge Daehoon and still with a Sunyang name, a far larger prize than the original merger. Dojin calls the consolidated automobile empire another devoted grandson's gift. He will wait for Yankeol's second offer, but warns the chairman to decide before the crisis fills Fantasy's waiting list with desperate sellers. Now time pressures Sunyang, not Fantasy. Yankeol calls the warning weak, then repeats that a fight is not over until it ends. Dojin answers with Yankeol's other lesson: a man must know when to step back. The chairman realizes his words have returned as a complete argument for conceding the first round. Yankeol has seen temporary reserve shortages before, usually solved through foreign borrowing or currency swaps. This time, major economies refuse both loans and exchanges. Korea has products and income, but only about $2 billion of usable reserves. Food, without water, doomed by thirst. Yankeol commands exporters to retain dollar receipts and borrow one for settlements. Construction must underbid overseas projects by 20% to secure rapid deposits. Finance must terminate foreign products despite penalties and retrieve every dollar. Balance sheet losses no longer matter besides survival. Executives say preparations are thorough, but Yankeol warns at least one limb may still be crushed. He admits negotiations with Fantasy's owner went sour. The man who profited even during war is frightened, and the young dollar holder threatened him without blinking. On November 19th, the new finance chief vows to avoid the IMF. 2 days later, he announces an emergency bailout request. Korea's credit rating plunges, the stock index falls below 400, investment banks are suspended, and another major conglomerate collapses. O confirms the contract allows payment after the merger deadline in February. The $1.2 trillion won obligation remains distant while exchange gains grow. As the won weakens, Dojin's roughly $3 trillion in dollar-linked assets approaches $5 trillion, all before his 21st birthday. O jokes that Dojin could abandon Korea and live like European nobility. Dojin chooses the harder prize. He will become the Korean Chaebol chairman and later fund O's luxurious retirement. At Sunyang, a loyal executive promises Yankeol victory and control of Fantasy's dollar supply. Yankeol orders the executive to secure roughly $2 billion and sends him to the opposition presidential camp. The Federation of Korean Industries will support the next administration if the future government backs an immediate foreign currency rescue led through Sunyang and Fantasy. Alone, Yankeol calculates that 17.7% is the largest Sunyang Motors stake he can place in the merger scale. The dollar exchange may be temporary, but he knows Dojin will never return control once a valuable share enters his pocket. Splitting evenly among 5 children would give each about 20%, yet Dojin is more qualified than any of them. Yankeol believes the boy will use 17.7% only as a beginning, seize more, bankrupt relatives, and expand Sunyang into a greater castle that he alone controls. Dojin's care for his father and fulfillment of Yunqi's dreams prove he is not empty greed. Yankeol stops worrying about his children and prioritizes the group's survival. If Sunyang must eventually be stolen, he finds grim comfort in knowing the thief is his own grandson. O gives Dojin a list of stable companies that can survive the crisis, ranking Dia Construction first for technology and profit. He doubts such a solid overseas contractor will collapse, but Dojin insists that only Sunyang and Daehoon can endure without outside support. Dia's quality is exactly why Dojin wants it. The old economy forced predators to hide among ordinary firms. The IMF era will expose teeth and reward whoever becomes king of the jungle. Dojin intends to let the crisis weaken exceptional prey before he moves. Kim Yinseok reports that the tale came from Hansung Daily, the future in-law's family. Yankeol's intelligence and security teams already knew but were ordered to pretend ignorance. Dojin cannot tell whether his grandfather dismisses Hansung as harmless or protects the marriage alliance. Every small decision from Yankeol is a lesson in strategy. Dojin gives Kim the Hansung corporate card for an expensive intelligence team dinner and orders him not to economize. The allowance promised by Soyoung is now funding the people investigating her own family. The chairman offers a 17.7% Sunyang Motors stake to combine with 8 adjunct companies under Dojin's control. Dojin asks whether it is a trade or inheritance. Yankeol insists inheritance goes only to his children and demands a quick signature for $1 billion. Dojin knows even thick affection can crack from one disappointment, so he stops pushing. He accepts 1,601 per dollar despite the market rate near 1,342. Yankeol remains suspicious of the sudden sweetness and warns the dollar may exceed 2,000 before delivery. Sunyang's researchers forecast more than a 90% chance of roughly 2,201. Dojin says losing money to his grandfather is acceptable, but Yankeol knows he never gives up value without another plan. Dojin finally admits that 2 favors must compensate the difference. Dojin shows a city map and circles public land he wants to buy cheaply. He does not ask Yankeol to pressure the current mayor, whose term is nearly over. Instead, he wants the next mayor, his political uncle, to sell it directly once elected. Dojin will finance the uncle's campaign, while Yankeol helps the nomination. Selling idle public land to raise emergency city funds can be presented as responsible crisis management, removing the appearance of a family favor and allowing the transaction to pass without opposition. Yankeol notices how strongly Dojin resists a simpler answer and realizes the elected uncle is only an instrument. The land, not the mayor, is central, and Dojin's second request will explain what he intends to build there. Yankeol fears his daughter Soyoon wants political power to overcome her disadvantage as a female heir and expose Sunyang's evasions. Dojin says he will fund her husband, hold the mayor's collar through campaign dirt, and cover any scandal that could splash back onto the group. Yankeol notes he could stop the nomination with one ruling party call. Dojin asks permission to act as Seoul City Hall's hidden owner for 2 4-year terms, using the mayor whenever needed. Before the chairman answers, Dojin reveals the second favor, Dia Construction. Dojin wants government support withheld from Dia so the crisis can finish it. He needs more than public land. He needs a construction company to develop it. Compared with owning Ajin and part of Sunyang Motors, Korea's 5th-ranked contractor is a manageable addition. No firm can fully escape the IMF shock. If subsidies are cut, dollar-starved Dia will fail. Dojin will acquire it and provide financial transfusions. The mayor supplies the land, the contractor builds on it, and the recovered company eventually receives the Sunyang name. The chairman laughs that Dojin is the only family member expanding the Sunyang empire besides himself. He promises to consider both requests and ends the contract negotiation, ordering the $1 billion delivered quickly while unsettled group presidents wait outside. Alone, Yankeol admires the elegant chain of mayor, public land, crisis acquisition, and development. He also realizes the savage hidden owner will eventually take Sunyang Motors and Sunyang Construction. Yet he feels prouder of a grandson building and stealing than of sons who merely covet. Dojin meets his aunt's camp. They casually calculate senior party payments and campaign costs near 40 billion won, assuming their 20-year-old nephew can produce the money. Dojin says some funds are reserved for his father's theater, so the family divides the burden. The relatives can raise 15 billion and ask Dojin for 25, beginning with 3 billion for immediate party expenses. He agrees, then insists on a contract because political money generates no receipt. The request shocks people accustomed to transferring untraceable family cash. They explain that campaign funds are not investments, and no one writes formal contracts. Their condescension proves they see Dojin only as a rich young wallet. Dojin lets them believe it while asking for the detailed terms they conveniently omitted. Seo Yoon says the proper person to explain has already arrived and calls an uncle into the room. A new participant enters the supposedly family-only funding discussion. The mayoral campaign is not simply buying votes. It is about to become a structured obligation Dojin can own. Oh says the negotiation became difficult once Seo Yoon realized Dojin treated the money as business. The resulting contract is too dangerous to reveal casually, so Dojin will give it to Yankeol. The chairman can use it to keep both his daughter and mayoral son-in-law under permanent control. Dojin's 17.7% stake is only a fraction of what controlling Sunyang ultimately requires. Asked how much Yankeol will give him, Dojin admits emotion may overpower reason. He therefore plans as if inheritance is merely a bonus, and acts greedy because that image may produce the largest bonus. With $1 billion committed to Sunyang, Fantasy still holds roughly $2.2 billion. Dojin will deploy it after the presidential election, not as a gift, but as an investment package. The public land will become Media City, anchored by a broadcasting company. The plan begins with cable television and expands step by step. During a dollar famine, an investor bringing $2.2 billion into Korea to build media infrastructure, employment, and broadcasting capacity will be welcomed. Seoul and the new government may even add public funds to the project. Oh asks whether Dojin is becoming a replica of Yankeeol. Dojin calls it filial duty. Movies, television production, cable, and eventually internet business will be joined to Fantasy's Hollywood relationships, creating a world-class media company for his father to lead. Yankeeol reviews the campaign contract and confirms it can destroy his son-in-law for violating political fund law. Dojin wants only the public land and lets the chairman control everything else. Seo-yoon understood the land's value and fought to prevent a complete transfer. Yankeeol asks whether he should simply seize all the land and give it to Dojin, language the grandson treats as permission. The chairman notes the election is uncertain, but his support changes the odds. Sunyang intelligence can expose opponents, and its media influence can amplify every weakness. Yankeeol says his grandson spent heavily to put Seoul's mayor in his hands, so he will strengthen the campaign himself. Dojin privately resents the chairman taking credit for completed work. Yankeeol notices the disappointment and offers a favor in return. Dojin says he is planning a new venture and will reveal it after the election. Yankeeol warns that politicians create more variables than businessmen and often help only to sabotage later unless rewarded repeatedly. The Media City plan will require careful insulation from political interference. Dojin promises to present the detailed plan and even stop if Yankeeol objects. The chairman refuses the role of permission giver. Dojin earned the money himself, so he should proceed and learn even if he fails. As always, Dojin cannot tell whether this is trust, a test, or calculated distance. On December 19th, the opposition coalition's candidate wins Korea's presidency. While national power changes hands, Dojin keeps a promise to feed classmates after exams. He brings them to an ordinary beer bar and orders bottled beer, so no one can call the Chaebol Heir stingy. Dojin easily orders sausage, noodles, pollock, and fried chicken, surprising students who imagine conglomerate heirs eat only in hotels. Hyeonwa's old poverty makes the setting familiar. Dojin turns that truth into camouflage, presenting himself as an ordinary young man despite extraordinary wealth. Older students join the gathering with a serious question. One employer has failed and 2 others canceled offers because they cannot hire. They do not ask Dojin for positions. They want his view of the IMF crisis and whether they should keep job hunting or prepare for the bar exam. Dojin considers comforting them, but advises abandoning employment plans. Jobs will not simply be scarce next year. Hiring will become permanently harder, and existing employees will be dismissed. Major corporations may cut 30% or more under restructuring. The IMF crisis is not a temporary liquidity shortage, but national bankruptcy. Lifetime employment will disappear, companies will dismiss workers whenever convenient, and a new class of temporary labor will enter ordinary business. The seniors do not yet understand the unfamiliar term. Dojin points to a part-time employee who receives neither severance protection nor job security and can be dismissed tomorrow. Large corporations will begin hiring people under similarly disposable conditions. The future labor market will treat educated office workers like replaceable part-timers. Economic recovery will take time. Dojin advises those not ready for professional exams to enter military service and delay graduation, avoiding the immediate storm. His first-year classmates find the warning extreme, but the coming wave of layoffs will soon make every word understandable. The seniors thank him and begin planning for the worst. Dojin admits business owners naturally imagine disaster and says he may be overly pessimistic. He then raises a toast, reminding them they still have time to prepare and giving the anxious gathering a reason to laugh. As the evening continues, a familiar woman approaches and calls Dojin by name. He cannot immediately remember her, provoking instant anger. Only after an awkward pause does he recover it. Seo Min-young, the classmate whose judicial family and earlier group assignment once made her impossible to ignore. Min-young joins the table but accepts only half a glass before returning to the library. She bluntly says the graduating seniors came to confirm the business situation with Dojin. Her awareness surprises him. She is not merely a sheltered model student, but someone attentive to the crisis outside campus. Friends tease Min-young and Dojin about dating, then insist she hates men who flaunt money and power, qualities he possesses in abundance. Min-young says they have met only 3 times. Their separate lives make romance seem impossible, which privately amuses Dojin's much older mind. Min-young asks Dojin to speak privately and warns that the answer matters. Her legal family expects her to pass the bar before graduation, leaving no time for ordinary romance. Then she states the point directly. She likes him, but studying remains her mission. Dojin reminds her that she dislikes rich power trippers. Min-young answers that his face compensates for the problem and proposes 1 or 2 meals a month as their dates. He agrees, offers to send a car, and warns that a third-generation Chaebol's date will not be ordinary. Min-young tells Dojin to claim they discussed his missed group assignment. When their friends ask what happened, she immediately declares that she and Jin Dojin are dating from today. The supposedly discreet arrangement becomes public before Dojin can recover from the confession. At Yankeeol's home, Seo-yoon argues that hotels, stores, resorts, and golf courses are not enough simply because she is a married daughter. Political power is meant to compensate for what she lacks inside Sunyang. Her husband promises to focus on politics rather than claim group management. Yeol summons a prepared team and orders them to help Choi win Seoul. He produces lists for deputy mayors, agency heads, urban infrastructure, facilities, housing, and construction. The campaign is no longer the son-in-law's personal project. Sunyang has designed the future city administration. Yeol has drafted the timing and content of public pledges. Choi realizes that Seoul City Hall will be staffed by Sunyang loyalists and governed for the conglomerate, not by the mayor or his party. When he suggests his own appointees, Yeol offers them better-paid corporate jobs instead. Seo-yoon and Choi suppress their anger. Without Yeol, the candidacy may fail, therefore they will obey until political power is secured. Only after Choi sits in the mayor's chair do they intend to counterattack and loosen the chairman's leash. Oh and Dojin meet Lee Jong-cheol, an influential transition committee director expected to help lead the new administration. Oh introduces Dojin as staff, but warns that nothing discussed will be hidden from him. Lee already knows Fantasy may bring $2.2 billion into Korea. Fantasy submits its construction and media industry proposal. Lee questions why an investment company would mix money with concrete and assumes American capital will earn huge crisis profits before leaving Korea. The meeting begins from suspicion that Fantasy is another foreign extractor. Dojin argues the opposite. Fantasy earned abroad through Martin Computer, Microsoft, Hollywood, and power banks, then used the profits to acquire Agent. Selling no physical goods does not change the result. It brought foreign currency home, making finance another pillar of export. For Lee's generation, exports transformed a poor country into an economic power and carry emotional prestige. Dojin emphasizes that Fantasy could double its money through exchange gains alone. It is accepting lower guaranteed profit to create Korea's media industry center. Lee begins to listen. Fantasy will invest only part of the $2.2 billion in media and diversify the rest. Dojin connects the project to the government's goals: technology ventures, cultural development, employment, new infrastructure, and small business growth modeled on Silicon Valley. When Lee asks whether Fantasy will finance IT startups, Dojin says no. Private capital can seize young founders' ideas and technology too early. Government should build the flowerbed, digital infrastructure, and supportive rules, then allow entrepreneurs to emerge independently, as Silicon Valley did. Lee promises a thorough review and asks for more detail on the $2.2 billion deployment. For Dojin, that request is the signal of approval. The official does not shake hands, maintaining rank, but Fantasy has supplied exactly the optimistic IT and cultural language the new government wants. Outside, Oh asks whether the refusal to invest in IT was sincere. Dojin says Fantasy owns an automaker competing with Daehoon and must play in the big leagues. Sunyang Electronics once earned $2 trillion in operating profit. Tiny startups cannot compete for his attention. Oh suggests a little speculative money might still buy side dishes if a rare genius appears. Dojin searches his future memory and recalls only early online game names now entering service. No obvious company, yet looks large enough to justify diverting capital from industrial acquisitions. The conversation turns sharply when he is told not to fool himself. Meeting an influential official and controlling billions does not automatically make him a Chaebol chairman. The warning challenges the arrogance behind his dismissal of ventures and reminds him that capital still needs institutions, people, and time. After being warned against arrogance, Dojin apologizes immediately. Oh still trusts his instinct and asks him to choose a field. Dojin names online games, and Oh commits 10 billion won spread across companies at no more than 1 billion each. Enough diversification for one breakout to repay everything. Dojin is grateful for Oh's guidance and saddened that it may end in 5 years. Korea enters an unusually cold winter without even street carols. Bankers once treated as guardians of the world's most precious money now face a crisis they have never experienced. Creditors ask Fantasy to complete Agin now that merger terms are set, but the agreement remains unsigned while Sunyang adjusts shares. Dojin attends beside Oh under the identity Howard Jean, a second-generation Korean-American dispatched from New York to supervise the critical acquisition review. Howard says the head office team is reconsidering. Fantasy originally expected to hold Agin until cash poor Sunyang recovered from Hando Steel, then sell the automaker at a high price. The creditors already understand that foreign investment funds eventually require an exit. The foreign exchange crisis has transformed the math. A 1.2 trillion won price once equaled about $1.5 billion at 800 won. At 1800, it is roughly 670 million, and at 2500 it would fall below 500 million. Korea's bailout has not restored certainty. Only part of the promised emergency currency has arrived, and the new government may renegotiate the remaining package. In 2 days, the banks must close their annual accounts while expecting consolidation. Exporters, importers, and foreign creditors are all demanding scarce dollars immediately. From the American investor's view, South Korea may still collapse towards Southeast Asian conditions. Holding an industrial company would lock scarce dollars into a volatile economy. The supposed head office specialist builds a credible case that walking away is financially safer than completing Agin. Howard delivers the threat. Fantasy wants to give up its exclusive negotiation right and leave. The creditors ask whether Daehoon will replace it, but Daehoon is fighting its own crisis and has no capital to return. Losing Fantasy means losing the only viable buyer. Dojin tells them to negotiate with Daehoon if they believe another rescue exists. Everyone in the room knows it does not. By appearing ready to abandon the prize, Fantasy forces frightened banks to reduce Agin's price before the foreign investor states a new number. The creditors call Dojin a robber, but he offers 800 billion won, about $400 million at 2001, only 60% of the original acquisition price. If they accept immediately, the dollars enter their account that day. Cornered banks cannot resist either the amount or the deadline. Dojin knows that giving a trapped opponent time creates escape routes. He drives the wedge now because the same conditions will be useless after recovery. Yankeol recognizes his methods, joking that Dojin learned bad habits from the family and agrees to support the pressure. Yankeol hands Dojin a confidential list of banks marked for sale or merger, information known only to Dae-hoon and the chairman's circle. Once Agent's creditors realize their own jobs may disappear, they will seize Fantasy's dollar deposit and perhaps thank the buyer for saving them. Yankeol warns that Soon-young will announce major restructuring early next year. The $1 billion cannot save every unit. Instead of treating the crisis only as damage, he will discard uncompetitive, cash-burning operations while no executive can safely complain about unfairness. The same shock that destroys firms strengthens survivors and begins greater Chaebol concentration. Yankeol intends to finish decisions he postponed and offers his adult grandson a small portion of the group through the restructuring, priced cheaply enough to function as a personal present. O contacts New York, the deposit reaches the creditor accounts, and lawyers revise the agreement overnight. By afternoon, Fantasy signs. For the second time in his life, Dojin becomes the owner of a major Korean automobile company, now at a price the crisis itself forced down. On the first day of 1998, Yankeol questions Sang-joon about music production, but ultimately tells him to become the best within 10 years. He also challenges Yoonki to make his film company Korea's greatest, no longer treating their artistic careers as family disgrace. The year's first major news announces that two historic banks are priority targets for foreign buyers. Public anger explodes. Institutions seen as custodians of national wealth may be surrendered as part of an IMF rescue that provides loans rather than charity. Dojin repeatedly checks the notebook of his old life, but finds no memory of the bank sales. He had ignored economic news during college. Now he wonders whether the institutions can still be acquired and what price, trillions or tens of trillions, bank ownership would demand. A bank is the pair of wings every Chaebol wanted but was forbidden to possess. Only 3 days after the Agent triumph, Dojin's satisfaction disappears. The sight of a greater strategic prey consumes him completely, and the next acquisition hunt begins. Wedding guests marvel at the chairman's residence while Soyoung prepares to live with her in-laws rather than establish a separate home. She treats the old-fashioned arrangement as tolerable because servants handle the work. Her role is to smile at the family table and secure her place. Youngjun's friends expect marriage to change nothing. He promises more drinking after the trip, then orders a supporting actress flown to his honeymoon hotel 2 days later. 10 days alone with an unfamiliar wife sounds unbearable, so he treats infidelity as a wedding gift to himself. During the ceremony, Yankeol pulls the newspaper chairman aside. Now that their families are joined, he orders Hong to stop placing people on the Jean family's trail. Curiosity about a granddaughter's in-laws was understandable before marriage. Further surveillance will be treated as intrusion. Yankeol says Youngjun may be immature and easy to influence, but he remains the chairman's grandson. After the wedding, the groom will not meet Hong relatives except for business and advertising. No one with the Hong name may enter a Soon-young building without permission. The warning is backed by Sun-yang's ability to crush a newspaper with money. Hong concludes that isolating Youngjun from his in-laws means Yankeol sees him as successor. Both chairmen are aging, but Soyoung and Youngjun have time to turn the marriage into a joint future. Yankeol meets Yoonki and asks about the film business during the crisis. He offers help, but Yoonki refuses to be swayed now that he has built an independent career. The chairman notices that the neglected youngest son finally has the confidence to speak plainly. Yankeol gives him the Soon-young Medical Foundation and Human Resources Development Institute. The hospital ranks among Korea's best and controls a vast property footprint. The Training Institute is not a profit company, but shapes new recruits, executives, and group-wide personnel development. The hospital alone pays enormous property tax, while the institute appears to provide nothing but education. Yoonki expected no inheritance and could simply accept. Yet he hesitates because the true beneficiary he must consider is his son, not himself. Yankeol asks whether 2 institutions are not enough. Yoonki answers yes, not enough. The man who once avoided every Soon-young conflict now evaluates inheritance as Dojin's father, forcing the chairman to explain what power hides inside apparently secondary organizations. The chairman recognizes that Yoonki is finally acting as a father. He tells him to ask Dojin about the hospital and training institute. The boy will understand their value. Yoonki must preserve them and transfer them later, while Yankeol handles Dojin separately. Yankeol will not simply give the assets away. He plans to sell them cheaply, maintaining paperwork and making money even from his grandson. Yoonki is ordered to keep the offer secret because the chairman's other children would react before the restructuring is ready. On the honeymoon flight, Soyoung hands Youngjun detailed intelligence requiring near-constant observation. It identifies Donggi and Dojin as key threats, tracks meetings with affiliate executives, and connects Dojin to Fantasy. She expects the information to prove her value as a partner. Youngjun explodes because she monitored not only Dojin but every elder in his family. He tells the newspaper heiress that marrying into Soon-young requires submission, not investigation. Her supposed role is merely to produce his son, never to act as a political partner. Youngjun orders a secretary to separate them on arrival, follow Soyoung, and restrict her to shopping. Crushing her spirit on the wedding day gives him an excuse to spend the honeymoon freely and summon the actress even earlier than planned. When Yoonki asks about Yankeol's gifts, Dojin sees people rather than property. Politicians, officials, and celebrities choose Sunyang Hospital for secrecy and special treatment. Its owner can build debts and relationships while supporting directors and actors needed by the film business. Every candidate for promotion passes through Sunyang's demanding development center, where seminars, tests, discussions, and evaluations affect careers. Anyone seeking the group's core will ask its director for favorable treatment, creating an internal network as powerful as the hospital's external one. Dojin concludes the chairman is helping a late-starting branch create loyal people, not for Yoonki alone, but for Dojin. Yet the secrecy suggests another layer. If the institutions contained only networking power, Yankeol's other sons would have less reason to rebel. He requests the ownership structure and complete asset list of the Development Institute. Yankeol's gifts always hide mechanisms. Yoonki marvels that his son resembles the chairman more than he does and learns that being a proper father now means understanding corporate secrets. DIA workers arrive on time despite overdue salaries and obvious collapse because they have nowhere else to go. Rationally, they know hope is almost gone. Emotionally, they wait for even a fraction of their wages. Dojin plans to become the savior who pays everything and restores pride. Oh, and Dojin enter DIA's president's office after Fantasy crosses the major shareholder threshold. Executive Director Kong Moo-jin greets them in place of the absent president. The executives are nervous that the investment giant, which consumed Ajin, has chosen their crumbling company. Asked why Fantasy bought shares, Oh answers that investment exists for profit. DIA's people claim the stock is a path to bankruptcy and suggest bank interest instead. Oh humiliates the interfering employee and demands the actual owner, learning the president is desperately seeking outside funding. The normally polite Oh insists he expects someone to purchase Fantasy's stake at a good price. DIA's executives quickly say other believers are preparing a large stock purchase. Their answer confirms the suspicion. Insiders want to buy back the 5% before Fantasy can inspect the company. DIA promises to find a buyer and enrich O, but he gives them only until the next day. The morning after that, Fantasy will demand an interim shareholders meeting. If management wants to prevent it, the hidden buyback must happen immediately and expose who controls the money. Once outside, Dojin says they will exercise the right to inspect DIA's ledgers and assets instead of waiting. O mobilizes Fantasy's legal team, Samyung Accounting, and the investigation staff for an emergency meeting. The 5% stake becomes the key that opens every book. Dojin tells his grandfather that DIA is essential to the Mapo Media project and that its owners appear to be draining the last assets. He intends to enter, prove the theft, and take over. Yankeol instantly understands the approaching operation and enjoys the audacity. President Kong Mu-zong and Executive Director Kong Moo-jin asked to meet the moment Fantasy acquired 5% and offered to repurchase it despite DIA's supposed lack of funds. The shares were inexpensive after rival builders failed and bankruptcy rumors drove the price down. Yankeol explains the classic tactic of buying a meaningful stake in a decent company and reselling it at a premium. Dojin wants more than a stock profit. He will inspect the books tomorrow, collect proof of corruption, prosecute the owners, and recover everything stolen. After sending the Kong family to prison and returning corporate property, Dojin will strip away the rot and give DIA a fresh start. Yankeol asks whether the process will leave some pieces behind, a reminder that every rescue also creates assets someone else can claim. The Kong family holds enough stock to block Fantasy. Dojin proposes that embezzled money and assets be repaid as penalties, with the family shares transferred to DIA itself. Treasury shares are exercised by the chief executive, reducing the outside stake needed for control. DIA must be acquired and normalized by June, so it can build the Mapo project with a new sole mayor. Dojin asks his grandfather to buy what money cannot, time. Yankeol responds by preparing overseas travel bans for the entire Kong family. Yankeol calls a senior prosecutor, framing the Kong theft as unforgivable during national collapse. Once Fantasy finds one definitive accounting violation, it can file breach of trust and embezzlement complaints while prosecutors and the tax service attack together. Management should then surrender. Yankeol orders Dojin to focus on the immediate goal rather than distant possibilities. Full criminal trials and asset recovery could take years, leaving DIA bankrupt and creditors in control. A legal victory 2 years later would miss the mayoral and media city timetable. The investigations are meant to intimidate, not run to judgment. The Kong family must choose between prison and poverty after years of litigation or transferring everything now, keeping enough to live, and leaving Korea. Their freedom becomes the price of an immediate corporate handover. Yankeol can start or stop investigations because decades of payments bought officials' consciences, then turned those compromised officials into reusable weaknesses. Repeated across government, the cycle converted corporate cash into Sunyang's power, something Dojin's trillions alone cannot instantly reproduce. Dojin promises to secure surrender and asks that prosecution and tax pressure continue. Yankeol demands results, then states his fee. Once DIA is acquired, vacant leadership positions should be filled with executives selected by the chairman. Filling every decision-making office with Yankeol's people could make Sunyang the real owner. Dojin says he already plans to recruit experienced managers from failed Dongsu and Gudong construction companies while promoting DIA's capable field leaders into directorships. These are harsh operators shaped by labor crews, deserts, storms, and site command. They can finish impossible projects. Yet, Dojin worries that promotion may turn them political. Yankeol sees the fear, His grandson cannot tell whether the offered glass contains honey or poison. Dojin says Dia is ultimately meant for the Sunyang Group. Yankeol laughs at the claim. A grandson this greedy will not surrender a rescued construction company without extracting something greater. So the chairman waits to learn what giving truly means. Yankeol tells Dojin he owns money but lacks time, power, and people. Refusing the chairman's executives would let Dia and Media City disappear. Dojin accepts the pattern in Yankeol's earlier gifts. What looks like control by others may actually be another delivery of useful people. Dojin may install those people, but not as the core auditors. Construction veterans can hide enormous theft in material substitutions, missing labor, inflated meals, and subcontracting. Calculator-driven financiers may read totals while missing every physical lie beneath the receipts. Yankeol calls construction the breeding ground of corporate corruption, collusion, union bribery, inflated costs, and subcontract fraud. Mastering its executives means mastering labor and cash flow. More importantly, a contractor provides a reliable channel for spending money from unknown sources. Dojin finally understands that his grandfather wants to teach him how slush funds move, not merely contaminate him. Yankeol sends Sunyang Construction's audit team the next morning. If Fantasy still cannot seize Dia with those professionals, failure will belong to Dojin alone. O returns before management find a buyer. He cites external audit law, allowing shareholders and creditors to inspect reports during business hours and demands multiple years of financial statements plus supporting documents. Fantasy's 5% stake becomes legal authority inside the building. O says management's collapse created reasonable doubts and orders staff to bring every document unless they want escalation. President Kong Muzong learns that Fantasy accountants have already occupied the conference room despite yesterday's promise that the shares could be repurchased. The brothers assume Fantasy wants to manufacture noise, raise the share price, and sell back at a premium. Because an external audit appears to offer no direct profit, they believe the investor will retreat once management agrees on a number. Executive Director Mujin insists O's eyes showed a man of stocks, not a reformer. He wants to drag the financier before the president, establish who wins, and end the spectacle before shareholder rights expose more records. Muzong reluctantly authorizes the confrontation. When management asks to speak, O orders the president to come to the audit room if he has something to say. He will not leave the evidence or negotiate behind closed doors. The settlement data must arrive first. By forcing the conversation into the occupied conference room, Fantasy controls the audience, documents, and timing. The Kong family expected a trader seeking a premium. Instead, it faces an investigator who will not name a price until the company's concealed corruption is visible. The Kong brothers assume Uedo investors cannot recognize hidden construction records. Faced with mountains of invoices, they expect Fantasy to get lost and return to bargaining. Inside the audit room, however, Sunyang's veteran team identifies an abnormal overseas payment within 2 hours. Records claim Dia imported high-end chandeliers and interior materials, yet the shipment filled 1 container instead of the 6 or more required. The owners disguised themselves as raw material importers, manipulated foreign exchange, and moved stolen dollars abroad with customs assistance. The construction auditors know material volume from hundreds of real imports and confirm the invoice cannot be true. Dojin calls Yankeol, who praises the professionals and immediately activates a prosecutor. A search and seizure warrant will be issued that same day. When the Kong brothers enter expecting negotiation, an auditor introduces himself as the person who reported the executives and owner family to prosecutors. Fantasy says they can verify every allegation through the officials already moving against them. Management accuses Fantasy of destroying the company and its own shares. Then word arrives that the Financial Investigation Department issued a warrant with extraordinary speed. The entire family and leadership are barred from leaving Korea, ending any plan to escape with the overseas money. At Sunyang, the chairman assembles younger construction executives and promises promotions at another company. They fear a transfer outside the group is a disguised demotion, even when named chief executive, vice chief, and business management director. Yankeol names bankrupt Dia Construction as their new workplace. Fantasy will gain control within months and provide the resources to avoid collapse. The executives must transform the failing contractor quickly instead of protecting comfortable Sunyang careers. If they return Dia to the top, Yankeol promises it will become a separate Sunyang affiliate within 2 years rather than merge into Sunyang Construction. Independent leadership and additional executive seats become the reward for doing the impossible. The transfer plan makes Fantasy look like another chairman-built vehicle. Even Lee Hakji hesitates to ask. Yankeol says Fantasy's major shareholder is someone he trusts deeply and that the company can be treated as created with that person's own capital. A cash-rich investment company, control of Ajin, partnership with Sunyang, and Yankeol's unusual trust lead the executives to one astonishing answer. Dojin. The youngest grandson is no longer merely a messenger. He is the hidden owner, choosing their future company. The final pieces click into place for Dia's leadership. Gene Yankeol would never lend his closest executives and political influence to an ordinary outsider. Fantasy's extraordinary protection means its real owner is family, his grandson, Gene Dojin, and the inheritance may be intended for the boy rather than either son. The prosecutor offers Kong Muzong a brutal choice. Cooperate, keep enough money to live, and remain in Korea, refuse, and every salary disguised as a gift to his children becomes another charge. The approval stamps already carry Kang's name, leaving him nowhere to hide. Kong threatens the prosecutor, only to learn that political rank no longer decides this fight. During the currency crisis, the person controlling dollars is king. Fantasy is bargaining directly with the presidential transition team, offering foreign currency in exchange for taking over collapsing Dia Construction. Employee testimony, executive statements, and incriminating records make the embezzlement case overwhelming. To avoid indictment, Kong must return every stolen one and sell his family's shares to Fantasy. With prosecution hanging over him, he agrees and asks only that the promise be kept. The first disclosed cash is 80 billion won, but Dojin expects far more after 10 years of theft. Even 200 billion may be conservative. Ocean hates the thought of Kong enjoying retirement with the share payment, so Dojin reveals the final trap. That payment will also return to the company. Making Kong completely penniless requires Dojin to deal with his other parent, his grandfather. Yang Yeol hears that the family has already admitted to 80 billion, while Sunyang auditors, prosecutors, accountants, and Dia employees search the previous decade for the rest. Dojin proposes buying the owner's shares, then making them repay the purchase price to Dia in exchange for avoiding prison. Yang Yeol enjoys the elegance of leaving Kong bankrupt, but asks why his grandson's anger runs so deep. The answer is not personal profit. More than 2,000 employees have gone 3 months without wages. Bank credit is closed, private lenders are circling, and families are sinking into debt. Dojin remembers his first life as a salaried worker, when losing one monthly paycheck could cover an entire household in darkness. Yang Yeol tells him never to forget that fear. Whatever happens, employees must be able to eat. For a moment, Dojin wonders whether the chairman concealed a compassionate heart beneath his ruthless exterior. Yang Yeol immediately explains the harder calculation behind the rule. Starving people betray because leadership neglected them. Insatiable people betray because leadership judged them poorly. Dia's abandoned staff exposed every hidden ledger once their wages disappeared. Yang Yeol's lesson is therefore not mercy, but vigilance. A ruler who lets his people go hungry manufactures his own enemies. On February 25, 1998, South Korea inaugurates its 15th president, while Fantasy begins rebuilding Dia. Ocean asks the creditor banks to spare innocent employees. The organizational chart beside him displays a management team drawn from Sunyang, strong enough to calm doubts about the contractor's future. Fantasy asks for at least a 1-year loan extension, reduced overdue interest, debt relief, and control of the voting rights attached to the bank's Dia shares. The creditors call those votes their only safeguard, but O argues that his new management makes constant supervision unnecessary. Then Fantasy raises the government's planned sale of Sungdong Bank. Rather than merely request favors, it offers to acquire the vulnerable commercial bank or form a consortium with the creditors. The meeting ends before anyone can answer, leaving Fantasy's much smaller Dia request looking suddenly modest. O demands to know why his nephew proposed buying a bank without warning. Dojin compares it to placing a whale before their eyes. Once the creditors confront a bank acquisition, extensions and voting rights become small fish. What does not yet know is that the whale is no bluff. Inside Sunyang, Vice Chairman Youngie rages that construction executives resigned without his consent and reported to Fantasy's Udo office. Convinced the chairman is hiding a deeper connection, he quietly summons young former executive Kim Kyung-shik, a man unlikely to resist attention from the Heir. Youngie flatters Kim over dinner and casually asks about his new work. Feeling safe, Kim describes the near-complete Dia acquisition and a detailed Sangam Media City project whose schedule and multi-trillion won cost will soon be finalized. Then he casually names department head Jean Dojin. Kim explains that Dojin often appeared to lead the specialists rather than learn from them. Oak introduced him with a rough title while taking him around the business. Youngie hides his shock. No one told him his youngest nephew was working directly beneath Fantasy's chief. Trying to contain his mistake, Kim says Dojin seems to be training in investment and mergers and acquisitions. Youngie relaxes. If Dojin remains outside Sunyang as a specialist like Ocean, he appears to be a seller and advisor, not a rival reaching for the family throne. Youngie presses for more information about the Media City project. Kim assures him that Dia will carry it out without difficulty. The mention of several trillion won transforms Youngie's curiosity into alarm, because companies across Korea are collapsing for lack of cash. The deepest insult is not merely the project's value. While Sunyang Construction is denied the opportunity, a bankrupt contractor controlled from Udo receives it. Youngie realizes his father has moved people, money, and a national-scale development beyond the official heir's reach. Youngie struggles to understand his father's plan and asks whether Dia can ever return to Sunyang after Fantasy acquires it. Kim says that contradicts what the chairman told the new executives. The sudden concern on Youngie's face warns Kim that his casual work report has exposed too much. Unable to solve the puzzle alone, Youngie enters his younger brother Donggi's neighboring office for the first time. He asks why Sunyang construction executives resigned together and whether Donggi knows they now work for Ocean at Fantasy. Donggi's intelligence network has already tracked the move. Donggi first assumes Yang Yeol is preparing something for his neglected youngest son. Because Youngki is O's friend and Dojin is the chairman's favorite, Fantasy could be an outside fortune that the two older brothers cannot easily seize after their father's death. Youngie reveals why that explanation is insufficient. Dia is not merely half the size of Sunyang Construction. It is preparing a multi-trillion won development capable of making it an equal rival. Yang Yeol appears to have handed an entire rich mine to someone outside the official group. Donggi finds the project impossible during a nationwide cash drought, unless their father is drawing the entire picture. If Yang Yeol is supplying the acquisition, the people, and the development, then Dia is far more than a gift to Youngki. The brothers decide they must ask him directly who will own it. Youngki refuses to run to the chairman like a child protecting his rice bowl. Dongyi proposes a safer performance. They will exchange information, present themselves as helpful executives, and offer every resource needed to make the acquisition and grand project succeed. Their interrogation can be disguised as business support. They review the family. Yoongi only wants security for his son, and the other branches lack room to intervene. Dojin looks more promising, but Yoongi's source says he is training as an investment and M&A specialist under O. Evidence they wrongly interpret as proof that he seeks expertise instead of control. When the two sons finally ask whether fantasy belongs to their father, Yankeol challenges their right to call themselves successors. Just months earlier, Fantasy supplied $1 billion during the crisis and took Sunyang Automobile plus valuable group shares as its exchange fee. A competent heir should know whether the person before him carries a rose or a sword. Yet his sons accepted what Yankeol calls daylight robbery, then came asking whether the robber was secretly friendly. Yoongi protests that bankruptcy was only days away and no alternative existed. Yankeol says precisely that desperation forced acceptance, and Fantasy would have won even harsher terms. The sons entered hoping to expose their father's secret, but the chairman makes them confess their own weakness instead. Yoongi bows, apologizes, and has no argument left. Yoongi calls Fantasy a knife-wielding robber, but Yankeol asks why his sons never examined the reason he accepted the trade. He reminds them of the Trojan horse. The Sunyang executives planted inside Ajin and Dia are soldiers he fully intends to retrieve when the gates open. Yankeol says Fantasy is borrowing his power and connections to swallow Dia and execute a massive project. Once Dia has grown, it will join Ajin. Then Sunyang will absorb the entire combined group. Losing the automobile now is supposedly only the interest paid for a much larger return later. The sons sense that their father still hides something. Dongyi proposes that when Ajin is reclaimed, its automobile business should go to Yoongi, or more honestly, to Dojin. He argues that the clever grandson deserves a chance because his unambitious father never pursued a place inside Sunyang. Yoongi silently fumes that Dongyi is diminishing the eldest grandson, while Dongyi performs generosity for advantage. Yankeol sees through both. He asks where Dongyi learned to distribute the chairman's property as though it already belonged to him, then orders both sons to remember only the mission of reclaiming what was lost. At month's end, Ajin will announce its second beginning. Yankeol commands both sons to attend, congratulate Ocean, encourage the executives sent abroad, and watch their former automobile company enter another owner's hands. Alone afterward, he admits that protecting his grandson from his wolf-like sons requires a lifetime of lies. At the proclamation ceremony, the rescued executives thank their guests and acknowledge the crisis that nearly destroyed Ajin. They promise renewed challenge, creativity, and endurance. Then they abandon both the Ajin and Sunyang names. The automobile group begins again under a new banner, HW. Dojin leaves the celebration early and brings Yankeol a bottle from bankrupt Bikro. He explains that the company may have failed, but its 70-year-old soju still sells. A product strong enough to survive, while owner's change becomes a carefully chosen symbol for Sunyang's future. Yankeol likes the idea of something that never disappears, pours a glass, and immediately improves Dojin's metaphor. If a company passes through the founder's bloodline, then perhaps its owner has not truly changed. Dojin realizes his grandfather has understood exactly what the gift was meant to say. Yankeol proudly compares their beginnings. At Dojin's age, he possessed only a few pieces of gold. Dojin now controls the enterprise his grandfather spent 4 decades building. Dojin credits the ranch he received as a child, but Yankeol refuses to accept all the praise. Many wealthy grandsons receive fortunes at 10 and forget them by adulthood. Dojin alone multiplied his gift by thousands. Yankeol tells him that a generous grandfather did not create the result. Dojin's own judgment and power did. On the night HW is born, the chairman grants him permission to be proud. The celebratory soju no longer tastes as good to either man. Their attention returns to Dia. Bank negotiations are advancing. Stolen funds are being recovered, and prosecutors are threatening Kang's descendants. Yet Kang refuses to surrender the proceeds from selling his shares. Yankeol calls that money his last weapon. If Kang's family is convicted, the share money can be seized by the state, leaving both sides empty-handed. Returning it to Dia would save the family. To Dojin, surrender is clearly wiser, so he cannot understand what decisive opportunity Kang still expects to appear. Yankeol says his grandson has become trapped by a useless business emotion, justice. Dojin cannot tolerate a family living comfortably on money stolen from a company whose workers went unpaid. Kang knows that anger and is waiting for Dojin's need to recover something, anything, to produce a better offer. A businessman's job is not to judge how another person lives. It is to move even one from that person's pocket into his own. Yankeol tells Dojin to offer Kang enough protection and money to choose cooperation, even if that means leaving the thief with a share. Yankeol proposes probation if Kang returns half the stock value, but his true lesson is broader. Take the money first and punish later only if punishment remains useful. If Kang no longer threatens him, Dojin should not waste another glance. Dojin agrees to decide as a businessman. At the detention center, Kang still appears relaxed. Dojin relays O's revised offer. Give all the acquired shares back to Dia, and the investigation ends with probation. Kang will even return publicly as a highly paid company advisor if he cooperates. The media can recast a disgraced embezzler as a veteran unfairly stained while serving his company. For an aging businessman, An advisor's name is lighter than a convict's. Kang sees that total resistance costs both money and honor, bargains over the salary, and accepts the contract. Dojin reports that Kang surrendered everything because the alternative was family imprisonment and state confiscation. His demanded price is 30% of the stock value paid as advisory compensation across 10 years, a respectable defensive move that initially makes him richer than Dia's actual president. But Dojin intends to honor the generous salary only for a couple of months. Then Dia's financial hardship will force drastic reductions. Kang will personally experience the miserable uncertainty of waiting for a paycheck that may never come. In a national crisis, everyone must tighten their belts until Dia becomes profitable. The former chairman cannot object when told his overdue salary will be paid as soon as the company can afford it. Those are the exact empty words he gave thousands of employees while stealing their wages. Before a long wait, Dojin tells his driver to rest at company expense. The man reports that Young Jun, after demanding an electronics post, was instead made an executive director at Sunyang Construction. Because senior leaders left for Dia, the appointment fills a vacancy without granting the main group power Young Jun wanted. When a driver cannot judge the appointment's meaning, Dojin draws a boundary. Anyone can drive and report facts. A trusted partner must explain why events happen and what they will change. Correct opinions accumulated over time create irreplaceable trust. The chastened employee promises to abandon his errand boy mindset. At an overseas university, a professor wonders why a Hollywood investor crossed the ocean to meet a mathematician. Dojin says films are only one target and asks about Cognitance, the professor's 3D optical measurement company, before revealing that Fantasy has also studied his paper on artificial intelligence computer vision. Dojin proposes giving automobiles eyes. Small cameras could monitor their surroundings, display a rear view, calculate distance to traffic ahead, warn before collisions, brake automatically, read signals, and recognize lanes. If analog images become digital information inside the car, the professor sees the ultimate destination, autonomous driving. The professor warns that self-driving exists only as theory and science fiction, with no reliable arrival date. Dojin answers that fantasy exists to make dreams real. He invites investment terms for both the vision research and Cognitance, then leaves the stunned professor time to consider them. Dojin knows the professor will eventually control a company worth more than 10 trillion won, built around autonomous driving technology. He is ready to accept almost any offer, bring the resulting systems to Korea, increase HW's value, and compete overseas with genuinely cutting-edge cars. Back in Korea, Yang Yeol scolds his grandson for traveling somewhere dangerous and dismisses the excuse that he merely wanted fresh air across the world. The trip is not the urgent matter, however. He gathers Dojin, daughter Hwa-young, and son-in-law Choi for political news. Choi's nomination for Seoul mayor is progressing, but the ruling party has selected Go Kyung-jeol. Dojin recognizes the name from his previous life. Go was the man who actually won the second nationwide local election. His aunt and uncle now face a historically formidable opponent. Yang Yeol teases that Dojin may have wasted his campaign money. The candidate announcement is not public, so Dojin asks how he learned first. Go personally called that morning because the ruling party wanted to recruit him, and because the chairman's money helped raise him to power. Go was not merely informing Yang Yeol. He wanted permission and reassurance that Sunyang would remain neutral. The chairman now has a dependent politician on one side and his own son-in-law on the other. Dojin recognizes his smile. Yang Yeol is delighted by an election in which both horses answered to him. Choi asks his father-in-law to stop Go Kyung-jeol from running. Yang Yeol calls the request pathetic. A candidate who expected a flower-strewn path cannot demand that the chairman eliminate every frightening opponent. He orders Choi and Hwa-young to consult their party and fight for Seoul's most important local office. Dojin understands that the lesson also targets him. Building useful public servants is never easy. From memories of the previous timeline, he profiles Go as an elderly but spotless former diplomat and ambassador. Choi has wealth and no need for bribes, but his Chaebol family is toxic during an IMF backlash. Yang Yeol has little to lose whichever candidate wins. Both Go and Choi are accessible to him. Dojin cannot share that amusement. Without the huge media city development, newly acquired Dia becomes a money pit, and the Sunyang executives sent there may fail. Rather than beg, Dojin looks for pressure points. Choi's wealth can be presented as protection against corruption, while Yang Yeol's name can support promises of investment, business, and apartment for Seoul. The claims may be political theater, but elections are won by accumulating such advantages. Dojin also plans to meet Go's camp. 40 billion won is already invested in his uncle, but Media City could return 10 times as much. Choi can campaign on the project. The problem is persuading Go, the likely victor, to execute a defeated rival's promise. That is why Dojin needs the meeting. The campaign begins as a brutal exchange. Go and his family face attacks over military exemptions. Choi is branded the conglomerate's son-in-law responsible for the financial crisis. In the middle of the fight, Yang Yeol introduces Dojin to Kim Kwon-hyuk, Go's closest aide and probable future deputy mayor. Kim arrives only because he could not reject the unnamed intermediary and is surprised to meet the young representative of fantasy, Ajin's buyer. Dojin thanks him, orders food in advance, and promises a short conversation. His courtesy meets a man already defensive and suspicious. Kim refuses favors before Dojin can name one and declares that a meeting with candidate Go is impossible. He appears to dismiss the young investor as another petitioner trying to reach power indirectly. Dojin lets him finish, because Go was never the person he wanted. Kim's temper reveals how accustomed he is to guarding his superior's gate. Dojin calmly says the candidate does not matter to this conversation. His target has always been Director General Kim, the strategist whose choices can decide Go's election and who expects to remain second forever. Dojin tells the aide that what follows will be far more interesting than a routine solicitation. The claim catches Kim as he prepares to leave. Instead of asking for access to the powerful man, Fantasy has approached the subordinate as though his own future were the valuable prize. Dojin has no complaint to file and no intention of ever meeting Go Kyungjil. Kim assumes a foreign investor is merely avoiding a direct solicitation, but Dojin repeats that the aide himself is the goal. Suspicion finally gives way to curiosity, and Kim agrees to hear him out. Dojin asks whether any permanent number 2 has truly become number 1. A ruler's right hand is gradually used up, reduced to a tail, and cut away. Titles like confidant and partner sweeten service, persuading subordinates to accept blame and sacrifice as proof of loyalty. Kim has not escaped that illusion. Dojin tells him that Go's political life depends on a strategist, yet Kim's own chance of inheriting power approaches 0. Rather than remain the right hand of a man with only a slim path from Seoul City Hall to the Blue House, he should sell Fantasy his remaining life. Dojin promises an enormous price and responsibility even for Kim's children, whatever lives they choose. In return, the aide must say one damaging sentence. If Go truly views him as indispensable, one mistake will be forgiven. If not, Kim will discover that he was merely a disposable farmhand. The sentence must make Go lose the mayoral election as though by accident. Dojin offers 20 billion won, laundered wherever Kim requests, plus an executive post at Fantasy and a foreign branch if he wants to leave Korea. The figure is meant to exceed anything the aide imagined receiving. Dojin remembers how cheaply people near power are often connected, then raises the scale beyond comparison. 20 billion can buy political entry, permanent security, or a complete reinvention. During a crisis when citizens surrender family gold, countless desperate people would sell far more than loyalty for that sum. Dojin assures him the powerful arranger can guarantee secrecy, gives him until the next day, and says another insider can expose Go's weaknesses if he refuses. Kim leaves with doubt already planted. Either he betrays his leader or begins wondering how little that leader values him. Yankeol admits he does not even know Kim Kwan-hyuk. He merely asked the contact to send Go's close aide without revealing his own name. He expects campaign sponsorship or a request to change horses. Dojin instead explains that he offered to by the subordinate's betrayal and support his entire future. Go belongs to Yankeol's generation. Even if the candidate accepts money and approves Media City, he will believe he did the young investor a favor. Dojin refuses relationships where recipients look down on him. Choi and Kim, by contrast, will work from gratitude and obligation. Dojin compares these recruits to the powerful people who bow at one call from the chairman. Yankeol laughs at the audacity, then admits he expected a private meeting with Go, not a wager placed on a man closest to him. The strategy exceeds his expectations and confirms that Dojin is learning to build power, not borrow it. Go publicly promises a better soul, while his closest aide hears Dojin's private offer echoing in his head. One fatal sentence for 20 billion won and a new life at Fantasy. Back at campaign headquarters, Go summons Kim when he needs money distributed to local organizations, then treats him like a servant. Seeing crisis reveal people's true colors, Kim cautiously asks for a week away because of a family problem. Go angrily refuses and tells him to postpone it during the campaign. Kim points out that he has lived in a hotel for weeks and can barely remember his children's faces, but receives no sympathy. Go orders more meetings, then remembers only to ask about approval ratings. Kim reports a lead within the margin of error and is praised for his work. What he wanted was one question about his family. After sacrificing his household for over 10 years, he discovers that Go does not even ask what is wrong. Kim delays a decision, convinced Go will ask the next morning. A full week passes without concern. The aide finally understands the truth. All his loyalty has made him useful, not valued. He returns to Dojin prepared to discuss the betrayal he once found unthinkable. Kim asks whether Fantasy and Sun-young are secretly cooperating to elect the chairman's son-in-law. Dojin says that if this were merely a family campaign, Sun-young's direct power would be easier. Fantasy's true motive remains a corporate secret, and Kim will not become an insider until Go actually loses. Kim realizes the bridge behind him must burn before Fantasy trusts him. Dojin argues that betrayal requires mutual trust. Ending service to a superior who treats a subordinate like a dog is merely ending a business relationship. Modern employment is not feudal loyalty, and Kim never served without expecting a future reward. Kim calls himself a snob for choosing money. Dojin says most people are, but few receive the means to pursue their own ambitions. Fantasy will finance Kim's run for the National Assembly in 2 years, through either party, a district race, or proportional representation. Kim orders the money moved. Kim instructs Dojin to place reporters on standby 2 days before the election. He will release everything at once. Dojin promises that the money is secure and says trust matters enough that Fantasy will never stab him in the back. Completing the exchange, Go's indifference began. With 10 days remaining, Choi staff warns that Go's lead is widening and only a major blow can reverse the trend. Dojin's allies remind them that Fantasy invested 40 billion won, acquired Ajin and Dia, and will not tolerate a half-hearted campaign or quiet surrender. The contract with OCN now becomes pressure. Even if victory appears impossible, Choi must personally reassure the investor whose money carried him this far. As the campaign prepares to fold, the threatened candidate wonders whether he should overturn everything after all, unaware that Kim's explosion is already timed. 2 days before voting, OCN buys food and drinks for reporters. In return, he asks them to stop describing Dia's future as hopeless and blaming the executives needed to cut out its rotten divisions. The journalists recognize the meal as useful poison but accept the bargain. A nearby group toast candidate Go's coming victory. One reporter recognizes a familiar voice and forces O to stay quiet while they listen. Through the wall, campaign workers praise their director general and ask whether he will become deputy mayor. The name confirms a potential scoop. Kim Kwan-hyuk is next door. Kim declares he does not want to remain a deputy. After making Go mayor, he expects a path to Udo and national office. Then he appears to respond to colleagues' suspicions and asks whether anyone truly believes a senior official would send his own children into ordinary military service. Kim claims he personally knows of false medical certificates behind the family's exemptions. Go's third son served only in defense, he adds, because the young man is an illegitimate child from an affair with a foreign ministry employee during an overseas posting. Even O is stunned by how completely Dojin turned the aide. O tells the reporters not to spread what they heard, knowing the warning will sharpen their hunger. Military privilege and an extramarital child can destroy Go's credibility and alienate enormous voting blocs. One journalist argues that competence should matter more, provoking the others to defend the public's right to know. O names the economic reward directly. The outlet that breaks the story becomes the decisive contributor to Choi's victory, and Soon-young may repay it with a year of advertising. Now, the reporters have both scandal and a justification for their editors. They rush out before the opportunity reaches a rival newsroom. By morning, television and newspapers lead with the military exemptions and illegitimate son. Go's approval falls 10 points at once. Inside the campaign office, the candidate demands the traitor's identity and turns violently on the people around him. Go confronts his closest aide. Kim drops to his knees, admits he spoke carelessly during a rare night of drinking, and invites punishment. The staged confession converts Dojin's deliberate sabotage into a believable personal error. Kim never admits selling the secret. He presents himself as the loyal aide whose exhausted tongue slipped, while the real malicious party becomes whoever overheard and leaked the conversation. Go's rage shifts toward an invisible enemy among the witnesses. The maneuver completes Kim's transition. Publicly, he is not a traitor at all, only a campaign worker who made one drunken mistake and begged forgiveness. Privately, the scandal fulfills his contract with Fantasy, destroys Go's lead, and preserves enough innocence for Kim to begin the political future Dojin purchased. As Seoul prepares to choose Choi, Yang-yeol wonders how Dojin persuaded Go's ambitious right-hand man. In the chairman's experience, great political dreamers take money only to gain power, while lesser aides use power to make money. Kim appeared to belong to the first group, which makes his betrayal impressive. Yang-yeol arrives at Fantasy and says O already carries the aura of a chairman. The polls from her separate networks show Choi ahead by 7 to 10 points, making victory nearly certain. Yet the chairman calls the election only the fifth obstacle in Dojin's Media City campaign. Winning City Hall sets the table. It does not guarantee that Dojin will eat. Contractors excluded from a gigantic public project will arrive with their own spoons. And if they receive nothing, they will overturn the table. Then Yang-yeol makes his proposal. Leave Sangam Media City to Soon-young Construction. Yang-yeol says Soon-young should sign with Seoul and direct the project while Dia plays a significant supporting role. O calls the arrangement what it is, a lead contractor and subcontractor, while the chairman labels it cooperation. Dojin asks whether his grandfather is truly taking the opportunity he created. Yang-yeol argues that a national-scale development cannot be handled by two companies. The struggling construction industry will demand shares, and without his authority a cartel may delay or redesign the project until Dia has no place. Even 20% will be hard for Fantasy to protect alone. O points out that most of Dia's new leaders already came from Soon-young, which should count as enough cooperation. Dojin cannot reconcile the demand with a grandfather who previously treated HW and Dia as future family assets. He wonders whether business profit erases even blood ties. Dojin notes that leaders normally come begging to Yang-yeol, yet the chairman personally visited Fantasy. The reason is urgency. Once Choi becomes mayor, Dia can launch immediately as the only prepared company, leaving rival contractors no time to organize or Soon-young time to seize the lead. Whether it is a test or a genuine takeover, Dojin decides that showing resolve matters most. He admits Dia needs construction expertise and offers Soon-young the position of reliable partner. But Dia will lead. Yang-yeol warns that an undersized company may tear itself apart trying to swallow the prize. Dojin answers that children grow by getting hurt and will attempt the project anyway. Yang-yeol asks whether he has just turned his grandfather into an enemy. Dojin denies it and still calls Soon-young the best partner, but the chairman declares anyone opposing his will indistinguishable from an enemy. Yang-yeol gives Dojin an O until voting ends the next day to reconsider. reminding them that success without him will be nearly impossible. After he leaves, the room falls silent. The election is about to deliver City Hall, but Dojin realizes the true battle for ownership of the future it unlocks has arrived. Exit polls give Choi Chang 42.1% and the sole mayoralty. He promises never to forget Dojin's contribution, but takes 30 minutes to make the thank you call. Dojin is satisfied with the victory, then turns immediately to the harder choice. Submit to Yankeol or fight him. Dojin will try persuasion once more, then resist. Oh admits Dia's transferred executives lowered their heads when the chairman hinted at the project, because they remain Yankeol's limbs. Trusting Sun-young made the acquisition possible, but may now deliver the entire company back to the chairman. Dojin refuses regret. The Sun-young team uncovered slush funds, preserved valuable units, and cut dead weight. Even if Dia and Media City must be surrendered, the loss can become tuition for a lesson. On names that lesson. Trust no one. While Dojin still believes his grandfather will not take everything without a deeper reason. Dojin visits Yankeol and says Choi called within a minute of the result, faster than he called the nephew who actually helped him. Yankeol laughs. The new mayor thanks the person who did nothing because that person has enough power to destroy him. Dojin acknowledges the warning before discussing Media City. Dojin asks whether Yankeol truly wants Mapo or is pursuing another objective. The chairman claims IMF has dried up even Sun-young's money and every opportunity matters. More importantly, Fantasy exploited the billion-dollar exchange and took the automobile company. Sun-young must replenish that loss through this project. Yankeol offers Dia enough work to repay debt and settle overdue wages, at least 30% of total construction. The immediate, precise figure proves Dia's executives report regularly to him. Dojin feels betrayed, but needs those same people if he eventually takes Sun-young construction. 30% may save Dia, but it cannot preserve the media empire his father imagined. Yankeol warns him to reconsider before speaking. Dojin has already thought all night and says it is too late to retreat. This is one matter he cannot yield. Dojin says he will proceed, even against Yankeol's will. If he earns nothing from Sangam, he will neither regret the attempt nor resent his grandfather, because Yankeol made his journey possible. His only childish threat is to stop calling for a few days if the chairman steals everything. Yankeol mocks the petty threat and asks whether Dojin will even skip greetings. The grandson promises his sulk will last less than a week, then leaves. Beneath the playful exchange, his strategy is settled. Move quickly and strike down his aunt and uncle before they can reinforce the chairman. As Dojin departs to begin the fight, Yankeol unexpectedly orders him back early the next morning. Before they oppose each other, grandfather and grandson will go out for air. The invitation suggests the chairman is not finished testing whether Dojin understands the scale of the battle he chose. Elsewhere, Youngie studies the succession. Excluding his father, he holds the largest stake, but friendly shares cannot defeat Yankeol while the chairman lives. He asks what happens if the old man dies before completing the transfer. The question shocks his advisors, though age makes it unavoidable. Without a will, the widow receives 23% of Yankeol's estate, and each child roughly 15%. Group lawyers know of no separate instructions, and a personal will would likely concern houses, land, or collections rather than taxable group shares. Equal division would turn the chairman's office into a coalition prize. Youngie calculates that his mother and third brother Sangi could secure his control. That means courting a younger sibling he never valued and worrying about every family branch. He resents the possibility that Yankeol will die without settling succession and leave one spark capable of burning the whole household. At dawn, Yankeol drives Dojin south to Gunsan, the place where Sun-young began. Dojin remembers the official history. After liberation, Yankeol took rice left in a former Japanese granary, sold it, and used the proceeds as seed money for the future conglomerate. Dojin earns points by knowing the story better than Yankeol's other grandchildren. The old warehouse, later seized during the war, eventually became a donated history museum maintained by the state. Yankeol laughs that his own exhibit cannot honestly record the theft that financed everything. Small thieves are punished. Large thieves survive because they possess power and repay part of the spoils to other powerful people. Yankeol divided the stolen rice's profits among protectors, then invested his remaining money into factories and buildings until Sun-young became too large to attack easily. The chairman says building the company was simple compared with preventing others from taking it. Dojin asks whether that is why he betrayed his older brother. Yankeol answers that a military regime was beating the rich for public support and had already marked Sun-young as a target. His brother managed factories but could not preserve the whole enterprise. If the regime seized both men, outsiders would take Sun-young. Yankeol therefore chose survival and sold his brother out, accepting that one family member had to absorb the blow so the company could remain his. Yankeol does not say whether the act was protection or greed. Instead, he turns the question on Dojin. Would the grandson sell his own family to protect what belongs to him? The answer will reveal whether Dojin can choose a company over blood as ruthlessly as its founder did. Dojin cannot answer easily. He must choose between the truth in his heart and the response most likely to satisfy the chairman. Dojin wakes in a rural medical center, relieved that he did not die helplessly a second time. His first concern is Yankeol. The doctor says both men are stable and only one of the 5 accident victims remains at surgery. But Dojin is startled by the number of people involved. Dojin identifies his grandfather as Sunyang's chairman and asks the hospital to contain the situation. The doctor mistakes this for a demand for VIP treatment. Dojin knows the real danger. News of Yankeol's accident can move Korean markets, so even family notification must wait for an official decision. Dojin reaches Yankeol and finds him scratched but alert. The chairman has chosen intensive care only as cover, so he can rest quietly for several days and has already begun suppressing the story. Whatever caused the collision, both men are alive, and that relief overwhelms every business calculation. When the truck came toward them, Dojin shielded Yankeol without thinking. The act was not a performance by an heir seeking Sunyang. It proves that the role of proud grandson stopped being an act long ago. Yankeol is his biological grandfather, and Dojin truly sees himself as family. Staff bring a wallet belonging to the patient in surgery. It identifies Dojin's driver, assistant manager Kim Yunseok. Ordered to go home after dropping Dojin off, Kim instead followed faithfully and rammed the truck before it struck the chairman's car, throwing his own life into the collision. Doctors can only promise their best. Yankeol orders them to save Kim, the man who may have saved both their lives. He marvels that Dojin found someone willing to die for him. Even people jailed in Yankeol's place never made that sacrifice. Dojin notes that the debt belongs to both of them. A transportation official reports that Yankeol's car was stopped at a signal when a truck entered from the left. Before impact, the car behind suddenly accelerated into the truck. Tire marks prove Kim deliberately changed its direction, turning a fatal direct hit into a secondary collision. No passenger car could survive an 8-ton truck, leaving Kim near death. His identity as a strategy team employee confirms that he was the accompanying protector. The truck driver is also seriously injured but under detective guard, preserving the only witness who may explain why the vehicle turned toward Yankeol. Police initially suspect exhaustion after an overnight drive, yet agree that more investigation is necessary. Lee Hachi asks for the truck number and driver's personal information, then unexpectedly orders the commissioner to cover up the accident because public knowledge could damage Sunyang. Because the victims are Sunyang personnel, the commissioner agrees to step aside. Hachi's work at the scene is complete. He will silence the hospital next. The public cover story protects the chairman and the markets, while Sunyang quietly investigates whether drowsy driving conceals an attempted assassination. Hachi tells Yankeol that police and hospital leaders will erase every detail while investigators dig into the truck driver. Neither man dismisses the possibility of a deliberate attack. No family member knew about the dawn trip to Gunsan, so they will wait for the driver to wake before drawing conclusions. Hachi understands the destination's significance. Beneath the public Granary Museum is Yankeol's private archive of memories. There the chairman once named Youngie and Dongie as successors. This trip was likely intended to give Dojin the same position and watch how the unusually guarded grandson reacted. Yankeol thinks Dojin might calmly refuse, then marvels that a 20-year-old risked his life and inspired another man's loyalty. Asked whether he would die for the chairman, Hachi jokes that a wife and 3 sons wait at home and he is too old to die unfairly. Yankeol quietly thanks him for 3 years once spent in prison on his behalf. Hachi answers that money has already repaid the debt. Their unguarded exchange shows how much time has passed and how deeply trust has settled between them. Then security arrives, and Hachi returns to work while Yankeol remains hidden in the rural hospital. At Gonji Medical Center, Yankeol's children are told that surgery is complete, but recovery cannot be judged for up to 48 hours. They demand transfer to Sunyang's elite hospital, but even slight movement may be dangerous. Hachi says the delayed notification followed the chairman's emergency rules. Behind the sealed door, Hachi proposes releasing enough detail to watch the family react. If the crash was planned, someone will move when they believe Yankeol may die. The chairman agrees, delighted that the deception grants him several quiet weeks and confident that Dojin will understand. Outside, the older sons ask to speak privately despite their siblings' protests. Both know Yankeol had been traveling to Gunsan with Dojin. The destination and the uncertainty of survival turn concern for their father into suspicion over inheritance and the youngest grandson status. Youngie asks what Dongie thinks, and his brother says the answer is obvious. If Yankeol dies before transferring shares, the eldest son gains the strongest position and no longer needs to perform an exorcism against obstacles like Dojin. The accusation is therefore almost automatic. Youngie admits the share structure may take months to untangle, but ownership is not only arithmetic. He would be chief mourner. Newspapers and broadcasts would show his face. Shareholders and executives would naturally treat him as chairman. The eldest son of a rich family inherits a premium before receiving a single share. Dongie hears motive in every advantage and asks whether Youngie did something enormous to seize it. The staged uncertainty works exactly as Yankeol intended. Before anyone knows the chairman's true condition, his heirs expose how quickly they suspect one another and how readily succession outweighs grief. Dongie asks directly whether his brother caused the crash. Youngie refuses to be distracted and gives the coldest possible answer. If their father never wakes, he will be sad, but nothing bad happens to him. Even Dongie admits an intentional attempt this sloppy would not fit Youngie. Youngie tells Dongie to use his talent for recruiting allies and handle Dojin himself. Dongyi asks only that his brother not attack the young man, but Yoongi rejects the false kindness. If Dojin becomes a threat, Dongyi will move before the eldest son does. Their truce is built entirely on mutual suspicion. In Yankeol's hidden room, physicians arrive with unexpectedly grave faces. Kim Yinseok is recovering faster than expected, but Yankeol's scans reveal a tiny tumor. Dojin blurts out cancer before the doctor can finish. Surgery may remove it completely because it was discovered early. The tumor is in a sensitive region of the brain. Dojin remembers that the founder died of disease at 78 in his previous life. Next year, by the present timeline. His own survival has already changed events, but this diagnosis may be the illness that originally killed his grandfather. There is no metastasis, yet the tumor is too small to classify and may be malignant because a checkup 1 month earlier missed it. Yankeol demands immediate removal. The rural team warns that a VIP case in such a delicate area exceeds its facilities and experience, so he asks for Korea's best surgeon. Yankeol jokes that he must live long enough to see Dojin married. Then he calls the grandson a lump of luck. Dojin inspired Kim's sacrifice, shielded him during impact, and brought him into the accident that exposed an otherwise invisible disease before it became irreversible. Dojin insists Yankeol is destined for long life. Hakji arrives and names Professor Jang Junsik of Myeonjin University Hospital as the recommended specialist. He will arrange a meeting and surgery, while the chairman keeps the first accident and true diagnosis under tight control. Yankeol tells Hakji to inform his sons only that he needs additional surgery. The news will surprise and fluster them, and flustered people make mistakes. What looks like a medical update is another deliberate test of every heir's ambition. Late that night, Hwayoung apologizes for visiting Oh before midnight. Her husband is selecting Seoul City personnel, and she promises to convey Fantasy's congratulations. Then she says her father was in a car accident and moved to intensive care after surgery. Hwayoung says there is no point rushing to a father she cannot meet. Her calm face does not match the gravity of intensive care. Oh wonders whether the accident was minor, or whether Yankeol's daughter is already calculating how much grief she should perform. The chairman's family test is beginning to expose its next subject. Hwayoung tells Oh that in the Jean family, a father's death brings calculations before sorrow. With no Sunyong shares of her own, she cannot afford normal feelings. Then she says Yankeol demanded control of Media City. Oh worries, but she claims her father would not steal from a grandson he intends to make a successor. Hwayoung knows the crash occurred near Gongju, while Yankeol traveled with Dojin. Oh's first response is fear for the young man. Hers is to imagine both victims never waking. She insists this is not cruelty, but an offer created by the possibility that the family's inheritance may open immediately. If Yankeol dies without succession, Hwayoung and Yoongi may each inherit roughly 11%. Added to her 17% of HW Automobile, she believes a combined stake near 30% could place her in the group chairman's seat. Even before visiting her father, she has calculated a governing coalition. Hwayoung promises 10 strong affiliates for helping her become leader. He corrects the arithmetic. Yoongi is his close friend, while she is nearly a stranger. Their combined leverage could instead make Yoongi, or himself, the kingmaker, and the price would be 15 affiliates rather than 10. Hwayoung says her mother would never support Yoongi and reveals that Yankeol at least recognizes Dojin as a successor. Yet a 20-year-old with no inherited shares cannot defend Sunyong through equity alone. The true inheritance is a web of officials who answer the chairman's call. Hwayoung boasts that even the prime minister runs when Yankeol calls. Asks whether the same official would answer her without a formal declaration from the chairman. Ownership, family name, and access are not equivalent. Her proposed coalition lacks the public legitimacy that makes power obey. Dojin reunites with Yoongi and showing only bruises. He explains that he and Yankeol were headed for the old Gunson granary. The destination immediately tells what the trip meant, because it is where the chairman privately marks successors to Sunyong. Spells it out for Yoongi. Yankeol regards his son as a candidate to inherit the group. Dojin realizes the journey was not sightseeing, but the same symbolic ceremony once given to the older sons. He was traveling to become the third successor before the truck intervened. Hwayoung inferred the same truth from the accident location, but Yoongi refuses to celebrate. Yoongi once boasted that Yankeol brought him there and told him to continue Sunyang's history. The ceremony is emotionally grand, yet it provides no shares or practical transfer. More than 20 years after being named, both older sons still hold less than 10%. Yoongi warns Dojin that Yankeol's greed is beyond ordinary imagination. He hates giving away anything that belongs to him, even to his children. Being acknowledged as heir means entering a trial, not receiving an inheritance. Dojin agrees that his grandfather is enormously greedy, but sees something larger, the desire for Sunyong to prosper. Yoongi and Dongyi received little, because Yankeol's expectation that they could expand the group was equally small. Dojin lowers his own expectations and calls the accident heaven's rejection of his succession. Yoongi sees straight through the dark calculation behind his son's gratitude, yet is proud of the restraint. Dojin will accept any inherited fraction without assuming a symbolic ceremony guarantees ownership. Unlike his uncles, he intends to earn enough expectation that Yankeol eventually chooses to release his grip. In hiding, Yankeol learns that presidents and executives are frantically checking affiliate share structures. The accident remains secret, but his son's movements have exposed their camps. Once surgery ends, he expects a bloody internal battle and can now identify which leaders line up behind which heir. Hakji reports that neither older son appears connected to the collision. Their private conversation showed genuine surprise and accurate fear that sudden death would shatter Sun Yang's succession structure. The evidence favors an ordinary accident, though both men will continue investigating. Sunyang Medical Center's director comes to transfer Yankeol and praises his own surgical team, including Professor Zhang. The chairman jokes that he is scouting the professor, then abruptly asks why the hospital declared him healthy 1 month earlier despite the brain tumor now discovered. Terrified of blame, the director insists dozens of physicians found nothing during the previous examination. The tumor may therefore be acute, though he cannot judge without new scans. Yankeol dismisses him after ordering that only he know the chairman will be operated on at this hospital. Both medical teams agree the tiny tumor was genuinely difficult to see, yet Yankeol cannot ignore the pattern. A hospital missing his brain disease, followed by a perfectly timed crash. He orders surveillance on the director and a board dismissal within months, preferring to remove even an uncertain risk. 10 days later, Kim is awake and speaking despite some confusion. Dojin asks him to recount the dawn. Kim had been told to go home, but continued following, partly because he wanted to drive the new car on empty roads. That impulsive disobedience saved everyone. Kim recalls the changed vehicles and why his was the sole car behind the chairman. The replacement's speed and safety made the interception possible. Yet one detail prevents him from accepting a random loss of control. The truck's line did not drift while approaching the intersection. Asked what he means, Kim gives the decisive memory. The truck was not simply speeding through. It had been waiting for the chairman. His testimony transforms a suspicious traffic accident into a likely ambush and proves that whoever planned it knew enough to choose the exact road and moment. Kim cannot prove the truck waited, but his memory convinces Dojin the crash may have been staged. He asks a more personal question without suspicion or interrogation. Why did Kim sacrifice himself when survival was miraculous? The driver says he made the best judgment available in a single instant. Kim remembers Dojin telling him and team leader Shin that he did not demand loyalty, only fair deals. They receive money and give value in return. After awakening, Kim asks what Dojin can offer to balance a transaction in which the employee placed his own life on the table. The near-death experience has made Kim bold. Dojin asks whether he wants one destiny-changing lump sum or payment for life. Kim chooses lifetime installments because the chairman can cover immediate savings. Money spent once will disappear. Remaining beside, Dojin promises a longer and more interesting reward. Dojin repeats an older warning. Saving him does not excuse incompetence. He can repay the life debt only with money, while keeping Kim close requires actual ability. Kim accepts the distinction and promises to develop enough skill to stand beside him, stepping away voluntarily if he becomes a burden. Dojin grants 3 unconditional chances, no matter how serious Kim's error. The 4th major mistake will end their relationship. Kim vows not to use even one. Their bargain turns a driver and errand runner into a lifelong subordinate whose loyalty must be matched by professional growth. Before returning to Seoul, Yankeol visits Kim's bed and tells the injured younger man not to rise. He is grateful for his own survival, but even more thankful that Kim saved Dojin. He offers to repay the sacrifice without limit. Yankeol has already moved Kim's family into a Gangnam apartment and will cover every school and academy expense for his children. By removing the ordinary worries an employee would name first, the chairman demands that Kim reveal a larger, more personal ambition. Kim says family stability and education were all he needed. Yankeol would have paid billions, yet the young man appears ready to discard a once-in-a-lifetime fortune. The chairman grows angry at someone refusing generosity from an old man whose principal resource is money. Kim admits he does not know what else he wants. Yankeol says every person receives 3 life-changing chances. The first is being born to good parents. The second, in modern Korea, is entering a university whose connections can replace a weak background. Kim received neither advantage. University networks can change a person's social world at once, but Kim's path is already past that gate. He assumes one chance remains in the future. Yankeol corrects him. The final chance is this exact moment, when the chairman is prepared to buy any dream Kim has courage enough to name. Yankeol offers enough money to tempt even people born rich or educated at the best university. Kim answers that he rushed into danger for Dojin, not the chairman, because he serves the grandson. He does not claim a wish to surrender his entire life, only to stand as close to Dojin as his ability allows. Asked why, Kim admits he was ashamed of remaining an unnoticed shadow. Dojin once asked what role he wanted, and Kim decided he wished to stand proudly at the front and take pride in his work. The sacrifice created an opportunity, but his ambition is dignity rather than idle wealth. Yankeol explodes. One heroic act does not entitle an insignificant employee to cling to his grandson forever. He says Kim will only hold Dojin back and threatens to tear him apart if ambition hardens into dependence. If Kim becomes a restraint, the chairman will take back even his life. Later, Yankeol brings chicken and says someone wants to become Dojin's dog. He reveals that Kim refused a huge salary to remain close. Dojin explains the condition. Saving his life earns 3 forgiven failures, after which competence and consequences return. Dojin says a loyal subordinate must be honest enough to block a master walking the wrong path. Yankeol calls that wordplay and defines the dignity of a dog as unconditional self-sacrifice, body and mind offered without bargaining. Kim's conduct so far meets that harsher definition. Yankeol values that Kim did not hide his feelings and can understand important matters quickly. Yet he identifies a first error. Someone choosing Dojin as owner should not ask the higher chairman for permission. By doing so, Kim acknowledged another master above the one he claimed to serve. Yankeol also mocks Kim's self-respect and desire to become a confidant rather than an obedient animal. Dojin refuses to discard him. If sacrifice is the subordinate's virtue, keeping one's word is the leader's virtue, he will not treat a promise like worn-out shoes merely because the chairman disapproves. The chairman says Sun-young can supply more talented people, but Dojin needs a bond that a ranged skill cannot replace. Yankeol decides to show how quickly Kim will make a third mistake. They will stand together and watch whose authority captures the employee's eyes and words. A truly self-sacrificing dog should look only at its owner. But Kim faces the founder of Sun-young, older and institutionally superior to his current employer. The smallest glance can reveal whether his claimed allegiance belongs to Dojin or bends toward the greater power beside him. Kim apologizes directly to Dojin and says their connection seems to end because his ability is lacking. Crucially, he speaks to the chosen director before acknowledging Yankeol. What sounds like surrender also answers the test. Even when leaving, Kim directs his explanation and loyalty toward Dojin alone. Kim says the chairman reminded him of his true value. Saving Dojin made him greedy enough to reach for a role beyond his skill, so he will abandon it. Yet he reports this decision to Dojin first while Yankeol watches, satisfying the very loyalty test meant to expose him. Yankeol asks to speak with Kim alone. He confirms that the apparent reward is only a Gangnam apartment and education expenses, then offers enough additional money for a comfortable life without work. Kim refuses because he is young and cannot spend the rest of his life doing nothing. An idle, worry-free life once was his dream. But Kim watched a third-generation heir report to Udo at 7, eat ordinary meals, and waste neither time nor money. Given a limitless fortune, Kim fears he would squander his life. He would rather struggle honestly than become inferior to the example he saw. Yankeol says countless hardworking people still suffer and asks why Kim did not simply request permission to serve Dojin. Kim answers that the chairman's criticism was correct. Keeping an incapable subordinate would be pity. He rejects even Yankeol's offer of another company role and refuses to live through charity. Yankeol asks whether the truck was an accident. Kim says he already told Dojin his judgment and will not repeat a private conversation. The chairman must hear it from his grandson. Dojin then confirms that Kim remembered the truck lying in wait, though no evidence is conclusive. Yankeol says he will handle both the investigation and Kim. The driver has one indispensable foundation: genuine respect for Dojin. Work can be taught if that foundation is real. Without competence, he will still become a burden, but Yankeol now sees enough potential to test and develop. Elsewhere, watchers force an influential family member to meet a hospital director discreetly. Myeonjin University Hospital has completed Yankeol's surgery successfully, and he is healthy enough for discharge. The removed brain tumor, however, was malignant rather than benign. Successful removal does not end the danger. The visitor asks the hospital director about recurrence, seeking the private probability that the chairman's apparent recovery will be temporary. Medical uncertainty becomes political information worth more than any public announcement. Yankeol's family and executives still believe they are waiting for an accident victim. Knowing that he carries malignant disease allows one faction to plan on a different clock. Not whether he wakes now, but how likely the tumor is to return before succession can be settled. The chairman survived the crash, Dojin's driver survived his sacrifice, and the operation succeeded. Yet the confidential diagnosis ensures the succession crisis will not disappear. While Yankeol trains loyal people for his grandson, someone else is already measuring how soon the founder may die. The brain is unpredictable, and malignant tumors recur frequently. For an elderly patient like Yankeol, the director places the risk above 50%. It is not higher only because many patients die of other causes before relapse. The family listener tells the director to remain vigilant and sends him away. Youngie gathers affiliate leaders and invokes Gunson's chosen rice museum. Yankeol took Dojin there, disrupting the balance between his two sons. A 21-year-old may now claim 1/3, 1/2, or even all of Sun-young, while the chairman remains absent and management weakens. The directors receive documents listing the shares held by their companies. One corporate seal would transfer those holdings to Sun-young Precision Machinery, where Youngie is the largest shareholder. The consolidation would give him enough voting power to shake the entire group before any formal succession. The executives warn that such contracts exceed ordinary authority and could produce devastating consequences. Youngie claims he is not ordering immediate transfer. He is merely showing them the power available if an inexperienced child plays with the chairman's seat or threatens to divide the group. In the eldest branch, Youngjun asks his father to meet Dojin and convince him to give up early. Youngie warns that the accident interrupted the Gunson ceremony and may conceal more than they know. A clumsy approach could reveal their own information instead of extracting Dojin's intentions. Dojin already has enough money to live freely and carries fantasy business cards while studying law, investment, and M&A. Youngjun interprets this as interest in becoming an outside specialist. He claims the younger cousin may prefer a comfortable role beneath a large tree rather than fight for the tree itself. Years earlier, Dojin suggested that owning a modest affiliate was better than serving as an heir's number two. Youngjun now twists that conversation into proof the cousin could become a clever advisor. Youngi cautiously permits one visit, provided his son does not become deeply involved. Afterward, he is rebuked for interrupting a conversation with his father and reminded to lie low for a year. The family's nominal next generation is eager to recruit Dojin, yet remains subordinate inside his own branch and uncertain how much authority he truly possesses. Youngjun hosts Dojin in a private high-security villa supposedly designed for meals and business brainstorming. Dojin instantly reads its real purpose, entertaining women beyond public view. He also assumes company funds bought the property and interior, with employee labor quietly financing the heir's pleasure. Youngjun's luxury tells Dojin what kind of man is making the approach. Since the older cousin likely knows the meaning of Gunsan, the invitation cannot be casual concern after an accident. Dojin waits for the attempted recruitment, ready to feed him exactly the information that will prove most useful. Youngjun finally asks about lingering injuries. Dojin says he escaped with bruises and blames the long hospital stay on Lee Hokji's theatrical security operation. He also says Yankeol's surgery succeeded and the media blackout protected Sun Yang's stock price, offering just enough truth to sound open. Youngjun asks why they traveled to Gunsan and whether Dojin shares a secret with the grandfather who ignores him. Dojin says Yankeol suddenly wanted to visit the old rice museum as age made him nostalgic. He pretends not to know any special purpose, frustrating the cousin's desperate curiosity about succession. Dojin asks him to speak plainly, so Youngjun proposes they work together. He offers a vague compliment about how difficult it is to find someone like Dojin. The younger man recognizes empty employee flattery and says the offer is interesting but poorly suited to someone who prefers working alone. Dojin describes gathering information, building a database, and making independent decisions without adapting to other people. Youngjun says that makes him even more valuable because planning, analysis, and numbers are his own weaknesses, an admission that he is unprepared to manage the group he expects to inherit. Dojin firmly refuses, then wonders aloud whether he would have to enter Sunyang if investment ever stopped satisfying him. Youngjun bites immediately. He wants Dojin to become his Lee Hokji, the strategist who handles group affairs while the heir stands at the top. Youngjun promises more authority than Hokji, and says no executive would resent the founder's favorite grandson serving as the second public face of third-generation management. Together, they could transform Sunyang into a global enterprise. The vision sounds grand, but contains no equity. Dojin points out that he would still be an employee. Shared blood has no practical meaning without Sunyang shares. Youngjun insists cousins should not care which family member owns the equity, accidentally admitting that working together means Dojin supplies talent while Youngjun keeps ownership. The younger cousin says exactly that. Youngjun is trying to force him into employment. Offended, the heir asks whether Dojin considers him such a scoundrel and demands to know the difference between family and employee. His anger reveals that he has no convincing answer. A sincere partner could name shared risk, authority, and ownership. Youngjun can name only blood and future status. His raised voice substitutes for terms because the offer was never meant to make Dojin equal. It was meant to secure a brilliant subordinate before anyone else could. The failed emotional appeal gives Dojin control of the negotiation. He has convincingly denied interest in the throne while proving that he will not work for empty praise. Youngjun must now discuss actual shares, and that greed will make him receptive to the second bait Dojin brought to the villa. Youngjun admits that he also owns no Sunyang shares and cannot make immediate guarantees. Inheriting through his father may take 15 years, and the future is uncertain. Dojin performs reasonable greed, refusing to work indefinitely on faith, so Youngjun finally promises to allocate equity when he can. Asked for a number, Dojin demands 25% of whatever Sunyang stake Youngjun eventually receives. The figure is large enough to seem ambitious, but not enough to challenge control. Youngjun's hesitation proves he never intended to give anything despite describing a distant, risk-free promise. Dojin compares it to promising lottery winnings. Hesitation causes conflict even when no prize exists. His quarter stake would remain friendly, defend Youngjun's management, and later pass to Youngjun's future son. The heir laughs at the thought of giving it to a non-existent nephew and begins treating the fantasy as harmless. Dojin calls the offer a fallback if his independent plans fail, and thanks the cousin for caring. Youngjun embraces the performance, calls them brothers, and proposes making Sunyang great together. Dojin promises to stand on his side if he enters the group, completing the first deception. With trust established, Dojin releases the second bait. He asks whether Youngjun has money, then reveals that Ocean funded their uncle's mayoral campaign after Wyoung approached Dojin. Since Dojin's cash was tied up at Fantasy, he connected her directly to its chief. Youngjun instantly identifies the transaction. Fantasy financed the election in exchange for the Media City promise and acquired Dia to build it. The migration of Sunyang construction executives now appears to be evidence that Yankeol and O are quietly cooperating on the development. Dojin says the public does not know the project's location. With announcement, approval, and contractor selection still ahead, land prices have not yet exploded. The hidden site therefore offers a perfect place to bury excess money and profit before ordinary investors can react. Greed replaces every remaining doubt. Youngjun demands the answer, and Dojin names the Sengamdong area of Mapo. The confidential detail appears to be proof that the younger cousin truly chose his side and wants to share a private fortune before entering Sunyang. Youngjun sees advanced land acquisition. Dojin sees leverage. The heir's company-funded villa already revealed how casually he converts corporate resources into private pleasure. Given a guaranteed development site, he is likely to use borrowed or hidden money aggressively enough to create a vulnerability. By demanding future shares, Dojin looked greedy but politically harmless. By revealing Sangam, he looked loyal and useful. Youngjun now believes he recruited a brilliant right hand, when in reality the supposed subordinate has just aimed the eldest grandson's appetite at a location chosen to shape the coming succession fight. Most Sangam land is publicly owned, so Dojin points across a narrow road to cheap private parcels in Susik, Yinpyong. If the central site rises, surrounding prices follow, and Choi may expand Media City across both districts to win support from Mapo and Yinpyong. Dojin carefully advises buying only a small piece with spare cash because the boundary remains uncertain. Youngjun reacts exactly as intended. With enough capital spread across the likely area, he argues, even a partial hit produces profit. Risk disappears if one can afford enough bullets. When Youngjun's wife, Seo Yoon, enters, Dojin excuses himself to meet his girlfriend. The couple is left with a secret location and a shared appetite for land. His departure gives them privacy to turn a planted clue into their own decision, making the coming speculation harder to trace back to him. At Yoonki's home, Donggi says Gunsan proves Yankeol's intention and warns that executives will flock toward Dojin. He asks his younger brother to remain a brother rather than the father of a rival. Yoonki refuses to obstruct his son's dream and demands a solution that satisfies both sides without force. There is one Sunyang chair, but Yoonki tells Donggi to fight Youngi instead of expecting unconditional surrender from Dojin. Donggi decides the first step is speaking with his nephew, and Yoonki joins so the discussion cannot become private pressure. They wait over drinks until Dojin returns. Donggi immediately asks whether Dojin wants to become Sunyang chairman badly enough to skip his uncle's generation. Yoonki lets the question stand because his son is an adult. Dojin says he understands Gunsan's meaning, but also recognizes that direct succession is currently unrealistic. Rather than deny ambition, Dojin says he will accept everything Yankeol gives him, then resell it to whichever buyer pays the highest price. Payment may include more than cash. Until the inherited goods actually exist, he refuses to name terms or choose between the two older branches. Donggi understands that Dojin intends to place both uncles on a scale and wait for one to break under pressure. A contested stake becomes more valuable as their fear rises. Dojin even suggests selling immediately to avoid the trouble, but Donggi knows the careful grandson will never waste such leverage. Donggi calls him the family's best child and says that without the handicap of being the youngest branch, he might already be destined as third-generation chairman. The praise is also a boundary. The uncle admires Dojin precisely because he's determined never to lose the next seat to him. Both sides leave with ambiguity. Yoonki protected his son, Donggi confirmed the threat, and Dojin revealed no binding allegiance. He owns no decisive Sunyang shares yet, but by persuading every branch that he may receive them, he has already made himself the future casting vote they must court. After Donggi leaves, Yoonki asks whether his son is really giving up the Sunyang chair. Dojin says only for now. Everything depends on what Yankeol eventually gives him. His father promises to support whatever ambition returns, providing the unconditional backing the older branches lack. Hakji tells Yankeol that Youngi met minor affiliate presidents, likely seeking their company-held shares, while Youngjun and Donggi separately approach Dojin. Both branches see the youngest grandson as a possible casting vote. The chairman calls them fools for fearing the boy instead of simply proving themselves capable. Hakji asks whether Dojin will receive enough power to split the group. Yankeol says age and outside enemies still matter, then poses the real test. Is the man who shakes management stronger, or the man alert enough to notice? He orders a plan to enlarge the controlling pool and move his shares. While Hakji engineers the inheritance, another team watches the truck driver 24 hours a day. If anyone ordered the crash, contact with the recovering driver may reveal the sponsor. Yankeol prepares to transfer power without lowering his guard against whoever may have tried to end it. Land records show nearly every tradable parcel in Sangam was purchased in April and May, presumably by fantasy, Wayang, or political insiders. Susik, however, has almost no transactions and remains available in bulk. Youngjun immediately orders his people to begin buying there. A personal unsecured loan offers only 2 billion won, so Youngjun mortgages properties, borrows through 2 material companies, and demands a 10 billion won construction deposit despite poor corporate finances. He plans to leverage the purchased land again and orders subordinates to act first and report later. The initial pool still feels too small. Youngjun wants money from more affiliates and regrets not yet benefiting from his wife's banking family. By transforming company deposits and collateral into personal land purchases, he crosses the exact line his father fears, while believing inside information makes loss impossible. At City Hall, Choi says the Blue House and National Assembly support Media City as construction, stimulus, and cultural policy. Rather than wait for the July inauguration, he will announce it early and structure only a small public bid, so Dia keeps the main contract. Choi has not yet met his father-in-law and fears Sunyang Construction can still intervene. Oh agrees that Yankeol could derail everything, but Dojin believes hospitalization will keep him from meddling. When Choi asks the young man to leave, O states that nothing can be hidden from the project's starting point. With Dojin retained in the room, Choi names his mayoral terms True Horizon. June 2002, followed by the presidential election later that year. Media City is not simply payment for campaign financing. It must become the monumental achievement that carries Yankeol's son-in-law from Seoul City Hall toward the Blue House. Dojin asks whether Choi truly plans to run for president. The mayor cites a career as prosecutor, lawmaker, and Seoul's leader, then argues Korea needs a younger generation. His one weakness is being the son-in-law of a Chaebol blamed for the financial crisis, so he needs a monumental 4-year achievement to dilute that image. O forces Choi to state the real request. A presidential candidate trying to escape the Chaebol label cannot openly take Soon-young money. Choi wants support from Fantasy and other conglomerates, while Dojin assures Soon-young that he is not its enemy, letting him finance the race without appearing dependent on his wife's family. Dojin recognizes his aunt behind every word. Hwa-young cannot reveal weakness to Yankeol, so she wants her husband's presidential power pointed towards Soon-young. If regulators, intelligence services, and prosecutors remove her brothers, group control may fall to her. Dojin offers a way to erase Choi's Chaebol image with blood. Choi claims he is not afraid of dirty hands. Dojin asks for a person Yankeol dislikes, whose destruction will not damage the group, and whom the couple considers expendable. The second generation remains too important, leaving a third-generation relative as the necessary sacrifice. The name that emerges is Young Jun, arrogant, repeatedly protected, and already stained by drinking, violence, and celebrity scandals. If the Seoul mayor enforces justice even against Soon-young's eldest grandson and his own nephew, the public will see independence rather than Chaebol obedience. Choi cannot decide alone. Hwa-young must choose whether to cut away her nephew to remove her husband's handicap. Ordinary scandals will no longer be quietly buried by the mayor's office. They defer a final answer, but the political value of sacrificing Young Jun is now unmistakable. Hwa-young soon calls her nephew, says he increasingly resembles his mother, and confronts him over the interesting conversation with Choi. She calls him evil for exploiting the mayor's suggestibility, then asks directly whether a lawful path to the presidency can really succeed. Dojin turns the meeting into brainstorming. Hwa-young admits she hates Youngjun's distinguished heirs and the way his father never truly punishes him. In this family, court judgments are avoidable. Only Yankeol's judgment matters. Her nephew intends to create a disgrace even the chairman cannot excuse. She asks whether this will finally finish Youngjun. Dojin tells her to trust him and begin. In exchange, Mayor Choi must describe Media City using local administrative language. He should not mention Sangam alone, but speak as if the project belongs to the Susik district. Hwa-young recognizes that no brainstorming occurred. Dojin arrived with the target, the political benefit, and the wording already prepared. Youngjun's speculative purchases in Susik will soon look less like a guaranteed fortune and more like corrupt use of inside development information. The exact scandal Choi needs to prosecute. Hwa-young warns that attacking Youngjun may cost Dojin Yankeol's favor, but promises presidential rewards beyond anything offered to her brothers. With tax officials, intelligence, prosecutors, and regulators under Choi, she can remove people rather than corporations. Once her brothers are cleared away, she offers Dojin half of everything for his shareholder support. Youngjun wants him as a right hand. Dongyi wants to buy his future shares. Hwa-young offers half the kingdom. Dojin refuses to trust a bargain 10 years away, because Yankeol may leave him nothing. His aunt answers that they should therefore move before the chairman can decide otherwise. Dojin turns from distant succession to present business. Dia cannot survive without Media City, and Hwa-young knows Yankeol wants Soon-young construction involved. After hard bargaining over land profits and project risk, she agrees Dia can retain 30% and asks for future favor to cover the remaining concession. Hwa-young views the exchange as leverage rather than a normal contract, so she willingly concedes now in return for an obligation. Dojin recognizes this as standard Chaebol negotiation. Percentages are only the visible price. The more valuable asset is a favor that can be collected during a later succession crisis. Youngie summons his son and asks whether he's been buying land. Youngjun's silence confirms the rumor. Marriage saves him from an immediate slap because Seo-yoon is present, but his father demands a full explanation before deciding punishment. Youngjun explains that the land idea arose when he reconciled with Dojin. He did not rely on one cousin. Choi had already discussed Seoul development, and Youngjun claims he separately confirmed the project. Then Seo-yoon admits that she also bought land. Seo-yoon says journalists know both Sangam and Mapo and Susik and Yunpyeong were selected and prices are already moving. Her own family financed her purchases and likely bought enormous holdings as well. The couple treats inside information as a marital windfall and cannot understand Youngie's anger. Youngie calls them a perfect match, but not as praise. Correct information does not excuse the financing. If they mortgaged personal property, even ownership of the land matters little. If they crossed into affiliate funds, a private speculation becomes corporate abuse. The father guesses the full scheme. Youngjun pledged multiple affiliates, moved the proceeds into Soon-young construction, and converted deposits into speculative land. The heir does not even recognize where private borrowing ended and misuse of group assets began. Youngie's unfinished insult carries the verdict. His son has exposed the eldest branch to criminal and governance risk, just as Mayor Choi needs a Chaebol relative to sacrifice. Dojin never ordered a crime. He only supplied a location and allowed Youngjun's greed to build the trap itself. Youngjun argues that rising land values make the method irrelevant. Youngie knows he assumed repayment would excuse taking corporate money. Yang Yeol may ignore a messy process if the result resolves itself, but if speculation fails, neither father nor grandfather will save him. Youngjun alone must accept responsibility. Recovering, Yang Yeol meets his old rival, Chairman Ju Youngil of Daehyun. They joke about death and a hidden accident, then disagree over inheritance. Ju recommends one heir to prevent endless conflict. Yang Yeol says the fighting will belong to his children after death, and therefore is not his concern. Their business concern is Media City. Yang Yeol says not to mind his son-in-law and offers to handle the government approvals Ju needs for Daehyun. In return, the old competitor should remain patient while the chairman decides how to protect his own regime and its high-quality companies. Ju reports that Choi may seek the presidency after 4 years as sole mayor. Yang Yeol dismisses him as Wei-young's puppet, but Ju warns voters, not the father-in-law, will decide. A Sun-young son-in-law in the Blue House could attack Daehyun first and then help Wei-young see Sun-young. Ju again urges equal inheritance, but Yang Yeol refuses to waste everything on fools and fade away as an old man. He still has work to do, including containing a daughter whose greed grew because she was the only girl he spoiled. The two chairmen separate after their meal. Choi then receives Chairman Ju. After ceremonial food and congratulations, Ju says exactly what he came for: give up Sangam. Choi cites a policy excluding giant firms such as Sun-young and Daehyun so struggling contractors can revive, and appears ready to end the meeting. The chairman stops him by naming the larger problem of living beneath an overbearing wife and powerful in-laws. Sole licensing can punish Daehyun, but Ju offers something the mayor values more: help against Wei-young and the Jean family, whose approval continually scratches his pride. Ju says men in his own wife's family also get controlled, so he understands the humiliation. He promises not only to help Choi handle Wei-young, but to finance and guide him into the Blue House. The impossible presidential dream suddenly gains another conglomerate sponsor. The offer reframes Sangam. Ju is no longer asking for contractor share. He is buying a future president and offering Choi an independent power base beyond Sun-young. If accepted, the mayor can appear to escape one Chaebol family while quietly becoming indebted to another. Yang Yeol treats his son-in-law as expendable, and Wei-young treats him as a tool. Chairman Ju recognizes that resentment as an investment opportunity. For the first time, Choi can imagine political authority strong enough to reverse the household hierarchy, and that image makes Daehyun's proposal dangerous. Chairman Ju says a line already separates Choi from Sun-young. Yang Yeol hates giving assets, even a blood, and Wei-young will not surrender the husband she controls. Ju always invests in people and suggests that two conglomerates can share a future president whose new political route need not remain his wife's family. Ju cites his own 3 wives and says divorce and remarriage are no modern disgrace. Choi need not leave Wei-young now. He can live with her until the mayoralty puts a knife in his hand, then decide. A presidency would let him use Wei-young to seize Sun-young instead of being used by her. Meanwhile, Wei-young asks how many speculators Young-jun drew in. Dojin says the heir paid twice the market price and, amid competition, likely 4 or 5 times more. He has committed nearly everything. Removing Susik from development now will produce a loss too large to recover. Wei-young wants to spring the trap immediately, but Choi develops his own strategy. If he directly destroys Young-jun first, the act looks targeted. A former prosecutor begins from the outside. The market should shoot the heir, investigators should stab him next, and the mayor will publicly collect the remains. Choi announces that ordinary citizens donated valuables during IMF, while the rich bought cheap land and gold. Because speculators exploited a cultural construction plan, Susik and Yunpyong are removed from New Seoul Town. Development shrinks to Sangam in Mapo, and he vows that speculators will earn nothing. A former prosecutor and current mayor has declared the target. Credit agencies and investigators cannot ignore massive speculation during a cash-starved national crisis. Choi catches Young-jun without appearing to attack family, and even Yang Yeol cannot fault a public anti-corruption policy built around fair construction. Dojin and Wei-young notice that Choi suddenly seems different. Years of intimidation kept his opinions hidden, but winning Seoul through his own professional skills gives him confidence. He may now sprint so hard that it resembles escape from his wife's control, guaranteeing conflict inside their household. Wei-young has ended her hotel stay and returned home just as Choi begins acting independently. At the same time, Young-jun and Seo-yoon face the collapse of their speculative fortune. Before the mayoral marriage explodes, the younger couple may begin fighting over who carried them into the trap. Dojin does not appear in the mayor's public attack, and Choi does not have to arrest his nephew yet. By changing the district first, Seoul creates an objective financial disaster. Every later investigation can be framed as a response to loss, insider dealing, and corporate misuse rather than a Jean family feud. One announcement rescues Choi's reform image, pleases ordinary citizens, and wounds the heir Wei-young hates. It also proves Chairman Ju's point. Offices place a knife in the son-in-law's hand. The question is no longer whether he can use power, but whose interests he will cut for next. Seo-yoon invested the entire 5 billion won from her parents and has already lost half. The money was borrowed through an incomplete story rather than full disclosure. Hung over and frightened, she is summoned by Youngi, who already understands both the speculation and the danger to the family. Youngi tells Seo-yoon and her parents to erase her involvement. She never bought land, lent her name, or knew a Jean relative used it. Because she personally visited realtors, the lie is fragile. One article linking Sunyang's new eldest daughter-in-law to advance land purchases could punish both families. Yoongi restrains his violence because Seo-yoon is present and demands Youngjun's solution. Some parcels sit under corporate names, and personal purchase money can be transferred to those companies, but no buyer exists. Youngjun says nearby development will eventually restore value, over roughly 10 years, earning his father's fury. Seo-yoon proposes that her parents hold a press conference and spread rumors among Gangnam investors that Susik's exclusion is temporary. Prices could cool, then rise when development resumes. Yoongi recognizes the trick but sends her to her parents and forbids return until they solve the damage themselves. Choi followed the initial trap, then began acting beyond Dojin's design. The final result may still match, but an independent mayor introduces the risk of no payoff. Dojin must watch his uncle while beginning a harder plan, one that cannot rely on future knowledge or naturally greedy targets. The next target laughs without greed, which makes Dojin nervous. He tells his father that today's opportunity is the first piece of a puzzle meant to take 10 or 20 years. The frame and pieces are prepared, but no one exists to solve it. Yoongi realizes his son is asking him. Dojin starts with the newly announced Media City, the project he built with O. It was never intended as construction branding. He wants the name and purpose to match. An entire district filled with major media companies as Korea moves from analog toward digital. The district must become the symbol of the new millennium rather than a collection of buildings. Production, entertainment, distribution, broadcasting, and technology should concentrate there, allowing each business to reinforce the rest and turning valuable land into the infrastructure of a future industry. Unlike Youngjun, Yoongi cannot be manipulated with effortless profit. He abandoned the main family's race and built a life in film, making his standards personal rather than financial. Dojin must awaken enough ambition for his father to lead a project whose real value may take decades to appear. Dojin's long strategy begins by giving Yoongi something larger than a Sunyang inheritance, a chance to create the media world he once pursued from outside the group. Sangam's first essential company will not be a contractor. It will be the integrated media enterprise capable of making the city real. Yoongi says film, television, music, production, and entertainment require strict specialized labor. Dojin points to Sunyang's ability to span electronics through food and says the media company should integrate those specialties. More importantly, it must operate its own channel, a television station controlling distribution. Public broadcasting dominates Korean imagination, but Dojin wants to begin smaller with cable. Starting a new station is difficult, and most existing channels lose money, so he proposes purchasing one already struggling. Yoongi realizes his son has a specific target that is effectively for sale. The target launched as a free movie channel in March 1995, borrowed heavily for foreign content, and expanded into multiplex theaters. Exchange rate collapse turned those obligations into a bankruptcy threat. Dojin compares it with the American cable market, where basic and premium channels are building successful original series. Yoongi doubts Korea will follow America, while 3 public networks already overflow with content. Dojin says one distinctive, well-made drama can draw viewers like a great restaurant in a remote neighborhood. The business rests on quality programming, even though the young market currently provides little more than theory. Many people will call the plan plausible and ask Dojin to entrust it to them, but most will be scammers. A real operator needs business experience and must survive perhaps 10 years of losses while shortening the deficit period. Anyone promising immediate riches should be rejected. The warning clarifies his choice. I was already overloaded. The best candidates studied management and economics in England, spent 10 years inside media, and now helps lead Chung Muro's film industry. Dojin's description points toward a trusted figure already close to his family's work. Yoongi tells the chairman that Youngjun used subsidiary money and lost it. Yankeol says the failure to teach him is genetic because father and son resemble each other. Yet Youngjun was never obsessed with earning money, so his sudden land speculation needs an outside trigger. Yankeol knew about the land but avoided it during a sensitive crisis and Choi's first project. Yoongi cannot admit that his sister deliberately trapped the heir, so he says Seyoon drew information from Dojin and involved her husband. He recast the betrayal as a chance remark Youngjun greedily investigated. Yankeol hears Dojin's name, but concludes the root remains Youngjun's appetite. The past matters less than containment. Yoongi promises to solve everything, and the chairman warns that he hates seeing an older son toyed with by a younger sister. The eldest branch must recover its own authority. After Yoongi leaves, Yankeol laments that his son still cannot identify the real enemy. The explanation is too convenient. If Dojin planned the entire sequence, recruitment, inside location, over-leveraged buying, and public reversal, then the youngest grandson has begun showing the fangs required of a true successor. Mayor Choi's allies find 2 companies where Youngjun is the hidden majority owner and trace the land money to Sunyang. The district prosecutors could see embezzlement but stopped the moment the conglomerate's name appeared. Many received Sunyang scholarships and are repaying old favor with silence. His helpers worry because they also took Sunyang money through Choi. He promises to expose the case personally and replace any payments they lose. The objective expands from catching Youngjun to removing boss geometry, the prosecutor shielding him, so Choi's people can occupy both positions. Choi will use Seoul's platform, the press, and the opposition to demand a special investigation. Youngjun may escape with a land purchase charge instead of embezzlement. The more important target is a ruling party prosecution service caught concealing wrongdoing. Choi wants prosecutors to support his next election, the presidency. Before cameras, Choi apologizes for his family. Seoul supplied evidence of illegal speculation, yet prosecutors showed no movement while suspicious people tried to erase records. He names his Sunyang in-laws as manipulators and the prosecutors as knowing enablers, then demands National Assembly intervention. News reaches Yeol, who asks what his grandson has done and why prosecutors became involved. Dojin admits he gave Choi a minimally damaging way to shed the Sunyang son-in-law label. Remove Youngjun from Yunpyeong development. He never expected the mayor to widen the attack into institutional war. Rather than hide, Dojin accepts responsibility. He cannot control Choi now and assumes the parties will settle. Yeol notes that the grandson feels secure because Fantasy's campaign payment records can serve as reins. Dojin calls them insurance and admits he believes the mayor remains controllable. The chairman calls him complacent. Dojin hoped to raise Choi into a useful presidential mount, but the person holding the reins may be destroyed first. Choi underestimated not merely the prosecution but Youngjun's in-laws, Seon's family, owners of Hansung Daily. Hansung's family poured its own money into Susik through Seo-yoon and suffered major losses because of the mayor. Advertising makes newspapers fear conglomerates, but politics is where the press becomes the bully and elected officials become afraid. A family paper cannot allow itself to appear easily defeated. If Hansung is rumored to have been played by Seoul's mayor, it will be branded weak. Its editors, therefore, have an existential reason to attack Choi relentlessly. 4 years of hostile coverage can end the presidency, perhaps even the mayoralty, and sustained attacks on Media City can turn public opinion against Dojin's entire project. The trap succeeded too broadly. It wounded Youngjun, his wife, her wealthy parents, protected prosecutors, and now the media outlet attached to them. Dojin controlled the first domino, but did not count every institution it would hit. Yeol's lesson is immediate. Political power is never one horse and one set of reins. Yeol asks if his grandson considers him nasty for encouraging family conflict and enjoying their difficulty. Dojin admits that side exists and says his relatives' attempts to recruit him revealed Gunson's meaning. The chairman believes only someone who fights for a company can keep it. Effortless recipients eventually lose everything. Yeol is not deciding whether Dojin will enter the fight. The grandson entered long ago. He is deciding how much more to give. Dojin protests that he received nothing, dismissing the extra 17% acquired with Sunyang Mobile as interest on emergency dollars rather than inheritance. He also reminds Yeol that shielding him during the crash saved his life. The chairman mocks a grandson who is barely injured, then says crying children receive extra treats. Watching his inadequate heirs makes him think the competent child can survive with less, because equal resources would leave the others no chance. Dojin understands that ability, pride, and closer blood ties complicate the decision. He jokes that he will start crying tomorrow, but today he will act as the perfect grandson and accept Yeol's will. His real hope is not affection for him. It is the chairman's greater love for Sunyang's prosperity. The political blowback now centers on alleged corruption in the privately awarded Media City contract. Hansung Daily may inspire every other newspaper, and public pressure could end the deal. Hwayoung believes Yeol must intervene because Sunyang holds 30%, but Dojin remembers he already drew a line against involvement. Even Hansung itself is endangered. Yet the larger problem is Choi's transformation from submissive husband into an unpredictable mayor. Dojin wonders whether Yeol opposed politics because he anticipated this awakening. He and Oh decide to meet Hwayoung and stabilize the mayor until Media City is safe. At home, Hwayoung asks what Choi gains by attacking the prosecutor's office. He delays the conversation. When Oh and Dojin arrive, she apologizes for her husband's trouble, while Dojin casually reveals that Yeol already scolded him without hearing Hwayoung's role. Oh says blame is finished and cleanup matters. He overhears part of Hwayoung's call and asks what else has happened. Because the conspirators share exposure and dependence on Media City, he urges her to reveal the new threat rather than protect family pride. Hwayoung admits Choi will personally visit the Central Prosecution Office over its half-hearted land investigation. Instead of seeking peace after publicly humiliating the institution, he intends to pick another fight on its own ground. The escalation exceeds every plan she approved. Dojin's insurance cannot prevent a mayor from generating new enemies faster than allies can contain them. Choi now faces Sunyang, Hansung, compromised prosecutors, and his own wife, while another sponsor whispers about the presidency. What began as a controlled sacrifice is becoming political self-immolation. Hwayoung monitors her brothers, but assumed her husband was harmless. Dojin warns that a sole budget above 1 trillion won will surround any mayor with people seeking influence and money. Choi's behavior may reflect a changing circle, not merely delayed rebellion against his wife. The necessary patron would need enough campaign money to make Choi ignore Hwayoung. This is not a small opportunist, but an eagle with its claws around him. Dojin tells his aunt to stop lecturing. The mayor is releasing years of resentment, and her familiar dominance cannot restore control. Overnight, newspapers follow Hansung Daily in praising Choi for exposing wrongdoing inside his own in-laws family. Yeol would not reverse his promise, so the unified coverage implies a powerful sponsor able to supply advertising across the press. With funding solved, Choi can finally ignore Sunyang. Dojin is angry at himself for imagining the frivolous man as a future partner. Oh says they both misjudged him. A patron who buys the mayor will eventually discard him, and continued cooperation creates uncontrollable risk. They will secure Media City, then remove Choi from their plans. Yeol asks Youngjun's loss and hears an evasive answer of just over 60 billion won. The chairman orders an apartment prepared in Geoj and invents a lowly storage manager title at the shipyard. Beginning the next morning, the spoiled heir will live there and do nothing without permission. Dongyi receives authority over when his nephew has improved enough to return, humiliating the eldest branch beneath the second. Yoongi must clean the corporate trail before prosecutors reach it. Any remaining evidence of affiliate misuse could send his son to prison rather than mere exile. The chairman then turns to Seo-yoon and gives an even harsher order: divorce. Her family helped finance the speculation, and her marriage connected Hansung's power to Youngjun's failure. By separating the couple, Yang Yeol intends to cut both the liability and the alliance surrounding his eldest grandson. Yang Yeol also uses the marriage as an answer to the rebellious mayor. Choi wants to shed the title of Sunyang's son-in-law. The chairman proposes granting that wish by dismantling the family bond itself. The decision targets Wei-aung's marriage as much as Youngjun's, sending a threat through both generations. No cash bailout follows. Youngjun loses status, freedom, and soul. Yoongi receives cleanup duty. Seo-yoon loses her marriage, and Dongyi is elevated as supervisor. Yang Yeol has changed his succession method from rewarding the best candidate to actively discarding anyone who endangers Sunyang. Dojin's Susikbait has done more than create a financial loss. It divides Youngjun from his wife, weakens the alliance with Hansung, subordinates him to Dongyi, and forces Yoongi into potential obstruction of justice. The eldest branch survives, but every supporting relationship around its heir is breaking. Yang Yeol tells Wei-young to divorce Choi and offers hotels, condominiums, and a golf course separated from Sunyang under her own name. He will not force the choice. His new succession philosophy is simpler. Stop searching for the most talented heir and remove the worthless ones instead. At Fantasy's U.S. headquarters, Dojin forbids new direct investment in .com companies. Silicon Valley attracts the world's money, but private stakes leave Fantasy unable to choose an exit. Investors must control the game rather than play by founders' rules, so future exposure will come through Nasdaq. Howard questions the caution because early private deals built Fantasy's fortune. Dojin cannot admit remembering the bubble's collapse, so he describes companies with no real business, covered in attractive language, and sold as the spirit of venture. He demands actual services and sales, even without current profit. His example is Azon.com, an online bookseller founded in 1994. One employee knows it well because he lost $50,000 after its disappointing public debut. Dojin says the mistake was not buying too much, but buying too little. He would have invested 100 times more. Azon takes orders, ships books, and generates measurable sales, separating it from empty ventures. Fantasy will unwind private.com positions despite losses, invest only after Nasdaq listing, and sell every bubble-sensitive holding in the first quarter of 2000, before the fraud becomes visible to everyone. After the investment rules, Howard proposes Los Angeles for the premiere of Saving Private Jack. Fantasy's film investments make it a studio partner, but Dojin has already watched the famous movie repeatedly in his former life and has no interest in another ceremony. The real reason is a studio signal. After discovering Fantasy's Korean capital, DreamWorks wants an Asian partner, $1 million entry, roughly $750,000 for 25% interest, and Asian distribution rights as the opening proposal. Howard has not yet accepted. The terms interest Dojin less as a personal film deal than as a foundation for the media enterprise he just proposed. Asian rights create content, relationships, and distribution leverage for the Korean channel and studio network. He immediately identifies the person who will bite hardest: his father. The Los Angeles invitation is no longer a red carpet event. It can place Yoongi before a global studio, give him responsibility for Asian distribution, and offer the credible international content needed to start a cable channel. Dojin's separate investments are becoming one integrated media strategy. Dojin struggled to instill desire in someone uninterested in wealth. The DreamWorks proposal supplies a different motive: film, creative control, and the opportunity to build Korea's gateway to global media. Instead of asking Yoongi to chase Sunyang shares, he will ask him to own the future of what audiences watch. Yoongi worries that the DreamWorks arrangement may not justify $5 million. Dojin says he never spends without benefit and asks his father to judge the plan, not the money. A dream that can be cleanly priced is not a dream. Money is only a tool to use and discard in reaching it. The father jokes that he expected a cold Chaebol child, but raised a wise one. Rachel will take him to the studio. Dojin travels instead to Stanford, whose startup culture helped create Silicon Valley by supporting student founders rather than merely feeding graduates in nearby companies. Dojin expected the founders to remain at school, but finds them in a Silicon Valley garage without major backing. Larry Green and Serge Robin confront the young stranger outside their office, unaware that the visitor has come precisely because their search engine is still cheap enough to fund at its beginning. Dojin jokes that they should see angel wings behind him. The two cannot believe a young Asian visitor might be the angel investor they desperately need, so he asks for a beer and steps into the borrowed garage of an acquaintance who works at Intel. To establish credibility, Dojin calls Belle Martin on speakerphone. Belle greets Howard Jean warmly, remembers the extraordinary childhood investment, and says he would gladly invest in any founders Dojin discovered. The famous entrepreneur's spontaneous endorsement turns an unbelievable claim into verified access and capital. Dojin leaves them alone on the call and informs Rachel and Yoongi that he will stay overnight. When he returns, the founders know he invested $9 million at age 10 and surrendered operational control to Martin Computer's founder. Their suspicion becomes excited disbelief. Bell wants to join the deal, but Dojin warns that the now successful millionaire may force his ideas on a young company. Martin Computers uses the internet yet remains a distributor. The founder's search engine is fundamentally different and should not inherit another executive's business model. They still see Bell's public fortune as security and wonder why they should exclude him. Dojin reminds them that the $9 million investment occurred when he was 10. Years of compounding and subsequent deals mean they should not assume his present wealth is smaller than Bell Martin's. He offers something rarer than money: capital without a founder's ego. The earlier Martin deal proves he can fund a company while leaving its creator in control. By presenting himself as both richer and less intrusive, Dojin makes the alternative investor look unnecessary. Larry and Serge only need enough resources to keep search running. Dojin knows their company will reshape the internet. The entire opportunity depends on preserving that future. So his objective is not to seize the garage, but to become a permanent owner without changing what its founders are about to build. Larry and Serge say their most desperate need is a stronger server. Stanford and Silicon Valley users are already building the search index beyond the borrowed machine's capacity. Dojin proposes everything at once: server, office, employees, and safe cars, because an avoidable accident could destroy his return. Dojin wants them focused on development, not luxury. Their goal is billion-dollar equity rather than spending investment cash. When they cautiously request $200,000, he compares it to a few hotel nights and offers $1 million now, with tens of millions to follow after results. The founders calm their excitement with beer and prepare a contract, knowing money determines future ownership. Dojin feels sick considering how much advantage his future knowledge could extract. These two will change the world. His task is to change Sun Yang, not distort their company through excessive control. Greed could destroy the one weapon he possesses by changing the future itself. Dojin therefore promises staged investment up to $30 million. After that, the search company will either be large enough to attract outside capital or dead enough that a different solution is required. Larry asks why a wealthy believer would stop when growth demands more funding. Dojin says multiple sources bring veterans who have watched Silicon Valley companies rise and collapse. Their warnings may be irritating but valuable, provided the founders never betray the values underlying their search engine. Asked what happens if the business fails, Dojin refuses a recovery clause. They will start again. He will invest $100 million, $1 billion, or everything necessary until the founders succeed. The guarantee convinces them that he believes in their ability rather than only one corporate shell. For concrete terms, Dojin waives a management voice and wants the average of the two founders' ownership stakes in exchange for the full $30 million sequence. All three begin with equal economic interests, while Larry and Serge keep decision-making power. They say even 50% would have been understandable. Dojin does not want a buyout. He asks that future public or private issuance preserve his stake at the same level as theirs. The $1 million opening payment will arrive with the contract next day, before they can reconsider the unusually founder-friendly bargain. Only after agreeing do Larry and Serge return to the strangest detail. The person offering lifelong support and sophisticated governance is 20 years old. Dojin laughs because age is the one true fact he cannot explain without revealing a life already lived once. The deal makes Dojin a permanent third pillar of the search company, but deliberately leaves its creators free. He extracts enormous future value while avoiding the kind of intervention that could prevent that value from appearing. Restraint, not maximum ownership, is the decisive investment choice. The founder contract closes smoothly. In New York, Dojin recovers money from speculative.com positions and redirects capital towards safer long-term investments. As American political scandal, Korean sports victories, and market opportunities pass, Noogle officially launches on September 4th. By Christmas season, Dojin returns to Korea. His aunt welcomes him most intensely because Yeonkyul is pressing for divorce. She nearly flew to America before Oh stopped her. Hwayoung has not told Choi and begs the one grandson her father listens to for help, revealing a frightened spouse beneath the cold executive mask. Dojin realizes his aunt can show this side only around Yoonki's family, whom she does not view as succession rivals. She says the prosecution conflict ended after the investigator was transferred, with Yeonkyul personally settling the matter. The apparent peace does not lessen his anger. His mother warns him not to intervene. Research shows Daehyun controls Choi and used advertising influence to turn Hansung and other newspapers. Yeonkyul certainly knows his only major rival captured his son-in-law. This betrayal explains the divorce demand, and anyone defending the couple may share the punishment. Dojin agrees to pretend ignorance, with no desire to rescue his aunt or uncle. Yet Yeonkyul's proposed separation of the mall, hotel, condominiums, and golf course requires enormous share purchases. If those assets are truly moving, Dojin considers taking the valuable cash flow businesses himself. Sober and calmer, Hwayoung says her nephew will receive part of Sunyang in place of his father, with the amount determined by performance. She warns that his uncles will attack whatever he gets. The conversation sounds like concern, but Dojin recognizes a request for alliance. Dojin asks whether Hwayoung will also pursue his inheritance. She is still weighing the mall, hotel, resort, and golf properties against her marriage. He says the choice is hers, husband or Sunyang, but predicts she is not someone who will surrender the group for a husband. If she chooses Sunyang, Hwayoung proposes joining forces. They will split whatever Yeonkyul grants them, as she will gather affiliate chief executives and directors who hold half the group's practical power. Dojin must first accept what the chairman offers instead of trying to seize everything at once. Hwa-young asks whether determination requires ending the marriage. Dojin distinguishes divorce from divorce papers. Presenting signed papers can make Choi crawl back without requiring her to file them. Political distance from Sun-young looks useful, but without the family connection, he becomes an ordinary man vulnerable to every enemy. Dojin does not rescue Choi out of affection. He gives Hwa-young a weapon that may restore control while extracting businesses from Yankeol. The same document can test whether the mayor values his patron's presidential dream more than the legal connection protecting him from prosecutors and rivals. Hwa-young sees how unsigned divorce papers can win both Yankeol's offered businesses and control over Choi. She praises Dojin's intelligence and suggests unlimited potential. He performs modesty, saying clever people usually become a king's right hand, and encourages her to view him as a useful pawn rather than a competitor. He advises taking the hotel, mall, condominiums, and golf course, then demanding Sun-young logistics. The private company is preparing a hypermarket and has received heavy investment. By making it the central entity and transferring retail shares beneath it, Hwa-young can control Sun-young's cash-generating consumer businesses. Department stores and discount stores differ mainly in product tier, and Hwa-young already has retail experience. Logistics can use its own money to buy the related shares, effectively moving value from one pocket to another. The divorce settlement would therefore create an independent group without her spending personal cash. Hears rumors that the mayor is taking favors from both sides and repeatedly meeting Daehyun's chairman. Choi says they discussed next year's new town construction. Warns that bypassing formal contracts will create scandal and clarifies that HW does not seek ordinary apartment work. Explains HW's holding company structure and says the earlier advice to lose the Sun-young label meant clearing a Chaebol image, not switching patrons. Choi ends the conversation and says he will manage his own affairs. His undisguised contempt shows the confidence of someone who believes new power makes him untouchable. Says Ju is inflating Choi's ego only to anger Yankeol. For an old billionaire with everything, a rebellious son-in-law is entertainment. When Yankeol finally discards Choi, Daehyun's chairman will lose interest and throw away the toy as well. Choi says Yankeol cannot throw him away twice because the relationship ended when he ran for mayor. They remain father and son-in-law only under law, strangers in reality. Seizes the admission. That final legal bond is the one protection Choi has not yet lost. Scholarship recipients, officials, and business allies remain quiet because Choi is still attached to Sun-young. Remove that connection and people from Uedo to Seocho will line up to hunt him. Bags of political money will become investigations, betrayal, and enemies at the office door. Choi keeps painting a target on himself, and refuses to be caught in the crossfire. He advises the mayor to fall alone and quietly if he cannot stop. The warning is not abstract. A decisive legal document has already arrived from the family he claims no longer matters. Choi opens the papers and sees Dojin's weapon. The signature can give Hwa-young an independent retail empire while stripping Choi of the gene name that still deters his enemies. Daehyun promised freedom from his wife. Sun-young now lets him discover the price of receiving it. Yankeol asks why signing papers to leave a useless husband took so long. Hwa-young invokes their 3 grown sons and the scandal of a sitting mayor's divorce. The papers will be sealed now but dated after Choi's final day in office, preventing an immediate political and family spectacle. She says years of supporting Choi revealed no future and claims she now wants only her children. Then she asks whether Yankeol will begin separating the promised companies. He agrees to acquire and transfer shares once Choi's seal appears on the divorce documents. Hwa-young adds Sun-young Logistics despite its new hypermarket venture. She proposes making the unlisted company her base, moving mall and hotel shares beneath it, and preserving board control through majority ownership or capital increases. The same sector structure can reduce taxes and accusations of disguised inheritance. Yankeol did not expect his daughter to present such a sophisticated restructuring plan. Hwa-young insists she has always been more capable than her brothers and asks for trust. In reality, the design came from Dojin, whose intelligence she is using to appear ready for independent control. She presents the divorce agreement to her husband, promising to file after the next election because divorce is a political weakness. Separation begins immediately, and Choi must leave by month's end. He receives no settlement because the house and wealth came entirely from Hwa-young. Choi asks why a 50-year-old marriage must end. Hwa-young says he crossed the line while drunk on borrowed power. Her 400 million won campaign support and Seon's engineered, scandal-defeated Go. No luck elevated him. Unseen people built every step. If he continues arguing, she will file tomorrow. Sun-young's information team can announce his rejection. Paparazzi will expose the separation, and law firms dependent on the group will cut him off. Without a party or Sun-young, even another mayoral term becomes impossible, much less the presidency. Separately, advisors tell Yankeol that consolidating retail assets under logistics will simplify division if he truly intends a full transfer. The structure is sound, but they doubt Hwa-young conceived it. Yankeol agrees that his daughter knows how to seize property, yet the architecture suggests a more strategic author. The chairman has already suspected Dojin in the Susik trap. Now a second scheme lets Hwa-young use divorce as both political control and tax-efficient corporate separation. Even without proof, the recurring combination of family psychology and financial engineering points toward the same grandson. What began as punishment for a disloyal son-in-law may create a standalone retail empire, weaken a future presidential rival, and add Hwa-young as a potential ally for Dojin. Yang-yeol's attempt to discard a worthless connection is being converted into another power center in the succession war. Unable to find his wife, Choi asks Yoonki's family for help. They resist entering a marital dispute until Oh says this is public, not private. The mayor should stop chasing Hwa-young first and seek the chairman whose anger caused the separation. Choi complains that Yang-yeol used family life to punish a political choice. Yoonki asks whether he married Hwa-young because her father was kind or because he led Sunyoung. Choi must endure the bargain he knowingly made and can criticize the chairman only after the group loses its power. Choi admits the divorce papers may prevent a meeting. Oh reminds him that politicians shake hands with voters who hate them and recommends arriving with a gift large enough to be taken back as son-in-law. Dojin watches, uncertain whether the suggestion is help or another trap. Once Yoonki leaves, Oh says Choi's first priority is proving he will cut Daehyun. The mayor's hesitation reveals how much Chairman Ju promised. Oh refuses to work harder for someone offering fantasy no gain and leave Choi to identify the price of reconciliation himself. Dojin supplies the final clue. The fatal mistake was secretly arranging next year's Seoul new town construction with Daehyun. Yang-yeol reportedly destroyed his library in rage after learning it. Choi finally understands that canceling or redirecting the project is the gift capable of reopening the family door. At a family meeting, Yang-yeol announces the year's assignments. Yoonki becomes chairman of Sunyoung Medical Center and president of Human Resources Development, funded by all affiliates, but expected only to avoid losses. Asked whether this is enough, Yoonki refuses to answer a question that cannot change the amount. Yang-yeol laughs at his youngest son's lack of complaint and says he holds the best position through his brilliant child. The remark openly identifies Dojin as an inheritance in himself, even before any financial affiliate or controlling share is formally placed in his name. The mall, hotel, condominiums, and golf club will move under Sunyoung Logistics as an independent entity. Circular holdings will be removed and gains converted into bonds for a clean separation. Hwa-young receives the retail group created through Dojin's restructuring advice. Yang-yeol's announcement converts recent conflicts into a new map of Sunyoung. Yoonki gets institutions rather than profit. Hwa-young receives an actual operating group after choosing divorce papers. The older sons wait to learn whether their traditional domains will be divided or merely delegated. Nothing is yet said about Sunyoung's banks, insurance, cards, and investment businesses, the capital engine connecting the whole group. Because Yang-yeol called Dojin the youngest branch's decisive advantage, every relative now has reason to fear that the most powerful division is being reserved for someone absent from the room's official titles. Yang-yeol warns Hwa-young that separating logistics consumed enormous capital, so her new retail group must earn quickly and repay Sunyoung. He then appoints Dongyi vice chairman over heavy industry, construction, and chemicals. The promotion looks grand, though Dongyi senses disappointment in receiving familiar businesses rather than finance. Yoongi retains electronics and manufacturing. Yang-yeol says the brothers must now act as true vice chairman because he will stop meeting affiliate heads. But any chief executive who bypasses them for lack of trust will be replaced with an outsider, proving the chairman can still revoke every delegated domain. Everyone notices that life insurance, general insurance, finance, cards, and a new asset manager remain unassigned. These businesses supply money and hold critical affiliate shares. Before addressing them, Yang-yeol gives Sanghi education, cultural research, foundations, and professional sports, effectively removing him from the corporate race. Sanghi hides humiliation and asks who will control finance. Yang-yeol will watch it personally because dividing the tightly linked sector requires more time. Then he says the eventual leader is not in the room, ending the meeting with every branch thinking of Dojin. Privately, Yang-yeol complains that his children resent even gifts. He wants them to fight for additional power rather than weight. Sunyoung cannot truly fragment. Semiconductors support appliances, heavy industry supports shipbuilding, and finance supplies funds to all. Separate domains are arenas inside one interdependent group. Afterward, the older brothers ask whether Yoonki secretly arranged the finance sector with their father. He denies prior knowledge, but admits Dojin's capability makes him an obvious candidate. No one better fits businesses built on capital allocation, investing, and control of affiliate stakes. The brothers emphasize that Sunyoung Life, logistics, and even precision machinery hold important group shares. Yang-yeol did not divide ownership according to operating sectors. He created competing management blocks while preserving hidden cross-holdings. Whoever receives finance may control more than cash. Accused of finally showing ambition through Dojin, Yoonki says he owns only the hospital and training institute. He would reject finance personally because he has no interest, but he will not force his son to throw away a gift. The protective father again refuses to serve his brother's succession needs. They ask how a man in his mid-20s could defend Sunyoung Life while the group is divided. Udo financiers would treat it as free lunch and attack the shares. Their concern has practical truth, but it also assumes Yang-yeol will die soon and that the unassigned inheritance already belongs to them. Yoonki points out the absurdity. Everyone speaks as though the inheritance has already been received, while Yang-yeol remains alive and in control. The brothers' anger erupts because this youngest sibling, once ignored, can now deny them access to the most important possible successor. Yoonki's house fills with medical foundation guests, with film colleagues still expected. Dojin asks Hwa-young to prepare a Gangnam hotel banquet for about 100 people and moves the doctors there so directors can speak privately inside. His aunt's cheerful help suggests she received every business promised. Memories of ordinary employment help Dojin coordinate food, drinks, hierarchy, and private rooms. The crowded celebration finally ends, and he steps outside with his father to sober up. Yoongi uses the quiet moment to discuss the unassigned finance division. Dojin believes Yankeol will hand finance to him if his uncles cannot interfere. Yet, reorganizing shares will take time, and only Hwa-young received an actual separated company. Yoongi and Donggi received management rights, so the chairman can still change every arrangement during the transition. His father warns him not to solve everything alone and offers help when the older branches return to pressure him. Dojin remembers Hwa-young's promise to split future gains in half and wonders whether the aunt who secured her retail empire will honor that alliance. Mayor Choi comes to the chairman's home, apologizes for the delayed greeting, and receives the formal courtesy due Seoul's mayor rather than the warmth of a son-in-law. He drops to his knees, admits power intoxicated him, and begs for another chance. Yankeol tells him to rise because everything is already over. Choi hears finality. Without the family title, he must separate cleanly to preserve even a political career, while knowing the chairman could make his remaining life unbearable if he chose. The mayor says he canceled the new town promise made to Daehyun and will redesign it if Yankeol gives him another chance. This is the large present Dojin guided him toward, a public construction opportunity capable of compensating Sun Yang and humiliating Chairman Ju. Yankeol asks Choi to state what he wants in language an old man can understand. The mayor promises to do anything. The chairman replies that divorce will still be completed because Hwa-young chose it herself. Choi will no longer belong to the family regardless of what service he offers. Even after hearing that reconciliation is impossible, Choi repeats that he will obey any request. The desperation confirms Oh's warning. Without Sun Yang, officials and rivals can hunt him. He is no longer bargaining to remain a husband, but to retain enough protection to survive as mayor. The power relationship has reversed. Daehyun promised to free Choi from his in-laws. The divorce papers reveal freedom as exposure. Yankeol can take the new town project, command the mayor's future actions, and still exclude him from the family, a political asset stripped of every claim to inheritance. Yankeol tells Choi to forget everything seen and heard during 20 years inside the Jean family. If he stays silent, they will have nothing more to do with each other. Choi asks whether mayor and chairman can still discuss business, but Yankeol says ordinary mayors must approach proper subordinates. Yankeol appears only once even when the Blue House calls, so Choi's municipal office no longer merits personal attention. The mayor leaves realizing his political career survives, but the legal firm that anchors his original family may lose Sun Yang, its main client. His punishment spreads beyond marriage. Oh and Dojin congratulate Hwa-young on taking the mall group. She credits Oh for shaping her brilliant nephew and says she now relies on both men. The celebration becomes a business meeting because her new independent empire carries debts that threaten ownership before it fully transfers. Financial statements show obligations incurred while splitting from Sun Yang, optimistic hotel and mall forecasts, and plans to open 4 hypermarkets in 1 year. Land, construction, and weak consumption will overwhelm the budget, but Hwa-young refuses delay because her first project must prove ability to the family. Hwa-young knows both older brothers will search for a chance to reclaim what she received, so she wants finance and construction outside their grasp. She offers every mega-discount store contract to Dia. For Oh, the work is valuable. For Hwa-young, it redirects money to a partner beyond Sun-young's internal control. Oh immediately takes the stronger negotiating position. The internal contract carries high margins and resembles work funneled without competition, so he repeatedly asks why she would grant such a gift. Hwa-young finally admits the budget crisis and asks him to go easy as a personal favor. Oh labels the unpaid work a debt with interest beginning when stores open and asks for collateral. Hwa-young invokes mutual trust. He says people repay banks before friends because trust falters when money becomes scarce. Fantasy will not finance her independence with sentiment alone. Dojin moves them toward the documents and promises a midpoint neither side will resent. Hwa-young bristles at Oh's attitude, but Dojin explains that financial statements make her desperation obvious. She can lose Yankeol's assigned shares before legally consolidating them, while Fantasy loses nothing by refusing. Hwa-young finally sees that the chairman did not simply give her companies. He attached enough debt to test whether she can manage cash flow in the distribution business she knows best. Passing the test makes the retail group hers. Failing allows someone stronger to take it. Hwa-young sought independence from her brothers, but now depends on Dojin and Oh. The contractors she hoped to hire become creditors, and the nephew she planned to use becomes the person explaining her own inheritance. Before the transfer is complete, control of the retail group is already negotiable collateral. Hwa-young asks for a solution. Dojin suggests delaying hypermarkets or liquidating weak golf courses and condominiums while protecting the flagship mall and hotel. She refuses because selling looks unqualified. He says a cash-star company should sell assets first, and Yankeol would respect that discipline. Hwa-young wants only the direct solution. Dojin should persuade Oh to lend. She says her success benefits them because they share a boat. Dojin tests that claim partnership by asking whether her promise to split future inheritance equally remains valid. Her startled face answers before her words. Hwa-young says she merely wants to settle once Dojin receives finance. He notes that she will own cash-generating businesses within the year, while he has only an uncertain IOU from Yankeol. If Sun Yang life alone becomes more valuable than her entire group, he may also change his mind and approach an uncle. Dojin knows Hwa-young never intended true equality, She wanted his intelligence until her own group stabilized. That does not matter if her greed keeps generating collateral. In Fantasy's office, the immediate need is 400 billion won, or retail cash flow will disappear into interest and 1 weak month will cause default. Yankee Old passed debt with the inheritance. sees opportunity not in acquiring the operating mall, but in obtaining its otherwise unavailable internal shares as collateral. These stakes trade only within Sunyang's circle, making temporary distress a rare entry point for Fantasy. Asks why Dojin remains fixated on Sunyang when better companies are available. A dream cannot be valued by current numbers. The chairman's seat is not merely wealth. It commands national power. Dojin will decide how to use that authority only after winning it. They return to the 400 billion loan with shares as security. Then Lee Sang-hoon arrives in worn clothing. Greets the rising startup chief and introduces Dojin as a remarkable colleague, shifting from a family liquidity trap to Korea's emerging technology market. Lee looks shabby not because business failed but because growth left no time to change clothes. He learns that the young man beside is Jin Dojin, the Sunyang grandson rumored to spend more time at Fantasy than school. The meeting connects a celebrated founder with a hidden investor. Lee has heard that Sunyang secretly owns Fantasy and Dojin actually runs it. Dismisses the claim as nonsense, but does not mind the reputation. Dojin recognizes Lee as the founder of new data technology, destined to become a living legend of Korean startups. The contradiction bothers Dojin. A founder on the verge of fame and a public listing should not look desperate enough to seek an urgent private meeting. His future knowledge remembers the legend's rise, but the exhausted man before him suggests that the celebrated story hides manipulation and danger. Lee's company built PC fax and communication software in 1994, attracted major investment, and now plans a summer listing. He asks for water and says the matter is important. Keeps Dojin in the room because any Fantasy business should be heard by the hidden decision-maker. Says an IPO should make money flow and admits he once wanted to invest, but Dojin stopped Fantasy from entering ordinary startups. In his previous life, Dojin remembers Lee abandoning patient innovation for listing money and more than 100,000 small investors losing their savings. New Data has yet to record profit, though monetization is beginning. Lee wants to prove profitability and avoid disappearing after an initial stock spike. His investors insist on listing during the hot market, where even empty.com names multiply 10 or 20 times. Lee and two classmates created the company, but his stake is only 25%, and both core developers already sold all their shares to investors, though they remain employees. The financial owners now possess enough power to force a listing despite the founder's objections. The investors expect at least a tenfold exit before the market cools. They threaten to strip Lee of everything and send him to prison if he resists. He admits that after years of noodles and sleepless work, the first investment windfall led him to spend company money carelessly, creating real dirt. Investors willing to threaten their chief are not patient builders. They're short-term capital preparing a pump and dump immediately after listing. Dojin recognizes the future legend of New Data's stock, rising roughly 600 times in half a year. The spectacular market story was engineered, not organic growth. Says resistance is now too late. Lee should list, use the resulting money to hire talent, and turn a genuine product into a profitable company. Stock manipulators do not make the software fake. Then Dojin accidentally mentions prison, exposing that he knows more about the likely ending. Lee asks whether Fantasy will invest through paid or bonus capital increases, become majority shareholder, and drive out the short-term owners. He offers whatever shares are necessary because he wants to delay listing, build properly, and avoid disappearing with the dot-com bubble. Dojin says such a decision requires checking cash and existing investor opinions. Anyone in Udo knows a company of Fantasy size can liquidate hundreds of billions. So Lee hears the answer as a direct rejection. The exhausted founder appears to have reached his final hope. Dojin feels sorry for a man who worked like a slave only to face prison after others manipulate his company. His accidental prediction nearly reveals too much. Saving Lee by taking control could change a famous future event. Refusing means knowingly allowing investors and politicians to use him as the eventual target. After Lee leaves, Dojin says the manipulation may raise New Data 100-fold. But paper gains mean nothing until shares sell. Small investors will chase the rising price, buy from insiders exiting near the peak, and lose everything when the scheme collapses. Investors often go broke without CEOs going to jail, but the collapse will occur during the dot-com frenzy, and politicians will need someone to calm an enraged public. Lee's careless company spending already supplies evidence. Whatever the manipulators did, the founder is the easiest target to prosecute. Asks whether to help or ignore Lee, then proposes a third choice. Invest while the opportunity remains. If Fantasy knows a pump and dump is coming, it can exit within 6 months. A 30-fold gain is like playing cards while seeing the opponent's hand. Dojin asks whether cares what happens to Lee. They cannot become majority owner easily enough to delay the IPO. So sees no available rescue and no reason for an investment beyond money. His relentless appetite reminds Dojin that professionals never stop looking upward, no matter the height reached. 2 months later, retail income is exhausted and Wyung urgently needs cash spread across logistics, hotels, malls, and subsidiaries. Fantasy offers 400 billion won plus the first hypermarket's construction cost. In return, It demands 30% of logistics as collateral before the shares are fully hers. Young calls it daylight robbery. Says Fantasy alone will lend against future assets and is also advancing construction, so a somewhat larger pledge is fair. Under financial pressure, she accepts. Dojin celebrates privately. 30% of Sunyang Logistics has entered his hands. Once the retail subsidiaries consolidate, Yankeol asks where Young found the money. Hakji names Fantasy and says Dojin introduced the arrangement. The current collateral is 30% of logistics, but repeated borrowing can turn temporary security into total transfer. Hakji assumes the chairman wanted his daughter to overcome hardship. Yankeol says hardship never suited a child who grew up without it. A serious rescue would sell resorts and delay hypermarkets. Instead, Young only yells when conditions worsen, so Yankeol expected someone to steal management from her. If she cannot hold steady, Yankeol will remove her from management, find a suitable husband, or give her a foundation. He is relieved took the collateral rather than a loan shark, because Fantasy's shares can be bought back. Hachi understands the hidden reason for that confidence. Fantasy's real owner can only be Dojin. The chairman knows it and is pleased that his grandson, not an outsider, is taking control. The supposed inheritance test was therefore also a transfer opportunity. Yankeol placed debt around Young's assets and waited to see whether Dojin was capable of harvesting them. Youngi and Dongi confirm that Young tried to cancel the hypermarket contract after pledging logistics shares to Fantasy. Her mistake looks too convenient. They wonder whether Ocean is acting on Chairman Jin's orders, just as he did when Fantasy acquired Sunyang Motors and 17% of the group. No rational investor would lend against shares Yankeol has not yet handed over unless the chairman guaranteed the deal. To the brothers, that means logistics and, perhaps finance, are being passed to Dojin piece by piece. Youngi refuses to watch their nephew consume the entire Sunyang group. Dongi coldly asks whether Youngi plans another car accident. Then he presses the man in second place to strike before Dojin overtakes him. Their first test will be offering 500 billion won for Young's collateral, 100 billion more than Fantasy's loan. If O refuses, the chairman must be behind him. Dongi voices an even worse possibility. O may not work for Yankeol at all. Fantasy itself could belong to Dojin, with O serving only as chief executive. The theory explains Fantasy's immense cash, the motor's purchase, and why Yankeol trusts a 20-year-old with Suanyang's financial future. Youngi cannot dismiss it. Elsewhere, Dojin and O prepare a deliberately small 3 billion won investment in new data technology. Buying near 1,500 won and selling around 200,000 could return roughly 400 billion, the same amount lent to Young. Their private stakes stay tiny, so neither man attract attention before the frenzy. Dojin's third uncle, Jin Sengi, arrives at Fantasy. Dojin immediately recognizes him as Youngi's messenger and introduces him to O. Sengi claims he has come to clean up his sister's mistake, an excuse so thin that even he appears embarrassed while presenting it as a family rescue. Sengi asks Fantasy to sell back Young's pledged shares. He argues that she treated family assets too lightly and reminds that the Jin family has ample money. O answers as a businessman. Anything can be sold if the price is right, but the buyer who approached first must name that price. Encouraged by O's openness, Sengi offers 450 billion won, 50 billion above the principal, describing it as merely buying back what already belongs to Sunyang. The phrasing exposes his assumption that family ownership should outweigh the contract Fantasy lawfully holds. O reminds Sengi that he promised the sale only at the correct price. 450 billion is nowhere close. His refusal protects a strategic foothold whose future value far exceeds its loan balance, and silently answers the brothers' test exactly as they feared. Youngi and Dongi now have circumstantial evidence that Fantasy and Dojin are connected, while Dojin sees his uncles probing the collateral. Neither side reveals everything. The struggle for Sunyang has moved beyond inheritance promises into ownership, leverage, and a dangerous question of whose money Ocean truly commands. Youngi and Dongi confront Young, demanding to know why she threw away control of her company. She insists the loan is her own transaction, not a matter of trust. They warn that O rejected an easy 100 billion won profit because he wants the underlying business, not interest. O is behaving like a lender who accepts a building as collateral and waits for one mispayment to seize it. Fantasy also controls construction of the first hypermarket, so every future cash shortage tightens its grip. Young finally understands that escaping family pressure led her into a more patient predator's den, rather than retreat. Young turns the warning against her brothers. If they fear losing the company, they can lend her another 100 billion at half a bank's interest and wait for repayment after the recession. That rescue would let her preserve the retail group and eventually cement her position beyond their reach. Chairman Jin shifts Dojin's attention to Woozing, whose aggressive acquisitions left it exposed when the global downturn continued. Creditors are now restructuring the once mighty rival, and scavengers are circling. Yankeol identifies the valuable piece, Woozing Shipbuilding, a company capable of transforming Fantasy into an industrial power. Dojin says he does not need the appearance of a conventional conglomerate. Fantasy has capital but lacks people capable of running a shipyard. Yankeol offers Suanyang's managers and then reveals his purpose. Government scrutiny prevents a supposedly restructuring Sunyang from purchasing another giant company directly. Fantasy will act as the figurehead by Woozing Shipbuilding and transfer it to Sunyang after public attention fades. Merging it with Sunyang Heavy Industries would overtake Daehoon and create Korea's leading shipbuilder. Yang Yeol needs Dojin's foreign capital image and promises the strategic prize will eventually return to the group. The request is also a threat. Yang Yeol knows about Fantasy's contract with Hwa-young and can overturn the arrangement if Dojin refuses. The chairman never has to say it openly. His ability to control the unissued logistics shares is enough to make the consequences unmistakable. Dojin agrees to purchase the shipyard and follow Yang Yeol's plan. The chairman warmly says he likes a grandson who understands without hearing every detail. Their affection is real, but it exists inside negotiation. Each recognizes the other's ambition, leverage, and willingness to use family bonds strategically. Dojin answers that he likes his grandfather too, especially the way Yang Yeol does not hesitate to threaten his favorite grandson. The private observation captures their similarity. Both men communicate through assets and consequences, turning an apparently generous opportunity into a test of obedience and nerve. While Hwa-young fights to keep a retail empire, Yang Yeol and Dojin prepare a much larger acquisition. Fantasy will supply money and cover. Sun-young will supply people and political direction. Their alliance may make Sun-young #1 in shipbuilding, but also places Dojin's secret fortune directly inside the chairman's grand design. Woozing's main creditors contact Fantasy with an unusually generous proposal. Discuss a takeover with major debt forgiveness and no fear of losing money. O calls the timing a coincidence, but Dojin immediately sees Yang Yeol's hand. His grandfather has already prepared the creditors and sent the opportunity directly to them. Dojin tells O that Yang Yeol knows their contract with Hwa-young. That knowledge is crucial. Fantasy's collateral exists only if the chairman consolidates the logistics shares and gives them to his daughter. Otherwise, the 400 billion loan and unpaid construction become unsecured losses. Yang Yeol is guaranteeing that transfer in exchange for cooperation. The chairman will ignore Fantasy, swallowing the retail group, if Dojin handles Woozing shipbuilding. Dojin accepts because both sides receive something valuable. He says O may keep the enormous profit when the shipyard is eventually sold to Sun-young, even calling it a chief executive's bonus. The generosity has another purpose. O once said he would retire after 5 years, and Dojin needs him long enough to finish the larger campaign. Money is not the obstacle. Keeping his indispensable partner engaged is. Before O can continue objecting, Dojin leaves to formalize the acquisition with Yang Yeol. Dongyi tells his father that government regulators will question a Sun-young takeover during restructuring. Yang Yeol says Fantasy will purchase the shipyard first. Dongyi pretends not to understand their close relationship, then asks to meet O and personally lead the operation, hoping to discover who truly controls Fantasy. Yang Yeol warns that O will not obey like an errand boy. Fantasy is a substitute hitter capable of keeping the prize after landing a home run. Dongyi finally grasps the implication. The company is not his father's property. He promises to monitor O closely because Sun-young needs Woozing's LNG carrier technology. Yang Yeol urges Dongyi to build his own company and wait for future chances, claiming that both elder sons can still double what they possess. Dongyi accepts outwardly, but recognizes the pattern. Whenever his father offers consolation, some deeper plan is usually concealed beneath the comforting words. At their meeting, Dongyi acts cooperative and asks O about the nephew he has supposedly been training. O chooses a reassuring description. Dojin is a born gambler with judgment, courage, and an exceptional ability to read the flow, qualities that make him an elite trader ready to play alone. Dongyi extends the description beyond finance. The same traits suit a chief executive, perhaps even a future group chairman. O intended to make Dojin sound like an employee, but his praise does the opposite. Dongyi directly asks whether the uncle is already threatened by his young nephew. Dongyi admits he does not know which son will succeed Yang Yeol, but he believes Dojin will lead the third generation. His goal is to carve out and protect a share for his own children before Dojin swallows everything. Dojin's earlier assessment was correct. Dongyi is now moving with his nephew fixed as the opponent. Hwa-young confirms a powerful rumor. Sun-young Electronics plans to invest in new data technology once its shares reach 20,000 won. The investment team is already accumulating shares under aliases. If Sun-young's name becomes public at that threshold, ordinary buyers will rush in and drive the price far higher. Hwa-young visits Fantasy expecting validation. O calls new data merely one fashionable stock and warns her not to invest even when a rumor seems certain. With company and private assets already pledged, one loss could destroy her. His sincere caution only triggers the stubborn pride of a second-generation Chaebol. She reminds O that he is a lender, not a shareholder, and claims she will use private rather than company money. When he asks how she could recover from a loss, she says she came only to confirm the opportunity. Dojin calms the argument, knowing she has already chosen the answer she wants. Hwa-young reveals Sun-young Electronics will invest 20 billion won. O already knows, but explains that signed investments can still disappear. She rejects the warning. Sun-young pays similar sums for routine outsourcing. Buy it at 10,000, wait for 20,000 and the announcement, then sell near 40,000. That is her simple fourfold plan. O finally tells her to sell at 40,000. For the first time, Hwa-young hears agreement and leaves satisfied. Dojin predicts the rest. She will drain every subsidiary, enjoy the first profit, forget all warnings, and reinvest everything because a rising price makes greed feel like certainty. The trap works exactly as intended. In late 1999, new data becomes the eye of a stock market hurricane. Investors cheer every surge, and CEO Lee Sang-hoon holds an emergency press conference announcing cooperation with Sun-young Group to carry the company into global markets. Wang watches the shares continue rising and asks whether exiting was foolish. Oh insists timing matters more than the final peak. When the fall begins, every seller will crowd the same door. He says Fantasy already sold near 38,000, apparently taking a safe profit while she remains exposed. Then O reveals Fantasy bought around the public listing price of 1,500 won, making roughly 25 times its investment. Wang is furious that he never told her. He says the purchase belonged to the investment company, not a private tip he was obliged to share. Her own remaining cash is limited after supporting her husband's politics and a stalled Sangam-dong project, yet she stops hearing every caution. All she can see is the 25-fold return O achieved before her. The spectacular number transforms prudent selling into the feeling that she has missed what was rightfully hers. Dojin tells his aunt that more opportunities will come and urges her to sell everything now. But his plan depends on her refusing. Wang has already crossed from calculated speculation into envy and obsession. New Data's rising chart is pulling her toward the wall. Dojin, and O prepared for her retail empire. O calls the New Data market insane. A money-losing company is valued in the trillions, and the shares could become worthless overnight. Dojin accepts the danger, but keeps Fantasy's small position until his predicted peak near 250,000 won. The possible loss would barely touch either man. Weiyang's finance director warns that she has diverted store payments, borrowed from high-interest Myeongdong lenders under aliases, and gone all in. She demands 2 more months and threatens mass layoffs if word escapes. Her supposed retail restructuring is now merely a cover for leveraged stock gambling. Weiyang originally followed Dojin's advice and sold near 40,000, but emotion dragged her back in as the price kept climbing. A single week's gains now equal a month of mall revenue. Only director Lim knows, and the effortless paper profits make stopping feel impossible. She privately asks Dojin to persuade O to delay interest because mall occupancy has fallen below 30% and only food businesses survive. Dojin recognizes that she is trapped in the swamp, yet the shares have already passed 200,000. If she exits now, her giant profit could save the retail group from him. Dojin apologizes for having encouraged her earlier sale, then casually mentions predictions of 300,000 won. He catches the corner of her mouth rise and realizes she secretly bought back in. He balances temptation with warnings that the uninterrupted rise could collapse at any moment, making the gamble sound irresistible. Dojin explicitly tells Weiyang not to re-enter, and she theatrically denies doing so. He promises to discuss the delayed interest with O. She says she always repays debts, while Dojin answers that family need not count favors. Privately, he knows family is precisely where the worst problems begin. Outside, Dojin recognizes Director Lim as the man who accompanied Weiyang during the original loan. Weiyang rushed away after dismissing her nephew, but Lim clearly wants to speak. Dojin invites him for coffee and gives the frightened subordinate a private route around his employer. Lim confesses that Weiyang bought continuously from roughly 50,000 through 200,000 won. Dojin expected a large personal bet, but not repeated purchases funded by the retail company itself. The concealed position is far larger and far more legally dangerous than his original trap required. Lim is terrified that she will hold until the chart becomes unstable. Because company funds, private lenders, false names, and unpaid merchants are intertwined, a crash will not merely reduce Weiyang's wealth. It can expose misappropriation, threaten employees, and turn her chosen advisor into the easiest scapegoat. Weiyang believes her nephew is helping delay a family debt. In reality, Dojin has confirmed the mall's distress, her secret repurchase, and the identity of the executive who could document all. The stock is still rising, but control of the coming collapse is already moving from Weiyang to Fantasy. Dojin meets 2 tight-lipped market advisors and bluntly tells them to choose his side in the Jean family conflict. He presents employment contracts that can take effect immediately if they accept one condition. Their financial security will depend on preserving Weiyang's exposure to New Data. Lim explains that Weiyang knows little about stocks and relies on veterans from Sunyang Financials. They promise to identify the selling point, yet keep urging her to hold because prices will rise further. Their reckless confidence is what makes him fear the supposed experts are serving another agenda. Each advisor is offered 1 billion won a year, incentives, and a guaranteed 5-year contract, wealth most employees never see in a lifetime. In return, they must ensure Weiyang never sells New Data, not merely through the next rise, but until the investment is destroyed. The advisors recoil at knowingly guiding a client toward collapse. Dojin asks whether meeting Weiyang once makes them loyal enough to call it betrayal. People lose fortunes following advisors every day. When they demand his reason, he calls it a small family argument, an understated description of a takeover. Fantasy sells everything at 250,000 won. 3 billion becomes roughly 500 billion. Dojin's personal 500 million becomes 80 billion. And even cautious O earns 16 billion. O shows no regret after selling, demonstrating the professional discipline of forgetting a stock once the position closes. Days later, the shares enter a vertical dive, and Uedo's celebration turns to ashes. Weiyang's 140 billion won position becomes worth less than 10 billion. The advisors vanish from work and stop answering calls, leaving her fury with no target and no way to recover the money. Weiyang goes to Pyeongchangdong and admits the full loss. Yankeeol explodes. She used money owed to stores after he entrusted her with the mall group. Her excuse, that Sunyang Electronics also invested, only proves she followed another company after demanding independence from it. Young blames Sunyang Electronics and begs for one rescue. Yeol tells her to ask Go again. When she refuses more debt, he says the separation is final. The retail businesses share no stock with Sunyang, so using group funds would be embezzlement that could send even him to prison. Ironically, Young now asks Yeol to postpone transferring to Mall Group because receiving it also means absorbing its crisis. The chairman is disgusted. He spent heavily completing the separation she demanded, and now she wants him to discard that effort simply because she gambled away the operating money. The crash completes Dojin's design. Fantasy exits at the predicted peak, while advisors keep Young trapped to the end. Her enormous loss, hidden borrowing, and unpaid stores make the collateral impossible to redeem. The falling stock has become the mechanism that will transfer an entire retail group. Yeol learns Young bought the shares through aliases and asks whom she trusts most. She names Director Lim, a loyal executive with access to everything. The answer confirms where the paper trail runs. Yeol sends her back to manage the company and says he will handle the rest. Young briefly thinks her father will replace the lost money. Yeol corrects her. The 140 billion remains her debt and must be repaid within a year. What he will handle is preventing his only daughter from being arrested for the illegal transactions. Furious and ashamed, he orders her out. Hakji reports that the funds moved from the company through executives and Myeongdong lenders, then were divided among 16 names. No direct evidence ties Young to the purchases, which is the first relief. But 5 trillion won has vanished from households across the country, making the collapse a political crisis demanding a scapegoat. Yeol prevented Sunyang Electronics from selling at the peak, even though it could have earned 10 times its investment. He recognized politicians behind the manipulation and sacrificed 20 billion won. Now Sunyang appears to be another victim, not the corporation that escaped while ordinary investors were ruined. Prosecutors and financial regulators begin hunting the people behind new data. Yeol orders Hakji to ensure Young's name never surfaces. Hakji worries the retail group may fall to Fantasy, but the chairman remains calm, confident the company itself will survive whoever owns it. Fantasy currently holds under 30% of the collateral, while Young owns 35%. To settle the additional 140 billion loss and conceal the scandal, Dojin and O plan to demand another 25%. O expects to play the villain again, but Dojin decides to lead this confrontation himself. Taking the lead means revealing that Dojin, not O, is Fantasy's true power and the incoming owner of the Mall Group. O warns that the entire family will become more wary. Dojin accepts the risk because Young cannot safely tell anyone without exposing the crimes Fantasy is positioned to cover. Director Lim rushes to Dojin, saying Young has chosen him to absorb all blame. Hakji has already reviewed every mistake and irregularity. Lim knows the Fantasy contract and assumes the likely future owner of retail is the only power capable of shielding him from Sunyang. Lim escaped the tiger only to enter a wolf's cave. Dojin says help requires the complete truth. Every error, transaction, and illegal act. Lim starts defending himself, but Dojin is not asking about the subordinate's wrongdoing. He wants admissible facts about Young. Dojin argues that Hakji serves Young and that she has placed a knife against Lim's neck. Survival requires pointing one back at her. The director who hid the stock purchases can now prove them, giving Fantasy both the leverage to demand more shares and the evidence that keeps Young silent. Dojin confirms that Lim approached because he expects Fantasy to replace Young. He wants every fact behind the 140 billion loss, where the money originated and how it moved. That evidence will become a knife against her, while Hakji is expected to negotiate once both sides possess mutually dangerous proof. Dojin does not ask Lim to invent slander. The director must supply only records that can be proven. Dojin will decide whether each fact is sharp enough to use. This distinction turns the operation from rumor into controlled legal leverage and makes Lim's ledgers more valuable than his loyalty. Lim gathers the mall and hotel executives, saying Young intends to place every mistake on him. A conviction for losing 140 billion could mean a decade in prison. If she sends him down, he threatens to expose the hotel ledgers and all the money siphoned through their hands. The executives accuse Lim of betrayal, but he frames the crisis as their chance to escape Young's shadow. Fantasy is an investment company, so if it becomes majority shareholder, professional managers could operate retail. Ownership and management would finally separate instead of remaining hereditary family property. Because retail has already separated from Sunyang, even Yeol may be unable to reverse a lawful transfer. For career executives accustomed to serving family members, Fantasy offers something radical, the possibility of running the company themselves. Fear of prosecution begins transforming into support for a change of owner. Young expects but is relieved when only her nephew arrives, assuming family will make the talk easier. Dojin immediately acts as Fantasy's representative. With news of the stock loss already spreading, he asks whether she can fulfill the debt rather than allowing her to hide behind affectionate conversation. Beyond Fantasy's loan, Young must cover more than 100 billion owed throughout the business. She asks for another 150 billion won under the same interest terms and offers more shares as collateral. She still treats deeper borrowing as the solution to debt created by the first gamble. Dojin refuses euphemisms and asks whether she can pay by the end of the year, only days away. Young cannot answer. He treats the silence as a no and announces that Fantasy will begin transferring the mall, hotel, and subsidiary shares pledged under their contract. Wai-young screams that Oh already stole Motors cheaply and now targets her, threatening to make him pay for insulting Sun-young. Dojin does not defend his partner with excuses. He tells her to wake up. Shouting cannot erase a signed contract, vanished funds, or an admitted default. Dojin declares that the mall group she only just received will leave her hands today. By speaking in Oh's place and ordering the transfer himself, he reveals the authority Wai-young never imagined her nephew possessed. The debt trap closes, and Fantasy's hidden owner finally steps into view. Wai-young begs Dojin to influence Oh, assuming Fantasy's chief executive want her mall. Dojin corrects her. Oh has no interest in it. Just as with the Jin and Sun-young Motors, the construction, malls, hotels, and every pledged asset will ultimately fall into Dojin's own hands. He has no intention of saving her. When the shock clears, Dojin states that enforcing the contract is solely his decision and that he will own Sun-young Construction next year. Wai-young calls it betrayal. He asks when they were ever allies. She treated him as a tool, while the Jin family has always operated through suspicion and manipulation. Wai-young accuses him of planning the new data trap. Dojin reminds her that he told her to sell after a fourfold gain and that she lied about exiting before secretly buying back. She made the fatal choice herself. Now he even questions whether she should remain president after the transfer. Wai-young argues Fantasy owns only 30% and should collect dividends quietly. Dojin answers that a major shareholder can sue her for using company money on stocks and can replace both executives and directors. An owner outside the formal organization can remove a president whose decisions imperil the company. Wai-young says Yankeeol designed family control specifically so owners command companies without entering the system or carrying legal responsibility. Dojin already knows. Her boast contains the weakness he needs. If executives are expected to bear every consequence, those executives may choose self-preservation over protecting her. Dojin brings in the board members and executives who heard Wai-young say they would take the blame. He asks whether they will accept prison for the missing $140 billion or cooperate to implicate her. One after another, they apologize and refuse to sacrifice their lives for the president. Wai-young promises Sun-young can secure probation, but the executives no longer trust her. Director Lim warns that if she investigates or pressures any of them, he will sue personally and everyone present will testify. Their evidence creates mutual deterrence. Neither Wai-young nor her subordinates can swing blindly without being cut. With control established, Dojin returns to the debt due in days. Yankeeol will not fund a separated company, and Wai-young's brothers are even less trustworthy. Dojin offers his hand. If she accepts, they become allies in the same boat, and he will not betray someone genuinely working to survive. Wai-young hears only humiliation and asks whether she must work under her nephew. Dojin points to Oh. Does Fantasy's celebrated chief executive look like a subordinate or an autonomous partner? The question forces her to reconsider every transaction and every moment when Oh appeared to decide independently. Wai-young finally asks whether Dojin is Fantasy's real chief. He tells her to think larger. 95% of the company's shares and 70% of its operating capital belong to him. The quiet college student she tried to use controls one of Korea's richest investment firms, and now controls her future. Fantasy is called Korea's richest company, and its hidden owner is Dojin. He adds that he directed the Ajin and Sun-young Motors acquisitions while still a college freshman. Wai-young is no longer facing an ambitious child, but a proven dealmaker who has already defeated adults, controlling entire conglomerates. Dojin tells his aunt to take his hand because she cannot defeat him, and her brothers will offer no mercy. Yankeeol alone knows his identity and gave him the automobile business for that reason. The chairman's favoritism is not affection. It is recognition that Dojin is the family member worthy of inheriting Sun-young. Yankeeol still loves his sons more and has assigned Dojin only finance. Yet Dojin believes the chairman knows everything will eventually be his. He gives Wai-young a clean choice. Accept the alliance or become the first major embezzlement scandal of the new millennium and spend at least 10 years in prison. Dojin hopes she understands that Yankeeol will not rescue her and sees him as Sun-young's future protector. When Wai-young asks what remains if she accepts, he promises she can continue managing the mall group in his place, just as Oh manages Fantasy, though Dojin will hold final authority over top appointments. Wai-young will retain wealth and status, but lose the freedom to treat company money as personal property. Dojin offers 140 billion won for part of her Sun-young construction stake, lifting Fantasy to 55%. Accepting settles the loss and preserves the privileges of Yankeeol's daughter. After the ownership war, Dojin informs the chairman before a third party can. Yankeeol asks about Wai-young and requests that her lifestyle remain intact. Far from feeling betrayed, he is relieved. The separated company no longer rests with an unreliable daughter, but with a grandson who does not lose what he grasps. Dojin promises to strengthen retail. Yankeeol then asks whether he laid the stock trap or encouraged Wai-young's gamble. Dojin denies both, saying the craze captured the whole country and he merely seized the opportunity. The chairman laughs, but plainly suspects more happened behind the scenes. Yankeeol asks Dojin not to inherit one particular trait. Dojin understands without hearing it named. The chairman once ruthlessly expelled his own brother, and now fears his grandson might do the same to Yankeeol's children. Dojin reassures him by keeping Wai-young employed instead of erasing her. Wai-young understands wealthy customers because she has spent a lifetime among them. She often produces useful ideas casually, while professional executives execute them. Dojin intends to preserve that strength, leaving her role recognizable while placing finances and accountability under discipline control. Yeol praises Dojin for not wasting money, but warns that wealth also requires eyes capable of recognizing true value beyond glitter and status. Such judgment grows through repeated contact with quality. He urges the young man to cultivate it not only for hotels and malls, but to enrich the long life ahead. Yeol's feelings mixed disappointment in his daughter with pride in the grandson he can trust. He reviews Dojin's ascent. A small rural plot led to a Jin, Sanyang Motors, malls, and hotels. The once overlooked student now owns the 17th-ranked business group in the country. Dojin credits his grandfather's help, but Yeol says assistance cannot manufacture ability. Other heirs received far more and still failed. He tells Dojin to continue advancing one quiet step at a time. Dojin promises caution so no one is unnecessarily hurt, satisfying the chairman's concern for his children. Dojin keeps his promise to Hwa-young. She becomes official vice chairman and remains the operating leader while he stays owner. Ownership and management will be independent. The chairmanship will go to whoever performs best in sales, profit, and vision. Not family birth will decide who remains. Hwa-young cannot keep treating a hotel suite as both home and office. Dojin has prepared a proper vice chairman's office at logistics headquarters. He gives her status and a chance to learn accountability. If she remains an immature Chaebol daughter, he will reduce her to a wealthy retiree instead. Dojin openly says his target is the Sanyang chairmanship. If Hwa-young helps him, the group vice chairman position may someday be hers. She hears permanent subordination, but he calls it preparation. While he fights her brothers and nephews, she can build the strength either to support him or stab him later. Hwa-young compares the plan to the rat riding the ox and leaping ahead at the finish. Dojin agrees, but reminds her that overtaking him will not be easy. He privately regards hope as cruel. It makes people endure endless hardship for an outcome that may never arrive, and that hope will keep his ant moving. Yoongi rages that fantasy swallowed the mall, hotel, hypermarket, condos, and golf course. Donggi dismisses those as businesses that need only land, buildings, people, and the Sanyang name. If necessary, the brothers can create rivals and recruit Hwa-young staff rather than waste emotion mourning the transfer. Because Yoongi meets Oh during the Woozing shipbuilding acquisition, Donggi asks what he has learned. His conclusion is that Oh is caught in a fantasy of becoming a Chaebol. Yet it is not delusion. American investors trust him, capital is abundant, and his acquisition record proves he can build one. Sanyang Motors holds 17% of the group. If Dojin receives finance and trades that stake for other subsidiaries, his business can enter the national top 5. He would then rival both elder branches combined and effectively command half of Sanyang through a supposedly independent empire. Yoongi and Donggi decide the newly taken mall or hotel business must be attacked. Damaging one would draw employees back toward the elder sons and warn Oh that fantasy cannot consume Sanyang without resistance. Believing Oh is the threat, they prepare to strike Dojin's assets without yet seeing the owner behind him. Dojin tells Yeol that restructuring Motors is not enough. Overtaking Daehoon domestically will be difficult, so he wants to target the world through a different category of competition. Production volume is not everything. Sanyang must become a brand people love and desire, a goal the chairman first treats as youthful talk. At New Year, former Ajin President Cho arrives at Yeol's invitation and jokes about being summoned by the majority owner. He already knows Dojin is Fantasy's real owner and kept the arrangement quiet to avoid accusations of privilege, illegal inheritance, and outrage over a 20-year-old heir secretly receiving a Jin. In the library, Dojin proposes distinctive cars without extravagant development. A stylish compact for a working woman, a coupe a 30-year-old can finance, and a pickup a middle-aged driver wants as a second car. He does not want another loss-making exotic. He wants attainable vehicles with personality. Cho argues that Korea already has small cars and coupes, while pickups resemble delivery trucks. Families buy practical sedans, and low-volume specialty cars cannot repay a mass production line. Dojin answers by proposing 2 tracks on one line. Profitable family vehicles sharing capacity with image-building models. The 21st century will reward variety and passionate enthusiast communities. Dojin wants a car people dream about and accepts that the program may lose money for a decade. Yeol and Cho laugh because the chairman made the same declaration when founding Sanyang Motors, even offering to sell his underwear for capital. That grand promise lasted 1 year. After seeing the first financial report, Yeol feared for his neck and demanded immediate profit. Cho believes Dojin may be different, but warns that design is the first obstacle. Dojin promises to recruit the very best designer rather than compromise the identity. Cho warns that car companies can consume every investment profit. Dojin has enough capital for 10 years and intends to include China. The scale convinces Cho this is not a branding exercise, but a manufacturing expansion requiring speed, quality, and money on a level even established automakers fear. Time, quality, and cost normally pull in opposite directions. Dojin chooses shorter development and higher quality, accepting the enormous expense. China's joint venture rules require equal investment. Around $300 million could launch roughly 100,000 units, but Dojin raises the opening commitment to $500 million. The extra capital pays to accelerate everything. Cho finally understands why Yeol said the young man had much to discuss, and both veterans erupt in laughter. The plan sounds extravagant because it is designed not merely to sell cars but to buy time, identity, and a global foothold simultaneously. With Fantasy's money, Cho's operational knowledge, and Yankeol's trust, Dojin begins reshaping the acquired automobile business. He will sustain ordinary models for cash while creating specialty cars that build devotion. The target is no longer surviving restructuring or beating Daehoon. It is making an international brand people choose emotionally. Hwa-young meets her former husband Choi Chang and proposes joining hands again, not as spouses but business partners. He doubts Yankeol would let her keep the inherited companies. Hwa-young says the chairman cannot take them back, though she conceals that Dojin now owns everything and leaves Chang curious about her backup. Hwa-young says she wants an office in Pyeongchang-dong before growing old, hinting at ambitions Chang's political career can serve. Back at retail, Dojin pushes preparation for Incheon International Airport's opening. He follows Yankeol's method, settle the outcome before official guidelines make the competition fierce. Incheon Airport will become too important to surrender its duty-free shops, and Seoul may approve 3 more. Hwa-young assumes the Sunyang name guarantees a place among the usual top 3. Dojin reminds her the government knows their ownership changed. Without Yankeol's request, officials will no longer come crawling. Hwa-young will lobby the finance ministry and customs, while Dojin wants an impeccable application. When she asks why she must review it, he points to her vice chairman title. Running the company means understanding plans and reports instead of merely issuing orders, even if he does not yet demand mastery of the financial statements. Hwa-young says paperwork wastes her best talent. Her strength is leading shopping itself, using designers, celebrities, and wealthy clients to create trends. She asks Dojin to approve a marketing budget and brings international fashion magazines covering Paris couture, ready-to-wear, Milan, New York, and London collections. Their first job is choosing items likely to succeed from the coming season, including clothing, bedding, curtains, furniture, jewelry. Dojin initially equates quality with a high price tag. Hwa-young rejects that beginner's shortcut. Even the cheapest item shown costs an ordinary manager's annual salary, yet expense does not ensure suitability. Some products look magnificent on display, but disappoint when worn or placed at home. Others seem ordinary until used beautifully. The first type attracts an initial sale. The second creates repeat customers. Choosing between them requires experience with both appearance and life, not price or reputation alone. Ordinary stores segment goods by price, but luxury brands build relationships independent of affordability. Their real product is repeated experience, personal service, confidence, and the feeling of superiority. Hwa-young understands how wealthy customers want to see themselves, the exact instinct Yankeol said Dojin still needed to cultivate. The aunt Dojin, nearly removed, now reveals why retaining her was useful. He can control money, contracts, and political strategy, while she can predict the desires of elite buyers and turn status into demand. Together, they begin replacing inherited privilege with a deliberately constructed network around retail. Winning airport duty-free rights will be Hwa-young's first major test as an accountable executive. Sunyang's old name can no longer guarantee success. She must combine lobbying, perfect applications, merchandise judgment, and social influence, proving whether her Chaebol upbringing can become a real commercial advantage under Dojin's ownership. Hwa-young orders selected collections flown from Paris, commissions detailed displays, chooses the invitation design, and arranges a luxury course meal by a celebrated chef from Luxembourg Street in Paris. Even the tableware is delegated to his eye. For the first time in years, she is visibly enjoying difficult work. Dojin assumes she is purchasing samples. Hwa-young says the $1 million marketing budget is actually buying the hearts of 100 wealthy and powerful women. If the setting overwhelms them, their praise of the mall and hotel will generate influence worth hundreds of millions. Dojin recognizes her confidence as genuine expertise. Samples will be arranged so every item leads naturally to another purchase. A hat suggests earrings, earrings a necklace, the necklace a dress, and the dress matching shoes. VIP clients must feel they discovered each object themselves. Putting everything on one mannequin would make the sale feel forced and ordinary. The team will display goods inside elite homes where clients often buy duplicates for residences around the world. Hwa-young wants Dojin present because he is young, handsome, a top Chaebol grandson, and the son of a film producer. Guests eager to impress him will hesitate less and purchase more. Although uncomfortable serving as bait, Dojin accepts the chance to raise sales and build connections. Hwa-young is surprised. Her other nieces and nephews would reject any service role beneath their status. Dojin's willingness to work for his own company distinguishes ownership ambition from aristocratic pride. The Paris chef and team will arrive by private jet with fresh ingredients. The hotel ballroom will combine a feast and exhibition, using the tables, linens, chairs, plates, and cutlery Hwa-young selected. Everything guests touch becomes a demonstration of products available through the mall. The 100 invitees are rich, but remain socially below the great Chaebol families. They will listen to Hwa-young and Dojin because proximity promises status. More importantly, they watch one another. Reservations become an auction-like competition in which the guest buying most appears to win. Dojin asks how one exhibition creates shopping leadership. These women are the boutique's most important clients, forcing designers to follow their preferences. Those preferences then spread downward. The guest list also contains power brokers in specialized fields, precisely the people who can influence airport duty-free approvals. When staff deliver the orders, Hwa-young will quietly nudge each influential buyer. 100 separate power centers speaking together will create an outburst officials cannot ignore. She tells Dojin he underestimated both retail and the people surrounding it. Social power can be acquired, connected, and used like capital. Hwa-young's campaign is not merely selling expensive objects. It combines merchandising, hospitality, envy, access, and lobbying into one system. Dojin supplies the assets, but his aunt teaches him how elite consumption produces networks. Those relationships may win duty-free licenses now and later become the shield his hidden empire lacks. Dojin's first visit is to the Ilsung Group family, now related to the president. He asks staff not to announce his status because he wants to see the household's natural behavior. Employees spend an hour staging merchandise without even receiving water, then stand motionless while the family silently examines every object. The women rarely touch anything and ask quietly only when an item truly interests them. Bored and physically tired, Dojin is suddenly asked whether a necklace would suit one woman. His simple answer, that it is pretty and will look good, amuses the family rather than offending them, making the unknown young employee memorable. The attendant recites the necklace's silver, dimensions, design, and New York-inspired theme from memory, then reveals she knows every item equally well. Dojin est surprise de Roscrutini. He apologizes, saying it is his first event and the goods only arrived by private jet days earlier. An aide identifies him as Weiyang's nephew and the chairman's youngest grandson. The Seoul law student once ranked among the nation's best. Dojin modestly says his brain has dulled because he rarely attends class and admits the sales explanation meant nothing to him. His candor lowers the room's guard. The matriarch says technical language is irrelevant. The product only needs to be pretty and wanted. She orders hats and perfume, instructs the other women to choose enough to justify the staff's effort, then invites the interesting young man for tea. Weiyang's bait has opened exactly the intended door. Over tea, the woman asks about his year at university, graduation, overseas study, and whether he will enter Sunyang. Dojin wonders whether she is measuring his inheritance, considering a relationship, or simply building a connection. He needs to learn whether this interest is respectful, calculating, or both. To test her reaction, Dojin returns to the floppy hat she purchased and says honestly that it does not suit her. A status-conscious customer could interpret this as insolence from a young salesman. A confident power broker might value direct judgment over flattery. The room's pleasant tone suddenly sharpens. Her response is more severe than anger. Dojin should remove himself from the mall business immediately. The statement appears to confirm that he failed Weiyang's first lesson, yet its meaning depends on why she bought something she already understands may not suit her. Throughout the visit, nothing operates like ordinary retail. Staff becomes scenery. Customers avoid explanation. Purchases signal authority, and family identity changes every interaction. Dojin's rational approach recognizes appearance, but not yet the desires surrounding possession. The gap both Yankeol and Weiyang warned him to close. The home visit has already earned sales and direct access to one of Korea's most influential families. Now Dojin's refusal to flatter may either destroy that opening or establish him as someone worth speaking to honestly. His first lesson in elite shopping ends with a challenge he cannot solve using spreadsheets or contracts. The matriarch calmly agrees that the floppy hat does not suit a short older woman and would block her view. She bought two simply because she wanted them. Dojin's inability to understand that desire proves her point. Intelligence and business sense do not equal insight into a woman's heart, so he should leave merchandising to experts. She tells the household to select enough goods to repay the employee's long wait. Playfully comparing the hat to Audrey Hepburn style, she leaves desire unexplained and invites Dojin to return for tea. His honesty did not offend her. It made the connection more interesting while exposing how much he still must learn. Dojin next visits the family behind KC Group, ranked 14th and dominant in petrochemicals. Although the chairman is the household's son-in-law, everyone knows his wife is the true power. She appears at a shopping event for the first time after hearing Yankeol's youngest grandson is visiting personally. The KC matriarch leaves sales to employees and invites Dojin to tea, or even a daytime drink. Similar visits follow, sometimes including chairmen themselves. Reservations nearly fill the entire spring and summer quota. Major corporations learn Dojin's name, and he gains invitations to approach their families again. The campaign works almost too well. Weiyang asks what he has been doing because families are already lining up to arrange marriages with him. Serving as fashionable bait increased sales, but it also advertised a handsome, educated, potentially inheriting Chaebol grandson to every household assessing future alliances. At the ballroom exhibition, a presentation dresses the collections in elaborate language about beauty and brand identity. Once it ends, guests begin shopping. Weiyang moves through the room with a polite smile, and reservations accelerate wherever she looks as invitees compete to earn her approval and future invitations. When demand peaks, Weiyang deliberately leaves. Remaining longer would make her presence, and therefore the products, feel common. She will thank useful guests later and gives Dojin a list of families capable of helping the duty-free application, converting one evening's vanity into a political map. She insists the network is for her own survival, not a gift. Unlike her brothers, Dojin did not exile her to a distant golf course. He kept her in management and promised freedom inside the company while handling outside enemies. His confidence makes alliance more attractive than submission. Weiyang tells Dojin that Yankeol currently shields him. Once the chairman dies, tax authorities, financial regulators, and anyone seeking access to Fantasy's American headquarters will descend. A broad network must become Dojin's next shield, because his collapse would also end her remaining position. Weiyang acts for herself, just as Dojin expected. The hope of preserving and expanding her power makes her build defenses that protect him too. Dojin reflects that hope is most valuable not to the person holding it, but to the person who can direct that hope and turn another's ambition into coordinated action. Hwa-young prepares personal visits for important guests, including carefully matched gifts. Dojin improves the plan by pairing jewelry and watches with each buyer's chosen clothes. The effort goes beyond rewarding purchases. They must study what every guest does and cultivate people whose future influence may exceed their current rank. Dojin adds junior government employees whom Hwa-young considers unimportant. Competent civil servants rise steadily, making modest relationships today valuable 5 or 10 years later. The gifts cost 300 million won, so Dojin pays personally rather than create suspicious corporate expenses that regulators could later weaponize. Hwa-young warned that regulators would target fantasy after Yeol dies. Dojin expands the same protection to logistics and tells her to build ties with the future officials her eldest brother has not yet captured. The uncles will not calmly watch inherited assets disappear and will exploit any weakness to reclaim them. Yoongi and Donggi hear that Dojin is handsome, mannered, academically elite, and sought as a son-in-law. Retail's spring and summer VIP exhibition broke sales records, demoralizing Daehoon Mall. Families with daughters spent freely to impress him, proving his social campaign has already strengthened the business. Before attacking Dojin, Yoongi asks Donggi to release Youngjun from exile. Donggi recalls that his nephew ignored orders, visited Seoul, and gathered aspiring models on Jeoju Island. Bringing him back risks more trouble, but Yoongi argues that Donggi's own daughter-in-law also needs a chance, forcing a family trade. Lee Sang-hoon will soon be arrested as New Data's public scapegoat. Families lost homes and savings, so both political camps need a spectacular fraud case to calm voters. Yoongi intends to throw additional names under the bus while prosecutors investigate, converting public anger into a weapon against his private rivals. Yoongi names Oh-seon, Dojin, and Hwa-young as targets. An investigation might also expose Fantasy's mysterious American backing. Donggi warns that shaking the group during restructuring is reckless and doubts Yeol will tolerate it. But Yoongi says prosecutors and Hansung Media will make the move difficult to suppress. Yoongi's daughter-in-law connects him to Hansung Media, which will drive the story and public pressure. Donggi refuses involvement but agrees to bring Youngjun back to Seoul. He will take the family benefit while pretending he never heard about the attack, preserving deniability if the operation fails. Yoongi recognizes the maneuver immediately. His brother wants the returning heir and any damage inflicted on Dojin, but none of the legal or political risk. Their temporary cooperation remains a contest. Even while targeting a common nephew, each brother prepares to sacrifice the other if necessary. Retail success and Dojin's new social connections convince the elder branches that waiting is dangerous. Yoongi therefore combines media, prosecutors, and a new data scandal to force Fantasy into the open. Dojin built a shield before the attack arrived, but the family war is now leaving boardrooms and entering state institutions. Hansung Daily reports that a major Chaebol daughter running a mall used a paper company to gamble in stocks and suffer enormous losses. The names are hidden, but the target is obvious. Dojin identifies Yoongi behind the article. His eldest uncle will not watch retail change hands without striking back. A public photograph of Hwa-young entering prosecutors' offices could ruin the approaching duty-free selection. Fantasy moves to keep other outlets from amplifying the story, while Hwa-young warns Yoongi that she knows about his own paper companies. If he exposes her, she promises both siblings will be disgraced. Dojin tells Hwa-young that Hansung alone may create dust, but prosecutors can turn the article into a national case. She knows of Yoongi's shell companies, but lacks proof. Since her brother pointed a knife first, she considers using her former husband Mayor Choi's influence over prosecutors to uncover evidence. A call brings the next escalation. Prosecutors have summoned Dojin as a witness. Attendance may not be compulsory, but his father Yoongi is furious because Yoongi dragged his son into the case. The media story was only the opening serve. The prosecution is already preparing to spike it. Yoongi urgently gathers film industry contacts and the stars Hyun and Taehyun. He apologizes that the meeting is not about casting and asks the secretly dating pair to reveal their relationship immediately. A celebrity romance can seize every headline before Hwa-young's story and Dojin's summons dominate the news. Going public threatens non-stop advertisements, drama roles, and the carefully managed fantasies surrounding both stars. Refusing may end their relationship with the producer who made them famous and carries Sun-young influence. What sounds like a personal confession is therefore a high-stakes professional gamble made for someone else's family. Yoongi's colleague reminds them that their success came through his elder brother, but Yoongi stops the pressure and bows. He admits the request is difficult, promises repayment, and asks for help only this once. His humility persuades the pair more effectively than status or threats. Taehyun says discovery was inevitable and asks Hyun to accept an earlier reveal. She agrees if he does. Their decision may cost lucrative work, yet it gives Yoongi the enormous distraction he needs before the next morning's newspapers go to press. Yoongi immediately asks that the story hit headlines by morning. His partner promises newspapers, television, and the internet will be filled with the celebrity couple. Instead of ordering political suppression, Yoongi uses entertainment expertise to overwhelm one narrative with a more irresistible one. Yoongi uses Hansung Media and prosecutors. Hwa-young considers Mayor Choi. Dojin mobilizes fantasy, and Yoongi answers with celebrity culture. The family conflict now recruits every institution surrounding them. Even a romance announcement becomes ammunition in the struggle to protect Dojin and control public attention. Yeol hears that Yoongi started the attack and Hwa-young countered through the Eastern District Prosecutor's Office, home territory of Mayor Choi. He is humiliated that his children imported state prosecutors into a family quarrel and asks the Attorney General whether the investigations are already underway. Fantasy has been invited as an expert, but Wai Young appears to be a victim whose company funds were restored. Without shareholder complaints, her case may go nowhere. The rival district offices will compare evidence rather than wage open war, leaving the family's legal skirmish containable for now. The official asks whether Chaebol truly has no relationship with Fantasy. Ajin, Motors, Daehan Construction, and retail have fallen to the same foreign-funded investor, while Sun Yang retained interconnected stakes. Such a pattern appears impossible without the chairman's approval, despite his explanations of cash shortages and Wai Young's stupidity. Financial supervisors now question whether Fantasy's money represents investment or manipulation, and have asked American tax authorities for cooperation. Chaebol calls the inquiry useless, arguing that Fantasy rescued workers and paid delayed wages instead of flipping bankrupt companies. The Attorney General quietly confirms the chairman wants the firm protected. After the official leaves, Chaebol asks how much Youngie paid him and confirms that the eldest son has also influenced financial regulators. He orders compromised agency heads removed after the election. Youngie's fear is understandable, but Chaebol believes hurried attacks against a formidable opponent usually fail. Chaebol does not completely block the summons. Anyone aiming for his share must become accustomed to prosecutors, and an early tour may be useful. Dojin therefore enters the institution as a law student already facing the kind of official pressure that follows national corporate power. Prosecutor Lee Gang-sik says the interview can occur outside an interrogation room, then reminisces that in earlier days Dojin would first stand facing a wall. Dojin answers by asking whether Lee has an inferiority complex, calling a witness only to treat him like a criminal and using aggression to hide weakness. When Lee raises his voice, Dojin names his upcoming transfer to a small Changja branch. He also knows Lee accepted money for pulling strings on a friend's drunk driving case, the reason for the demotion. The prosecutor discovers that the young witness has investigated him far more thoroughly. Prosecutors control formal investigations, but anyone can gather information. Lee used state power to examine Dojin. Dojin used money to examine Lee and possesses 2 or 3 times more paper. He proposes ending the performance because no amount of pressure will uncover dirt that is not there. The summons intended to frighten a sheltered heir instead reveals a young owner comfortable inside hostile institutions. Chaebol allowed the encounter as training. Dojin converts it into an opportunity. Prosecutor Lee may soon lose his current power, but his vulnerability makes him a potential relationship Dojin can acquire. Prosecutor Lee admits young heirs are frightening, then reveals his case. Wai Young treated company funds as personal money, and logistics shares moved to Fantasy when the money returned. Dojin answers that she used a paper company, restored everything within months, and will likely face only a fine. The timing alone proves no crime by Fantasy. After the official interview, Dojin leaves Lee his Fantasy investments card. A Chaebol investigation requested by another powerful family will need a disposable prosecutor to appear serious, and Lee is already bound for a remote branch. Dojin presents himself as a lifeline and invites Lee to come whenever survival matters more than pride. Dojin says he is not much different from Youngie, but the comparison is calculated. Youngie uses the prosecutor while he has power. Dojin offers value after that power disappears. Great networks often begin with supposed nobodies, because no one knows whom a discarded person may eventually bring along. O asks whether investigators were probing him, and Dojin says the aggressive questions never exceeded the standard script. Youngie's request drives the inquiry. Wai Young is only a decoy. The real objective is digging into mysterious Fantasy, its American money, and its rapid acquisition of Sun Yang companies. O suggests asking the chairman, but Dojin refuses. Bringing an elder brother after losing a school fight would disappoint Chaebol. The chairman cares about the outcome of family conflict, not fairness, so Dojin must defeat Youngie's institutional attack using his own preparation and allies. Lee later visits Dojin, apologizes for overstepping, and says his research found an unusually hard-working third-generation heir. He hints that Dojin's uncles are wary of him and cause the summons, signaling that the prosecutor now understands who used him and is considering the side with greater future value. Lee reports orders to conclude after documenting Dojin and O's current status. Only Wai Young's treatment remains, confirming the main investigation was a pressure tactic and information-gathering exercise. Youngie failed to expose Fantasy, but he revealed how easily prosecutors can be directed against it. Dojin asks how many Southern District prosecutors are truly close to Lee and whether they still dream of becoming prosecutor general or entering politics. Lee says repeated defeats reduce such ambitions to becoming chief prosecutor, retiring, and opening a local law office. A respectable but limited future. Dojin proposes another path, become a highly paid lawyer after dangerous, successful work. A former senior prosecutor can earn at least 5 billion won in the first year. The harder the assignment, the faster promotion comes. Fantasy can turn institutional courage into wealth instead of letting it decay in a branch office. A butcher proves himself with a knife and a hunting dog by biting its target. When Lee asks whom Dojin wants cut, the answer is obvious. Vice Chairman Jin Youngie. The uncle who weaponized prosecutors has inadvertently delivered Dojin a bitter, ambitious prosecutor ready to turn that weapon around. Youngjun thanks his father for bringing him back to Seoul and learns Donggi helped secure the release. Their reunion ends when Youngie arrives. Youngie tries to send his son away, but Youngie says the heir may benefit from hearing how far a family conflict can go when someone attacks the wrong child. Youngie demands that Youngie call every prosecutorial contact and stop the investigation. Using in-law media and prosecutors against family is cheap. Yoongi mocks the movie producer's new authority and praises the celebrity gossip diversion. But Yoongi says that distraction was only the beginning. When Yoongi calls his threat a bluff, Yoongi turns to Youngjun. He knows about a 6-month Hyatt suite reservation, the announcer and idol candidates, and actress Lee Kyung-hee. The supposedly harmless uncle possesses precise surveillance of the returned heir's first movements in Seoul. Yoongi says Kyung-hee ran away from home, endured a troubled past, works under a former gangster, and is rumored to have used drugs. He asks whether Youngjun joined her. Yoongi erupts, but the warning shows that one reckless relationship could become a scandal far worse than the story used against Dojin. Yoongi will launch an entertainment channel in August with news, as well as films and dramas. He has already hired 30 paparazzi-level reporters and considers opening with third-generation Chaebol debauchery. In 1 month, they uncovered both Youngjun's activity and his brother Kyungjun living with an actress in Los Angeles. Yoongi finally recognizes the threat. Yoongi says the inheritance battle is understandable, but it should remain inside the family while Yankyo lives. If Dojin is called by prosecutors again, all 30 reporters will follow Yoongi and his sons day and night until every hidden act becomes content. After Yoongi leaves, Yoongi asks whether the information is true. Youngjun's frightened hesitation confirms enough. The father who brought him home immediately attacks him and summons heads of secretarial, strategy, audit, and management departments, desperate to identify the full scope of his family's vulnerability. Meanwhile, Chief Prosecutor Bae Jae-hwan approaches Dojin through Lee Gang-sik. He recommends cultivating politically connected mainstream prosecutors through alumni ties. Dojin sees little reason to buy them now because wealthier patrons, especially Yoongi, already own their loyalty. They will approach him only after his victory becomes likely. Bae realizes Dojin is starting with discarded outsiders like Lee and himself, then tries to test the young heir. Dojin reverses the evaluation. Yankyo's people must prove themselves for future favor, while Bae asks for a prosperous future in exchange for evidence he already brought. That is nearly a free gift. Dojin says Bae came to sell something, so they should name the price and finish the transaction. He does not need a man performing prosecutorial dignity. He needs someone who understands business. A businessperson protects a profitable client, making purchased alignment more reliable than prestige, alumni sentiment, or promises. O confirms the prosecutors were bait. The financial supervisory service is the real attack. Investigators will examine Fantasy, Dojin, private transactions, and the firm's original overseas capital. Billions moved through aggressive tax planning, and hostile interpretation can rename legal minimization as evasion, creating entry for searches and seizures. O says the worst likely cost is a fine Fantasy can easily afford. Dojin knows money is not the issue. Regulators are being used to make him yield assets. Since he has drawn a knife, he intends to strike rather than chop vegetables and put it away. Fantasy and Sun Yang will fight. O privately wonders whether Fantasy can pierce Sun Yang's iron fortress or whether he will be injured instead. Yet he repeats that compromise is impossible and asks whether Dojin's weapon is ready. Dojin answers yes, transforming their defensive concern into a planned counterattack. The next day, their new prosecutorial ally produces American account evidence. Large sums left a connected Sun Yang account without receipts. Such withdrawals commonly hide gambling by an owner's family. Yoongi is not known as the gambler, but the financial path points towards someone within his household. Dojin identifies his eldest aunt, Park Hae-young, born to wealth, married into greater wealth, and notorious for men, gambling, shopping, and display. The withdrawal dates align with her travel. Evidence against Yoongi's wife can damage his branch without first proving the vice chairman personally spent the money. They will imitate politics, leak the gambling story so public attention creates momentum, then report the evidence. Domestic media fear losing Sun Yang advertising, but Dojin's construction, automobile, mall, and hypermarket companies can replace that revenue. Even if Park is acquitted, public belief will permanently damage her. The objective is not conviction, but proving that Dojin also carries a knife. An initial meeting may offer Yoongi a chance to retreat, yet the leak will proceed regardless. Dojin knows his uncle never stops merely because asked. A thick-skinned Jean withdraws only after directly experiencing consequences. O politely asks Yoongi to stop dragging him into the fight with Dojin. Yoongi denies targeting either man and says he merely wants back what Sun Yang Motors holds, 17% of the group. He absurdly describes shares Yankyo purchased as property placed in temporary safekeeping during the currency crisis. Yoongi will pay market value, arguing Fantasy cannot use the stake inside Sun Yang and should exchange the headache for useful assets. If O refuses, the Southern District and FSS are only the beginning. Supreme prosecutors, tax authorities, and coordinated media pressure will follow. O immediately maps the full threat and answers with exaggerated fear. Dojin was right. Yoongi does not see coercion as an attack, but as normal negotiation, and he will not stop after a polite warning. The counterexample must therefore be painful enough to change the uncle's calculation of Fantasy's power. Yoongi admits he underestimated Yoongi and his friends, then offers a grand settlement. Fantasy should bring every absorbed company under the Sun Yang banner. He will pay an objective acquisition price for O's HW Group. O says such a transaction can wait until smaller attacks, beginning with the FSS investigation. And Yoongi pretends not to understand what must stop. O reveals evidence of a legal currency exchange linked to a Sun Yang branch and says the funds reach casinos. This is not a minor corporate violation like an illegal U-turn. It resembles drunk driving across the center line, with criminal and reputational danger attached. Investigators are tracing who used the casino funds, but the account's ownership already ties the withdrawals to Sun Yang. Oh leaves his card and gives Youngie until the end of the day to call. After that, every record goes to the media. Youngie urgently demands all foreign currency account files. The account manager initially reports nothing exceptional, then admits withdrawals he considered suspicious. Highlighted entries belonged to Youngie's wife and occurred while Youngie was in Morocco. Park told the manager that her spending was none of his concern, leaving the vice chairman unable to deny that Oh's evidence is real. Youngie decides to teach Oh that Korean media move only with Soo-in-young's permission. The next day, no domestic outlet mentions the gambling or foreign exchange. Confident again, he orders the FSS investigation accelerated and adds the National Tax Service, expecting Fantasy to beg for rescue before renegotiating its sale. An aide brings an online article from the United States. The Korean Times Journal reports that a recognizable Chaebol's eldest daughter-in-law gambled and shopped extravagantly, spending millions of dollars from foreign accounts during national hardship. Domestic silence cannot contain a story published beyond Soo-in-young's advertising reach. Youngie summons every American lawyer, demanding the article be killed in the United States and prevented from crossing into Korea. His carefully maintained control over local media has become irrelevant. The global route allows Fantasy to publish abroad, then let the internet and public curiosity carry the accusation home. Oh asks whether Youngie truly wants to continue and calls the exchange even. The vice chairman began by aiming prosecutors and regulators at Fantasy. Oh's foreign media strike simply proves that institutional attacks can return through channel Soo-in-young does not control. Youngie senses hidden confidence, but says he cannot stop without losing face before Korea's industrial elite. Oh asks why a businessman would accept losses for pride. Youngie says only a small businessman could ask. At conglomerate scale, authority depends on appearing impossible to defeat. Youngie tells Oh to preserve Fantasy because it will join Soo-in-young after tax investigators finish. Oh remains unworried. Each man treats the other's company as future property, but only Fantasy has demonstrated a route around its opponent's defenses. The conflict now advances toward raids, public scandal, and control of the 17% stake. Domestic news now reports evidence of elite overseas gambling and foreign exchange violations connected to a major conglomerate. Las Vegas and Morocco, rather than ordinary package tour destinations, make the story look deliberate and personal. Youngie orders every article erased and demand an announcement calling it misinformation. Unable to stop the scandal, Youngie directs the Central District Prosecutor's Office and National Tax Service to search and seize Fantasy immediately. His order is emotional and absolute. Investigators should overturn the firm without leaving even a strand of Ocean's hair untouched. Lee's superiors beat and berate him for targeting Soo-in-young's daughter-in-law. They recall Yankee forcing a former prosecutor general out after 8 months and fear dozens of Soo-in-young-connected lawyers. Lee insists they already have bank and flight records, with Las Vegas footage expected, making Park Hae-young's escape difficult. The evidence could also establish Soo-in-young's illegal foreign exchange, but superiors expect the family to receive immunity. Lee submits a resignation and offers to be portrayed as a prosecutor greedy for achievements. Mocked as a future neighborhood divorce lawyer, he promises that within 1 year, they will envy him. Oh reports that Lee has taken a fall. Now they can judge whether Youngie is a barking dog or possesses real bite. If he focuses on burying his wife's scandal, he is manageable. If he still attacks Fantasy, he is dangerous. The near-instant rage shows anger and decisiveness, not restraint. Tax officials and prosecutors arrive. Oh asks staff to shut elevators, lock stairs, and delay them for 20 minutes, long enough for a conversation, not to destroy evidence. The unusual defense depends on changing Youngie's order before investigators cross Fantasy's threshold. Oh calls Youngie first and praises his speed. The vice chairman warns against obstructing civil servants or destroying records. Oh says no such act is necessary because the officials will leave within 20 minutes. Youngie assumes Dojin begged Yankee, but Oh mocks the childish idea of calling a parent. The order to withdraw will come from Youngie himself. Oh says he holds a transfer agreement for the 17% group stake owned by Soo-in-young Motors and is ready to give it to Dongie. The brother succession contest is close enough that 17% would decisively overturn the balance. If Dongie gains the stake and wins, Fantasy can exchange its support for desirable subsidiaries. Youngie shouts, but Oh reminds him they are not master and servant. Whether the shares remain with Fantasy or move to Dongie will be decided before the call ends. Oh delivers the ultimatum. If tax officials enter Fantasy, Dongie's control rises by 17% today. Youngie's regulatory weapon is suddenly pointed at his own succession. To protect his branch, he must publicly retreat from a raid he launched minutes earlier, proving Fantasy holds leverage inside Soo-in-young itself. Youngie and Dongie's holdings follow the subsidiaries they manage, not a permanent division. Once Yankee dies, Fantasy's 17% can decide their war. Youngie offers top price, extra companies, and freedom from regulators if Oh gives him a stake. Oh refuses to reward the man who began the attack. Oh gives Youngie the choice: withdraw the officials or watch the stake pass to Dongie. As footsteps approach his office, he says the call ends when the door opens. Youngie asks for time, hangs up, and immediately orders the National Tax Service director to stop the raid. Hakji tells Yankee that tax officers withdrew on Youngie's urgent call. The vice chairman may still appear as a witness in his wife's gambling case and pay a fine while funding prosecutors. Yankee calls him foolish for treating civil servants like hunting dogs. Fantasy offered them a better future and changed the investigation's direction. Yankee asks whether the gambling press conference reflects real investigation or a favor to Fantasy. Learning that both sides manipulated officials, He orders the conflict kept within reason before it harms Sun Yang. Exhausted by policing adult children, he summons Youngie, Dongyi, and Wayang. The chairman condemns Youngie for starting the attack, Wayang for sending Mayor Choi after him, and Dongyi for secretly backing one side while preserving deniability. Every connection must be called off, and every leak stopped within 4 days, even if all senior executives have to intervene. Yang Keol says he founded Sun Yang to repay the country by building scarce, necessary industries. Hotels and malls earn money, but do not embody that founding purpose, so he could hand them to Wayang. Her quick loss was not merely stupidity. It proved Sun Yang is no longer untouchable. Jackals wait for any opening. The national currency crisis broke Sun Yang's protection and forced Yang Keol to sell motors cheaply or risk collapse from overseas branches to headquarters. Now Ajin and Sun Yang Motors have doubled together, and he orders his sons to bring the company back. Money alone will not make O surrender a company that placed him among the wealthy in only a few years. The brothers must abandon arrogance, cooperate like a pack, wait for an opening no larger than a needle's eye, and possess the strength to kill with one blow when it appears. After instructing his sons to hunt fantasy, Yang Keol checks Dojin's health and asks him to go somewhat easy on them. The contradiction is deliberate. He restrains public damage while encouraging internal competition, trusting the struggle to reveal who can protect and expand Sun Yang. Youngie's attack failed, but Yang Keol refuses to end the underlying war. He turns the failure into a lesson for his children and a new challenge for Dojin. Motors and its 17% stake now sit at the center of a contest between a patient pack and the young owner already holding the weapon. Yang Keol says he is trying to survive the mess his children created and has ordered them to clean it up before Sun Yang suffers. Dojin has already used every weapon he needed, so containment benefits him. As compensation, the chairman secures Incheon Airport and Seoul duty-free approvals for retail. Dojin says events followed his plan because the purpose was preventing another attack. He used the weapon Yang Keol gave him, the motor's stake, by threatening to sell it cheaply to Dongyi. The chairman laughs at his devious grandson for making maximum use of the cards already in hand. Yang Keol cautions against overusing the stake and says he ordered both sons to cooperate in recovering motors. Greed can unite brothers when the prize is large enough. The weak lose their property, and the chairman welcomes internal fighting even while blocking outside embarrassment, sharpening every air through conflict. Dojin promises preparation. Yang Keol explains that group growth dilutes the stake's influence. It has already fallen to 16% as recovering subsidiaries expand assets. Dojin must grow at the same pace to preserve his leverage, satisfying both the chairman's expectation and his own ambition. The recent attack exposed what Dojin lacks. Youngie has spent decades building dependable people throughout government and business. Money alone cannot instantly reproduce the human foundation. Yang Keol says half came from him and half from Youngie's own 20 years, meaning Dojin might need 50 years if acting alone. For fairness, Yang Keol may hand over part of his network, but people are not objects Dojin automatically owns. Dojin jokes that higher pay will keep him safe. The chairman says money starts a relationship, but something deeper must later make those people truly his, a quality Dojin must discover and fulfill himself. With inheritance almost complete, Youngie and Dongyi will split most operations, likely favoring electronics and Youngie's growth. Finance remains. Sun Yang Life supplies constant cash, owns vast income-producing real estate, functions as the group's bank, and holds 7% of Sun Yang Electronics. Yang Keol asks what Dojin would do with it. Dojin nearly assumes the gift, catches Yang Keol's missing if, and answers carefully. Sun Yang Life will be the core of an expanding financial group, not merely a subsidiary supporting his uncles. Expansion rather than preservation is the Chaebol instinct, and Dojin hopes the ambitious answer earns one more decisive share. Yang Keol believes Dojin's actions more than polished words, but warns that finance's senior executives will oppose an owner young enough to be their grandchild. Dojin's first task is meeting their needs and making them welcome him instead of viewing the transfer as hereditary humiliation. Dojin promises there will be no protests once he handles the transition. Yang Keol notes that boastful people are usually empty, but Dojin's record makes the claim credible. He announces that Sun Yang's financial subsidiaries will belong to his grandson and says the handover process has already begun. Yang Keol never states how many group shares finance holds. Dojin estimates around 30%. Combined with Motor 16%, he could approach half of Sun Yang. The chairman cannot have missed that arithmetic. Dojin nevertheless repeats that he intends to create a separate group rather than simply occupy his uncle's structure. Youngie responds to the scandal by forbidding his wife from leaving home for 1 year. If she disobeys, he will expose her gambling himself rather than let prosecutors discover more. He threatens to cut off her family first, turning a political marriage into house arrest enforced by money and reputation. Kyung-jun must abandon America and study business. His actress partner has already been removed and a fiancé selected. Youngie cuts both sons' money and warns his daughter-in-law that any request to Hansung risks all advertising. Every meal, movement, and contact will now be reported. The entire household becomes a monitored succession unit. The daughter-in-law accepts the restrictions, but asks Hansung to keep tracing Weiyang's secret funds and their link to fantasy. Reporters have located the paper company and need only a little more evidence. Youngie is impressed that amid his reckless family, she alone thinks strategically. Youngie asks how many gene relatives Hansung has investigated. Her fear reveals the archive extends beyond Weiyang. He orders her to bring every file on both the family and fantasy from her parents' home, promising the in-laws will not be blamed. Her request will be reconsidered only after he controls their information. Oh celebrates Yankeol's decision, and Dojin credits the partner, without whom he could not have advanced. Yet Oh seems like a man who has achieved everything rather than someone eager for a new challenge. Dojin remembers his 5-year retirement promise and worries a third of Sunyang may feel like the end of his role. Finance includes life, insurance, investment, and card. Oh advises replacing existing heads in one decisive sweep, while transition chaos limits rumors. Promoting talented internal people from below avoids parachute appointments and can raise morale more than a slow sequence of dismissals that keeps everyone afraid. Dojin asks Oh to inspect card first despite booming performance after legal changes. Cards are being issued to people without stable income, making every balance an unsecured loan. Government efforts to stimulate spending through credit create a bright outlook destined to be stained when bad debts trigger a financial crisis. After the market collapses, Sunyang Car can become the nation's largest car company if it survives with discipline and acquires weakened rivals. Oh agrees to inspect it personally but tells Dojin that many talented people will line up once he becomes finance's owner. No single advisor should remain indispensable. Oh says talent exists everywhere, signaling that Dojin must learn to replace even trusted partners. The words confirm the retirement concern. As Dojin receives the final inheritance, Oh is quietly preparing to leave him capable of recruiting, judging, and commanding the people required to run it. Senior finance executives demand whether a college student will inherit them. Hachi refuses details but cites Yankeol's orders. The answer confirms the rumor, and men who expected Yunki, or an experienced executive, object to placing Sunyang's financial core under a grandson barely out of school. Hachi asks whether they distrust a chairman whose decisions created their careers. Vice President Zhang rose extraordinarily fast through Yankeol's judgment, yet colleagues call that talent, while calling Dojin nepotism. They demand a meeting anyway and promise to protect Hachi's position if he arranges it. Finance employees across all levels collectively hold more than 5 million shares, roughly 25%. Without their cooperation, Dojin cannot control the subsidiaries. Public exposure of the secret transfer could also trigger transaction law problems and hundreds of billions in inheritance tax, giving the executives genuine leverage. The executives visit Yankeol and suggest Dojin, first graduate, rotate through important positions and learn company culture. The chairman jokes about dying any day, then appears to accept their training proposal. However, he separates employment experience from the ownership transfer they actually want stopped. They argue employees cannot comfortably supervise their majority owner. Yankeol calls Dojin, theatrically saying red-eyed executives are pressuring a helpless grandfather over companies he wants to give away. He invites them to interview the young man and persuade him personally if they believe he is unready. Yankeol assures the executives he will not discard people who served 20 years and says his grandson listens to adults. Hachi knows the chairman is never this agreeable and wonders what he is plotting. The apparent concession places the executives in a conversation whose real rules only Yankeol understands. Asked about stocks, funds, or derivatives, Dojin says specialists should trade them. His interest is management and long-term investment, analyzing companies, acquiring them, and selling parts when appropriate. He oversees how company money moves rather than personally pressing every button, leaving the executives unsure whether he is boasting or capable. Yankeol openly tells him to calm their fear. Dojin proposes independent professional management and says he will exercise only majority owner rights, appointing chief executives and top officers. As long as performance remains strong, he will not demand daily reports or interfere with operations using half-learned ideas. The promise visibly relieves them. Then Dojin notices Vice President Zhang Do-hyun is absent and asks about him. They enthusiastically describe Zhang as Sunyang Life's future, unrivaled in talent and results, and rightly promoted by Yankeol. Their own praise establishes his legitimacy before they know Dojin's intent. Dojin says that after the takeover, Zhang will become vice chairman over all financial subsidiaries and run everything. The announcement shocks them more than the idea of Dojin managing directly. He has accepted their demand for professionalism while elevating the one exceptional executive above every senior man in the room. Dojin delivers an unexpected blow. Ownership management separation is exactly what the executives requested, and Zhang Do-hyun is one of their own. Opposing him would reveal that their concern was personal rank, not the company, while accepting means serving a younger man they previously ordered around. Asked whether Zhang is unqualified, no one wants to answer. Yankeol notes that global finance promotes capability, not age or service length. With IMF conditions opening Korea's financial market to foreign capital, Sunyang needs a leader able to compete under international standards, making Zhang's unusual rise an advantage. Yankeol says the executive's faces make him fear he overestimated Sunyang. Before they can prepare a defensive report, Dojin produces one created by Fantasy's American headquarters after months analyzing the subsidiaries. The outside assessment borrows Wall Street's authority and prevents insiders from controlling the terms of evaluation. Dojin asks where policyholder funds are actually invested. Modern products can bundle Florida mortgages, British business loans, and Mexican government bonds, then create further products betting on their returns. The example shows how complexity can conceal risk from executives who still think every bundle is simply a collection of safe bonds. He is not testing whether presidents know every analyst detail. Specialists should be fired if they do not. Executives must know when the flood of money and risk will stop, whether water remains below the nose or rises above the head, so they can make a judgment before the entire organization drowns. Dojin targets card president Lee Min-seo. Card companies manage loans, Yet they advance millions to housewives without income and students without jobs. Even stable workers rotate balances from card to card. Employees themselves normalize revolving debt, suggesting the lender has lost fear alongside its borrowers. Swiping, exhausting paychecks, and paying interest have become habits. Whether this rising debt saves Korea through consumption or floods the economy is uncertain, but deciding how much risk to accept is precisely senior management's responsibility. Record growth cannot excuse leaders from recognizing the level of the water. Yankeol asks whether anyone still thinks Dojin must crawl through entry-level work before exercising ownership. The executives retreat, saying such training matters only for someone involved in daily management. They misunderstood his intentions. A shareholder never needed the company's permission to own or appoint leaders. Dojin clarifies that he will watch from the bench, but enter the field when needed. Whether that requires learning from the bottom or judging incompetence from above will depend on the situation. The executives praise his willingness, cleverly leaving the decision and the authority with him. Yankeol says everyone has now seen what his grandson is like. No one has another complaint. Dojin granted professional management, appointed their most praised talent, demonstrated deeper risk awareness, and preserved intervention rights. The 25% employee block has lost its justification for resisting the transfer. O questions appointing a seemingly random vice president, though Jang's reputation is excellent. Yankeol says capable replacements must fit Dojin's vision, but long-serving executives should not be publicly shamed. Make the person stepping down look honorable. Embarrassment creates resentment that outlives the office. Dojin would retain strong performers, but Yankeol says all current heads must eventually change so employees see one era end and another begin. Loyal veterans deserve a graceful exit unless they rebel. Then an obvious fault should justify a cold removal. Either way, their final treatment teaches the whole group. Dojin wonders whether Yankeol feels compassion for men like Yang Wuchan after 30 years together. The chairman evaluates even loyal people by the example their departure creates. For the first time, Dojin asks whether he too could become a useful piece discarded without affection once his role ends. Dojin tells Jang he will inherit finance, but does not want a grand operational title. Jang says reports cannot reveal the building's atmosphere, employees' faces, or office sound. The company's real condition. Formal bows may look archaic, but he calls them part of a salaryman's snobbish psychology. Most employees bow to a chairman they will never speak with, yet one handshake makes them feel personally chosen. Korea still carries lord and subject instincts, so importing Western separation of ownership and management without changing people will not produce Western results. The culture inside the system matters as much as its structure. In Dojin's remembered future, Yoongi later removes Jang for aggressive management. Jang now argues that even excellent subsidiary presidents spent careers following orders and avoiding final responsibility. Someone must sit above them and carry what obedience cannot, because responsibility can become heavier than any subordinate can handle. Dojin admits his age is only the public reason for avoiding the spotlight. Jang understands. The Jin family sees him like the shark in Jaws, since beneath the water without knowing its size or aggression. Once he receives a core subsidiary, every adult relative will attack the hidden threat. If Jang's support becomes known, threats and persuasion will come from every branch. He says he can handle them if Dojin grants enough power to turn each situation to advantage. Dojin finally sees a leader without a servant's mind, suited to real independent management rather than ceremonial obedience. Dojin suggests delaying the decision, but Jang notes their positions differ. Dojin chooses, while he must be chosen. Yet he remains confident because his value gives him alternatives. Rather than chase Yoongi or Donggi, Jang has waited for Dojin, the rumored future of finance, to reach out. The interview establishes a partnership built on asymmetrical but real power. Jang will not pretend culture disappears under a Western chart, will not hide behind orders, and will demand authority proportional to danger. Those traits make him difficult to control, and exactly the vice chairman Dojin needs against his uncles. Dojin asks whether Jang expects to control a young owner. Jang answers that Yankeol would never hand core subsidiaries to someone pliable. His age, therefore, proves the opposite. Dojin must possess enough talent for the chairman to choose him despite every objection, making him safer than the predictable vice chairman. Uedo rumors call Dojin Fantasy's future and predict he may control Korea's financial market once finance and fantasy unite. Wall Street speaks of Howard Jean, fantasy boy, an undefeated investor with extraordinary judgment of startups. Jang directly asks whether the hidden genius and Yankeol's grandson are the same person. Dojin denies being a genius. He invested the proceeds from his childhood land through O, and the money grew unusually well. Fantasy's American staff call him Howard, but he will not confirm the legend or let Jang join merely because rumors promise an infallible investor. Jang has made mistakes and knows Yoongi and Donggi openly want to push him out. Dojin's takeover therefore offers protection, but any choice will be dangerous. Dojin says he is already inside the struggle. The real question is whether Jang understands that refusing loyalty later will mean being cut off. To make the choice worthwhile, Dojin orders one integrated plan covering life, insurance, investment, and card, ready for immediate execution after transfer. If it succeeds, Jang will receive compensation equal to the electronics chief, the best-treated executive in Sunyang, and a title matching the results. Dojin emphasizes that rewards depend on perfectly following his orders. Jang shows no offense because he expects results before payment. When Dojin asks whether entrusting everything to a little kid makes him nervous, Jang answers that he believes in his own foresight. The same quality Dojin is hiring him to apply. By December, Yankeol pushes the inheritance documents across the table. Dojin studies the numbers, but the chairman tells him to sign first because restructuring is too complex to understand at a glance. He may refuse, yet choosing to sign means accepting both the assets and Yankeol's arrangement of power. Yankeol combines the 4 principal financial companies, several smaller affiliates, and group shares. The inheritance gives Dojin 10% of Sunyon. The chairman laughs when Dojin calls that merely fine, seeing the grandson's greed, and reminds him of the promise to build a second Sunyong with finance and HW Group. Yankeol sits beside Dojin and asks whether he understands. 10% is too small for Yoongi or Dongi to risk a massive assault to seize, yet too large to ignore. Each uncle will initially try to win him kindly, making the number a protective balance rather than an unfinished gift. Dojin's disappointment vanishes when he sees the design. Yankeol has not denied him power. He has positioned the young heir as the swing vote while reducing immediate danger. The 10% stake expresses the chairman's care in his native language, not affection alone, but numbers that force enemies to negotiate. Yoongi learns Dojin received 4 major financial subsidiaries, 6 related companies, and 10% of Sunyon. Yoongi holds 36%, Dongi 33%, Fantasy 16%, and Dojin 10%. The last 5% rests with 34 veteran shareholders, mostly retired loyalists whose shares only Yankeol could reclaim. Contacting the veterans now might alert Yankeol, so Yoongi waits and orders complete surveillance of Dongi. Dojin's 10% cannot act alone. A patient uncle can appear caring, cultivate the inexperienced heir, and eventually turn him into a loyal dog rather than provoke another costly fight. Dongi rejects superficial share lists and demands every group or individual capable of influencing Sunyon. He knows Yankeol's desire for control would not disappear even on his deathbed. The chairman must hold a final card through borrowed names, perhaps concentrated in one person or small entity, able to overturn everything. An aide says employees follow current power but quickly sense change, so gradual control can attract them naturally. Dongi orders investigation of long-time holders, foreigners, residents without clear addresses, and anyone likely holding shares under aliases. He also authorizes using any company funds to buy every available market share. The aide proposes a safety net. Maintain a good relationship with Yoongi, the apparent connection between Dojin and Fantasy. If Dongi combines his 33% with Fantasy's 16 and Dojin's 10, he can exceed half and own Sunyon. The least powerful brother suddenly seems to hold the group's reins. Yoongi privately rages that he received only a non-commercial foundation, while a barely grown nephew gets 4 core companies. He committed no great mistake, and his children are comparatively quiet, but years acting as Yoongi's errand runner kept him away from Yankeol and erased his independent standing. Having played gopher for his elder brother, Yoongi expects Yoongi to protect his interests now. The assumption makes him a potential bridge or pressure point in the succession struggle. Both elder branches underestimate that the connection they seek is not Yoongi's influence over Fantasy, but Dojin's ownership of it. Yoongi brings his wife and children to a restaurant not yet officially open. He created it under her name, recruited a capable manager, and wants her to use it for meetings with Sangam-dong contacts. With the children grown, she can run a small project and possess a space independent of family homes. The family notices every business in the directory belongs to Yoongi, and the building itself is called Hyun, taken from Lee Seo-hyun's name. Yoongi borrowed cheaply from Oda to secure it. The supposedly excluded son has quietly assembled valuable property and entertainment-related businesses outside direct Sunyon control. Yoongi and Dongi treat Yoongi as a relationship to be bought, while Yoongi believes obedience deserves compensation. Yet his household has its own assets, media influence, and Dojin. The brother dismissed as a foundation chairman may become decisive not because he controls his son, but because he gave that son room to build power. At 24, Dojin controls 9 principal HW companies, from major finance subsidiaries and numerous smaller entities he cannot easily count. Yoongi scolds him for ignoring small companies and boasts of managing every production studio. Dojin cheekily compares those with national leaders in insurance, automobiles, and construction, leaving his father outmatched. Neither uncle has approached Yoongi yet, though they will assume he controls Dojin and Fantasy. Dojin asks his father to say he will not join succession politics before graduation. He intends graduate school, not for academics, but to delay military enrollment while the aging Yankeol remains alive. Yoongi is surprised because Dojin is exempt. A call to Hakji confirms an application was made after Dojin's severe childhood car accident, and his name was placed on the exemption list. A major obstacle disappears without Dojin knowing his father and grandfather had handled it years earlier. As Korea's football headquarters rises nearby, Dojin meets Jang Do-hyun on New Year's Day. Jang dislikes receiving bows from executives old enough to be his father. Dojin says their one-on-one meeting should be mentioned casually at work, giving the chosen executive greater perceived influence before his formal elevation. Jang names Hakji as Suenyang's most influential man because everyone knows Yankeol trusts him. Dojin sets a stricter test. True influence requires direct access, meaningful discussion, and the power holder implementing those discussions. Trust alone does not guarantee all 3, so reputation can matter more than a technical reality. Everyone in Sunyong may think Hakji is supreme, even if Yankeol does not. That belief still causes people to seek, fear, and obey him. By publicizing the New Year meeting, Dojin lends Jang the same perception. He invites the vice president to use the expanded authority freely. Jang's reorganization starts by unifying accounting across the subsidiaries. One report should show daily activity and cash flow, then identify liquid funds available for action. Dojin confirms those funds will purchase their own company's shares before Yoongi and Donggi exploit the unstable post-inheritance distribution. The uncles cannot buy openly while Yankeol watches, but they will operate through shadows. Finance may have to sell valuable real estate despite future appreciation. Dojin says land can always be repurchased. Shares transferred to his uncles may never return, so defensive ownership comes first. Jang asks whether the card risk discussed before the president's is real. He learned of it because President Lee Min-seo returned to the office ranting that a grandfather-backed brat was acting arrogant. The outburst confirms Lee's ego is wounded and makes him vulnerable to anyone promising protection from Dojin. Dojin now has two operations. Jang will consolidate cash and secure shares, while Lee's resentment can be allowed to travel toward one of the uncles. By seeming dismissive of card, Dojin can make a valuable but dangerous subsidiary look like a burden worth trading away. Lee Min-seo rages that Dojin treats card like a burden despite spectacular performance. Colleagues call the new owner a stubborn third-generation Chaebol who read a few books and thinks he is always right. Their ridicule is exactly the impression Dojin wants circulated. Dojin asks Jang how Lee will respond to an ignorant child dismissing his best-performing company. First comes anger. Then the president seeks a stronger protector. He cannot oppose Yankeol, so the most powerful available patron is Yoongi, the uncle most eager to take assets from Dojin. Jang realizes Dojin may sell card. Dojin calls it a trade. Donggi controls attractive heavy industry subsidiaries that can join HW Group, while card's current profits make its sale price high. He does not see the transfer as permanent. Whatever leaves his hand will one day return after its hidden risk matures. Lee assumes Jang is only the easiest younger executive for Dojin to command and pities him for pleasing a child. After dismissing his subordinate, Lee orders a meeting with Yoongi. The engineered grievance now travels along the path Dojin predicted without any direct instruction. During belated New Year greetings, Lee asks whether Yoongi will truly allow a young nephew to take card. Yoongi pretends surprise and teases that Dojin must already have scolded him. Lee's heavy opening confirmed the senior insider is ready to trade information and loyalty for protection. Donggi receives intelligence that Lee saw Yoongi on New Year's Day, while Dojin met only Jang Do-hyun. He initially sees old executives resisting an heir who lacks respect for elders. The timing, however, suggests more than wounded pride. Lee chose one vice chairman instead of appealing to Yankeol. A professional president would not merely complain. He would offer a valuable concession for assistance, and Lee took the lead among finance executives. The question becomes what card can give Yoongi and why Life's rising vice president might be the one person who understands Dojin's purpose. Donggi decides to meet Jang and discover what he told Lee, which may reveal what Yoongi now knows. Because Jang belongs to Sunyang Life, the leading financial subsidiary, his connection to both Dojin and the rebellious car president makes him the central intelligence channel. Donggi expected conflict, but dislikes that it began so quickly. The two vice chairmen are already tracking which executive Dojin meets and interpreting every move. He orders the approach kept secret and wonders whether to speak through Yoongi or confront Dojin himself. By insulting card's prospects and elevating Jang, Dojin creates two signals. A profitable company may be available, and one insider may control access to it. Lee runs to Yoongi while Donggi chases Jang. The nephew has not asked either uncle to bid, yet both are entering the auction he designed. Donggi's people first acted detached, then asked detailed questions about Dojin. Jang claimed the young owner cares only for investment, finds card troublesome, and would prefer one or two heavy industry companies before selling the burden to HW Group. He brings Dojin a short list of Donggi's subsidiaries suitable for trade. Yoongi's advisor, Baek Junhyuk, also approaches Jang, telling him not to waste time under a brat and to name whatever he wants. Jang asks for time, expecting Baek to price his ambition. To complete the deception, Jang must appear willing to take something from Dojin in exchange for defecting. Jang asks what answer to give. Dojin provides a prize larger than Baek expects, chairman of the future Sunyang Financial Group. Jang assumed ownership management separation was temporary because no Chaebol heir willingly steps back, but Dojin intends to make the title real. Dojin says no one will endure danger beside him without proper reward. Salary alone will eventually stop satisfying Jang. Ambition will seek power or something greater. The chairmanship can be taken away immediately if he falls below Dojin's standards, and their partnership has no fairy tale ending, only continuing performance. A quiet retirement in Jeju would provide a happy ending, but Jang wants the difficult path. He says refusing would be foolish and leaves to meet Baek again. He can now present a believable demand because Dojin has truly authorized the highest operating position in finance. During New Year, Donggi brings coffee and cheesecake but admits the visit is business. He asks whether Yoongi speaks with Dojin. Yoongi refuses to serve as a messenger. Donggi says he wants the opposite, to learn what Dojin supposedly wants communicated through circulating group rumors. Donggi claims Dojin is struggling with companies Yankeol forced upon him. The nephew may want their group shares but not the elderly executives and operating burdens. Yoongi doubts that an ambitious son would complain, so Donggi admits he is testing second-hand information rather than relaying Dojin's words. Yoongi once said he would sell a subsidiary for Dojin if the price were high. Donggi offers to honor that promise, but wants to see the product before naming a premium. Yoongi warns that if this is merely an attempt to probe Dojin, Donggi will be excluded from future negotiations. Dongyi insists he truly needs a financial subsidiary and hesitated because he did not want to appear predatory toward his nephew. Yoonki provisionally accepts the conversation as business without ulterior motives, and the brothers even suggest drinking after a deal, warmth constructed around an approaching auction. Jang has fed Dongyi the bird narrative, Lee has carried resentment to Yoongi, and Yoonki has opened a formal channel. Each uncle thinks he discovered the opportunity independently. In reality, Dojin supplied different clues through people they trusted, raising competition before he ever publicly offered card for sale. Jang is stunned because card currently prints money and Sunyong lacks enough liquid cash for an astronomical future-based valuation. Dojin says plans must adapt. He asks Jang not for a selling price, but the opening bid for a public auction, transferring responsibility for credible valuation to the executive who will run finance. Dojin wants to entertain both vice chairmen. Nothing motivates male pride like an auction, especially one conducted by their nephew. Approaching graduation and formal entry into business, he sees the sale as a first direct battle that may expose the uncle's true faces under competitive pressure. Newspapers call card the goose that lays golden eggs and report Sunyong may withdraw through a public auction. Rumors name Daehoon and other financial entrants as buyers. At an emergency meeting, Yoongi recognizes the leak came from Dojin's side and translates its message. Spend money or watch card leave Sunyong. Yoongi turns on Lee Min-seo, whose own company is supposedly for sale while he sits frozen. An aide is ordered to erase online coverage. Yoongi says a real president would immediately hold a press conference denying the rumor and protect the stock price. Lee's passivity makes him look complicit or useless. Yoongi orders life and investment presidents to calculate the minimum cost from current holdings and the maximum from recent market prices. Dongyi insists the sale is real because Dojin must have discussed it with Oh and intends either to reinvest proceeds or buy a company HW Group needs. Card is no convenience store a student can casually sell. Yoongi asks why Dojin would discard it. Dongyi's answer points to a larger acquisition. Executives are sent to Jang to learn both how the decision arose and what Dojin thinks, making the planted insider indispensable to every bidder. The nephew who caused no school, romantic, or drinking scandals is now creating trouble on a corporate scale. Yoongi asks whether Dongyi will bid. Dongyi needs calculations. Yoongi tells him to back off, but his brother refuses to surrender a fairly priced deal merely because family hierarchy demands it. Fighting each other only raises Dojin's price, yet the uncles are not alone. Daehoon has an obvious strategic need, and financial groups without a card foothold will swarm. The auction cannot be settled privately inside Sunyong because outside demand gives Dojin credible alternatives. Buyers see present profits and infrastructure, not the coming credit collapse. By selling while optimism peaks, Dojin captures the market's highest expectations and transfers hidden bad loan risk. Pride, rivalry, and media attention will make bidders pay more precisely because they believe he is foolish to sell. Dojin's business debut begins without requesting either uncle's cooperation. He selects the asset, writes the story, plants Jang at the center, and invites national competition. Yoongi and Dongyi are already calculating against each other, proving the young swing shareholder can make senior Heir's move on his timetable. Chaebol asks whether the story was invented or leaked, and learns Jang drank with reporters the night before. No one could coerce Dojin, and Jang has already become his puppet. Because the grandson has never disappointed him, Chaebol assumes a valid reason exists instead of rushing to reverse the inheritance. Hakji suggests redistributing card shares or using an old seal. Chaebol says changing the transfer would make the inheritance look careless, and Dojin would have replaced any entrusted seal long ago. His refusal to leave property in another's control only deepens the mystery of why he is selling a golden goose. Over soup whose recipe has survived 30 years. Dojin promises Sunyong will remain and grow for decades. He then admits leaking the card article himself. Chaebol's nervousness is justified, and both uncles likely already know the message is directed at them. Chaebol compares card profits to money from loan sharks. Useful, but potentially a noose. Dojin expects his uncles to overpay precisely because card earns so much. A cow leaving home will return with calves, or, more accurately, a cart full of Sunyong shares and industrial subsidiaries. Dongyi's side interprets the article as a message to both brothers backed by a threat to sell outside. Yoongi says he will meet Dojin and relay everything, then abruptly demands dinner with Dongyi and calls Yoongi too. Each uncle agrees because neither dares let the other negotiate alone. Yoongi reserves Sunyong Hotel's Japanese restaurant for the evening. He pretends to mediate spontaneously, though the meeting serves Dojin's plan. Once the calls end, he admits acting is harder than expected. The movie producer now performs innocence inside a corporate trap designed by his son. Dojin meets the subsidiary presidents at Fantasy's nearly empty headquarters, where he normally works with only a few people. He permits casual speech but makes their positions explicit. Friendliness changes nothing. He is the majority owner with power to fire them, and has called the urgent meeting for a reason. Before discussing the article, Dojin asks Lee about the midday press conference, denying it as fake. A public company sale can transfer control. The president should have verified the information with the majority owner before declaring what the owner would never do merely because current profits look good. He then turns to Yang Wuchan and Ko Enkyu. The article concerned their related subsidiary, yet they met Yoongi and Dongyi instead of Dojin. Those vice chairmen possess no legal authority over these financial companies, so the meetings demonstrate that the presidents still serve the old Sun-Yang hierarchy. The card leak does more than invite bids. It reveals which presidents deny the owner's decision, leak information, or run to his uncles. By gathering them after their loyalties become visible, Dojin prepares to replace leaders who accepted his non-interference but never acknowledged his ownership. Dojin kept their positions and promised not to run daily operations, yet they still failed to recognize him as majority owner. He asked whether kindness made him look weak. Card is being sold for basic investment logic. Other financial companies receive and multiply client money, while Card lends the group's own capital. He claims he can earn many times more by directly investing the money. The presidents are frogs and Sun-Yangs, while America enjoys a decade-long boom and the Dow rises fivefold. Manufacturing phones and appliances looks pathetic beside Wall Street profits. He even considers turning investment into a stock specialist. A president says factories built from nothing enabled Dojin to act as chairman. Dojin tells anyone living in the past to retire home because time moves only forward. Card will go now, and every other subsidiary will be judged against the profit rate of his personal investments. Anyone disliking his rules may join the uncles they truly love after submitting resignation letters. The threat is genuine. Presidents Chaebol appointed will never fully follow a child. Dojin needs executives whose own ascent to the corporate peak becomes inseparable from his new era. At the Japanese restaurant, Yoongi and Dongi have waited 30 minutes because Yoongi gives them time to bargain first. They argue over who needs card and who has enough cash. The entire restaurant is closed on Yoongi's order, demonstrating both brothers' nervous thirst for the supposedly available company. Dojin arrives, saying Yoongi redirected him to negotiate directly. Yoongi had shouted at staff over lost business, but instantly softens when exposed, offers compensation, and tells everyone to eat. His authority over the venue becomes an awkward performance in front of the nephew, controlling the asset he wants. Neither brother can taste the food. Yoongi asks about the rumor, and Dojin says he is strongly considering a sale, but wanted family discussion first. Yoongi advises holding what Chaebol gave him, yet the greed in his eyes contradicts every protective word. Dojin says the chairman called him specifically and promised not to interfere after transferring ownership. He may sell card to whomever he wants. The uncles immediately reinterpret that freedom as permission to take the company cheaply, exposing how little their concern for Sun-Yang tradition matters once a bargain appears. Dojin tells Chaebol he will sell card and earn even more. The proceeds should exceed 1 trillion won, which he confidently says can produce many multiples of card's current income. To the uncles, his apparent faith in investment returns makes the sale both believable and urgent. Dojin has converted the rumors into a private bidding chamber. Yoongi stays outside. Chaebol grants autonomy, and both uncles fear losing card to each other or outsiders. The young owner appears naive about power while deliberately using their greed to set the highest possible price. Dojin claims American real estate financial products can nearly double money within years, making card fees look trivial. Privately, he knows returns are closer to 60 or 70% and mocks himself as the fool choosing money while his uncles wisely chase durable power. They flatter his investment genius because they want the company. Asked whether Daehoon will buy, Dojin says mention Nongyup, which wants diverse products and instant market infrastructure. It possesses enough funds. The uncles invoke Yankeol's sweat and the Sun-Yang name, trying to delay a sale without waiting so long that Dojin changes his mind or accepts an outside bid. Card's cash flow particularly benefits Dongi, who suggests the brothers acquire it jointly. Yoongi rejects sharing and demands Dojin hand it directly to him for a good price. His anger overwhelms the brotherly facade and turns the discussion from preserving Sun-Yang into an open contest for sole ownership. Yoongi scolds Dojin as a child, dishonoring the group. Dongi intervenes gently, saying the adult majority owner needs instruction, not shouting. He asks for one promise. If card is sold, its Sun-Yang name must remain. The apparently moderate condition points naturally towards sale to one of the brothers. The uncles immediately fight over which one should receive it and whether 1 trillion is even affordable. Dojin interrupts. Fantasy and card value the company at 1.2 trillion, but he will sell to family for 1.4 trillion. Either uncle may buy if he can produce that amount. Dongi cannot produce 1.4 trillion without collateralizing or selling companies. Dojin therefore accepts the final price as a 3-year maturity bond. The family concession means he does not need cash immediately, while the buyer gains time. Exactly like someone butchering even a cow on credit without considering the future. Yoongi warns that losing card's profits and owing the bond will become a burden. Dongi ignores the 3-year repayment question and calculates only whether banks will lend close to 1 trillion now. The buyers are fighting over a ticking bomb whose explosion Dojin knows will coincide with the credit crisis. Dongi argues Dojin owns several money printing companies and can afford to wait. He confirms the 1.4 trillion valuation excludes shares in life, insurance, and most related core companies. Including them would push the value far above 2 trillion. Card is sold largely alone, preserving Dojin's group control. Satisfied that he is buying the operating card company without subsidizing Dojin's other cross-holdings, Dongi accepts the valuation and 3-year bond structure. Dojin repeats that he offers credit because they are family, disguising a timed liability as generosity. Dojin raises a 1.2 trillion asset to 1.4 trillion, preserves finance's strategic shares, and accepts paper due in 3 years. The structure makes bidding easier today and ruin harder to avoid tomorrow. His uncles see access to power. He sees a future debt claim backed by companies they may lose. After dinner, Yoongi says Dojin's hidden motive does not matter. They must eventually recover all shares he holds. Donggi asks why Yoongi needs card when it carries no group shares. Yoongi sees the question as an attempt to secure the company cheaply and demands a real auction rather than brotherly restraint. Donggi argues competition only enriches Dojin and that electronics already provides Yoongi strong cash flow. The eldest brother finally says the crude truth. He wants card partly to harm Donggi. In his mind, refusing to share is not greed, but retaliation for a lifetime of being denied what he was promised. Since puberty, Yankeol told Yoongi he would become Sunyang's captain and receive everything, charged with growing it larger. He believed that destiny for decades, yet inherited less than half. Therefore, anything Donggi or Dojin holds still feels like Yoongi's property, making payment for an insult. Donggi recognizes the pressure placed on an eldest son, but abandons his hope of separate groups, trading, and cooperating. They will fight for every share until one brother reaches the point of no return. Yankeol taught them that anything can be bought if hunger is strong enough. Donggi announces car will be his. At Fantasy, for executives wait, while audit teams stand outside their offices. Dojin first tells Lee Min-seo that card will be sold, and he is fired today. Yoongi or Donggi may later rehire him. But Dojin will not leave a president who rejected the majority owner and acted for rival branches. Dojin then fires Yang Woo-chan and Ko In-kyu, telling them to seek positions from the uncles they followed. Their shock ends when he asks whether they finally understand who holds power. Ownership management separation did not mean executives could choose a different owner. He warns them to leave Sunyang history inside their own heads. One press line about the meeting will trigger investigations of their pasts. Executives do not reach subsidiary presidencies with spotless hands, and private dealings that once protected them can make them suspects or defendants. Dojin orders company phones surrendered. Although used privately, they remain corporate property, and audit teams will erase business records after checking calls. Every personal object will be inventoried and delivered home. Cars at the entrance will take the dismissed men wherever they choose. Employees are stationed at each office, and the operation begins simultaneously. The presidents cannot return to warn allies, destroy records, or rally employee shareholders. Dojin follows Yankeol and O's lesson. One large sweep during confusion creates a clean break and leaves less room for rumors than gradual removals. The executives who treated him as a child become the first examples of a new regime. Their careers end not because Carr performed poorly, but because loyalty remained with his uncles. Before selling one subsidiary, Dojin establishes that every remaining professional manager serves the company under the owner who actually holds its shares. Dojin interviews Yoon Hoyle, president of private Sunyang Insurance, whose parent Sunyang Life holds 75%. The man must choose between the 3 dismissed colleagues and a generational shift. Dojin calls him the best candidate for Life's core position, providing the justification needed to accept without feeling like a traitor. Yoon thanks Dojin and promises not to disappoint him. The new owner immediately takes him into the main meeting room and announces the promotion before every financial head. This public entrance establishes that internal opportunity, not only punishment, accompanies the new regime. 3 chief executives have left. Anyone opposing the first adjustment may follow. Anyone staying must avoid childish complaints. Dojin again promises no operating title for himself and no outside parachute hires. Internal promotion becomes the standard, but results, not tenure, will determine survival. Yoon takes Sunyang Life, while second-ranking insiders temporarily lead the other 3 companies. A financial group strategy office is created under Jang Do-hyun. Dojin asks every leader to perform, promises quarterly review, and states plainly that cold replacement will follow poor results. Dojin tells Jang to remove 100 lowest performers after the first quarter, enough blood to shock everyone, while giving enormous bonuses to the 10 best. A knife in one hand and flowers in the other will make change visible. Jang no longer needs permission for such operating decisions. Jang says the bonuses must be large enough to make employees forget 100 colleagues were fired. Dojin approves and promises still greater authority. The executive who warned that someone must carry responsibility now receives the freedom and danger to prove he can. 2 weeks into the Judicial Research and Training Institute, CEO Min-young looks exhausted and jokes that ginseng cannot replace visits. She hears rumors that Dojin controls Sunyang finance. He calls himself only a learner. When he jokes about exile, she threatens to drag him back and lock him in an office. Min-young's father arrives, ending the playful conversation. She tries to flee before introductions, but the family calls her back to greet her grandfather. Yankeol observes that she is pretty, unlike her father, and asks her name, turning a private relationship into an unexpected meeting between families. Dojin's day moves from firing presidents to facing Min-young's respected legal household. Her judicial path develops independently of his ownership, while his inheritance has become public rumor. Their relationship now connects the rising controller of finance with a woman entering the very institutions that scrutinize people like him. Inside finance, Dojin appoints, rewards, and delegates with calculated severity. Outside it, he is still a young graduate visiting an exhausted girlfriend. The contrast shows his double life narrowing. The hidden owner is becoming publicly recognizable, and family, law, and business can no longer remain separate worlds. At graduation, relatives joke that the university helped an often absent Dojin finish. When asked, he formally introduces Min-young as his girlfriend, law school classmate, successful bar examinee, and judicial trainee. Her grandfather congratulates Dojin, while Yankeol recognizes Minyoung's father, Judge Seo. Minyoung's grandfather was Supreme Court Chief Justice and once fined Sunyong 20 billion won despite Yankeol personally buying him dinner. He even reimbursed the meal, though 3,001 short because he ordered the special while Yankeol ate regular. The joke celebrates a legal family resistant to Chaebol influence. The university president thanks Yankeol for a promised dormitory. The chairman casually says Daehan Construction is donating it and tells him to thank O. Dojin realizes it is effectively his money. Yankeol calls showing off with someone else's money a basic business skill worth remembering. Dojin offers his diploma as a present, but Yankeol calls graduation easy once someone enters elite law school. He still treasures the original admission letter because gaining entry proved rare ability. The grandson's real repayment is to double or triple the number of companies bearing Sunyang's name. Hoping to see the expansion before dying, Yankeol presents a graduation gift. Director Woo Byung-jun from Sunyang Security. For guards will drive Dojin, wait at Sunyang and Fantasy offices, and protect him from departure to home. The inheritance has made ordinary movement a security matter. For guards are only the surface. Woo will command 40 to 50 people assembled specifically for Dojin. Yankeol says they can do more than protection, including illegal tasks if ordered. Dojin wonders whether succession will someday require commands that cross that line. 10 people could cover normal shifts, so the team's true scale has political and investigative purpose. Yankeol warns Dojin not to request more later, implying experience has taught him how quickly threats grow around control of a conglomerate. The gift is both shield and instrument. The day closes his student cover. Minyoung is publicly named, the university receives a corporate dormitory, and professional guards assume his transport. Dojin may hold no formal finance title, but everyone around him now treats his ownership as real and potentially dangerous. Yankeol's affectionate story about Chief Justice Seo also carries strategic meaning. Minyoung comes from a household whose elder enforced the law against Sunyang and repaid even a meal. Their connection cannot be reduced to a bought prosecutor, making her family valuable but impossible to command casually. The chairman keeps Dojin's old acceptance letter, demands future expansion, and supplies a private force. Sentiment and strategy arrive together. Yankeol wants the grandson to remember where he began, enlarge what he inherited, and remain alive long enough to survive relatives now measuring every share. Woo will prioritize Dojin's commands 24 hours a day and carry even his deepest secret to the grave. Yankeol's warning is not to misuse the team for tasks that wound professional pride. Dojin stays for one celebratory glass of wine, showing the old chairman he values the gift and their remaining time. In March, Woo reports on Time Music, where Dojin's older brother Sangjun works. The company is legitimate but barely earns what it spends, created around its founder's taste for unpopular underground genres. Its reputation and talent judgment are good, yet commercial ambition is almost absent. Satisfied with Woo's discreet new employees, Dojin calls O. Time Music president Cho Won-kyu arrives at Fantasy, shocked to learn the firm is an investment giant. He admits agencies felt unrelated to high finance and has never seriously considered taking outside investment. O goes directly to the proposal. Fantasy will invest in Time Music on normal market terms, so Cho should research comparable deals. The initial amount is 2 billion won, but strong results could raise total support to 20 billion. The word initial matters more than the already enormous opening figure. The money cannot rescue underground bands. Cho may continue that with his own resources, while Fantasy's capital must create marketable singers or girl groups. Successful popular acts can fund the artistic scene he loves. O tells him to separate hobby from work and use profitable gold rather than kick it away. Fantasy America funds blockbusters and also loss-making independent films because art film directors and actors later strengthen mainstream Hollywood. Cho should use his respected eye to discover marketable stars, then use their earnings to support experimental artists. Fantasy will provide whatever money is needed for that cycle. Cho asks why Fantasy chose a small agency unlike specialist idol factories. O finally names Sangjun, the newly hired overseas graduate, as his best friend's son. Cho suddenly believes his employee's father is a Chaebol, misunderstanding the precise connection but recognizing that the investment began as protection for the young man. The 2 billion investment is effectively less in money. They will not simply give Sangjun a job or inheritances. They create conditions where he can learn inside a real business with capital, experience leadership, and performance requirements. If he still fails, the family can stop worrying without abandoning him unfairly. O does not demand that Cho betray underground music. He demands a structure that sustains it. Popular stars provide cash and reach. Marginal artists provide future talent and renewal. The agency's moral vision survives only if someone accepts that artistic ecosystems still require profitable engines. Woo's first quiet assignment is not attacking an uncle, but understanding his brother's workplace. The result becomes an investment rather than force. Dojin's growing power can now reshape the lives of relatives who never joined the inheritance battle, testing whether he will protect them without making them dependent. O worries 2 billion may be wasted because Time Music's president is not commercially sharp. Dojin treats it as a final lesson fee for his brother. Then news arrives that Daehoon honorary chairman Ju Youngul died from respiratory failure after pneumonia, opening a major inheritance transition in Korea's rival group. Dojin orders Daehoon's stock movements reported every 10 minutes. National leaders and major conglomerate executives attend immediately, as do Youngi and Donggi. Yankeol chooses the day before burial, when the heir's first tears have dried, because their faces and behavior will reveal more about the coming division. Yankeol says he cannot see what his children do after he dies, so Dae-hoon offers a living preview. Both families consist of heirs who never made money themselves, yet never lacked it. Dojin thinks Sun Yang differs, but the chairman asks for graveside reports of everything interesting after he is gone. Yankeol's only vague request is that Dojin not become excessively greedy. Then he tells him to understand after the funeral generation changes. The unfinished statement suggests concern not for accumulation itself, but for how Dojin will treat the chairman's children once no elder restrains the fight. Usually talkative, Yankeol studies the funeral. Ju's widow held it away from home after a marriage marked by affairs. Rumors say several of 8 registered children are illegitimate, with more women and children supported abroad. The death will summon claims, DNA disputes, lawsuits, and expensive settlements. Dae-hoon can keep illegitimate children out of group control, but secrecy will cost enormous money. Yankeol jokes that Ju's widow finally got her wish by excluding him from home even after death. Dojin's expression prompts the chairman to deny known illegitimate children, then admit certainty is impossible. The chairman says he lived cautiously regarding women, gambling, and other male temptations, but a woman could have borne a child without claiming it. He is embarrassed to discuss this with his grandson, yet their shared understanding makes Dojin the person he trusts with the possibility. If someone claims to be his child after death, Dojin must order DNA testing. The uncles should prevent any such person from entering Sunyang, protecting control. But if the claimant truly has Yankeol's blood and lives in hardship, Dojin should privately ensure a normal life. Dojin accepts both conditions. No destabilizing claim on Sunyang, but no abandonment to poverty. Yankeol is grateful, saying a long-standing discomfort has finally been removed. The request again blends ruthlessness about the company with responsibility toward blood and vulnerable people. Chairman Ju's death exposes what wealth conceals until the owner disappears. Resentful heirs, hidden children, and immediate struggle. Yankeol watches closely because his own family will soon face the same test. By entrusting the most private contingency to Dojin, he quietly identifies who should manage the chaos. Approaching the funeral, Yankeol orders the windows lowered so reporters can clearly photograph Dojin beside him. A chairman attending with a grandson rather than his sons will dominate headlines. Dojin does not yet understand why Yankeol wants the public to notice this exact pairing. Dae-hoon Automobile Chairman Ju Tae-sik welcomes Yankeol, who regrets not visiting his old rival before death. After paying respects, Yankeol stops the family and asks Dojin to introduce himself, calling him the filial grandson who keeps an old man company. The deliberate photograph and introduction reveal Yankeol's purpose. Korea's youngest major heir, the quiet inheritor of Sunyang finance, is being presented to the media and Dae-hoon leadership. More eyes will give every future action greater weight. Dojin's formal condolence becomes his grand entrance in a national business society. Yankeol minimizes him as a young man playing with stocks, then asks the elders to guide him. Ju Kwang-sik, Chairman Ju's 6th son, introduces himself. He inherited Dae-hoon's investments, securities, and trusts, making him Dojin's closest counterpart inside the rival family. Afterward, Yankeol tells Dojin to study the heirs. Their dry faces are not simply exhaustion after days of mourning. They resemble kings in a warring states era, calculating coalitions and betrayals for larger pieces of the Dae-hoon empire before the burial is complete. Dojin jokes that Sunyang may be entering its own Three Kingdoms period. Yankeol recalls the unique 1914 Christmas truce, when German and British soldiers sang, raised lights, left trenches, and shook hands. The participants were later punished, and such spontaneous peace was never repeated. Even if succession becomes war, Yankeol wants his funeral protected by a ceasefire. Dojin promises no major conflict during the 49 days of Buddhist remembrance, and says he will keep cousins from crossing a line. The confident guarantee amuses the chairman despite its difficulty. In one visit, Yankeol raises Dojin's status before the nation and binds him to preserving ceremonial peace. Public power is not a gift without obligation. The person introduced as the next generation must also contain that generation when grief, ambition, and inheritance collide. Kwang-sik's financial portfolio and family position make his attention significant. Card would fill a gap in his empire, while the funeral gives him direct access to the cellar. Dojin's debut therefore creates a new outside bidder, just as his uncles were beginning to treat the auction as an internal matter. Photographs, introductions, dry-eyed heirs, and requests for truce transform the funeral into a rehearsal. Yankeol shows Dojin the world that will examine him after the chairman dies, then asks him to preserve dignity when that same world gathers for Sunyang's coming war. At the funeral meal, Kwang-sik asks for Dojin's time. Yankeol tells him to stop using formal titles toward the son of a man like a brother and calls the 6th son a new uncle. He sends Dojin for coffee, joking that the promised pleasant news will probably be nonsense. Kwang-sik says he already sees Dojin as a peer and asks how he earned finance. Dojin attributes favoritism to being the youngest branch. The new uncle quickly says that selling Yankeol's gift seems excessive, revealing that he heard about card and covets what Dae-hoon finance lacks. Dojin says he will lose property if he cannot protect or grow it, and plans a clean sale for roughly 1.2 to 1.4 trillion won. Kwang-sik argues no businessman sells at base value. Time and an additional premium must be added. Dojin recognizes a financially literate counterpart trying to become a bidder. Kwang-sik asks for a family discount. Dojin tells him to bid high as if giving a nephew allowance. Family matters less than a good price. When Dojin questions whether he has enough cash, Kwang-sik says a seller should not worry about a buyer's pockets, exposing pride behind the friendly manner. The eldest Daehoon's son is using automotive money to accumulate shares and dominate siblings. In Dojin's remembered future, Kwang-sik overreached in that struggle and eventually sold finance. If he truly has funds for card now, he may instead be signaling retreat from the group war to preserve his existing empire. Kwang-sik praises Dojin's perception, asks to join the buyer list, and ends with an exaggerated handshake where funeral attendees can see. The gesture does not fit a private negotiation, making Dojin suspect that being observed, not actually purchasing card, is the immediate objective. Yang-yeol asks what Kwang-sik wanted. Dojin says bitter status, but repeats that selling card does not mean shrinking Sunyang. The chairman assumes Kwang-sik chased the wrong target. Dojin says the sixth son may already have achieved his real aim without submitting any offer. Kwang-sik likely wants rumors that he is pursuing Sunyang card. That story lowers the guard of his eldest brother, Ju Tae-sik, while Kwang-sik quietly buys Daehoon shares elsewhere. Dojin is not the person being tricked. He is a visible prop in another heir succession maneuver. Kwang-sik chose a meeting place full of eyes and closed with a handshake designed for witnesses. Everyone can report that Daehoon Finance's chairman met Sunyang Finance's young inheritor. The visible relationship becomes market theater, proving other heirs also understand how to turn Dojin's new fame into leverage. Only hours after public introduction, Dojin becomes both potential seller and intentional smokescreen. The encounter teaches him that every apparent bid may carry a second target. Kwang-sik adds competitive pressure to card even if he never buys, while Dojin gains insight into Daehoon's hidden succession battle. Kwang-sik's false card pursuit cannot deceive Tae-sik forever, but prolonged negotiation and rumors buy time to accumulate Daehoon shares quietly. Yang-yeol wonders which child will reunite the divided group. Dojin predicts automotive because it is largest and iconic. Construction or shipbuilding could also carry eldest son legitimacy. Tae-sik greets every visitor because a private family funeral places him at the center. A public memorial led by national economic organizations would glorify the deceased but diffuse attention. Choosing family rights therefore helps the eldest son present himself as successor, even while Kwang-sik uses a first meeting as cover. The calculations make Yang-yeol ask whether his funeral should be private or public, perhaps reducing Youngi's strength. Dojin says the chairman's children should decide, and a youngest grandchild must follow. Yang-yeol is unexpectedly hurt by the detached answer and asks whether Dojin will ignore his own feelings. Dojin says his body will obey family decisions, but his heart will visit the burial place at Sunyang Music Hall Park every morning for 3 years. Yang-yeol scolds him for wasting precious work time and reduces the request to occasional conversations about what is happening. Yang-yeol once said death returns people to nothing, yet now wants visits after burial. Dojin understands the old man is afraid of solitude, not doctrine. The confession arrives indirectly through jokes about work, because neither man can comfortably state how much companionship matters. As they leave, Yang-yeol abruptly tells Kwang-sik not to touch what belongs to Sunyang. Even Chairman Ju never crossed that boundary despite fierce competition. A young grandson holding the name does not make it ownerless, and one finger on card will reveal how frightening the weak old man remains. Tae-sik demands an explanation, and Kwang-sik claims he only asked about the company. Yang-yeol's warning gives the false bid greater credibility, strengthening the decoy. The chairman both protects Dojin and intentionally agitates the Daehoon siblings before walking away. More reporters await outside, so Yang-yeol again lowers every window and orders Dojin to smile appropriately. There is never enough. Satisfaction is only a polite word for surrender. The chairman wants the young heir's image repeated nationally until stopping or hiding becomes impossible. Dojin asks whether the public warning actually helped Kwang-sik's act. Yang-yeol laughs that supporting him will make Daehoon more lively because he cannot stand seeing the rival family remain peaceful. Even at a friend's funeral, he uses one precise intervention to intensify their succession contest. The visit gives Yang-yeol final words to his friend, a rehearsal for his own burial, a public debut for Dojin, and disruption for Daehoon's heirs. Grief never exists separately from power in these families. The chairman departs having protected his grandson and planted conflict behind him. Newspapers called Dojin Sunyang's young dark horse, richest among Korea's top 20, law school graduate, investment talent, and heir most trusted by Yang-yeol. Jang says fame limits private movement but turns Dojin's face into a business card. Every future counterpart will now treat him as a serious group successor. Dojin tells Jang about Kwang-sik's apparent interest and hidden motive. Regardless of sincerity, an outside competitor prevents Youngi and Dongi from uniting against the seller. Kwang-sik can serve as a pace setter whose better terms force both uncles to raise price and interest. Dojin will never actually approve his purchase. Because payment arrives as a bond, finance loses card's income before receiving cash. Jang says corporate voyages always encounter unforeseen storms and fears losing a prepared defense. Dojin promises to fill the hole, and says he could deposit hundreds of billions from his own money immediately if reassurance requires it. Jang first assumes fantasy money, then realizes Dojin means private funds. The scale silences him. He may not believe every future forecast, but he believes the owner's enormous liquid wealth, giving Dojin a realistic bridge between today's lost profit and tomorrow's bond collection. Baek Junhyuk arrives, praising the overnight superstar. Dojin suspects an errand for Youngi. After small talk about the burial, Baek asks about Dojin's private conversation with Kwang-sik. Dojin answers minimally, making the frustrated visitor reveal that he already knows a card offer was discussed. Baek fears card might go to Daehoon. Dojin says Yankeol sternly warned that no Sunyang subsidiary should fall to outsiders, then tells Beck to stop circling and state his purpose. The response reassures Yoongi enough to bid, while preserving pressure from a publicly credible rival. Beck says card must not go to Dongyi and offers 10% above whatever the second uncle proposes. The premium is large, but Dojin is disappointed. He is not a corner shop cashier selling candy, and price alone ignores why he chose to sell a company with thousands of employees and enormous profits. Finance does not lack cash. Dojin dislikes card's business model and wants something beyond a higher number. A buyer who truly wants an asset must understand the seller's objective. When Beck asks what that is, Dojin tells him Yoongi should already know, refusing to negotiate through a simplistic surcharge. Beck explodes, accusing a young inheritor of playing with him and acting arrogant because the buyer needs the sale. The loss of composure confirms that Yoongi's camp expected money and status to force agreement. Dojin has made them negotiate on his terms without revealing the desired company. The funeral made Dojin visible. Personal funds make his patience credible. Kwangsik supplies outside competition, and Yankeol's warning keeps the result inside Sunyang. Yoongi cannot merely outbid Dongyi by 10%. He must surrender a strategic asset capable of enlarging Dojin's separate group. Dojin tells Beck that a buyer must offer something that interests him, not merely raise the price. Beck repeats Yoongi's promise to make Dojin Sunyang's number 2. Dojin laughs it away. Yoongi must first become number 1, and if Dojin wanted second place, he could crown Dongyi immediately. Afterward, Kwangsik rents an entire pizza restaurant for a secret meal, revealing an unexpectedly ordinary favorite food. He quickly drops the pleasantries and admits that he personally spread the rumor about Daehoon buying Sunyang card. Dojin already knows the bid is theater designed to mislead Kwangsik's brothers. Kwangsik asks whether the false bid has moved the price and lowered his brother's guard. Dojin says they remain cautious. The two acknowledge that every alliance contains competition, but Dojin places their real rivalry in the future. Second generation against second, third generation against third. For now, they can help each other. Kwangsik names Sunyang Special Assessments, an obscure insurance investigation company formed by merging 3 firms, including a Daehoon affiliate. A recent merger and share agreement converted that affiliate's holdings into roughly 2% of Daehoon Automotive. The unannounced transaction has quietly placed a priceless succession weapon inside Dojin's insurance division. Dojin marvels at the windfall, yet Kwangsik calls the shares critically important and offers a premium. Dojin turns the lesson back on him. An asset with unique strategic meaning cannot be priced like an ordinary market purchase. Money alone will not buy the stake that Kwangsik needs to challenge his eldest brother. Instead, Dojin proposes a share swap. His 2% Daehoon Automotive block for 2% of Sunyang Electronics. Kwangsik is stunned because electronics trades at roughly 20 times the value. Even assembling that much stock would be extraordinarily difficult and might drive its market price upward. Dojin explains that market value is merely a public consensus. A family heir may pay 10 times more for an ordinary heirloom because its personal meaning is incomparable. If a block of shares opens the chairman's seat, a succession contender may rationally pay 10, 20, or even 100 times its quoted value. Dojin asks Kwangsik which company he truly wants, Sunyang Electronics or Daehoon Automotive. The answer is obvious. Automotive is the mainstay Kwangsik must control to rule Daehoon, just as electronics is the mainstay Dojin needs to command Sunyang. Their 2% blocks, therefore, carry equal strategic weight to them. Kwangsik approached as a friendly decoy in the card auction, but he has uncovered a hidden bridge into each family succession war. Dojin can withhold the automotive stake until Kwangsik collects the matching electronic shares, converting a fortunate corporate merger into leverage against both Daehoon and Sunyang. The demand sounds absurd only to someone comparing stock quotations. Kwangsik wants the power behind the shares, and Dojin refuses to ignore that value. Their bargain will not be completed today, but Dojin has established its principle. A step toward a conglomerate throne is exchanged only for another step of equal importance. Kwangsik still calls a 20-fold exchange excessive, but Dojin asks what Ju Taesik would pay for stronger control of Daehoon Automotive. Kwangsik knows his eldest brother would not blink. He can collect Sunyang Electronics stock slowly, while Dojin keeps the automotive block hidden until both men need their weapons. Dongyi meets Dojin, believing he has one Sunyang card at fair market value. Yet his unchanged expression shows he expects a price. He warns that Yoongi can deploy Sunyang Electronics' immense funds and will outbid him. Dojin nevertheless confirms that card can go to Dongyi if the uncle provides a convincing reason. Dongyi says he fears Yoongi's belief that the eldest owns the entire group. If Yoongi gains card, he will seize every company Dongyi inherited. Dojin appears different. He wants to operate Sunyang, not merely possess it. Dongyi admits his ambition, but says experience taught him to respect the burden of leadership. For an instant, Dojin wonders whether his former life might have changed under Dongyi's control. He immediately crushes the thought. The family remains a collection of enemies he must eventually eliminate. Showing affection to an opponent he is raising for slaughter would only weaken the revenge guiding his second life. Dojin warns he could sell to Daehoon if Dongyi's justification is weak, even if Yankeol resents it temporarily. Dongyi argues that family custom makes Yoongi the default buyer, and that no moral cause can defeat it. When Dojin says ordinary money will not work, Dongyi confidently says his money is not ordinary. Beyond the 1.4 trillion won bond price, Dongyi offers 1 trillion won in cash on transfer day. Dojin initially assumes Yoongi can simply offer more, but Dongyi reveals the distinction. This is untraceable, fully laundered slush money. Yoongi would spend corporate funds, while Donggi offers private wealth Dojin can use anywhere. Regulators and tax officials would constrain ordinary sale proceeds, and even Fantasy's wealth carries records. A trillion severed from its origin can fund moves no corporate account permits. Donggi gives Dojin several days to ask Cian how valuable such freedom is, certain that the investor will welcome the offer. Dojin has no shortage of hidden funds. Fantasy money has already passed through paper companies in the Netherlands and returned through Switzerland. He does not need Donggi's cash for spending. What he needs is the vulnerability attached to the man offering it and the future pressure it can create. Dojin plans to accept because the coming credit card crisis will drain Donggi's liquidity. Once his uncle has surrendered $1 trillion in private reserves, that shortage will become agony. A gift meant to secure card will instead remove the emergency money Donggi needs when the industry collapses. Better still, every hidden fortune has a source. If Dojin traces the $1 trillion backward, he may find Donggi's secret accounting ledger and proof of greater crimes. The card sale can therefore deliver 3 prizes at once: the public purchase price, Donggi's private reserve, and evidence capable of destroying him later. After 2 months, Dojin tells Kwangsik the transition is secure and asks him to announce that Daehoon's deal has collapsed. The following day, headlines instead declare prime card sold to Daehoon. Dojin realizes Kwangsik used 2 fishing rods to obtain Myeonjul's card company cheaply. Neither feels betrayed. They used each other. Dojin simply adds prime card to the assets he intends to collect after the coming credit collapse. At home, Cian reports that the $1 trillion slush fund sits in Labuan, Malaysia. Dojin must personally move it, but the money matters less than tracing it back to Donggi's weakness. Taking the fund can make Dojin an accomplice, so Cian recommends verifying its source and routing it through several locations. Labuan banks erase records after transfer, making them useless targets. The better trail leads through Sunyang Construction's former chief financial officer, finance manager, or chief secretary. Dojin will probe Donggi while he is pleased. The conversation shifts to next year's local election. Hwayoung says her husband Chang wants Sunyang's backing again, but Dojin knows the party will not nominate him. A far larger political figure is about to appear, the man who will become Korea's 17th president, so Dojin can act supportive without funding a doomed race. Donggi thanks Dojin and boasts that Yoongi's extra money cannot overcome the fear inspired by an eldest son. He then delivers the account information, password, authority card, and disk required in Labuan. The bank's analog procedures leave no online trail, but losing the physical packet would make the fortune unreachable. Calling the trillion merely a fish, Dojin asks Donggi to teach him how to catch one. Donggi says finance companies lack expendable contractors and modern transparency makes hidden accounts increasingly dangerous. He advises Dojin to become rich legally and then convert corporate earnings into personal wealth within the system. Dojin wonders whether the advice is sincere or intended to addict him to easy money. Donggi explains that his legal wealth remains proudly in Korea, while this unnamed offshore fortune was created outside the law during a rare upheaval. The Great Wind was the IMF crisis, when collapsing systems made careful tracking impossible. A successful theft needed timing, an external shock, and a detailed scenario. Donggi calls himself the producer and says smart specialists wrote the script. Dojin distinguishes the planning department's projections from the accounting team's real numbers. That phrasing confirms accountants helped execute and conceal the $1 trillion scheme. Donggi believes he has exchanged secret cash for a valuable company. In reality, his explanations have narrowed Dojin's investigation to the people controlling Sunyang Construction's books during 1997 and 1998. The Labuan packet is not only a key to money, it is the surviving endpoint of an embezzlement trail. Kwangsik gains prime card, Donggi expects Sunyang card, and Chang anticipates another campaign. Dojin quietly incorporates each expectation into a larger plan. Reclaim the card businesses after crisis, preserve political leverage, and expose the accounting network behind Donggi's fortune. The apparent winners are supplying the tools for their own defeat. Dojin asks director Woo Byung-jun to find leverage against the Sunyang Construction finance chief and director who served during 1997 and 1998. Woo can obtain enough to force documents about Donggi, but warns that beginning an intelligence war invites retaliation. The rival security teams can reconstruct 10 years of Dojin's life within a week. Rather than retreat, Dojin turns the threat into an audit. He orders Woo to investigate his own past with the same methods and gives him 10 days for a thorough result. Only afterward should Woo target the 2 finance officers. If Dojin's hidden history survives this test, Donggi's investigators will find no easy opening. Dojin says retaliation need not worry Woo. He does not plan to expose or openly threaten Donggi's people. Information creates its greatest fear while the target cannot see how or when it will be used. As Woo observes, the most terrifying knife is the one that remains inside its sheath. Cian begins checking an Arab bank that can receive the Labuan money. Dojin schedules 10 days in Malaysia, claiming he will vacation at a resort before visiting the island. Yet he refuses to withdraw or transfer Donggi's trillion, even though the offshore account pays no interest and still bears his uncle's connection. To Dojin, the original account is worth more than investment income. Once funds move, Labuan will erase it. Left untouched, it remains hard evidence linking Donggi to laundering or embezzlement. Dojin has made additional preparations and will preserve the fortune as a weapon until its political and legal value reaches a maximum. At Kota Kinabalu Airport, Dojin instructs manager Moon Sung-hoon to call Sunyang Trade's Kuala Lumpur branch president to the resort. The executive arrives uneasy because a private meeting with Sunyang's newly famous dark horse can be interpreted as choosing Dojin over Yoongi, whose trading company employs him. Dojin understands the man's predicament. Any report that he met Dojin alone could make Yoongi distrust him. Yet rejecting a chairman candidate's invitation is impossible. Dojin deliberately lets that uncertainty build before asking for help, ensuring the request and whatever follows will quickly travel back to both uncles. He describes a long northern beach where a stalled resort project occupies excellent land. Instead of requesting a business investment, he asks the branch president to purchase it so he can build a private summer house. The explanation sounds like the extravagance of a spoiled third-generation heir rather than a financial operation. When warned that the land may cost hundreds of billions, Dojin casually sets a ceiling of 1 trillion won. Buying an enormous beach only for parties appears insane, but that impression is purposeful. The branch president will relay the astonishing expenditure to Yoongi and Dongi exactly as Dojin expects. The Malaysian trip now serves several layers. Dojin inspects the offshore evidence, refuses to destroy its trail, and manufactures a believable reason for spending precisely 1 trillion won nearby. While his uncles hear about a reckless beach purchase, Wu searches for the accountants who can explain where Dongi's hidden fortune truly came from. Reborn has operated as a Malaysian offshore financial center and free trade zone for roughly a decade. Before entering the bank, Dojin tells manager Moon to watch for surveillance. He expects a Sunyang operative and orders Moon not to capture anyone. Only follow the watchers and learn where they report. The bank verifies Dojin's documents, authority card, and password. When he requests the balance, the figure differs drastically from what Dongi promised. Dojin feigns concern about the bank's accuracy and demands the transaction history, using the apparent discrepancy as a natural reason to inspect records the former owner meant to hide. The ledger shows large dollar transfers in November 1997 and January 1998 from Hutchinson Bank in England and Child Bank in Manhattan. While Korea desperately lacked foreign currency, Dongi siphoned more than $100 million abroad. Dojin now has the dates, amounts, destination, and 2 upstream banks, half a trail to the source. Outside, Moon confirms 2 watchers who do not work together. One belongs to Dongi's security team. The other looks familiar, but remains unidentified. Dojin ignores the known man and orders Moon to tail the stranger. Someone else in the family is anxious about his Malaysian trip, and Dojin wants to know whom to thank. Dojin suspects Yoongi, but Moon's people lose the stranger after he enters a hotel and vanishes without checking out. The sudden assignment, foreign territory, and language barrier made pursuit difficult. Dojin accepts the failure and keeps Moon investigating, recognizing that the unknown faction has trained professionals capable of evasion. Back in Korea, Wu presents the 10-year investigation Dojin ordered against himself. Unlike his cousins, Dojin caused no adolescent scandals and spent college studying and working. His Korean accounts are legitimate. His foreign fantasy holdings lie beyond Wu's reach, and there is no traceable dirty money or borrowed identity. Wu admits that the scale of Dojin's American fortune remains unknowable, yet financial crime there would bring devastating punishment. What he can see appears clean, open, and earned. For Korean Chaebol Heir, the absence of aliases, secret domestic accounts, and corrupt transactions leaves rival security teams almost nothing usable. Wu did find a tiny personal weakness. Twice a month, Dojin secretly visits an exclusive bar called Maori behind Gangnam Sangrok Hall. Investigators reached it by following Sian, who entertains clients there. Dojin laughs that Wu traced the only plausible connection to a private indulgence. The bar visits might be embarrassing, but they cannot destroy or control him. Wu guarantees that another team is unlikely to uncover anything worse. That is exactly what Dojin needed to confirm. When he begins attacking his uncle's crimes, they cannot answer with comparable evidence from his past. The trip produces 2 decisive advantages. Labuan preserve a route back through Britain and America to Dongi's IMF-era theft, while Wu's audit shows that Dojin offers no equivalent pressure point. One watcher escaped, but the central balance has shifted. Dojin can investigate aggressively without fearing the same weapon in return. 10 days later, Wu identifies Executive Vice President Lim, John Yoon, and Department Head Young Kwon. At the height of IMF layoffs, both support department employees received extraordinary promotions. Lim jumped 2 ranks and now controls a labor supply company run by his older brother, billing Sunyang Construction for apartment site workers. The labor company likely inflates worker counts and earns billions each year, something impossible without Dongi's approval. Lim normally schemes several hundred million, but recently took over $1 billion. His confidence suggests he knows Dongi's corruption and believes that knowledge prevents the family from discarding him. Dojin knows that confidence will become fatal. Young's life changed in 1998. He sent his family to America, placed his children in an elite Boston school, moved into a larger home, and bought a better car. He also seduced a young employee with jewelry, hotel dinners, promotion, and a foreign sedan. Exposure would mean divorce, asset division, and support payments. Wu asks how Dojin will use the evidence and offers to conduct any threats himself. Dojin says he will bury their secrets after making both men pay. His offer will be so attractive that they accept happily and feel grateful he did not blackmail them. Men accustomed to money cannot stop craving more. Wu believes fear should force the men to surrender evidence before they receive any reward. Dojin disagrees. Fear can be overcome. Desire continually invents reasons to yield. Like the sun in Aesop's fable, a warm temptation can strip away resistance more effectively than violent wind. Though these men will lose far more than coats. The operation begins with a call from global recruiter Spencer Stewart. Jung refuses to change companies, but the recruiter flatters him as Sunyang Construction's renowned top talent and asks whether his current employer truly values him. The question touches a grievance his promotions and secret bonuses have never eliminated. The recruiter recites Sunyang's average department head compensation and says Jung is undervaluing himself by about 50%. Jung mentions special bonuses and tries to hang up, yet the caller says an interview creates no obligation and will remain confidential. He can simply measure his market value without risking his position. The promise of twice his current pay is enough. Jung has never seriously imagined leaving Sunyang, but now wants proof that another company values him so highly. He asks how the interview works. Dojin has converted a cold contact into voluntary movement without once mentioning the affair or the slush fund documents. Lim used secret knowledge to build a family staffing monopoly, while Jung used Dongyi's favor to finance status, family expenses, and an affair. Their promotions once made them trusted accomplices. Now the habits purchased by those rewards identify exactly which promise can pull each accomplice away from Dongyi. Wu sees blackmail, Dojin designs consent. Jung will attend because he wants money and recognition, not because anyone dragged him. That distinction makes the snare harder to recognize and easier to deepen. By the time fear appears, desire will already have placed him outside Sunyang's protection. Jung meets HW Construction's Human Resources Director. The former Dia Construction has expanded rapidly through the Sangam Media City project and claims it desperately needs experienced financial talent. A global recruiter supposedly selected Jung as the best candidate to repair the accounting problems created by explosive growth. The interviewer says Fantasy's American headquarters recently examined every expense, condemned reckless spending, and threatened criminal charges. Jung immediately recoils. He came only to test his value, not enter a company where American investors scrutinize the books. He apologizes and leaves before hearing the promised compensation. Despite choosing loyalty, Jung soon faces Lim with photographs of the meeting. He insists he rejected HW, but merely drinking tea with a competitor's HR director makes his dedication look false. Lim curses him, threatens consequences for another suspicious act, and leaves Jung marked as a potential defector. After the humiliation, Jung receives an email containing evidence of his affair. A caller orders him to meet and threatens to distribute the photographs across Sunyang Construction and to his wife and children in America. The supposed recruitment was only the first layer. His private life now closes every route of escape. Jung arrives to find Dojin waiting. Dojin says he never intended to corner him. Accepting double salary and large incentives would have completed everything peacefully. Jung made the process difficult by walking away. Before panic or excuses interrupt again, Dojin orders him to remain silent and listen to a renewed offer. Dojin shows breathtaking photographs of Kota, Kinabalu. HW plans to build a resort there over several years and needs someone to manage its finances through design, construction, opening, and stabilization. Jung can quietly liquidate his Korean assets and spend roughly 5 years abroad doing the work he already knows. Fantasy will secure Jung's assets where nobody can find them and earn more than a bank. Until the resort opens, he can live comfortably in a hotel or villa. The proposal is openly an escape route, but it turns flight into an executive posting with protection, income, and a plausible career story. Dojin sweetens the exile with the exact desires that created Jung's vulnerability. Kota Kinabalu is filled with beautiful vacationers, and a resort head will attract more attention than his current lover. Overseas allowances plus double salary mean almost all his compensation can be saved while Fantasy protects his existing fortune. Dojin has ensured that Sunyang now suspects Jung. His family can discover his affair, and his secret wealth remains exposed. Against that danger stands a lucrative foreign refuge. What began as a voluntary interview has become a decision between slow destruction at home and a carefully furnished exit abroad. Jung is not ordered to betray Dongyi at gunpoint. He is offered salary, status, safety, women, asset protection, and distance from every consequence. Dojin's theory is working. Fear brought Jung back to the table, but desire is what can make him willingly trade Sunyang's secrets for a new life. Dojin says remaining at Sunyang now guarantees loss. The secret interview has marked Jung as a possible traitor, and Chaebol families deal ruthlessly with anyone who handled their slush funds. Jung denies knowing anything, but Dojin dismisses the lie and identifies Dongyi's IMF-era offshore theft directly. Panicking, Jung blurts out that they only sold a 50 billion won paper company. The confession exposes the method. Sunyang Construction bought a non-existent foreign asset. Dojin infers that Jung knows only half the scheme while Lim handled the rest, and demands every document connected to the shell company sale. Jung asks why nephew would investigate the uncle receiving Sunyang card. Dojin calls the sale family extortion. An uncle taking a company that earns hundreds of billions while paying on credit. A salaryman who participated in the slush fund would never discard his own leverage, so Dojin knows the records still exist. Jung briefly grows bold, believing the documents protect him. Dojin crushes that illusion. Jung knows only half, while Lim can be bought with 10 times the offer. Without unique evidence, Jung is merely an adulterer who betrayed Dongyi and whose wife can take his assets. The supposed leverage belongs to Dojin now. Dojin orders Jung to bring the files immediately. His generosity ends today. Surrendering them now preserves the resort position, protected assets, and escape from Sunyang. Delay means losing the lifeline. Desire first opened the door, but a measured show of force finally sends Jung to retrieve the evidence. Cian reviews the records. A fake Eastern European resource development company was sold to Sunyang Construction. Then the worthless asset was discarded. Payment flowed through Britain, while a second transfer came from America, probably through another shell company in South America. Dongyi exploited a national emergency to embezzle abroad. Dojin notes that Chaebol habits make such crimes predictable and asks whether Yoongi is likely any cleaner. To complete Dongyi's trail, he still needs Lim's half. Because Lim received a staffing company and sits at executive rank, ordinary temptation may fail. Dojin decides that this target requires direct force. Dojin welcomes Lim as one of Sunyang's 3 construction pillars, then says his own finance companies may soon pass to relatives according to Yankeol's wishes. Lim wonders whether the meeting carries a chairman's directive. Dojin keeps the succession context vague, encouraging Lim to treat every word as potentially backed by Yankeol. Dojin says he found a company profiting from Sunyang Construction's day labor contracts and discovered Lim's family owns it. Yankeol's rule rotates anyone in a money-making post every 2 years, so unofficial gains are shared. Lim's family has monopolized this lucrative channel for 3 years, openly violating that balance. Lim angrily claims Dongyi authorized the arrangement. Dojin asks whether Dongyi also approved skimming 10 billion won every year. The executive shield instantly becomes proof of conspiracy. Unlike Young's seductive trap, Lim's meeting begins with the threat that both Yankeol's policy and Dongyi's protection can collapse at once. Lim's face confirms that his staffing company theft grew from one exception into a billion-won habit. When he asks whether Dongyi complained, Dojin makes the silence terrifying. No warning may mean the uncle has already chosen a permanent remedy. Lim profited from Dongyi's protection, but cannot know when that protection will end. Dojin reasons that the staffing monopoly was payment for extraordinary service. Dongyi normally settles accomplices with a lump sum and cuts ties. Allowing Lim's family to collect money for generations means he needed continuing silence. Dojin asks what Lim did, but the executive denies everything and threatens to report the accusation to Dongyi. To stop him running to the uncle, Dojin invokes a greater authority. He claims Yankeol and Lee Hakji are forming a special group-wide audit team, with Sunyang Construction first on the list. The staffing monopoly would implicate Dongyi and enrage the chairman, making the patron himself likely to erase the subordinate who created the risk. Dojin tells Lim to take money and flee to Europe, America, or Australia. A ledger specialist will never become construction president, and the staffing company dies when he leaves Sunyang. Continuing exposes him to charges for the 50 billion won shell purchase. Retiring early preserves wealth and avoids the coming audit. The decision could destroy Dojin's plan if Lim reports him, but the executive already stole $1 billion from the company Dongyi granted him. Dojin trusts that awakened greed. Lim finally asks what Dojin needs. Hearing that the South American shell company records are the target, he agrees if the staffing issue is buried. Lim then tells Dongyi he must step down. He claims money has corrupted his family and relatives, offers to return what he stole, and says he will travel Southeast Asia with his wife. Dongyi generously calls the money severance, appearing forgiving while reminding Lim that silence is the condition attached to that generosity. When Dongyi asks about Young, Lim says the department head's wife discovered his affair and he fled to relatives in America. Humiliation supposedly makes returning impossible. Lim assures Dongyi that Young understands the consequences of speaking and agrees to deliver one final warning, hiding the fact that Dojin relocated him. Dongyi and Lim trade sentimental promises to stay in touch, presenting decades of loyalty as intact. Yet Dongyi's friendliness is strategic. He lets the executive leave without confrontation because immediate pressure could reveal fear, while the missing subordinate and sudden retirement together look far too convenient. As soon as Lim exits, Dongyi orders agents to follow him, audit every account transaction, investigate all relatives, locate Young, and examine the woman involved in the affair. The uncle has not accepted the resignation story. He is mapping every connection before choosing whether and how to retaliate. Desire produces the result Dojin predicted. Both accountants surrender their halves of the IMF scheme and leave Sunyang undercover stories. But the victory starts a counteraunt. Dongyi may not know his nephew engineered the disappearances, yet he now recognizes that the people guarding his oldest secret have begun moving at the same time. Dongyi thanks Dojin for completing their transaction, and Dojin describes a possible private resort in Kota Kinabalu. Overseas reinvestment can give unclear funds a visible purpose. Contracts with Sunyang finance affiliates will classify visits as employee welfare, letting executives use the property while the owner collects corporate fees and incidental cash. Dojin instructs Jang to buy bearer bond from Sunyang Heavy Industries and Construction, but only issues maturing in the first half of 2003. He is also accumulating Heavy Industries shares within ownership limits. When Dongyi's cash dries up before those bonds mature, Dojin wants to watch how his uncle survives without liquidity. The Malaysian feasibility report praises the scenery but warns that Korea has no direct flights, making domestic tourists essential. Dojin says advertising can turn Kota Kinabalu's beaches and sunsets into a dream destination. He does not need to create a travel agency. His father Yoonki is a powerful entertainment producer capable of creating demand. Days later, breaking news shows the September 11th attacks in the United States. Dojin struggles with the morality of opportunity created by tragedy. Markets always place investors on winning or losing sides, but knowing the future does not make the human cost abstract. He cannot prevent what happened, yet he refuses to join the losing panic. He calls every team leader and senior executive into an emergency meeting. Any disobedience will mean dismissal. When Korea's market opens, they must operate normally, ignore the shock in their proprietary strategy, and make no company-directed sell orders. Customers may choose to sell, but Suanyang's own portfolio will not flee. Executives protest that collapse is inevitable, and they must dump stocks immediately. Their fear is personal as well as professional. Performance-based incentives can exceed annual salaries several times over. The president silences the room and orders everyone to hear Dojin completely, backing the owner before fear fragments the firm. Dojin says quality stocks must be purchased all the way to market close, especially when they hit the daily lower limit. The attack will cause a brutal short-term plunge, but within days the market will regain much of its footing. Suanyang should exploit forced selling without being swept along by it. Dojin does not tell the executives that he remembers the recovery. He converts knowledge into a rule they can execute. Protect clients' choices, hold company capital, and buy quality during indiscriminate fear. If wrong, he will bear the loss and blame. If right, Suanyang securities will emerge richer and more trusted. Even while the global crisis demands immediate decisions, Dojin's slower plans remain active. Bonds are being timed against Dongyi, automotive shares against Kwangsik, and a resort against the offshore money narrative. Every asset has a future date and purpose. The emergency merely adds another clock he must manage. Around the world, institutions rush to reduce exposure. Inside Suanyang, Dojin orders the reverse. He will not exploit customer accounts, but he will risk the firm's capital on the difference between temporary terror and lasting value. By demanding purchases into the limit down close, he makes his most public market wager yet. Dojin accepts full responsibility and tells the securities president and Zhang to obey. America will retaliate, and no small terrorist organization can defeat it. The attacks are shocking, but the government will not permit nationwide chaos indefinitely. Once a counterattack begins, he expects markets to interpret strength and rebound. With American exchanges closed for several days, Korea must decide first. Zhang urges avoidance, but the president recognizes that Dojin's investment judgment surpasses theirs. More importantly, an owner-family director and major shareholder has volunteered to carry responsibility, giving salaried executives both a strategy and protection if it fails. Offices across Udo remain lit overnight as teams monitor the worldwide collapse. Korea markets plunge through September 12th. After the close, Dojin checks the put options he secretly bought days earlier. He expected profit, but the return exceeds imagination and rivals the scale of entire national markets. The numbers make him uneasy. Tens of trillions in capitalization disappear from Korea's exchanges, securities firms suffer, and late speculators rush into puts after seeing the first winners. Dojin knows most newcomers will arrive after prices already moved and lose fortunes over the next few days. This is gambling with catastrophic stakes. Dojin instructs Rachel to donate $100 million from his account under New York Fantasy Investments name. She may choose relief or memorial projects. Money cannot reverse the deaths, but it can support healing. The contribution is useful and also a candid attempt to lighten the burden of profiting from foreknown tragedy. The Federal Reserve intensifies cuts already begun after the dot-com collapse. Over a year, the benchmark rate falls from 6.5% to 1.75% and later settles around 1%. Cheap money revives equities and creates the next financial environment Dojin remembers, while the shattered market gradually regains stability. His performance causes the first major personal change. Though Cian remains formal chief executive, employees now treat Dojin as Fantasy's honorary chairman. They have seen a prediction and position of almost impossible scale succeed, so authority moves toward him without any title or announcement. Dojin notices Cian issuing fewer orders and asks whether he plans to retire. Cian says preparations began long ago. He is only choosing the moment. Still in his mid-50s, he has accumulated too much money to work into old age and sees no reason to imitate people who must remain employed. Dojin admits the investment firm can now operate without its founder. The major unresolved responsibility is HW Group, whose companies Cian personally managed and unified. His delayed announcement likely means he is waiting for Dojin to raise succession and choose when those operating duties move elsewhere. The same event produces profit, guilt, reputation, and transition. Dojin protects Suanyang's holdings, earns vast private returns, donates to victims, and becomes Fantasy's undisputed strategic center. Cian's retirement now marks the next stage. Dojin must convert investing brilliance into direct control of the real companies they built. Reporters ask why Suanyang Securities avoided selling after September 11th and instead bought blue chips during the plunge. Dojin says volatile markets tempt firms into excessive performance gambling. Suanyang gave up that greed, protected client principle, and remembered that customers, not brokers, own the money. The polished answer becomes powerful advertising. Suanyang Electronics still produces tens of trillions in revenue despite the IT bust, dwarfing Dojin's entire finance group. Assaulting the company head-on would be foolish. Instead, Dojin intends to shake the unstable succession thrown inside the fortress and let Dongyi, the king's younger brother, topple Youngie from within. At HW Automotive's research lab, designers present a rounded, low-slung 796 cubic centimeters two-seat automatic coupe with a bold rising silhouette. It is not quite love at first sight, but it is cute, distinctive, and attractive. A convertible proved impossible because European safety compliance erased all profit margin. Dojin is frustrated that profitability still constrained a project meant to prioritize quality. Chairman Song Hyun-chong, the legend who made Ajin Motors Korea's second-largest automaker, nevertheless calls the prototype a good choice and dismisses the development team early. His approval carries decades of authority, but he requests a private conversation afterward. Song repeats his praise, then says his opinion should no longer rule the company. He remained mainly as a figurehead at official gatherings. With Daehoon founder Ju Youngil dead and Yankee Ol stepping aside, Song believes his own role has ended too. An elder earns respect by knowing when to leave. After Song leaves, Dojin gives the judgment that matters. The model is inexpensive enough for driving, yet stylish enough not to look cheap. A car middle-class parents can buy, for a graduate or young professional can finance over 3 years. The prototype matches that practical identity even without perfection. Executives warn that Daihatsu will release a competing compact car. Korea may accept HW's model, but overseas buyers still choose Korean vehicles largely for price, and this one lacks that advantage. Dojin asks whether setting HW Motors' overall profit margin to zero would make mass production internationally competitive. Profits from other models and financial affiliates can fund wages, research, and larger production lines. As major shareholder, Dojin accepts a falling stock price because the family has no need to sell. He wants the benefits of scale, improved standards, and market presence, not a quarterly number that prevents ambitious manufacturing. Dojin asks whether the team will spend 10 or 20 years building a proper automaker, even if catching global standards requires sacrificing current profit. The owner's promise means management will not be replaced for low earnings as long as it advances that goal. For engineers, it is unusual freedom paired with enormous responsibility. The chief executive embraces the challenge and promises more than 50% of Korea's compact segment by next year. If a car sold near cost cannot win that share, he says HW needs a different leader. Dojin's growth-first policy turns the prototype from a cautious product into the opening campaign of a long industrial war. Executives expect a motor show debut, but Dojin insists on June, during the World Cup hosted in Korea. A national victory can turn the country into a festival, and HW Motors can ride that emotional wave. He proposes a major campaign tied directly to every match the home team wins. After every Korean win, HW will lottery 100 new cars among spectators using stadium seat numbers. Management calls 10 enough, but Dojin imagines 500 cars by the quarterfinals and 1,000 by the semifinals. Even 10 billion won would be cheap if attached to a miracle witnessed nationwide. Dojin also orders long, expensive endorsement contracts for midfielder Park Ji-sung and coach Gus Hiddink. The proposal sounds like another attempt to ruin the launch, but Cian reminds the room that Dojin's wild forecasts have worked for 10 years. Management reluctantly agrees, trusting the record behind his stubborn intuition. Dojin predicts that both men will become Korea's greatest national celebrities by the tournament's end. He therefore wants Hiddink for a year, Park for at least 3, and top-tier fees now. Sunyong Life Advertising can also use them, spreading the same foresight across both his industrial and financial groups. The scene shifts to former Mayor Choi Chang. Dojin urges his uncle to skip the mayoral race and seek a National Assembly seat in 2 years. Chang fears disappearing from politics, but Yankeol's warning has cut off donors and another candidate already dominates party polling. No amount of confidence changes the nomination arithmetic. Dojin now controls public financial companies and cannot openly fund a doomed candidate. The next Seoul mayor could retaliate against the loser sponsor, forcing Dojin to repair relations afterward. He has Yankeol's connections for now and refuses to let Chang turn family loyalty into corporate political risk. Dojin warns Chang neither to become another politician's man nor be labeled that politician's enemy. A gracious withdrawal keeps both doors open. In return, Dojin promises a smooth general election campaign in 2 years and even guarantees a party nomination by persuading Yankeol to make one call. Until then, Chang can serve as an outside director and legal advisor to Sunyong Life, complete with an office. The former prosecutor happily accepts a respectable position and future nomination. Dojin conceals his contempt, planning to extract every useful connection and capability from the smiling uncle. With the World Cup, Dojin can risk cars and endorsements because he remembers an outcome no executive believes. With Chang, he refuses an election gamble because he remembers that outcome too. The same foreknowledge produces opposite decisions: extravagant confidence in a hidden winner and disciplined withdrawal from a known loser. HW's tournament campaign will convert national emotion into brand recognition, while Chang's retreat prevents an unnecessary political enemy. Dojin is learning to manage visibility itself, making the automaker impossible to ignore, keeping his own sponsorship deliberately ambiguous, and placing dependent allies where they remain useful without controlling him. On June 4th, before Korea's opening match, HW Motors prints an advertisement congratulating the national team on its first World Cup victory and promising 100 cars. The apparent prophecy spreads from newspapers to bus stops and online forums. Rival companies offer smaller cash prizes wrapped in conditions. HW's unconditional cars dominate attention. HW's phone lines collapse beneath calls, and the public relations department enters a war zone. Executives fear being wrong, especially against European teams. Dojin says even failure can be explained as a sincere wish, while the controversy already proves the advertising value. Rivals spend billions and disappear. Everyone is discussing HW's unknown car. For the American match, Dojin chooses heartfelt applause for a wonderful game. The phrase fits victory, defeat, or draw, but feels uncannily exact if the result is tied. That evening, Korea beats Poland for its first World Cup victory, transforming the initial advertisement from provocation into a national sensation. Curiosity shifts to the unrevealed car in the advertisement. When Korea and America draw 1-1, HW's neutral applause line appears prophetic again, crashing the company website. Foreign media begins covering the campaign and waits for the third prediction, expanding a domestic launch into free international publicity. Before Portugal, HW prints congratulations for advancing to the round of 16. The entire country reacts, and exhausted public relations workers disconnect every phone. Cordell advances. At a live giveaway, reporters demand the secret. HW's president wisely says the ads merely express the same hopes shared by the nation. The explanation preserves the magic without claiming fortune-telling. Daehoon spent nearly $1 trillion as an official tournament sponsor, but HW's sequence of provocative pages, free cars, and timely copy captures greater public fascination. The small automaker becomes the unofficial commercial winner, while its new model has not even been unveiled. For the round of 16 match against Italy, Dojin chooses again 1966, recalling North Korea's historic 1-0 victory. Sunyang's information network learns the official Red Warriors have prepared the same slogan. Publishing first makes it appear that the massive stadium banner and cheering campaign reinforce HW's message. Executives press him to predict the match. Dojin insists the campaign was never formally about fortune-telling. The alignment of hope and result is what matters. Still, he proposes 500 cars to express confidence with money. The bolder stake keeps the public watching even as every additional round raises the risk. The veteran automakers feel more excited than at any time in their careers. Moments like this require full commitment before the emotional fire dies. They book Seoul Plaza for June 29th and plan to unveil the Eskilo on the day of the semifinal playoff, linking the product permanently to Korea's extraordinary run. One newspaper stunt becomes a self-reinforcing national story. First victory, memorable draw, knockout qualification, and a borrowed historic slogan. The cars are not the largest marketing expense in the tournament, but they're the only prize attached to an unfolding miracle. HW has purchased attention that official sponsorship money could not guarantee. Korea defeats Italy by golden goal, then reaches the Final Four, and the country celebrates through the night. Two questions dominate public conversation: how far the team can continue, and how long HW Motors' prophetic advertisements can remain accurate. The company's brand is now inseparable from the tournament's miracle. When executives ask whether to predict a place in the final, Dojin says stop. HW has already earned roughly a 100-fold return. Another win prediction adds little because the public now expects victory. Predicting defeat would attract national anger. Dojin remembers Germany will win and refuses a bet with only downside. The missing advertisement will create curiosity because audiences expect it. Dojin lets marketing experts use that absence, then proposes a different gesture. Give HW sedans to the coaches, analysts, trainers, interpreters, equipment managers, security personnel, cooks, and other staff who enable the team while receiving little recognition. On June 25th, newspapers lack HW's familiar oracle, provoking speculation. Germany wins the semifinal, but the public praises Korea's historic achievement. The next day, a convoy of more than 100 cars arrives at the training center, and emotional behind-the-scenes workers receive keys on the evening news. On June 29th, crowds gather around a giant screen for the playoff. Their first sight outside City Hall Station is a ring of small Eskilo coupes circling the square. Guides invite visitors to sit inside, while concerts build excitement. A month of tournament storytelling ends with the public physically meeting the car. Inside Daehoon Motors, leaders cannot understand how a smaller rival eclipsed $100 million sponsorship and $40 billion won in local events. Ju Tae-sik's camp dismisses fortune-telling, but recognizes brilliant advertising. The prophetic framing and emotional timing achieved what their huge budget failed to buy. Rather than copy the stunt, the eldest Daehoon heir orders his people to bring over the strategist who balanced apparent prophecy with the public heart. They assume a generous budget can poach a talented advertising executive. The campaign's success has made its creator more valuable than the media inventory itself. The plan collapses when they learn the mastermind is Korea's richest man under 30, heir to major financial firms, and Yankeol's most capable third-generation descendant. No salary can lure him. Ju Tae-sik realizes that Jean Dojin, not an agency specialist, personally designed the entire World Cup strategy. HW transforms several hundred giveaway cars, newspaper pages, and perfectly timed restraint into nationwide fascination. Daehoon spends far more, but cannot reproduce foreknowledge or taste. The industrial underdog has introduced a new model while forcing the dominant automaker to study the mind behind a rival family's expansion. Until now, Daehoon's succession heirs dealt with Dojin mainly through secret share arrangements and card company theater. The Eskilo campaign changes that. He has demonstrated an ability to challenge their central automobile business in public, using cultural momentum rather than capital. Daehoon can no longer regard HW as a shabby remnant. Youngie congratulates Dojin, but warns that HW's publicity eclipsed Sunyang Electronics during a national event. The polite criticism quickly gives way to the real agenda. Youngie wants the chairman's title, yet jokes that Donggi and Dojin should transfer their shares so the title carries majority control. Neither accepts the empty coronation. Lee Ha-chi presents Yankeol's instructions. Whichever president wins may outlast the aging chairman, so Youngie and Donggi must protect their father and group. Dojin is included because he legitimately heads Sunyang Finance. Delivering political money under the group's name will identify him as one of Sunyang's captains. The ruling and opposition candidates are nearly tied, and Dojin refuses to pretend he can predict every election. The family chooses its traditional hedge, assigning 70% of support to the opposition and 30% to the ruling camp. This first conservative opposition race reverses the usual direction of Sunyang's political insurance. Youngie and Donggi argue over whether Dojin is ready for covert delivery, especially after notorious cash-in-a-trunk scandals. Yankeol's order settles the question. Dojin must shoulder part of the group's contribution. He claims not to know how to raise it, and an uncle offers to arrange the necessary funds. Dojin leaves early and visits his grandfather. Yankeol complains that grave visits after death mean less than making time while he is alive. Only a month has passed, yet Dojin can see him weakening. Yankeol still praises the World Cup campaign as publicity that money alone could never have purchased. Yankeol immediately recognizes why Dojin feels uncomfortable. Money is only a number until it becomes influence. Election support converts wealth into the power Dojin ultimately needs. Dojin agrees in principle, but says he is not ready to form political relationships or take responsibility for politicians. Chang has stepped down, leaving Dojin with no active politician he trusts. He hoped to build connections only when necessary. Yankeol says that time already arrived. Headlines, wealth, and control of Sunyang Finance have removed the third-generation child label. Even weak companies quietly connect with both campaigns to avoid future punishment. Unable to explain his deeper hesitation, Dojin concedes and will meet representatives from both sides. Yankeol advises simple courtesy and facial familiarity, not commitment. The step is merely an early entrance into a cesspool, but staying entirely outside would leave Dojin exposed to whoever wins. Dojin admits he actually came only to check on his grandfather. Yankeol laughs at the greedy hope that they might have an ordinary grandfather-grandson conversation. In this family, affection, business, health, elections, and succession are inseparable. Even a personal visit becomes preparation for power. The meeting marks a quiet promotion. Dojin no longer observes the group's election financing from outside. He carries responsibility beside Yoongi and Donggi. Yankeol's declining body adds urgency. Before the chairman disappears, Dojin must learn not only how to acquire companies, but how Sunyang insures itself against governments. Dojin and Yankeol abandoned ordinary family conversation long ago. Discussing work is the grandson's form of devotion because it keeps the founder's competitive fire alive. Dojin therefore reports that Daehoon will launch a compact car alongside the S-Kilo, deliberately creating a direct confrontation with HW Motors. A safe 4-seat Daehoon model should outsell HW's niche 2-seat coupe. Yankeol sees that Dojin is entertaining him with a difficult problem, yet remembers the original promise. Not immediate profit, but a car people desire at first sight and an automaker built one deliberate step at a time. Compact cars make little money for either company. Daehoon treats the segment as display, while Dojin sees it as the first piece of HW's identity. Yankeol suggests turning S-Kilo owners into something like the Red Shirt World Cup supporters, a visible community capable of stealing the spotlight from the larger rival. Later, Donggi says the family will deliver 15 billion won in the first round and assigns Dojin 2 billion, proportional to his 10% standing in the group. Dojin's overseas money is still being laundered through South America, creating an excuse that his own usable funds are not immediately available. Donggi suggests manipulating closing prices through Sunyang securities, luring retail buyers, and extracting the election money from their losses. Dojin understands the real invitation: get his hands permanently dirty. Unlike his uncles, he lacks executives loyal enough to accept prison, and he will not create the first blemish investigators can later exploit. Dojin acts as though he will use the scheme and asks where to deliver the money. Donggi welcomes him into the corrupt adult world. Privately, Dojin refuses the mud bath. He arranges 2 billion from an American personal account routed through several layers, leaving neither a market victim nor a Sunyang accounting trail. Dojin orders every link to him blocked. The recipient explains that prosecutors match political funds to corporate and personal accounts rather than obsess over the messenger. Because the dollars bounced through multiple foreign accounts and never touch company funds, the precise 2 billion won contribution cannot be reconciled to Dojin's visible books. The intermediary realizes that 2 billion is minor personal money to Dojin and jokes that future paychecks are safe. He still questions who delivered it. A trusted person's employee is not automatically trustworthy. He warns, subordinates may talk when pressure changes. Future covert work requires Dojin's own trained people at every handoff. In one day, Dojin encounters 2 versions of Sunyang tradition. Yankeol offers sharp industrial instinct and the patience to build identity. Donggi offers manipulation, scapegoats, and stolen public money. Dojin accepts the first inheritance, imitates compliance with the second, and protects the clean record required to defeat both uncles later. The contribution still buys access and insurance, but sources Dojin's own fortune rather than securities customers. He cannot keep politics clean, yet he can choose where the dirt lands. Daehoon's Clark arrives roughly 3 million won cheaper, apparently sold at a loss to crush HW. S-Kilo already aims for only 7,000 units, and field teams doubt even that figure. Its sporty appearance raises expectations the compact engine cannot meet, making price and perceived performance simultaneous weaknesses. Executives say a young manufacturer cannot match the engineering history of established foreign brands. Dojin asks whether HW should acquire a European or Japanese company, not as a trophy, but as a technology transfer. Buying expertise and later selling the unwanted business may be bolder than licensing, but it can accelerate decades of learning. Funding will not be the obstacle. Dojin will secure it. Management should scout firms holding the specific technology HW lacks, avoiding supercar makers whose high-performance identity does not fit the company's goals. A carefully selected foreign partner could provide the big technical push the young automaker cannot generate internally. The 9 o'clock news shows hitting Park Ji-sung and winners beside red S-Kilos. HW pays the full tax, handles registration, and lets recipients simply take keys and drive away. Cars roll towards cities nationwide like a continuation of the Red Warriors, turning a stage delivery into a 1-minute primetime advertisement. Dojin posts a 15% employee discount and extended service. CN expects wealthy financiers to prefer German cars, especially when S-Kilo cannot carry golf bags. Days later, nearly 100 employees apply. Single staff see a stylish car below 10 million won, and managers or executives want one for spouses and children. Demand exists, but price remains barely out of reach. 36-month financing is already the maximum HW can afford at zero margin. and lowering the sticker further means a real loss. Dojin reframes the gap. The company does not need a cheaper car if another financial product can make monthly payments smaller. Sunyang and Daehoon Card are aggressively seeking customers after ownership changes. A 10 million won transaction promises unusually large fees and interest, tempting them to offer 48 or 60 months. The risk is greater than ordinary purchases, but the program can instantly acquire young cardholders and solve Esquilo's affordability problem. Cars will eventually be bought routinely by credit card, but current installments belong to automakers and capital firms. Dojin asks HW and its finance team to create a structure the card companies can accept, while he approaches both owners personally, Kwangsik at Daehoon and his uncle at Sunyang. Dojin knows both card companies will collapse next year. Instead of shielding them, he plans to add huge, long-term car receivables before the explosion. What appears to be cooperation gives HW sales and advertising now, while making his relatives' finance firms carry even more risk into the liquidity shock. The Clark threatens Esquilo on cost and performance, so Dojin refuses a conventional price war. He answers on two fronts: buy foreign technology for the long term and make today's buyer ignore the sticker through extended credit. Daehoon may sell the cheaper car, but its finance family will help sell HW's rival. Dojin tells Kwangsik that buying a car by card is simply a larger installment purchase. HW capital stops at 36 months. A car company can offer 48 or 60 and test the program on Esquilo before scaling. Kwangsik senses deeper family motives, but agrees to discuss business first. Kwangsik already knows Ju Taesik launched the Clark below cost to suppress HW. A car plan can reverse the contest and make his eldest brother's losses more painful. He initially refuses to take weak long-term borrowers while Sunyang Capital keeps prime customers, so Dojin immediately offers to withdraw the competing finance program. Abandoning Sunyang Capital's installment revenue is not trivial. Dojin justifies it through Cian, who taught him finance, and Yankeol's automobile legacy. Kwangsik is unsettled by someone willing to sacrifice immediate financial profit for industrial strategy, but calls it cooperation and warns that he still has his own cards to play. Fees and installment interest on 10 million won purchases provide solid return unless a credit bubble erupts. Dojin adds a sweeter motive. Daehoon Card can pull financing profit away from Ju Taesik's auto capital program. Kwangsik cannot resist turning every Esquilo sale into an attack on his succession rival. With his uncle, Dojin credits Cian for seeing the financial burden limited sales. He repeatedly calls HW Sunyang Motors, appealing to family inheritance, and promises Sunyang Capital will stop competing for the best installment customers. The uncle is shocked at surrendering core revenue, but agrees to review HW's proposal. Negotiators finalize the program. Consumers juggling cash advances want new credit, and issuers chasing fees want new customers. Neither side can easily stop even while danger is visible. A car swipe multiplies fee and interest income, so both Sunyang and Daehoon accept the long installment exposure. HW accept card fees because higher volume should more than compensate. Both issuers launch major campaign for the unusual financing product. Placing Esquilo inside advertisements HW does not pay for. Dojin's personal family visits open the gate. Operational teams can now negotiate the exact consumer packages. HW's president reports that Dojin spoke as if the automaker were his own Sunyang affiliate, criticized the car's international competitiveness, and immediately proposed a stronger compact line. The executive wanted to defend his authority, but needed the financing deal, so he listened. Dojin's language subtly converts gratitude into managerial access. HW gains customers, Sunyang Card gains fees, and Daehoon Card gains both fees and a weapon against automotive. Yet the apparent balance exists only before defaults and funding costs rise. Dojin has redirected healthy capital business into fragile card companies at the exact moment they mistake growth for safety. Each party can explain why continuing is rational. Buyers see smaller payments, HW sees volume, issuers see fees, and succession heirs see leverage. Nobody wants to be the first to refuse. Dojin alone remembers the explosion ahead, and he has just connected two rival card companies to thousands of additional long-duration debts. Buyers focus on monthly payments, points, and the ease of swiping a familiar card. Esquilo demand rises from 7,000 target toward 10 or 12,000 units. Fees consume profit, but volume lowers production costs, and, more importantly, makes HW the young customer's first automobile brand rather than another maker of standard cars. Daehoon loses money on Clark, while HW holds exclusive contracts with Hiddink and Park, so management expects Ju Taesik to replace executives. HW identifies a neglected marketing specialist who pioneered Daehoon's global rally participation. If HW acquires a European technology company, racing knowledge will help prove and develop its engineering. Daehoon's first dismissal can become HW's first recruit. The credit boom reaches its crisis. Regulators discover credit card companies owe more than 90 trillion won in short-term financing, not the publicly understood 50 trillion. Government support requires aggressive self-rescue. At Sunyang Card, affiliate cash is nearly exhausted, cash advance limits shrink, and another month may force suspension. Executives cannot drain healthy affiliates merely to support reckless borrowers, yet stopping card service would destroy customer trust, share prices, and Sunyang's reputation. The government demands increased capital because every funding patch remains temporary without a stable equity base. The crisis Dojin anticipated is now visible inside the family's meeting room. Sunyang Life must repay roughly 300 billion won soon and cannot do so without extension. Card executives say 400 billion of new capital would extinguish the immediate fire. But supporting both obligations is impossible. Rescuing Card consumes funds while Life's debt deadline blocks the same cash. A proposed 100 billion capital increase plus 300 billion in surplus would reduce Dongyi's stake below 30%. Like many Chaebol owners, he would rather abandon a company than save it while losing control. Furious, he leaves the card director to solve operations and orders someone else to handle life's bond. Away from the meeting, Cian asks whether Dojin saw the crisis in advance. Dojin says the endlessly growing debt made the direction clear. Selling Card removed the bomb from his own finance group, and now falling shares and creditor rights create many paths to buy back. Recovery is easy. Destroying two targets with one move is harder. Credit cards are short, small, unsecured loans. With careful income checks, credit limits, and issuance standards, losses can remain manageable. The business itself is not doomed. Undisciplined expansion is. Dojin therefore wants the company after panic destroys its price, using debt ownership and market purchases rather than rushing today. The next day, Dongyi approaches his nephew because Sunyang Life controls a decisive maturity. Dojin says they cannot extend it, claiming his own situation has worsened. The answer is an obvious performance. He prepared the bond deadline precisely so the desperate uncle would have to ask. Thousands of Esquilo installments helped inflate card receivables while Dojin accumulated bonds and protected his own companies. Now Dongyi faces card insolvency, life's demand, and loss of control at once. The financing program that looked successful for all three companies has reached its true purpose, concentrating the crisis around Dojin's relatives. Dojin tells Dongyi that Life and Fire are also short of cash. Card lenders slashed limits. Millions became delinquent, and insurance premiums fell sharply. He has supposedly borrowed, even from his father's hospital. If Dongyi cannot settle the bonds, the funding freeze may pull the entire finance network down. Dongyi emptied heavy industries and construction to support Card, while banks themselves remain shaken. Government rescue is politically unlikely because a new administration cannot reward reckless spending. Dojin points toward Youngie's cash-rich electronics and trading firms, whose reserves are so large that merely managing them has become difficult. Dongyi says his brother would never lend him money. Dojin says not to ask, create a consequence Youngie cannot accept. Car bankruptcy would damage the core affiliates that funded it. Dongyi can threaten to sell heavy industries and construction shares, weakening the intertwined family control structure and allowing outsiders into Sunyang. Words are insufficient because Sunyang heirs traditionally never release group shares. Dongyi must first suspend Card's cash advance service. The Card price will collapse and drag other affiliates with it, proving that the crisis can become a group-wide market disaster. Youngie will then have to act to protect his own fortress. Dongyi says a Sunyang collapse would also crush Dojin's listed finance companies. Dojin appears to have given away his own weakness, then reveals the difference. He can abandon Sunyang entirely. If the future darkens, he will break up his holdings, sell before they sink further, and rebuild elsewhere. Dongyi rages that Yankeeol endured everything to build the group. Dojin answers that old methods cannot preserve it forever. Selling weak affiliates during collapse and later buying stronger companies is ordinary acquisition strategy. If Life cannot recover its bond, Dojin can sell it and purchase a better insurer under a new name. Dojin tells his uncle not to blame him. Pay the 800 billion won bond on schedule, and no affiliate needs to be sold. Sunyang Card, not Life, is the true threat to the group. The ultimatum makes Dongyi choose between accepting Dojin's liquidation logic and forcing Youngie to finance the crisis. Dongyi's mind spins because only someone without attachment could speak so casually about dismantling Sunyang. He knows Dojin is a snake and suspects a trap, yet the recommendation is financially coherent. Even recognizing the intention does not free him from the practical need to follow it. By stopping service and threatening share sales, Dongyi will frighten Youngie with the one scenario electronics money must prevent: loss of family control across the group. Dojin needs no direct confrontation with the eldest uncle. He uses the younger brother's insolvency to make the siblings attack each other. His uncles assume every heir ultimately protects the Sunyang name, which limits their threats. Dojin has built independent wealth and companies, so liquidation is believable. Whether or not he truly intends to sell everything, that freedom gives him leverage neither brother possesses. It makes them fear he can end the succession contest by destroying its prize. News announces Sunyang Card's cash advance suspension, the industry's second service halt. Youngie asks how Dongyi will find more than 1 trillion won for Dojin and the card rescue. The sequence fits too perfectly. Dojin sold before the crash and secured collateral that becomes decisive exactly when liquidity disappears. Dongyi needs 60 billion before days and merely to resume service tomorrow. It says bankruptcy may be unavoidable. Youngie refuses to rescue a dying fee business and reminds him that pledged heavy industries and construction shares will pass to Dojin. Dongyi calls that shift someone else's problem, though neither brother believes it. Dojin threatens to liquidate both his existing holdings and the collateral if unpaid. His 10% plus roughly 7% taken from Dongyi would put a huge block outside family control. Combined with Fantasy's position, general meeting votes could make it the second largest power and potentially dismantle Sunyang. Youngie offers 1.5 trillion won if Dongyi transfers the pledged shares to him. Dongyi refuses because losing 7% ends his chance beneath Yankeeol's portrait. Youngie then threatens to deal with Dojin directly. Buying the collateral is more valuable than spending the same money to save a bankrupt car company. Dojin's threat gives Dongyi a darker response. If he cannot reach the chair, he can sell his entire stake so nobody else reaches it either. Losing affiliate control would dismantle the group and erase the chairman's position itself. Youngie calls the claim impossible, and Dongyi walks out, leaving him alone in the office. Yankeeol notes that cash advances have been halted for 3 days and stores are refusing Sunyang Card. Media suspects deliberate bankruptcy. Dojin says he would allow failure because he removed all group cross-shareholding before the sale. Card is now an independent collection of people and capital, not a structural pillar. Letting dust settle before formal failure could erase old grime and allow a clean restart. Yankeol says Dongyi cannot abandon the Sunyang name as easily as Dojin can. The founder understands that emotional ownership, not business logic, is preventing his son from using the ruthless restructuring his grandson proposes. The second reason for the summons is the collateral. Yankeol wants to purchase the heavy industries and construction shares Dojin received when he sold Card. The founder has stepped away publicly, but the prospect of family control leaking into fantasy brings him directly back into the transaction. Dongyi needs cash to preserve Card. Yoongi wants the shares to dominate succession, and Yankeol wants them to protect Sunyang itself. Dojin alone controls the bond and can choose whether payment, default, sale, or liquidation produces the greatest leverage. One distressed asset has created three competing buyers. Yankeol does not dismiss his grandson's willingness to sell as a bluff. He comes prepared to buy. That response validates Dojin's strategy. By appearing detached from the inheritance, he forces every family member who values Sunyang to pay for protecting it, while the collapsing card business remains isolated in Dongyi's hands. Dojin says Dongyi might still repay before maturity, but Yankeol knows he cannot survive without new funds. The founder understands that Yoongi wants the collateral, not Card's future, and offers Dojin twice the value of the 800 billion won bond. If Dongyi repays, Yankeol bears the loss. Dojin's profit is guaranteed. Yankeol calls bonds tradable products and challenges any hesitation. He asks whether Dojin secretly plans to use the shares to force out his uncles and control Sunyang. Dojin denies being ready and requests one day to inspect the contract. Yankeol allows exactly that long before treating delay as proof of hostile intent. That evening, Dojin meets the Financial Supervisory Service Chairman and his Senior Policy Director. They argue Sunyang Card could extinguish its immediate fire with a modest cash injection from the group, unlike truly hopeless issuers. Its service suspension therefore looks like a direct challenge to government demands for self-rescue. Dojin shocks them by requesting an official ban on Sunyang Card's use and operations. The order would make it the crisis's first bankrupt card company and could pour oil onto a financial fire. He cuts off objections and asks them to consider the political power of precisely that shock. The new government has barely met business leaders and needs to establish authority. Chaebols will ignore mild pressure, but destroying a Sunyang-branded company would make every conglomerate flinch. The administration can frame the failure as punishment for refusing responsible rescue rather than an uncontrolled market accident. Regulators warn that Card's bankruptcy could make merchants reject all cards and freeze short-term debt markets. Dojin says that enormous impact is what makes the message credible, then promises a ready buyer. Immediate acquisition can contain the collapse while preserving the appearance that government allowed no company, even Sunyang, to defy it. No one currently wants a card issuer, even at a negative price. The regulators also fear Yankeol's power and the difficulty of blocking him. Dojin asks whether they will proceed if he neutralizes his grandfather, but they still demand proof that an acquisition vehicle can handle the debt and aftermath. Dojin summons Seon. Fantasy's chief executive has repeatedly acquired bankrupt Korean companies and rebuilt them through prior national crises. His presence changes the proposal from a grandson's family maneuver into a financing plan led by the country's most experienced distressed asset investor. The meeting is now expected to last all night. Yankeol believes he is purchasing the bond to keep shares inside Sunyang. During the one day Dojin requested, his grandson instead seeks a government suspension that will collapse Card before ordinary repayment can occur. The clock on the contract is also the clock on a public intervention. Dojin is not asking regulators to ignore market danger. He offers them a stronger political message, an immediate private buyer, and an experienced manager to contain the shock. If they agree, Sunyang Card can fail in name, shed its old liabilities and ownership, then reappear under Dojin's control. Seon tells regulators that Fantasy separates ownership from professional management and rebuilt Ajin rather than stripping it. The same discipline can clean Sunyang Card. A separate American Fantasy subsidiary, not the Korean investment firm already watched by Chaebols, will make the acquisition and reduce political suspicion. Asked why anyone wants Card now, Seon points to automobiles. Kilo sales fell when Sunyang's financing collapsed, even though HW caused none of the crisis. Fantasy specializes in finance and can outperform domestic issuers, so the industrial group will build its own stable credit channel rather than remain hostage to relatives. Speed is essential. The subsidiary wants Sunyang Card before mid-year, but will buy another issuer if necessary, so it does not appear fixated on family property. Regulators cannot approve immediately and promise internal review. The alternate target makes the industrial explanation credible while keeping pressure on the government. Seon still worries about years of losses, but Dojin says Yoongi will cover the pain through a premium on the acquisition-linked bond. Completing the takeover before maturity lets Fantasy collect the enlarged payment, receive the distressed card company, and retain valuable collateral rights. The eldest uncle sees only shares and unknowingly finances the turnaround. The double profit structure is too attractive to refuse. Dojin briefly feels sorry for Dongyi, whom the family will abandon, but Seon offers to handle the uncomfortable explanation. They skip leisurely legal review, prepare the standard agreement overnight, and plan immediate stamping and transfer before another faction can react. Dojin becomes uneasy when his grandfather does not call after the regulatory meeting, then goes to him. Yankeol knew from a dawn call by the Blue House economic secretary, who identified Dojin as the proposal's originator. The founder recognizes both the family feud and the speed required to make the intervention irreversible. The Sunyang name does not concern him as much as capability. Yankeol asks whether Dojin can truly rebuild a ruined card company. Dojin says he would abandon the plan if uncertain. He will tear down the failing structure, clear the rot, and construct a stronger issuer rather than preserve appearances. Yankeol approves strength and solidity, but recognizes that simple buy-low strategy cannot justify the danger. Dojin reveals a larger vision. Controlled card lending and payment data will become central to Sunyang Finance. The acquisition is not merely reclaiming a former affiliate. It reshapes the division's operating core. Dojin explains the collateral, regulatory suspension, American buyer, and bargain with Youngie. Yankeol falls silent, not from anger of the grandson, but from seeing how blind greed has made his sons pathetic. Both treat control shares as the objective while ignoring the company and people collapsing around them. Dojin admits he too would spend enormous money for 7% of Sunyang. Yankeol says the difference is thought. Dojin pairs the stake with a plan to revive card, while Youngie sees only voting power. The founder's approval suggests that rebuilding what others sacrifice is the succession quality he values most. Dojin calls himself lucky because nobody without 2 lives could foresee the crisis so precisely. Yankeol rejects false modesty and orders him to learn from his uncles. Greed makes men lose their way even while holding a map. If becoming chairman is the sole purpose, the office will never truly belong to him. Yankeol says a goal cannot become its own justification. Dojin answers that tens of thousands of employees will stabilize the chair by choosing to follow effective leadership. The founder then offers several calls to help resolve card, placing his remaining personal influence behind a grandson who plans to rebuild rather than merely inherit. Dojin fears officials might interpret a founder's call as pressure either to rescue or destroy card, so Yankeol frames it as an urgent civil complaint. He arranges an afternoon meeting near the Blue House, but refuses to attend. His name opens the door. Dojin must speak, decide, and carry the outcome himself. Acting first gives Dojin an advantage, because Dongi will soon call the same Blue House connections to stop suspension. The senior economic secretary prefers speaking directly, without Yankeol present, and asks for complete openness. Dojin answers with a political card game. The visible hand already has a winning chance, but a hidden card will settle it. Beyond acquiring Sunyang card, Fantasy will rescue one more issuer that would otherwise fail after the first bankruptcy. American capital can make the intervention look like foreign investment saving Korean companies, not public money rewarding private recklessness. Fantasy's resources can support the extraordinary burden of 2 distressed issuers. Dojin names Daehoon card, already on life support without automotive cash. Suspending and restructuring issuers linked to Korea's 2 dominant conglomerates would display the new administration's power. Other Chaebols would quickly clean their balance sheets rather than risk becoming the next public example. The secretary fears newspapers will attack the government for harming their largest advertisers. Dojin distinguishes groups from operating companies, Sunyang Electronics and Daehoon Motors by the ads, and their owners despise the brothers controlling the card firms. Even Hansung Daily is linked by marriage to Youngie's side and will limit criticism. The political picture is attractive, but the secretary cannot understand why Dojin leads an attack on Sunyang. When Dojin calls it a complicated family issue, the official abruptly withdraws. Government power cannot serve as a private weapon merely because the public outcome is useful. To avoid feeling used, the secretary demands specifics: which relatives gain shares, why the company was sold, how the debt and collateral connect, and what Dojin will receive. The final barrier is no longer financial capacity or media politics. Dojin must reveal the succession mechanism behind the bankruptcy. The founder supplies one meeting, not one command. Dojin must persuade the Blue House with a plan that saves 2 firms, imports capital, disciplines conglomerates, controls the press response, and admits his own interest. That is precisely Yankeol's lesson. The future master of the study must make institutions follow a purpose beyond acquiring the chair. Since the secretary demands intent, Dojin gives a primal one: money. Starting tomorrow, he will buy shares in Sunyang and Daehoon card at prices already below face value. If government action clears the crisis and both companies recover, gains of 10 times his investment become plausible. Their shared university background changes the official's tone, and he asks how much Dojin expects to make. When hints of pocket money appear, Dojin warns that Chaebol heirs do not casually discuss money because subordinates normally handle it. A large unnamed gift is still a bribe. Its amount is its name. The secretary calls the plan worth trying, but refuses commitment. Dojin says that is insufficient. He has spent 3 years positioning bonds and shares, persuaded regulators, brought Fantasy's chief executive, offered foreign capital, and created a chance for the new administration to overcome its first financial crisis while displaying authority. Dojin warns that Fantasy may withdraw from a high-risk acquisition if officials delay. He gives the senior secretary 1 hour to contact ministers and report to the president. Any longer would suggest the administration lacks the capability to resolve its own crisis. When cornering power, Dojin leaves no space for vague postponement. While they wait, Sean says the worst financial result still returns 800 billion won. Dojin explains why that cannot satisfy him. The collateral represents 7% closer to Yankeol's study. The government scenario is good and has no public villain, but Fantasy will inherit enormous card losses and restructuring work. Dojin asks how much cash Sean carries. Aside from an emergency check, his wallet contains cards. That is the business's future. Electronic payment displaces cash. generating data, fees, and credit relationships. Today's delinquency is a temporary result of reckless issuance, not the end of the payment system. The call arrives within a deadline. The senior secretary says the meeting has approved Dojin's plan and an announcement will follow as the signal. Dojin apologizes for his rudeness. The official treats it as part of the job. Government action and Fantasy's private acquisition will now move as one sequence. Cian laughs that both uncles have become easy victims. Youngie, believing he purchased priceless leverage, will lose 800 billion within 2 months when the operating suspension destroys Card's path to repayment and activates the acquisition structure. The arrogant eldest uncle is about to discover that the bond he bought financed Dojin's move. Inside Sunyang Card, executives urge serious measures because cash advances have already been suspended and financial sector protests grow. Dongyi insists consumers have adapted and wants to hold out for one decisive solution. Then breaking news announces the government has ordered suspension of all card operations. Beginning at midnight in 2 days, the company's only product becomes unusable. Phones erupt as merchants, creditors, executives, and family factions react. The announcement is the irreversible starting signal Dojin demanded. Without a completed rescue or sale, Sunyang Card will become nothing more than branded plastic. News frames suspension as the new administration's warning to every conglomerate after Sunyang ignored self-rescue demands. Dongyi goes to Youngie, denies arranging the intervention, and asks for 400 billion in emergency funds. He insists he cannot let Card die, but his brother says he has no money to provide. Dongyi threatens to sell assets, but Youngie says the bluff expired. A contract signed days earlier makes Dongyi owe him 800 billion, and Card failure transfers another 7% group stake. Youngie now prefers bankruptcy because the collateral is worth more than the rescue his brother requests. Youngie says Dojin sold because he feared losing 800 billion and values money more than group control. He concludes the nephew abandoned chairman ambitions. With his own stake reaching 43%, Youngie needs only 8 more and imagines buying executive votes by handing Dojin or Cian a few subsidiaries. Youngie asks Dongyi to transfer his remaining stake in exchange for a vice chairmanship in existing companies, appealing to blood over outsiders. When refused, he orders Hansung Daily to prepare a devastating headline. The same brother who mentions family immediately threatens to turn Dongyi into a disgraced executive nobody will meet. Learning the collateral went to Youngie relieves Yankeol only because no outsider received it. Dongyi begs his father for hidden overseas funds, then lowers the request to one call, arranging a bank loan. Yankeol refuses. Regulators monitor every bank, and Dongyi has already pledged the collateral a lender would require. The founder says Dongyi has never faced danger where life hangs by a thread. Dongyi calls this exactly that. Youngie's majority would exile him from headquarters. Yankeol answers that crisis creates opportunity. Put every remaining share behind a loan and survive. The risk itself is the only asset Dongyi still owns. To Dongyi, using all remaining shares means losing everything if rescue fails. Yankeol will neither fund nor guarantee him. The son leaves believing his father has abandoned him, unable to see that the founder is forcing him to confront the kind of existential wager from which Sunyang itself was built. Alone, Yankeol dismisses the son's confidence. Dongyi does not even know who truly engineered the attack, yet attempts to bluff his father and brother. The founder understands that Dojin stands behind the regulatory timing and collateral structure, while both sons remain trapped in a false reading of the nephew's ambition. The eldest brother now holds 43% on paper and expects another 7% from default. He thinks Dojin surrendered succession for guaranteed cash. In reality, the government suspension and Fantasy acquisition were designed before Youngie bought the bond, making his apparent gain an expensive step inside Dojin's reconstruction plan. He can accept Youngie's domination, pledge the rest of his stake for desperate loans, or let Card fail. Each path weakens him and strengthens another faction. Yankeol refuses to remove the danger because only survival can prove capability. The abandoned son must now gamble everything without knowing the game's author. 18 hours before suspension, finance officials, creditors, and Cian meet. Banks complain they received no warning. The policy director answers that they bought short-term bonds based solely on the Sunyang name while demanding collateral from ordinary borrowers. Government will not become a thug collecting careless institutional loans. Creditors must decide what recovery rate they will accept and how to handle delinquent consumers. Cian will not assume every bond. Refusal leaves their paper worthless. If terms satisfy him, Fantasy will by tomorrow sell off, reach roughly 40% combined creditor shares, and take management control. He may later rescue Daehoon Card too. Government fears moral hazard and will not forgive car balances. Cian says a credit information company can buy delinquent receivables for 10 to 30% of face value and pursue recovery. Fantasy will sell bad debt according to whatever sacrifice creditors accept. It does not intend to absorb every one lost by others. All 8 issuers face delinquency. If the administration later announces broad relief, borrowers will demand tens of trillions forgiven, and every institution will demand the same rescue. Having chosen a hard line, the government must hold it through the end or unleash both public and financial sector moral hazard. Cian meets Dongyi without a shareholder meeting because only one fact changes. Dongyi loses all connection to Card. Yet Cian wants the company to remain in Sunyang's building under its current name. Familiar commutes and branding reassure employees even when the major shareholder changes overnight. Ordinary workers care more about livelihoods than which king owns the shares. Cian plans no mass purge, only removal of the few executives who watch the crisis complacently. Keeping staff, place, and name turns the acquisition into continuity for the organization, even while Dongyi's ownership disappears. Dongyi lost 7% to Yoongi and expects his internal base to collapse. Seon offers Fantasy's votes to protect his current position. The fund will soon hold 23% after retrieving Dojin's collateral, while Dongyi retains 26%. Together, they can block Yoongi from controlling and reshaping the entire group. With 26 plus 23% aligned, Dongyi has a route back from abandonment. Seon promises preservation, not restoration of card. The uncle who lost both company and collateral must now rely on Fantasy, the outside force he once feared, to keep his older brother from swallowing Sunyoung. Dongyi calls Yoongi an incompetent destroyer of companies. Seon says past rumors are irrelevant. Current electronics performance is excellent. Even if favorable markets deserve the credit, a profitable scarecrow is preferable to a disruptive alternative. Dongyi must offer more than sibling insults to earn Fantasy's durable backing. Banks take reduced recovery. Government owns the hard policy. Fantasy accepts restructuring risk. Bad debt buyers pursue delinquencies, and Dongyi loses ownership. In return, operations can restart under stable control. Dojin's design does not erase the crisis. It assigns its damage in a way that leaves him holding card in decisive Sunyoung votes. Seon says he prefers stable dividends over risky adventures and wants to balance Sunyoung, so Dongyi accepts his protection. Before they separate, the uncle asks about Dojin's position in Fantasy. Seon admits the nephew invested heavily, but says his goal is larger than simply becoming Sunyoung chairman. Avoiding expulsion is no longer enough. With Seon's votes aligned, Dongyi believes he can shake Sunyoung again. Then government announces a dramatic creditor agreement. After more than 2 months of disruption, all Sunyoung card services will resume at midnight under a completed stabilization plan. Yoongi orders frantic calls to the Blue House and Finance Ministry, then storms into Dongyi's office. Dongyi asks why his brother cannot simply congratulate him. He says liquidity is cleared, debts addressed, and service restored, withholding the essential fact that somebody else now controls the company. Dongyi explains that a wealthy investor bought every share dumped into the market plus institutional holdings, reaching roughly 42%. He insists he did not transfer control directly. The buyer accumulated it. Yoongi instantly regrets not rescuing card and taking it when his brother first asked. The new owner overhears Yoongi shouting through the open door and introduces himself as representative of Sunyoung Card's largest shareholder. Yoongi recognizes a dangerous opponent. Seon has independent foreign capital, no family dependence, and no fear of the Sunyoung name. The outsider the brothers discussed has entered their headquarters as an owner. Before meeting Card's terrified executives, Seon tells Yoongi he wants to settle the debt in one payment rather than 3 installments. Repayment returns the heavy industries and construction collateral to Fantasy. Yoongi's expensive bond purchase can no longer deliver the 7% succession stake he expected from default. Yoongi calls Card impossible to revive with 3 million bad credit consumers. Seon looks instead at the much larger population without bad credit. The industry sky is dark, but disciplined customers, payments, and fee income remain. He refuses to debate strategy with someone who does not own the company. Seon tells Yoongi to focus on his own companies. Between them, only repayment matters. The uncle can wait for maturity or accept immediate settlement. Yoongi paid double and tries to negotiate the collateral back, but Seon refuses even to reopen the subject. The rescue has 3 visible outcomes. Employees keep operating, consumers regain service, and creditors receive an agreement. Its hidden outcome is harsher. Yoongi supplies a huge premium, yet loses the collateral. Dongyi loses Card, yet gains a voting ally, and Fantasy walks away with control plus restored group shares. Yoongi thought Card failure would crown him. Dongyi thought rescue would preserve ownership. Neither occurred. Seon holds the operating company and enough Sunyoung votes to decide which brother advances. The man they dismissed as a manager now speaks to both his creditor, shareholder, and gatekeeper. After Seon refuses to return collateral, Yoongi offers to buy the man instead. Fantasy's original 16% plus Dongyi's 7% gives it 23% of Sunyoung's controlling shares. Seon says ownership and management can remain separate. Yoongi may run the group as long as shareholder returns and bonuses remain strong. Yoongi insists these are not ordinary shares and offers Seon 25% of Sunyoung's affiliates by value. He may choose the companies and receive full personnel, strategy, and disposal authority, even break them apart or bankrupt them. This sacrifice shows how much group-level voting power matters to the eldest son. Seon laughs that both brothers are alike. Their language differs, but each wants Fantasy to help drive the other from Sunyoung. His answer to both is no. He wants generous dividends and a promise that professional management continues, not an internal kingdom purchased by choosing a family winner. Seon likes Sunyoung as it currently stands. 2 brothers controlling their own domains and forced to compete. A corporation belongs to shareholders, not one heir's private kingdom. He explicitly warns Yoongi to abandon any plan to expel Dongyi. Fantasy's major stake will not tolerate monopoly control. 23% is insufficient for Seon to appoint Sunyoung's captain alone, but enough to pull one contender down. Whichever brother receives Fantasy's support remains king. Whichever loses it cannot reach a majority. The outside shareholder has become the balance neither sibling can ignore. Faced with outside control, the brothers call for cleaning Sunyoung of non-family power. Yoongi promises to restore Dongyi above 30% after they drive Seon out. They also fear Dojin's 10% joining Fantasy, which can make the fund the largest shareholder through additional market purchases. Dongyi notes that government agencies and banks still hold friendly stakes, but Yoongi fears Seon may recruit Yoongi and Dojin. Instead of attacking the nephew first, they plan to bring him inside. After restructuring, offer another 10% so blood alone controls the group, then recover his stake more easily later. The founder reviews an astonishing result. Dojin regains card, restores collateral, and earns 800 billion. He calls the credit crisis a once-in-a-lifetime tailwind, but suspects the financial prodigy deliberately sold a steady income business before collapse. Dojin admits unease, while denying he knew the exact scale of bad debt. Luck may explain the explosion, but greed explains the victims. Dongyi coveted cash flow and accepted a dangerous issuer. Yoongi coveted group shares and paid an enormous premium for collateral he immediately lost. Dojin did not need to control every event, only construct a path where each uncle's obsession selected the losing move. Sion's neutrality forces Yoongi and Dongyi into a temporary blood alliance, exactly the kind of share restructuring that can create mistakes in Suenyang's fragile, circular ownership. They believe an extra 10% will buy Dojin. In reality, every proposed transfer gives him another chance to approach the founder's study. Yankeol asks whether Dojin will trade his shares for more affiliates. Dojin says the finance companies already provide enough control, and Dongyi remains Suenyang's best heavy industry manager. He will hold Yoongi's 800 billion payment, while regulators demand strong self-rescue from Daehoon Card and threaten the same fate as Sunyang. If only 2 precious diamonds existed, Dojin would buy both. Yankeol offers a better answer. Buy one and destroy the other, transferring the scarcity value of both into the survivor. Government already holds the knife over Daehoon Card. Dojin can avoid paying for a second distressed issuer and let its collapse strengthen Sunyang Card. Dojin worries Daehoon's failure could freeze markets. Yankeol asks why the richest cash holder in Korea should fear a liquidity desert. Great companies would collapse for lack of funding, and Dojin could purchase them cheaply. The shock he planned to absorb may also create a broader landscape of acquisition targets. The founder's reasoning leaves Dojin dazed and grateful that age has not dulled him. Yankeol sees the next order of effect beyond card: scarcity, credit freezes, and industrial bargains. Dojin calls him a blessing as a competitor, then receives the usual rebuke for flattery. Dojin visits Yoongi, who never directly asks for the money back. The finance affiliates used available cash to repay short-term life, fire, and capital debts after foreign funding withdrew. Dojin accepts the explanation and says companies should direct every resource toward urgent obligations, pointedly contrasting that generosity with Yoongi's refusal to aid Dongyi. The uncle shifts to group ownership. He and Dongyi plan to restructure shares because Sion can use roughly 23% to demand special meetings, inspect affiliate books, or deploy foreign capital against management. Yoongi wants a permanent solution before the outside shareholder develops the wrong idea. Dojin calls Sion Yoongi's friend and questions the panic, but Yoongi demand a pledge. Moving cross-held affiliate shares requires real transactions of corporate assets. One mistake can become breach of trust or collapse the circular chain. Yoongi claims he will proceed very slowly and personally handle the risk. Yoongi's condition is cooperation whenever voting rights are needed. Dojin accepts for now, unsure whether the restructuring is genuine or another test of loyalty. He must appear to help his uncles neutralize Sion, even though Fantasy's shares and strategy ultimately belong to him. Yoongi relaxes after receiving the pledge, but his smile looks forced. Dojin wonders whether his own expression appears the same. Each believes the other can be managed through family cooperation. Both are preparing to use the promised vote against a different unseen target. Rather than save Daehoon's issuer, Dojin can let the government destroy a competitor and use the resulting cash shortage to buy unrelated firms. Meanwhile, his uncles are about to disturb Suenyang's ownership architecture. One crisis has opened both an external acquisition market and an internal route toward control. Dojin finds Lee Hakji through Kim Yunseok and asks for a private conversation. After sparring over manners and management, he directly requests the former chief secretary's support. Hakji notes that adult alliances are rarely equal friendships. Enemies cooperate when interests align, and every side contains hierarchy, employment, or service. Hakji says Korea's strongest businessman already supports Dojin. Dojin calls his grandfather only a spectator now. Hakji insists executives would still follow Yankeol without a single share, but Dojin cites card. Dongyi lost 7%, Suenyang's balance shattered, and an affiliate left family ownership without the founder intervening. Hakji says Yankeol stayed still because events flowed toward his cherished grandson. Dojin independently struck a wolf-like uncle, so the founder had no reason to interfere. The former secretary then abandons innocent language and addresses the mysterious power, quietly taking Sunyang from behind the curtain. He knows New York Fantasy's sole shareholder is Dojin, and most invested capital is the nephew's money. Therefore, Fantasy Korea, HW Group, the automaker, card, and the fund Sunyang controlling stake are all effectively Dojin's. He estimates the total group influence around 1/3 and asks why such a man needs help. Hakji learned the truth thoroughly enough that timing no longer matters. He believes Dojin can take Sunyang soon because Yoongi will eventually cause an accident. Dojin identifies the uncertainty. If both uncles proceed cautiously, the circular fortress offers no crack for even Fantasy's cash and vote standard. With Dojin's ability and current shares, HW could absorb 10 affiliates and immediately rank among Korea's top 3, or grow over 20 years into Suenyang's peer. Dojin refuses the ranking game. HW lacks Suenyang's 50-year history and the people recorded inside it, assets no purchase price can recreate. Hakji calls that greed equal to Yankeol's and asks why Dojin will not make his own history. Dojin says taking an existing one is safer. The immediate obstacle is his uncle's plan to change holding companies, ratios, and circular ownership until Fantasy's shares lose control value, while demanding Dojin's voting cooperation. The family commands the conglomerate through a controlling chain representing only about 5% of all affiliate shares. One minor transaction error can collapse the entire structure and change ownership instantly. Yoongi and Dongi intend to proceed slowly after Yankeol's death, when they believe no founder can stop them. Hachi says a Sunyang without Yankeol interests him little. The sons have their own loyal subordinates and may be restructuring partly to remove the old chairman's board. Dojin promises to treat him with the same respect, but Hachi refuses to grow old as secretary to someone young enough to be his son. Dojin clarifies that he is not recruiting another secretary. He wants Hachi as the master of Sunyang's chairman's office. The offer recognizes the man's knowledge of every executive, cross-holding, and political connection. To penetrate the fortress, Dojin proposes putting its most experienced gatekeeper in command. Dojin makes the proposal explicit. Lee Hachi will become Sunyang's second chairman and Dojin the third. The chief may remain in the office as long as desired. Hachi calls the scheme clever and wicked because Dojin has found a buried ambition and scratches it until the older man must acknowledge it. Hachi says he protects loyalty. Yankeol wants an untainted bloodline inheritance, and his service should end there. Yet he admits another desire always existed without a clear shape. Dojin supplied the picture of an interim chairman, then insists Hachi would not be his blade. Dojin would clear the path for him. Yoongi found his own life, and Sien has no Sunyang roots. Hachi alone has pulled the group strings for years, so executives would accept him. He compares the arrangement to a trusted interim king holding the throne until the successor comes of age. Dojin even promises professional management instead of family spoils. Hachi ends the conversation without an answer. Dojin nevertheless learns enough. The chief knows Fantasy's true owner, watched it consume the uncle's shares, and told nobody. He may not join Dojin yet, but he is not standing against him. Meanwhile, the uncle's holding company plan remains dangerous after Yankeol dies. Hachi later visits while Sien is present. Sien announces he is preparing retirement, then asks the old secretary to help Dojin become chairman. He argues that the nephew surpasses both vice chairman, protects professional management, and is the right choice for Sunyang's future rather than merely the richest contender. Sien says Dojin will not treat company money like a personal account because his clean, taxed fortune already reaches trillions. Hachi knows Fantasy's structure, but is surprised by the scale. The explanation strengthens the case that Dojin can grant executives real autonomy without constantly extracting cash. Hachi finally agrees to prevent the uncle's ownership trick. He possesses boxes documenting the entire history of Sunyang's share management, including illegal acts. That evidence can stop circular restructuring from turning Fantasy's stake into waste paper or forcing Dojin outside the group. The promise has a strict limit. Hachi will not help drive Yoongi or Dongi out because loyalty to Yankeol's bloodline forbids it. By the same principle, he will not let the sons cheat the grandson. He becomes a guardian of fair succession rather than Dojin's weapon. When Dojin returns to the chairman offer, Hachi says discussion is premature. Dojin still lacks the power to appoint him. Demanding the reward before reaching the well is foolish. The reply is not refusal. It warns that Hachi will judge what Dojin becomes after possessing real power. He does not gain a loyal executioner or immediate chairman. He gains something more necessary. The one man with documentary knowledge of every hidden share maneuver will block his uncles from erasing Fantasy's rights. The path remains long, but the fortress gatekeeper has promised not to let the princes lock him out. Dojin is satisfied because Hachi resembles him. Neither trusts verbal promises. Even full management authority and lifelong security remain only words until Dojin owns appointment power. The chief will protect the existing stake through evidence, but will not expose his ambition or bargain loyalty for an office that does not yet exist. Sien asks to negotiate retirement pay, revealing that his long-discussed exit is now firm. He always dreamed of retiring at 50 to play golf and eat well in Southeast Asia. Dojin offers a luxurious private villa in the Kota Kinabalu resort, yet refuses to use that dream as bait for more service. Dojin suppresses the desire to object. People around him do not exist solely for his plans. He merely enters the middle of lives they are already writing. Sien wants Christmas in the resort's marble villa, so they agree to organize remaining responsibilities and complete the resignation before year's end. During Chuseok, a super typhoon causes trillions in property damage, displaces thousands, and leaves roughly 130 casualties. HW Construction stops work. No employees die, but several night shift workers are injured. Dojin orders full care and compensation so nobody feels abandoned after surviving the disaster. Song Hyunchang's retirement is already known, so executives begin handling operational planning independently. Government emergency spending will pour trillions into damaged public facilities, and every builder in Korea is preparing to compete. The credit card recession makes reconstruction contracts look like rare good luck amid national tragedy. Dojin acknowledges the contracts but rejects treating suffering as a simple revenue event. HW should use the recovery to change its public image. Instead of competing only on the lowest bid or making a forgettable donation, it can give back through the skill a construction group actually possesses. The company can dedicate project profit to housing displaced families, eventually providing apartments. Because victims need shelter immediately, HW can first buy a manageable number of existing homes rather than promise thousands. The response combines emergency usefulness with a durable reconstruction commitment. A careless manager objects without solving timing. Another proposes buying temporary housing within budget. That purchase can also acquire non-business real estate while serving victims. Dojin notices the executive who understands both the public purpose and the asset strategy, marking him as promotion material. Dojin does not pretend reputation is irrelevant. He wants the government and public to see that HW works for recovery instead of extracting disaster profit. But the image must come from useful action. Injured workers cared for, families housed, and construction capability deployed, not merely an advertisement about generosity. Sean chooses retirement, and HW executives must begin leading after Song. A disaster then forces those new leaders to balance relief, reputation, and opportunity. Dojin's response shows the management principle he promises Hokji. Grant people space to act, judge the quality of their decisions, and use private wealth when an organization needs support. Dojin gives the executives one boundary. Relief cannot become uncontrolled loss, but HW's prestige must rise by more than the profit it surrenders. An image effect worth hundreds of billions can repay today's spending many times over. Every affiliate must develop useful ideas rather than wait for another instruction. Senior managers react with disbelief that Sean will retire near 50. Song also leaves at year's end, and the entire board assumed Fantasy's chief would become HW chairman. One respected auto executive refuses the post, saying Chaebol correctly judged him a man who digs one well, not someone who rules an entire river. HW Motors begins with every Eskilo customer in typhoon-hit regions, offering inspections and repairs even to people reporting no problem. Then comes a bolder idea. Collect flooded cars, declare total losses, and replace them with new Eskilos. Regional sales are limited, so the cost is controllable despite the dramatic promise. Marketing wants an immediate press release to recover billions in promotional value. Dojin insists on secrecy. A company praising its own charity buys ordinary coverage. Customers sharing unexpected replacements online creates an authentic story reporters discover and amplify. Modern news follows public trends more eagerly than corporate statements. Dojin turns to the financial affiliates, especially Fire's storm and flood insurance. He forbids saving money by narrowing coverage, delaying claims, or offending victims. His conference room message was not empty. Adjusters must pay legitimate losses fairly, while Sunyang Finance makes a separate group donation. Broadcasters and newspapers compete to host relief drives, but splitting donations among them dilutes impact and creates political complaints. Dojin bypasses media outlets and gives $5 billion directly to disaster relief headquarters under the finance group's name, ensuring its action is not buried beneath Sunyang Electronics' larger brand. A group-wide donation would let electronics take all credit and keep Dojin's division invisible. Youngie may be furious that finance acts separately, but Dojin accepts the conflict. Every affiliate he controls must build its own public trust, especially after the card crisis made financial companies symbols of irresponsibility. Finally, Dojin asks for a careful writer who can reveal an anonymous personal contribution without making it look like a press stunt. He plans 50 billion won, 10 times the finance group's donation. The amount is large enough that the anonymous donor becomes a national human interest story once discovered. Construction will house families, motors will replace flooded cars, Fire will honor claims, finance will donate directly, and Dojin will contribute personally. None substitutes for the others. Together, they portray an industrial financial group that uses each capability to respond, rather than writing one check and calling the disaster handled. The strategy is openly reputational, but works only if the help is real and the publicity appears secondary. Beneficiaries and independent reporters must reveal what HW did. By separating corporate, divisional, and personal acts, Dojin creates multiple genuine stories whose combined value exceeds any conventional campaign. News reveals Dojin as the donor behind Korea's largest private disaster contribution, nearly 10 times major corporate gifts. Civil groups praise his noblesse oblige while he declines interviews and claims embarrassment. Chaebol calls the discovery staged, but HW's share price rises and its relief work gains even more attention than the World Cup campaign. Yoongi defends his son's good deed, while Chaebol sees the long-term groundwork beneath it. The founder admits one action can serve two goals. Then Yoongi, normally subdued around business, says his company gave him a major mission: secure Dojin for a television program while public curiosity is at its peak. Other Chaebol heirs reach society pages through scandal. Dojin now fills business and society coverage with positive stories. Yoongi's cable network wants him as the first guest of a new infotainment series. It is framed as an interview, not comedy, and the producer believes his appearance can rescue the premiere's ratings. Days later, Kwang-sik jokes about Dojin's camera-ready face, then asks for help. Daehoon's financial sector is isolated. Its name no longer opens funding, and Ju Tae-sik is blocking support to drive younger brothers out. Business rumors already describe the eldest heir using the crisis as a succession purge. During the boom, Dojin sold card while Kwang-sik acquired one. Their outcomes now look opposite. Kwang-sik has heard that Dojin profited from both uncles. Dojin says Fantasy, not he, gained the fun, and he only mediated. Kwang-sik asks him to mediate one more transaction. The closer Daehoon card moves toward failure, the better the purchase conditions. Dojin pretends Fantasy is satisfied with Sunyang card and prefers internal strengthening. Kwang-sik argues that low input creates exceptional return and asks only that the buyer resolve affiliate debt rather than pay a meaningful acquisition price. Kwang-sik's siblings poured group company funds into card. If Fantasy assumes or repays that debt, he can breathe and surrender the issuer cheaply before recovery. Yet he refuses to reveal the exact amount to Dojin, claiming pride and wanting to discuss dirty details directly with Sean. Dojin reminds him that Sean will not risk a face-to-face clash over an impossible proposal. Fantasy judges investor return, and no acquaintance can bypass basic numbers. Kwang-sik must provide at least a rough figure before the chief executive considers entering the room. The request for direct access visibly unsettles Kwang-sik. He promises Sean will not regret meeting, but continues hiding something beyond embarrassment over debt. Dojin agrees to relay the message while concluding that the Daehoon heir is plotting another layer, likely connected to his succession struggle. Dojin enters the studio to serve his father's new show, carrying a carefully polished national image. There he finds Kwangsik seeking a secret rescue. The contrast captures his new position, visible enough to move public opinion, yet powerful enough that a rival conglomerate heir waits backstage to offer a card company. Reports show Daehoon card is barely profitable, government pressure is favorable, and affiliate loans need not be repaid immediately. Kwangsik's eagerness therefore hides either an internal emergency or a scheme. Dojin decides not to chase the mystery greedily. Instead, he will attack the business and let its response expose the truth. Dojin orders a blatant campaign to steal Daehoon card's main customer base through matching services and aggressive advertising. A healthy competitor will endure. A secretly weak one will reveal itself. Only then will fantasy decide whether acquisition makes sense. The strategy replaces guesswork with pressure-tested evidence. He recognizes that surviving the storm alone made him treat every nearby asset as a trophy. Greed can make stones resemble gems. He will pursue only essential targets, but anyone who tries to use him must be crushed so completely that they never repeat the attempt. Daehoon card becomes that lesson. Kwangsik complains that Dojin avoids him and asks about Sion's break. Dojin describes a year-long health sabbatical and rebukes the heir for calling a self-made manager lucky. When Kwangsik asks whether Dojin will handle the acquisition, he is told that Sion's absence was a polite refusal, not an invitation to negotiate through the nephew. Kwangsik has heard Sunyoung card is preparing an all-out campaign and asks Dojin to stop pointing knives. Dojin says the uncle exposed weakness first. A company does not let a fallen competitor stand simply because relatives use friendly titles. Refusing to attack would make Sunyoung a rehabilitation center rather than a business. Cornered, Kwangsik says he will sell at a fair price. Dojin answers with truckloads of fantasy auditors and accountants. Only full books can determine whether the company and price are acceptable. Reluctance confirms that the owner wants a buyer without showing the goods or the hidden obligation inside them. Rather than decipher every secret, Dojin will continue the attack until Kwangsik truly surrenders. Stopping after Sunyoung has mobilized would destroy internal morale. Uncle and nephew are only amusing forms of address. Their actual relationship is predator and prey when one attempts to place fantasy back in his pocket. Days later, the hidden calculation changes. Kwangsik contributes 1 trillion won of personal money, and creditor banks approve another trillion in emergency support. After delays and excuses, their ultimatum forced him to open his wallet. The promised easy sale was never his only plan, and Daehoon Motors never intended to rescue him. The personal injection explains the evasiveness. Kwangsik wanted fantasy available while bargaining with creditors and siblings. Dojin refuses to spend more attention on the Daehoon family feud. Sunyoung card will expand and compete. Kwangsik can bear the cost of keeping his own company alive. Dojin does not acquire the second diamond, but he learns it was never freely available. By attacking instead of accepting hidden terms, he forces Kwangsik to commit 2 trillion of rescue capital and protects fantasy from an opaque liability. In chaos, caution and humility become more valuable than collecting every distressed asset. At the airport, Sion insists 3 months abroad is not immigration, though his wife packed 3 bags and plans to remain. Dojin nags him to exercise. Sion asks for freedom from work emails. Their teasing farewell hides a genuine transfer of responsibility after years of building fantasy together. Yoonki and Dojin leave, intending a rare dinner with the family. Then the hospital director calls about another VIP admission. His shaking voice and inability to speak make Dojin immediately suspect Yankeol. The chairman has collapsed, and only the foundation's leadership has been informed. The director confirms that Hakji was with Yankeol, brought him to Sunyoung Medical Center immediately, and forbade the news from spreading. The chairman is stable and resting, but at his age another event may be final. Dojin and Yoonki race to the hospital while locking down staff disclosure. The medical team describes impaired cerebral blood flow caused by a greatly weakened heart. Treatment succeeded because it began within 3 hours, but recurrence is likely to arrive faster and leave less time. No one can estimate his remaining life or guarantee another recovery. Permanent hospitalization may be necessary. The facts are unbearable but clear. Yankeol will not return to full health or ordinary life. Dojin must prepare emotionally and strategically. Yet the hospital's secrecy prevents him from even openly playing the grandson while the family remains unaware of the founder's condition. Hakji says Yankeol fainted while they walked in the garden and had long ordered that his first brush with death remain hidden. The chairman always joked that he would drive away the Grim Reaper once, wake again, and settle every unfinished matter before allowing the final visit. Yoonki calls that faith reckless for a man past 80 and wants to inform his siblings. Hakji knows the founder better and insists he has matters to address. Since doctors say he is stable, they should wait until he wakes and personally decides whom to summon. Hakji will accept everyone's resentment. On the same day, Sion leaves daily management. Yankeol nearly leaves life itself. 2 mentors who stood between Dojin and complete responsibility are disappearing for different reasons. The gradual transition he expected becomes a compressed race against the second stroke, and the family reaction secrecy will eventually unleash. The hospital can stabilize blood flow. It cannot restore age, heart strength, or certainty. Even discharge may be unsafe. Yankeol survives this episode, yet every future conversation carries the possibility of being last. His promise to settle matters now becomes the only guide to what comes next. Telling Yoongi, Donggi, Young, and the rest would trigger a succession rush before Yankeol speaks. Concealment is medically unnecessary, but strategically decisive. Dojin and Yoonki accept Hokji's burden for the moment, leaving the founder's most trusted secretary to guard both patient and empire through the night. Yankeol wakes at dawn, but calls only for Hokji. Yoonki remembers 10 youthful years of disappointing and resenting his father, despite rebuilding their relationship later. He asks Dojin to forget shares and succession for whatever time remains, and act only as the affectionate youngest grandson, creating happier memories. A day later, Hokji orders Dojin to arrive alone through the special ward's underground entrance and tell nobody, including Yoonki. Dojin finds Yankeol dressed to leave. The founder silences concern, says they have no time, and insists his doctor approve the outing despite the lack of discharge. In the car, Yankeol says he will not need the vehicle after today and gives it to Dojin. Kind words cannot make him young, and he has already accepted death. He refuses to nap because eternal rest is near enough. While awake, he wants to look at his grandson's face. Dojin tries humor, but Yankeol comes alive only when asking about Daehoon card. Dojin says the acquisition bait hit a trap, so Sunyang card will compete head-on and steal profitable customers. The fight may cost money, but Kwangsik repeatedly underestimated and tried to use him. This time the lesson itself matters. The founder approves retaliation without hesitation. A rival who mistakes restraint for weakness must be crushed until he never looks down on Dojin again. Speaking about strategy brings a satisfied smile to Yankeol's face and eases the grandson's heart more than any attempt at childish sweetness. Yankeol halts the car, where Kim Yunseok once drove, into a truck to protect them. Time has blurred the memory, but the location restores gratitude toward the assistant manager who saved both lives. Yankeol sends the driver away briefly and asks Dojin to think beyond the official accident story. Dojin says he accepted the truck driver's fault and never questioned it. Yankeol laughs that the grandson now lies without flinching. When Dojin offers to let the matter rest, the founder says he did not forget. He brought Dojin here precisely because the truth must finally be spoken. He says the collision happened because of him. Neglecting his wife made them strangers, and she filled the emptiness with obsessive attachment to her son. That obsession turned Dojin into a threat. The answer Dojin could barely imagine is not an uncle. It is his own grandmother. Yankeol gives a car, discusses the rival Dojin must punish, revisits the place they almost died, and opens a wound hidden for years. This is not a leisurely escape from hospital. It is the founder settling unfinished personal and corporate matters while he still controls his voice. Dojin suspected Sunyang relatives, but protected himself from imagining the matriarch ordered his death. Yankeol's confession removes uncertainty while adding an impossible emotional burden. The final lesson is not about shares. It is how desire inside a family can become strong enough to murder its own blood. Believing one or all uncles planned the crash would be easier than accepting a grandmother targeted her grandson. Yankeol says she thought Sunyang would pass to Dojin instead of her son, costing her husband, inheritance, and child. She also hated Dojin's mother as the woman who took Yoonki away. Yankeol once repeated the pattern differently, blaming innocent Lee Seo-yeon because Yoonki rejected the future his father designed. Dojin reports that Yoonki, upon hearing of the collapse, regretted 10 years of resentment. The confession pulls a nail from the old man's heart and brings unexpected tears. Her hatred may last until death, and Yankeol accepts responsibility for creating it. For his sake, he asks Dojin to remain kind and forgive even another attempt. Dojin reframes the motive as desire. She sees everything her husband built as hers, and desire can overpower blood more completely than simple hatred. Dojin says he has already forgotten and promises that whatever happens, he will not carry resentment toward his grandmother. The answer lets Yankeol close one personal account. He cannot repair their marriage or erase the murder attempt, but he can prevent the guilt from becoming a second inheritance. They arrive at a repaired wooden warehouse filled with memories of stained timber, rice sacks, and yellow grains. This is where Yankeol first saved money and where Sunyang truly began. The humble structure holds more meaning than headquarters because it contains the founder's first act of accumulation. Asked to expand that history, Dojin calls the warehouse a memorial that should remain unchanged. A child grows in size, an adult maintains health. Korea and Sunyang have reached maturity. Instead of forcing the existing group to become larger, its leadership protect it and plant new seeds elsewhere. Dojin imagines another Sunyang rather than endless expansion of the first. The old group may provide some fertilizer, but Yankeol laughs that the grandson already owns enough capital and should use his own. Their argument reveals shared instinct. Preserve the legacy, then build the next industrial organism separately. Yankeol insists on walking and chooses a local oxblood soup restaurant. Dojin worries about fatigue, but the founder ate, joked, and directed the morning like his old self. The humble meal offers the normal family moment both men rarely achieved, made poignant by the knowledge that the journey may be their last. Instead of a hot spring or hospital return, Yankeol says one person remains to introduce. They arrive at a modest home, where he banters loudly with an elderly man and the man's wife like close family. The chairman is relaxed and affectionate in a way Dojin has rarely seen. Yankeol presents Dojin as the youngest grandson. The old man tests his manners and welcomes him as a great nephew. But Dojin senses these are no ordinary acquaintances. After the founder, warehouse, and confession, This introduction signals another unseen branch of the history Dojin wants to inherit. Yankeol's old friend immediately recognizes the grandson who used Sunyang Kar to divide his uncles. Asked when he intends to claim the chairman's seat, Dojin refuses to name a date. Time is his advantage. Whether the struggle lasts 10 years or 20, he can prepare until opportunity becomes certainty. The old man laughs that Dojin looks ready to seize the chair tomorrow. Then Yankeol sends his grandson outside and reveals the true reason for the visit. His body is failing, his remaining time is short, and he wants this stubborn lifelong companion to watch over Dojin after he is gone. His friend protests, but Yankeol speaks without fear or regret. 10 more years of protection should be enough. When asked whether Dojin will inherit Sunyang, the founder gives no guarantee. The most qualified person must take it. His friend worries that a small stake cannot protect a young man from ruthless sons. Yankeol answers that Dojin received far more than shares, because he took it himself. Sunyang Motors and Sunyang Card are only the visible prizes. Fantasy Investment and the former Jin Group also belong to him, placing his independent empire among Korea's largest conglomerates before the family even understands whom it faces. Yankeol supplied one piece of land and later added automobile shares. Everything else came from Dojin's judgment, including investments abroad too large to count. The friend assumes secret favoritism, but Yankeol remembers a 20-year-old arriving with dollars and demanding a car company. Even he could barely believe the scale of that audacity. Over breakfast preparations, the old man concludes that someone so sharp hardly needs a guardian. Left alone, Dojin may simply take everything. Yet Yankeol fears his sons could devour him before age closes the gap. His friend promises support if the boy proves substantial, not merely another hollow Chaebol heir. On the way out, Yankeol names the elder, Ju Byung-hee, one of Sunyang's greatest contributors. After the war, Byung-hee secured used Japanese machinery and technicians for their textile factory. Yankeol made plans. Byung-hee forced them into motion. Had he stayed, he might once have claimed the chairman's seat himself. Dojin suspects a fight over wealth, but Yankeol says the break happened more than 20 years earlier. Under military rule, businessmen paid, obeyed, and built where ordered. Byung-hee was practical enough to accept that bargain. The decisive test came when the regime dismantled Dongmyung, the nation's dominant group. Byung-hee regarded Dongmyung Chairman Kong as an elder brother and had benefited from his help. Still, he initially believed survival required silence, with support to be offered after Kang's fall. Yankeol went much further. He aligned with the regime and acquired 4 of Dongmyung's 6 subsidiaries for almost nothing. When Byung-hee learned how Sunyang expanded, he exploded. Markets might abandon ethics, he argued, but people should preserve basic decency. The forgotten founder did not leave because he lacked talent or ambition. He left because Yankeol's greatest act of growth crossed a moral boundary he refused to share. Byung-hee's fury came from seeing Yankeol exploit Chairman Kong a second time after the regime had already destroyed him. 5 years passed before the estranged partner allowed visits. Age eventually softened the boundary. Yankeol now asks Dojin to visit after his death and serve Byung-hee as a true great uncle. Yankeol calls Byung-hee wise enough to answer even extraordinary problems. The founder trusted him with sensitive group affairs and sought his judgment like another Lee Hokji. Many senior executives trained under Byung-hee and still visit every holiday, making this retired elder both a counselor and a living network of Sunyang loyalty. Back at the hospital, Yankeol refuses help, orders everyone away, and retreats upstairs alone. Dojin is told to rest, but Hokji invites him for a private conversation. The Gunsen journey has ended, yet its revelations, an attempted murder, a forgotten founder, and Yankeol's approaching death continue to demand answers. In a cafe, Dojin describes the Sunyang Museum as less a corporate archive than Yankeol's personal album. Then he states what Hokji already knew. Grandmother ordered the old truck attack. Hokji investigated it himself. Dojin's real concern is not the past alone, but the machinery she could use to strike again. Ordinary employees could not arrange murder without exposing their employer. Hokji points instead to the grandmother's Museum and Arts Foundation, where expensive works, forgeries, secret trades, and coercion overlap. Money and institutional respectability conceal people willing to handle ugly problems by force, giving her deniable hands and feet. Yankeol warned that she might target Dojin again and asked him to forgive her. Dojin intends to honor that request, but forgiveness does not require blindness. Hokji notes that Dojin already commands money, power, and Wu Byungjin, a weapon capable of delivering a warning that retaliation would be complete. Dojin refuses to accept the proposal at face value. Hokji and Wu Byungjin could deceive him together, and his first life already taught the price of trusting authority too easily. Hokji calls the operative a top-tier blade, but Dojin understands that a sharp weapon must be watched as carefully as the enemy it threatens. Their bargain turns the conversation towards Sunyang. Dojin conceals the deeper exchange with his grandfather, saying only that Yankeol tested his confidence. He then asks whether a final controlling block remains. Hokji says no. The founder holds real estate, cash, and scattered assets, but no decisive group shares. A private lawyer manages Yankeol's personal estate, so no hidden weapon waits to decide the corporate war. Dojin had expected one final blow and recognizes the founder's cold principle. The successor must fight to the end and win. Hokji says that expectation failed because Dojin misunderstood one person's emotions. Dojin always showed Yankeol a flawless, self-sufficient heir. Had he revealed weakness, the old man might have felt pity and offered more, like giving an extra treat to a crying child. Trust became the limit of Yankeol's gift. Because he believed Dojin needed no rescue, he left him only the battlefield. In 2003, prosecutors arrest an opposition candidate's aide over illegal financing in the previous election. Yoongi and Donggi race to erase their connections and find a scapegoat. At the same moment the national press turns toward political money, Yankeol collapses again, leaving the family exposed on two fronts. Only Yankeol's children and their spouses are inside. Dojin wants to enter, but his aide Kim Yinseok warns that going alone would advertise dangerous urgency. If Yankeol wakes, he will summon Dojin. Until then, restraint is safer than letting every relative see which grandson expects to matter most. Yinseok has already secured updates from hospital guards trained under Lee Hakji. Years of meals and drinks turned professional familiarity into dependable access. Dojin discovers another hidden strength in his aide. He manages relationships without instruction. Ordered not to miss a single critical change, Yinseok promises constant reports. Inside, Yoongi demands to know why Hakji hid Yankeol's condition with Yoongi. Yoongi cuts off the accusation, explaining that his hospital chairmanship made the report automatic. Hakji needed no conspiracy. Yet the eldest son cannot accept being excluded and insists his birth order entitled him to immediate notice. Hakji delivers the humiliating answer. Yankeol ordered that his children not be waiting whenever he regained consciousness. Hakji merely obeyed. Even the grandmother, contacted in Switzerland, responded coldly and ended the call. The founder chose solitude over a bedside crowded with heirs, calculating what his death would release. Yoongi tries to pull Hakji aside, but the others reject any secret exchange. Frustrated, relatives drift away one by one until the question beneath every performance finally surfaces. Donggi speaks for them all. Does Yankeol's will contain an unusual clause, a hidden heir, or undisclosed shares capable of choosing the winner? Hakji has never seen the will, but he knows Yankeol owns no controlling group stake. Inheritance taxes made such a transfer impractical, and any scattered affiliate holdings sit with a private lawyer. What remains is personal property, meant partly for old obligations. The corporate succession, Hakji says, has already happened. Donggi asks what Hakji will do after Yankeol dies. Perhaps fearing a keeper of secrets could join a rival. Hakji says new leaders need their own aides and asks only that his talented staff be protected. He might remain for the Sunyang chairmanship. He jokes, but for no lesser title. Retirement is his answer. A sudden call brings everyone back. Yankeol warns that this recovery may be temporary. Next time he could awaken or pass directly into the afterlife. Refusing interruption, he addresses Sengi first. The weakest businessman receives no empire, but his father acknowledges both the hurt and the danger of leaving him helpless. Yankeol has placed money in the foundation for Sengi to use when needed. Wasting cash can be forgiven. Destroying a company cannot. It is support tailored to ability rather than equality. And the founder calls Yoongi's name. The eldest son swallows hard, knowing the next words will define his burden and the family's final contest. As the eldest, Yoongi must take Sengi under his protection and eventually carve out several affiliates once his brother shows resolve. Sengi must pay generously for them, using the foundation money as seed capital. Yankeol refuses a free gift. Ownership bought at a painful price will be cultivated instead of squandered. Yankeol turns to Yoongi, who has already benefited from a brilliant son and a successful wife. Yoongi asks for one more thing. Split Dojin's financial companies into a completely independent group and untangle their controlling shares. The request would protect his son, but it would also remove a vital pillar from Sunyang. The financial arm carries roughly 10% of Sunyang's influence and functions as its treasury. Yankeol explodes that severing it would break the group itself and reduce the separated companies to an ordinary rival. He has already given Yoongi's branch enough through Dojin and refuses to dismantle his life's work for safety. Yankeol tells his two leading sons that they have received everything. They may fight until one controls the whole group or find a way to manage together. Only one rule survives him. The winner must not discard the loser. A respectable lifelong position is his final request as their father. Later, Dojin enters a shuttered sushi restaurant where Yankeol waits in secret. The frail founder dismisses concern and asks the chef only for privacy and a few pieces of food. For Dojin, the words private talk make the empty late-night room feel more consequential than any board meeting. A bank representative arrives with a secured item from a private vault, receives thanks, and leaves. Dojin knows its contents will eventually be revealed, so he concentrates on every word instead. Yankeol barely touches the sushi, jokes about his teeth, and makes clear that the location, not the meal, is what he needed. Yankeol tells Dojin that Yoongi asked to separate the financial division. Dojin is genuinely shocked because the split would erase its leverage inside Sunyang. The founder has already rejected the proposal. He wants Dojin to succeed him, but admits that bloodlines, generations, age, and timing are realities ambition cannot simply ignore. Dojin calls the current gap temporary. Other relatives may pass through the chair, but he considers it ultimately his. Yankeol swats the boast, then laughs. Watching Dojin grow over 10 years brought him more joy than expanding Sunyang. Money alone is business, and Dojin's almost impossible fortune already proves his ability to create it. Dojin privately compares his gains to buying lottery tickets with no numbers, but Yankeol sees only extraordinary results. At this pace, the grandson may surpass Sunyang without inheriting it. Dojin answers that personal wealth lacks the group chairman's power to move a nation. That scale of ambition is precisely what pleases Yankeol. Dojin admits disappointment that no secret shares remain, but not resentment. Yankeol gave enough, and Dojin has already secured more than a third through his own battles. The late-night meeting is for final advice. Yankeol believes he will somehow win Sunyang. Now he wants him to consider the harder question: what comes after becoming chairman? Dojin has spent 2 lives aiming at Yankeol's office, but he has never imagined the morning after victory. The founder describes the chair as a lonely place where friends begin watching every word. Equality disappears because no one dares meet the chairman's eyes without calculating the consequences. A chairman must endure solitude and never mistake subordinates for friends. Dojin surprises him by saying every relationship he has is already transactional. He may admire people, but he expects no loyalty. Give them what they want and take what the work requires. He believes no companion is needed to share the weight. Yankeol realizes the new generation needs little instruction on emotional distance, but identifies what Dojin lacks. Critics call Yankeol corrupt, politically connected, and cruel to suppliers, yet none speak that way to his face. Even hostile lawmakers become obedient around him. Deals and admiration help, but fear is power's foundation. Fear works because money accompanies it, the familiar balance of carrot and stick. Yankeol warns Dojin that excessive courtesy can make subordinates reach for their master's table. Then he asks that the future chairman protect the family with proper positions. Dojin agrees, though privately he knows the comforting promise is a lie. Yankeol opens the package from bank. Inside is a ledger recording political fund transfers since military rule, when a president's command could destroy Sunyang overnight. The founder spread influence everywhere and documented every payment as insurance. He never needed to detonate it, but built a bomb large enough to discourage any attack. Governments changed, and the records kept growing. Everyone who accepted Yankeol's money knew the evidence existed and trusted it would remain sealed. That silent threat was stronger than explicit blackmail. One hand held the bomb. The other kept offering cash, making cooperation more attractive than forcing the ledger into daylight. The other envelope lists domestic and foreign borrowed name accounts, paper companies, and identities built with forged passports. Publicly, Yankeol's named wealth will pass through foundations as celebrated philanthropy. Privately, he gives Dojin the concealed accounts as safe money for political payments and tells him to place future secret funds there. The ledger identifies people to manage without appearing to manage them. The accounts provide the money that moves them. In a single night, Dojin receives half of Yankeol's invisible power. These are the founder's darkest records, more intimate than shares, land, or cash because they preserve the shame behind Sunyang's authority. Many people may own Sunyang stock, draw its money, or seize its property. Only Dojin inherits the hidden history that made all of it possible. Yankeol says that even if the grandson never becomes master of the group, possession of this ledger marks him as the founder's sole true heir. Dojin promises to make Yankeol's name eternal and impossible to erase. The words feel childish compared with the magnitude of the gift, yet sincerity strips away polish. He has not merely received leverage over politicians. He has accepted responsibility for preserving both the founder's greatness and the moral cost buried beneath it. At his older brother's entertainment company, a planning director mistakes Dojin for an audition candidate and tries to recruit him on site. Sang-joon intervenes, explaining that his brother chose law and graduate school, not celebrity. Dojin jokes about having the persistent scout fired, while Sang-joon admits her eye for talent is excellent. Escaping before someone arranges a debut, Sang-joon asks about their grandfather. 2 hospitalizations have not made death feel real. Yankeol still seems destined to command forever. Sang-joon worries especially about Dojin, the only grandchild directly given equity, but Dojin plans only to visit as often as the remaining time permits. Sang-joon apologizes for visiting late and describes his tiny studio apartment and modest salary. Royalties actually raise his earnings enormously, while endless recording leaves little time to spend them. Yankeol jokes that music should not pay so well, and Sang-joon proudly answers that his talent earns the company enough to justify every commission. Of more than a dozen grandsons, Yankeol says only Sang-joon and Dojin are not parasites living from his fortune. Adulthood means creating wealth through personal ability and supporting a family. He regrets failing with his own children, but the brothers argue that every person chooses a different path rather than merely reflecting apparent success. Yankeol admits that disappointment in Yoonki became unfair anger toward innocent grandchildren. He asks Sang-joon to forgive him. Sang-joon says recognition of his life as a musician is already enough. The 2 brothers share blood but little temperament. Sang-joon seeks craft and peace, while Dojin's smiling restraint conceals enormous ambition. Yankeol has prepared a gift for Sang-joon, just as every visiting cousin receive an envelope. Dojin, whose inheritance has already taken a darker form, gets nothing. He jokes about at least receiving a gift card, and Yankeol uses the complaint as proof that his youngest grandson's appetite remains impossible to satisfy. The gift is the deed to a Gangnam property near Songjuin's office and studio, already registered in his name with taxes paid. Dojin must buy the furniture. Yankeol deliberately leaves gifts incomplete, claiming that people preserve connections while hoping to receive what remains. Affection arrives wrapped in the instincts of a lifelong negotiator. Dojin protests the convenient philosophy, but Yankeol demands a generous housewarming present from the wealthy younger brother. Sang-joon thanks his grandfather, who dismisses any debt of gratitude. For once, the hospital room holds teasing rather than succession arithmetic, allowing 3 relatives to behave like an ordinary family. Dojin prepares to leave and give the pair privacy. Yankeol and Sang-joon have usually exchanged only formal holiday greetings, never this open warmth. The impending death makes the small conversation irreplaceable. No future gift or position can recreate the chance to apologize, forgive, and laugh while all three are present. Though Yankeol tells him not to rush, Dojin claims other business and steps away. He understands that Songjuin's inheritance is not really the property deed. It is the unguarded time left in a room. The chance for a grandson who never wanted Sun Yang to receive the grandfather who had once rejected him. The two vice chairmen refuse to believe Yankeol owns no secret stake. Myeongdong's private loan market is flooded with Sun Yang shares under borrowed names. But Hakji sees no reason the founder would accept that risk. Asked repeatedly about Sangye's inheritance, he denies knowledge. Separate attorneys control the personal estate. Yankeol diversified his lawyers so no single advisor sees the whole fortune. The sons finally state their real fear. Once their father dies, Sunyang's scattered control could descend into chaos. They want Hakji's support for reorganizing the group around a new holding company and consolidating the web of shares. Hakji warns that taxes and restructuring could snap the rope before it is braided. The brothers accept the danger because Fantasy's 23% stake looms over them and will back Dojin. Their clean ownership structure is not merely defensive. It is designed to strip both the investment firm and their nephew of leverage. Youngie and Dongyi would jointly control 55%, Sangye only 5%, and replacement executives roughly 10%, with the remainder spread among affiliates. Even their younger brother is excluded from meaningful trust. Veteran executives from Yankeol's generation would be removed, severing the human network that could resist the new structure. They plan to give Dojin a few financial affiliates and perhaps minor shares, claiming a man in his 20s should study rather than threaten a conglomerate. Hakji sees the dishonesty. Dojin has already proved his management ability. The uncle's strongest qualification remains nothing more than being Yankeol's sons. To recruit him, they offer the presidency of Sun Yang Electronics, the group's core. Hakji notes that a chief executive can be removed overnight and asks whether they plan to proceed behind Yankeol's back. He requests time, saying he cannot defy the founder while meeting his eyes. The brothers mistake caution for temptation. After Hakji leaves, they ridicule his pride but still call him Sunyang's guardian. They believe a prestigious electronics post will make his heart race despite talk of retirement. More urgently, they need his help to seize the cash and real estate Yankeol placed with Sangye's foundation before anyone else controls it. Elsewhere, lawyers transfer 5 buildings, scattered land, and about 30 billion won in cash to Sangye's side. The properties produce steady monthly income, with some parcels likely to surge after zoning changes. It is a substantial fortune by any normal measure, carefully organized for either continued legal management or foundation control. To a Chaebol family, the portfolio feels like pocket change. They cannot believe South Korea's greatest corporate founder left only buildings, land, and cash worth a fraction of expectations. The lawyers repeat that these are merely the assets assigned to them and cannot say whether other attorneys control additional portions. Yankeol previously said he had stashed money away, so the heirs imagine hundreds of billions hidden under borrowed names and guarded by a specialist. Their assumption is reasonable but incomplete. The truly secret accounts and political ledger have already bypassed every lawyer, and now sit with the grandson they intend to exclude. Yankeol erupts after learning Youngie and Dongyi tried to manipulate Sunyang's share structure. Hakji admits they presented the plan and invited him to join. He withheld it because the scheme was impossible. He would never assist it, and needless anger threatened Yankeol's weak heart. The explanation barely contains the founder's fury. The brothers call complexity a weakness and propose a holding company, but their real aim is to nullify Fantasy and Dojin while keeping 55% for themselves. They also want Sangye's assets. Yankeol orders Hakji to continue pretending to consider the offer, forcing the plotters to expose their full plan. The founder then asks whether Hakji will truly leave after his death. Hakji once refused even a group of subsidiaries because decades beside Yankeol created an office that exists nowhere else. Everyone obeyed him as the chairman's alter ego. Returning to ordinary corporate management would feel like a prime minister becoming a minor minister. Retirement remains Hakji's preferred answer, but he understands the hidden request. He promises to watch Dojin and prevent real harm. Yankeol fears his sons will bully the youngest grandson. Hakji predicts attempts to restrain him, though not open war. Neither man yet knows how quickly the purge is already forming. Sangye enters and asks for privacy, but Yankeol keeps Hakji because the son's face reveals business rather than affection. He bluntly names inheritance as the subject. Embarrassed, Sangye claims he is grateful and only wants clarification, but treating the estate as group work exposes how completely family and corporate calculation have merged. The lawyers listed a building, land, and 30 billion won in cash. Sangye asks how many other attorneys exist because the package looks shabby beside Yankeol's presumed private fortune. The founder explodes. Combined with control of the foundation, those assets would make almost anyone Chaebol. Only inherited greed makes abundance look insulting. Sangye retreats under the scolding, but suspicion remains visible. If these lawyers hold everything, where did the greater hidden fortune go? His mind turns immediately to Dojin. He does not know that the grandson received something more powerful than a conventional estate, the accounts and evidence that sustained Yankeol's political command. The vice chairman interprets Hakji's silence as rejection and cannot imagine a role more attractive than Sun Yang Electronics, unless he wants the entire chairmanship. They decide to proceed alone, recruiting his capable staff and outside specialists in tax and stock law. Any loyalty to Hakji, they believe, will disappear when his office does. One brother worries that Hakji's people could spy and that the former chief secretary knows every dark secret in the group. The other treats caution as weakness. If Hakji can cause damage after Yankeol dies, then allowing him a peaceful retirement leaves an unacceptable rival center of knowledge and loyalty. Their solution copies Yankeol's harshest method. Crush Hakji until he cannot rise, then offer a hand when despair makes obedience possible. Ordinary veterans can be removed with generous severance, but not the guardian of Sunyang. The sons preparing to inherit the group begin by targeting the man, their father, just entrusted with Dojin's safety. Yankeol's unconscious spells become more frequent and closer together. Dojin stays near the hospital, visiting whenever the children are absent. The old man still teaches business. Southeast Asia will shift from factory base to consumer market, so political relationships must be cultivated early. He intends to work until his final breath. Dojin wants family memories, but Yankeol keeps settling practical accounts. Many longtime presidents and directors will lose influence after his death and worry about incapable children. He asks whether HW Group can find those children ordinary jobs. Dojin promises to create positions if necessary, understanding the request as repayment for decades of service. Dojin proposes a complete list of people Yankeol owes and promises to return every favor several times over. The founder laughs at his frightening intuition. Behind the smile, Dojin sees a man retracing his life and closing unfinished accounts while sleep expands and every return to consciousness grows shorter. Doctors remain on constant alert as waking becomes uncertain. Yankeol quietly asks Dojin to bring his mother, Lee Seo-hyun. He cannot make the grandson repay this particular debt. She is the last person with whom he must settle matters himself. The daughter-in-law he once punished for Yoonki's defiance. The next day, Seo-hyun enters trembling despite Dojin's reassurance. Yankeol calls her by name with the possessive warmth of family and asks her to sit. Dojin has never heard him address a daughter-in-law so gently. A few soft words reveal the apology before the private conversation even begins. The reconciliation is followed by an emergency call. Dojin rushes to the operating room and learns the damage is catastrophic. Even if Yankeol wakes, the director expects no more than 48 hours, perhaps 3 or 4 days. If he remains unconscious, the family must choose between invasive life support and a peaceful death. The prognosis empties Dojin's mind. Yoonki and Hakji arrive, both carrying words they may never speak. Dojin comforts his father by saying Yankeol already understands, and Hakji asks them to trust the same. For men trained to solve crises, waiting outside one closed door becomes the one problem no power can alter. In the emergency corridor, Hakji tells Dojin to prepare for Yoongi's first move. The brothers plan to eject him before fighting each other, converting Sunyang into a holding company that would reduce Dojin's current stakes to pieces of a minor unlisted entity. Preserving control may require buying every available affiliate share. Dojin hates discussing war now, but remembers Yankeol working with death beside him. A successor cannot abandon the group because grief hurts. Hakji confirms the brothers asked him directly for help and admits their offer. The presidency of Sunyang Electronics was insulting beside the group chair Dojin once promised. Dojin thanks him and promises to load every resource into the coming fight. Hakji will use all remaining authority to prevent restructuring and preserve the existing share balance. His loyalty is no longer to an ordinary employer, but to Yankeol's last intention. Keep the battlefield intact long enough for Dojin to survive it. The operating room doors open, and the family is told to prepare. Yankeol may survive another 48 hours, but the doctor sees virtually no chance of consciousness returning. Yoonki accepts the answer without blaming the staff. Medicine can delay the end, not restore the man who built Sunyang. In the room, a groan breaks through the stillness. Yankeol struggles for breath and calls Dojin's name. The grandson rushes close, telling him not to waste strength. Against the doctor's certainty, the founder forces one final window open, not for the children surrounding the estate, but for the heir carrying his secrets. Yankeol orders Dojin not to let anyone take a single thing from him. Then comes the last lesson, stripped to its cruel essence. Live as a villain. The chairman who survived regimes, rivals, and family knows that claiming Sunyang will require moral comfort to be sacrificed before control. In this second life, no one occupied more of Dojin's time than Yankeol. The founder demanded excellence, and Dojin answered every expectation, receiving wealth, opportunity, knowledge, and finally trust. Being chosen for the last words means more than any controlling stake because it confirms the bond no legal inheritance could prove. Dojin steps out so Yankeol's own children can witness the closest moments. The doctors again offer invasive measures, such as intubation, but the family refuses. Yankeol had clearly rejected being trapped in machinery. They choose a natural death, preserving his final act of autonomy when every other choice has disappeared. Attention turns to the grandmother, unreachable since the first hospitalization. Her attendants and Haikyung have also gone silent after leaving the Swiss villa. The children argue over responsibility, but the truth is uncomfortable. She may be avoiding every call because she refuses to stand beside her husband at the end. Yoongi admits she answered him a few times only to say Yankeol was too tough to die and that she would appear when the time came. A new message says he will not survive the day, so they assume she is finally flying home. Her absence threatens scandal as much as grief. The children fear the humiliation of a funeral without the founder's wife. Yet national politics are chaotic enough that even Yankeol's death might be buried by an impeachment crisis. Inside the hospital, a dynasty is ending. Outside, The country is already preparing the next headline, indifferent to the family's sense of apocalypse. More relatives gather. Youngjun reaches the hospital and greets Dojin with an atmosphere markedly different from their last encounter. Whatever calculations once defined the eldest grandson are now sharpened by the certainty that Yankeol's protection and restraint are vanishing together. Every heir is about to move without the founder above them. Asked whether Yankeol will die today, Dojin can offer only the probable answer. He and Youngjun head inside. The corridor compresses private grief and the coming succession war into the same few steps. Before the day ends, one generation will become mourners, and the next will become enemies without an arbiter. The monitor reaches its final line as Yankeol's children call for their father and grandchildren call for their grandfather. The voice that dominated Sunyang, the family, and much of Korean business is gone. In the room, titles become useless. Every vice chairman and heir can only stand beside the same irreversible silence. Dojin does not ask whether Yankeol lived well by ordinary standards. He hopes only that death brought no pain and that across more than 80 years, the founder never found a single moment he wished erased. The ledger proves there was shame, but the final reconciliation suggests he refused to leave regret unattended. The grandmother enters after everything is over. Her children demand to know why she missed the end, but she says she arrived exactly on time. She waited because she refused to share heir with Yankeol while he lived. Even Dojin, who knows her hatred, is shocked by the cruelty spoken before the body. She soon admits the timing was imperfect. Hostile men still need to be confronted. When the family challenges her, she dismisses every child as incompetent and too similar to their father. The widow does not enter as a mourner. She arrives as a faction leader determined to use the instant after Yankeol's death. Orders come immediately. The funeral will be held at home, mourners strictly controlled, and complications suppressed. Youngie and Dongi must issue operational commands and then meet her at the house for an urgent discussion. Years of distance vanish as she reasserts authority over the family's public face. The insults drive Yoongi toward confrontation, but his brother asks him to endure for the day. Yankeol's body is still present, and a family explosion would become the first public image of his death. Personal rage is postponed so the dynasty can perform unity for guests, cameras, and markets. Endurance does not mean surrender. Yoongi orders Youngie to make their mother watch Yankeol placed in his casket, even if she must be dragged there. The command is punishment and testimony. After refusing his final breath, she will at least face the physical truth of the husband she hated. Dojin remembers Yankeol asking him to forgive his grandmother. The promise becomes hardest to keep at the first possible moment. She does not seek forgiveness or express grief. She uses the death to gather power. Dojin must separate loyalty to his grandfather's wish from trust in a woman who once tried to kill him. Her urgent interest turns to Sengi. She has heard that Yankeol placed personal assets with him and demands the amount. More than $1 trillion, dozens of buildings, enormous land holdings? The questions reveal that she too expected a hidden fortune and intends to locate it before the other heirs can. Sengi hesitates because the reality is nowhere near her expectation. The founder's visible estate is modest by Sunyang's standards, while the true secret inheritance has gone elsewhere. At the moment the family should mourn, Yankeol's widow begins the next war by asking which descendant received the wealth, and therefore the power, she considers hers. The grandmother is stunned to hear that Yankeol's transferred assets amount to only tens of billions of won. Sengi has no reason to lie. She rejects the possibility that a man obsessed with profit held no greater hidden wealth and demands that her children identify the person who received it instead. Not Youngie, Dongi, or Sengi, and certainly not Lee Seo-hyun, whom she still despises for taking Youngie. That leaves Seo-hyun's son. The grandmother sees Yankeol's temperament in Dojin, greedy, ruthless, and cunning. In her mind, resemblance explains why the founder would entrust him with everything. Terrified that Seo-hyun's blood could claim Sunyang, the widow commands an end to the brothers' rivalry. Youngie should become chairman after the funeral. Dongi should support him, and together they should install loyal presidents throughout the financial affiliates Dojin took. Family hatred becomes a plan for corporate occupation. Youngie and Dongi say they already agreed on temporary leadership until restructuring finishes and tell their mother to focus on the funeral. She refuses irrelevance. After more than 60 years beside Yankeol, she has accumulated shares and a private fund that can tip a close balance between her sons. She learned by watching Yankeol how money is embezzled and ownership concealed. Even parents, she says, need wealth to be treated properly. Whichever son pleases her will receive everything, on the condition that he cleans the supposedly low blood from the family and prevents Dojin's branch from taking Sunyang. The funeral fills with important guests, but Hakji notices that almost no one looks at him as before. He compares himself to the dead prime minister's dog. People crowd the funeral because a son will inherit the seat, while the old guardian receives no attention. Power evaporates faster than grief. Ocean returns from abroad, not because he was close to Yankeol, but because the vice chairman will move against Dojin. Fantasy owns a major block and cannot allow an arbitrary chairman to destroy its influence. Hakji, once feared as Yankeol's proxy, now jokes that he has become less than that dead minister's dog. Sean tells Hakji to accept Dojin's offer and take a chairmanship at HW Group. Hakji asks why Sean refuses the same prestige. The investor describes retirement in Southeast Asian paradise: golf, swimming, wine, and no appetite for work, and says knowing when to fold is a gambler's real skill. Hakji says Cian picked the wrong card. He has no interest and tells him to leave a chrysanthemum before going, though he accepts a future dinner invitation. The rejection is puzzling because Hakji clearly dislikes his new insignificance and is too young, capable, and proud for quiet retirement. Reporting back, Cian admits that mocking Hakji's lost status only amused him. Dojin criticizes the needless provocation and concludes that wounded pride is not the lever. To win Yankeol's guardian, they must discover what position, duty, or unfinished promise matters more than rank, and change the approach accordingly. Leaving his place as chief mourner, Youngie corners Cian before the shareholder meeting. He demands that Fantasy keep its shares but abandon the votes and return to Southeast Asian retirement. Cian refuses. A major shareholder must exercise its rights, especially when the family threatens it during the founder's funeral. Youngie calls him a hostile raider who will receive neither courtesy nor water. Cian claims to want only capable management and deliberately says Dongie's record is better. If Fantasy combines its block with the second brother, the chair could change hands. He leaves after demanding the meeting date, planting exactly the suspicion he wanted. Youngie asks whether Dongie secretly conspired with Cian. The denial is immediate, but mistrust has already surfaced. Dongie explains that Fantasy gains power whenever the brothers split and calls the remark a shallow weapon. Youngie apologizes, yet the episode proves their temporary unity cannot survive uncertainty without stronger restraints. Youngie wants the holding company plans started immediately, beginning with forcing Hakji to assist. Dongie agrees only if they operate like partners in a three-legged race. No private meetings with important mourners, and no unilateral bargains. Yankeol's death has reconciled them just enough to coordinate an assault on everyone outside their pact. Dojin receives a list of visitors and unusual transfers. Large-frame paintings moved through trunks without identified sellers. Art purchases can be booked as expenses while disguising bribes, especially when items are gifted and repurchased. The longest private meetings involved Justice Ministry officials, prosecutors, and 2 bank presidents. With presidential impeachment looming, political figures would seem more useful than prosecutors. Sunyang itself shows no sign of investigation, so Dojin concludes that the intended target may be a person. His grandmother openly wants him removed. A criminal case could erase him from the group faster than any shareholder vote. Dojin quietly prepares to leave while he and Cian compare the meetings. Prosecutors and banks are an odd combination, suggesting separate but connected transactions. The widow's threat remains in his mind because exposing a financial weakness would be the quickest way to destroy both his reputation and voting position. Cian tells him not to react rashly even if prosecutors are preparing an attack. He will probe the contacts while monitoring the family. The retired investor complains that Korea's atmosphere and Sunyang politics are suffocating, but his concern extends beyond Dojin. Yoongi may be the more vulnerable route. Yoongi's history contains enough irregularities for investigators to find fault if they dig with intent. The uncles also know Dojin's devotion to his parents. Targeting his father could create leverage more effective than attacking the heavily protected grandson directly, turning family affection into a hostage mechanism. The thought of Yoongi as bait worries Dojin more than prosecution aimed at himself. Yankeol's last command was to surrender nothing, but the enemy may define nothing broadly: shares, companies, allies, and parents. The funeral therefore becomes a battlefield where every private visitor could be arranging the first strike. An aide gives Dojin an untraceable phone with a regional chief prosecutor's number already stored. This first use of Yankeol's dark inheritance should remain compartmentalized, so the aide leaves. Dojin introduces himself as the late chairman's grandson and head of Sunyang Finance, listening for fear in the prosecutor's voice. The official remains composed even after Dojin mentions his meeting with Yoongi. A man confronted by his intended target would usually reveal some alarm. Dojin hears none and concludes the investigation is aimed elsewhere. He then invokes Yankeol's final will and asks for a private meeting. Dojin claims his grandfather assigned a special duty: protect certain people every quarter, so private needs never disturb public work. The prosecutor understands immediately and names the usual parking lot. References to family, Assemblyman Young, and Kim Sokwi in the ledger confirm a long-running payment channel known to very few. In person, Dojin presents the arrangement as Yankeol's final request to care for chosen people like family, because the vice chairman lacked attention to detail. The prosecutor had feared the payments would end after the death. Dojin reassures him that nothing changes, instantly replacing uncertainty with gratitude. Dojin asks that the continuing allowance remains secret from Yoongi and Dongi. They prefer efficiency, one payment after each request, reducing prosecutors to occasional tools. Dojin offers the opposite role: the person who always pays, whether or not an immediate favor is needed. Dependence teaches the official which patron cannot be lost. After securing loyalty, Dojin tells the prosecutor to complete Yoongi's current assignment because the group's generational transition is important. He must sound like an informed partner, not an investigator. The official accepts the bait and begins explaining that the transition requires the former second-in-command to step aside. Corporate ownership has already passed to the sons, but old authority remains embodied in veteran executives. From an outsider's view, Sunyang Electronics president Sun Hunjae matters, yet Lee Hakji alone was Yankeol's true deputy. The prosecutor's phrasing confirms that the first purge is aimed at the former chief secretary. Hakji's attachment to power is offered as justification, but the plan is coercion. The Justice Ministry will tighten the noose. The regional chief prosecutor will finish the bargain. Once broken, Hakchi can be used against Dojin. The brothers intend to transform Yankeol's guardian into the weapon that removes his chosen heir. Dojin ends the conversation before unnecessary details create risk and promises future meetings at the usual location. A key entrusted to the prosecutor's staff signals that money waits in the trunk, exactly as under Yankeol. The inheritance is now active. Dojin has bought information without ever asking a direct question. Back at the funeral, Hakchi suddenly asks where Dojin has been. The grandson startles because the man under attack is also the one person most capable of recognizing secret movement. Dojin now knows the trap around Hakchi, but revealing his source too soon could destroy the network Yankeol entrusted to him. Caught returning, Dojin says he visited Fantasy because impeachment volatility unsettled its managers. He predicts the Constitutional Court will dismiss the case even if lawmakers pass it. Hakchi challenges the certainty, unaware that Dojin is also watching a blade form around the very man who once acted behind Yankeol's shield. Hakchi counters with news Dojin failed to predict. The widow and children changed the burial site to Sunyang's Gunsen Museum, using the group's origin as justification despite Yunki's objection. Dojin sees the real motive. Send Yankeol far away where they can neglect him without a daily reminder. Dojin erupts, but Hakchi says funerals belong to widows and children, not grandsons. A public fight would only weaken him. When Dojin has enough power, he can move the grave even into headquarters. For now, he must endure breaking his promise to greet Yankeol every day and save strength for victory. On the 5th day, the funeral procession leaves the house, pauses at Sunyang headquarters, and travels to Gunsan. Tears spread across the family, even from relatives who showed little affection. Dojin refuses to cry at the imposed burial. He will save those tears for the day he moves Yankeol home by his own authority. After the burial, Sien is surprised by Dojin's composure. His inquiry found no prosecutorial action against the finance group, its people, or Yunki. Dojin finally shares what he learned. Youngi's target is Hakchi. The powerful officials approached to the funeral are preparing to attack the retired chief secretary. Hakchi built no private faction and asked for no affiliate, yet they cannot tolerate his independence. They want Yankeol's former deputy to serve the 2 eldest sons and make Fantasy's shares irrelevant. When he refused, they chose prosecution. Embezzlement, breach of trust, and bribery from decades of dirty work offer countless charges. Prosecuting Hakchi during impeachment in an election could detonate connections across politics and business. But dragging Sunyang down means exposing Yankeol, not merely the current sons. Because the founder is dead and cannot defend his name, Hakchi will absorb the blame alone rather than turn evidence against him. Dojin will pretend ignorance and watch the prosecution drive Hakchi toward the cliff. A rescue offered too early can be refused. A rope dropped at the final moment becomes unavoidable. HW Group will provide the protection no one else offers, converting the rejected chairmanship into the only safe landing. Saved by Dojin and betrayed by the uncles, Hakchi would have gratitude in one direction and fury in the other. He can protect HW Group and its Sunyang stake while striking the brothers who engineered his fall. Sien calls the scheme increasingly cunning. Dojin answers that he must become stronger and more ruthless. Sien delays his return to paradise to witness the recruitment. Meanwhile, Chief Jang contacts Hakchi and apologizes for missing the funeral. Hakchi dismisses the absence because senior officials attended, but notices the prosecutor's distressed expression. The trap Dojin identified is now close enough for its intended victim to see. Chief Jang owes Hakchi from his rookie years and has not come for money. Justice Ministry favorites planted across the prosecution service are sharpening a case through the heads of prosecution administration and criminal planning. When Hakchi demands the target's name, the ashamed prosecutor admits the blade points at Sunyang's former second-in-command. Hakchi wonders whether he is being sacrificed during impeachment or used to pressure lawmakers before an election. The Inspection Bureau may have initiated the action, but an ordinary director could never attack him. The true command must come from the Justice Minister, Prosecutor General, or someone equally protected. He needs the hand, not the knife. Hakchi calls his old network to a private restaurant, but only 3 people arrive. Others claim they cannot slip away unnoticed. The explanation tells him everything. Their new masters are Youngi and Dongi, and serving a retired chief secretary now carries danger without reward. Yankeol's living power has vanished from Hakchi's name. He curses the absent men, then acknowledges they made the intelligent choice. The foolish ones are Hakchi, for summoning them as if old authority remained, and the 3 who still obeyed. He is no longer their superior, and has no claim on their loyalty. He asks them only to eat before leaving. Other allies report rumors of enough evidence for an arrest warrant and advise leaving Korea for 3 months. The Blue House must survive impeachment, so pulling strings for Hakchi would create fatal backlash. Every institution that once responded to Yankeol now protects itself first, leaving the former guardian deliberately isolated. Hakchi notices that he and his companion have been followed for days. Anger replaces uncertainty. He did not want to escalate, but a hunted man with decades of secrets still possesses deterrence. If the attackers assume retirement made him harmless, he can force the hidden sponsor to reveal himself. He calls the minister, skips courtesies, and orders the operation stopped. Whether the official truly knows nothing or is pretending, Hakchi's warning is the same. Once he speaks, the scandal will eclipse the president's crisis. Bait this large should draw out not another prosecutor, but whoever actually hold the knife. Central Prosecution's financial investigators appear that night. They call the visit voluntary, but a warrant judge is waiting. If Hachi steps inside, they will search the home. An arrest warrant and photographers at the office are also prepared. Cooperation is demanded through the threat of immediate public humiliation. Hachi promises to accompany them if questioning ends before midnight. Then he repeats his threat. Break the promise, and the prosecutor general's secret account numbers will appear on every front page by morning. Even stripped of office, he retains knowledge capable of shaking the state. The investigators can only accept. Hachi orders them to lead the way and enters the waiting vehicle without surrendering his composure. The uncles have successfully pushed him toward the cliff, but not yet over it. He carries enough explosives to make prosecution dangerous, and somewhere outside, Dojin is waiting for the moment when no weapon but his rope remains. At the prosecution office, investigators lay out tax evasion, false accounts, and questionable transfers from Hachi's years beside Yankeol. The documents are meant to overwhelm him before formal charges. Hachi dismisses the performance. Facts already in their files matter less than what they actually want him to say. He tells the prosecutors to stop circling and name the price of release. Their message is clear. Stop living like a stray dog and return home. Hachi asks for the real boss. When a smiling corporate envoy enters, he finally sees the face behind the official pressure. The uncle's chosen intermediary. The visitor wants Hachi to rejoin Sunyang under Youngie and Dongi. If he accepts, the prosecution will lose interest. If not, every old transaction can become a criminal theory. Hachi recognizes the insult. Men who betrayed him first are now offering protection from the attack they secretly ordered. He will not exchange even one piece of Yankeol's legacy for personal safety. Accepting the offer would mean throwing away the loyalty that defined his life. Retirement may have removed his title, but it did not convert him into property the sons can retrieve whenever their succession plan needs a servant. Hachi does not look afraid. Prosecutors may expose illegal transfers and borrowed name transactions, but public proof would cost the group billions in taxes and fines. Worse, both vice-chairmen would be forced to apologize before the country for conduct rooted in the founder's era. The weapon cuts its owners too. Sunyang can silence a scandal within a month, but erasing clear evidence requires enormous money and reputational sacrifice. Imprisoning Hachi would not be a clean victory. It would open files that connect executives, politicians, and the family, turning one retired aide into a national crisis the brothers cannot fully control. The National Assembly passes impeachment with 193 votes. Youngie's side celebrates because the entire nation will watch the constitutional fight for months. Prosecutors can squeeze Hachi into shadows, and even a court appearance may barely make the news. Political chaos appears to grant the brothers temporary immunity. Hachi is disappointed that Youngie still mistakes being eldest for being chosen. Yankeol once asked his chief secretary which son possessed the successor's qualities, and the two men agreed it was not Youngie. Ownership and title can be seized, but neither creates the judgment the founder found absent. If they truly believe his threats are empty, Hachi tells them to send the prosecutors. They can stab each other and compare the damage. He is prepared to emerge more wounded, because he has less left to protect and far more buried knowledge than the new leaders understand. Under the pressure of Hachi's challenge, the envoy calls him elder brother. The sudden intimacy only disgusts him. Brotherhood offered after surveillance, warrants, and coercion is another transaction. While Hachi resists prosecution, Dojin summons the senior aides who once worked beneath him. They expect a discussion about their own uncertain futures, but Dojin begins with the person at the center of their loyalty. Youngie and Dongi already offered Hachi a position, and he refused immediately. Dojin asks whether Hachi would be more comfortable among longtime colleagues if he became HW Group chairman. The staff understand at once. If their old chief moves, they can follow. At Sunyang, they are leftovers from Yankeol's era. At HW, they could become the closest team around its new leader. These men once stood above affiliate executives and watched everyone adjust and flatter around them. Now, inside the same secretary's office, people barely greet them. Hachi may take time before deciding, but never reverses a final decision. The aides therefore doubt any ordinary appeal can change his refusal. Dojin asks whether they're truly satisfied with their new status. Yankeol's death guarantees a broad personnel reshuffle, and the sons will not generously preserve their father's people. Clinging to fading titles only lets the family remove them one by one after their usefulness ends. HW Group has prepared contracts for every senior aide at the table. The condition is collective. Persuade Lee Hachi to become chairman and move with him. HW may be smaller than Sunyang, but it offers authority, safety, and continuity under the one leader who understands what their network can do. Dojin calls his work finished and exits so the aides can debate without pressure. Their duty as Hachi's closest staff now points away from passive loyalty. If they want to protect him and themselves, they must help him choose a future where he leads openly rather than survives under someone else's shadow. The collective appeal succeeds in bringing Hachi back to the table. Dojin tells him to take the smooth path already prepared. Hachi immediately sees the mechanism. Pressure from the uncles, rescue by HW, and contract for his abandoned staff have closed every comfortable exit except the chair Dojin wants him to accept. Hachi calls the young man increasingly shameless and sly. Dojin dug into his hardship, recruited the people falling with him, and turned loyalty into leverage. The grandson does not deny the calculation. A leader who says he makes no losing deals has just converted a threatened network into the governing core of HW Group. Hak-ji spent his career as the most powerful subordinate in Korea, always operating through Yankeol's authority. HW offers something different: the chance to run a significant company proudly at the front, not remain a proxy, or live inside the founder's shadow. That desire matters more than another honorary position at Sunyang. Before accepting, Hak-ji asks one decisive question: is Dojin's promise to make him chairman of Sunyang still valid? The answer is yes. HW is not retirement, but a command post and proving ground. Hak-ji smiles, ready to take the smaller chair while helping his new patron conquer the greater one. Reporters crowd Hak-ji's first press conference and immediately ask whether he brings Sunyang's secrets with him. He draws a clean line: knowledge gained through his own work is experience, not stolen corporate property. HW has recruited a chairman's judgment, not a package of confidential files. Watching the announcement, the brothers realized the prosecution pushed Hak-ji directly into Dojin's camp. A man they meant to reduce into their obedient servant now commands a substantial group with his old network around him. Their attempt to isolate one threat has given that threat a new institution. Yoongi calls officials and orders immediate pressure for arrest and investigation. The demand is driven less by law than by humiliation. Hak-ji survived the first squeeze, crossed to HW, and publicly demonstrated that the vice chairman no longer controlled the machinery Yankeol once moved with a phone call. Continuing the case now risks proving that state agencies intervened in an internal Sunyang struggle. Hak-ji was Yankeol's closest aide, and persecuting him precisely after joining Dojin makes the motive visible. The brothers are urged to settle the issue before the political and corporate implications grow larger. Fantasy owns a decisive Sunyang block, and HW now employs the executive most familiar with the group. Observers can easily infer a coordinated challenge to Yoongi and Dongi. The new chairman is therefore not merely rescued. He is positioned where his knowledge, staff, and Dojin's capital reinforce one another. At HW headquarters, the former chief secretary occupies the chairman's room. The building is smaller than Sunyang's tower, but the desk belongs to him rather than to a man he represents. The move transforms decades of invisible command into official responsibility and makes retirement feel distant almost immediately. One of Hak-ji's longtime staff visits the new office, unsure whether he has come merely to congratulate the chairman or deliver yet another internal memo. Old habits of approaching Yankeol's deputy remain, but the title has changed the direction of service. Hak-ji is now the endpoint, not the messenger. He jokes that he is not going to devour his visitor. The aide admits the real fear: HW and its staff may become shrimp crushed in a fight between the whales of Sunyang's family. Hak-ji understands the risk, but safety was already gone the moment the uncles chose prosecution. The staff thank him as chairman and commit to the move. They are not simply following a familiar superior for comfort. Together, they form an experienced command system capable of protecting HW from bureaucratic attack and operating inside the Sunyang succession struggle with institutional memory the sons just discarded. Hak-ji accepts their respect from behind his own desk. Yoongi and Dongi wanted to clean out Yankeol's old guard, neutralize Dojin, and unify control. Instead, their purge concentrated the founder's most capable veterans inside Dojin's independent group, where resentment and survival now point toward the same enemy. Dojin formally congratulates Chairman Lee Hak-ji. The older man finds the title uncomfortable and says resignation would be easier than receiving congratulations twice. Yet he refuses that escape. HW may be smaller than Sunyang, but it is no corner shop, and leading it requires more than borrowing Yankeol's old authority. Hak-ji worries that the burden is larger than expected, and sleep has already become difficult. Dojin believes in the same hard effectiveness Yankeol relied upon. When a problem appears, Hak-ji knows exactly where to apply pressure. The skill that once served a founder must now build a company under his own name. Ocean is already packed for Kota Kinabalu and begged not to be summoned again. He leaves his proxy behind, but the actual shareholder, Dojin, will remain close. Unlike the relaxed investor, Dojin promises never to take his eyes off Hak-ji or the capital placed in HW's hands. Hak-ji notes that Dojin previously left Sunyang Finance's daily management to professionals. Dojin says HW is different. He acquired the former Ajin with money earned through his own blood, sweat, and tears, making it a personal creation rather than a financial position. Its performance will test both owner and chairman. Hak-ji refuses to let a young owner micromanage without proving himself at the larger scale. If Dojin wants authority over this chairman, he should first seize Sunyang and return with the achievement Yankeol expected. Their partnership begins with mutual pressure. One must grow HW, the other must conquer the group. His former staff are packing to join HW. Some may have preferred to remain at Sunyang, but after the senior group left, those loyalists would face open mistreatment. Hak-ji accepts responsibility for everyone who chose him. Dojin jokes about loyalty becoming stronger, while the chairman refuses to reduce it to calculation. The political environment remains volatile after impeachment, and scrutiny will follow the new group. Dojin wants Hak-ji and HW insulated from questionable transactions. If hidden payments or illegal share transfers surface later, the young owner can personally absorb blame instead of sacrificing the chairman he has just installed. With prosecutors no longer a reliable weapon against Hak-ji, Yoongi and Dongi consider financial supervision. Regulators can investigate controlling shares, borrow names, or gift transfers and shake HW without announcing the succession motive. They keep searching for an institution that will obey as smoothly as it did under their father. Every new move stalls in discussion. Under Yankeol, one order settled disputes. Now the brothers argue, wait, and fumble while the holding company plan remains incomplete. They decide a chairman is needed quickly, but each defines unity as the other surrendering the title while retaining only his affiliates. Yoongi invokes eldest son privilege, while Dongi offers shared management beneath separate titles. Neither trusts the other enough to accept. As the quarrel rises, their mother appears and mocks both men for discussing proxies and authority without remembering that she still possesses the votes capable of deciding the contest. The widow finds Yoongi and Dongi arguing beneath Yankeol's vacant chair and explodes at their complacency. One promises a chairman will be chosen, but she demands immediate action. Before chasing a perfect holding company or fighting over titles, they must recover the financial affiliates Dojin already controls. Lee Hachi has joined Dojin's side. Ocean controls Fantasy's Sunyang's stake and is Yoonki's friend. Hachi now commands HW with the founder's former staff. If these men unite behind the grandson, they can detach financial subsidiaries one by one while the brothers remain trapped in an unfinished restructuring plan. Yoongi had dismissed his mother's hatred of Dojin as an old woman's grudge. But the combination of capital, voting power, and Hachi's internal knowledge changes the calculation. Even personal malice can point toward a real threat. The grandson's camp now has every element needed to challenge Sunyang from outside. Yankeol may have intended Dojin's financial companies to remain inside Sunyang, but Hachi can build the flames that consume that design. A clean financial holding company under the grandson would become independent power, taking the treasury and voting influence with it. The family must seize management before ownership becomes irreversible. Rather than solve the entire share structure at once, they will first replace executives across the financial arm. Dojin may own stakes, but operational authority depends on directors and presidents. By controlling the boards, the brothers can leave him a paper shareholder while converting every company beneath him into their machinery. Sunyang Life Insurance is chosen as the opening target. Insurance sits at the heart of the financial network and can influence other affiliates. Its board can remove Dojin's appointees, install a compliant leadership team, and establish a template for the broader purge before he organizes a defense. The candidate is President Yang Woo-chan, a professional who appears less threatening than a family member and does not interfere much after installing his team. Executives, not the figurehead, will perform the takeover. A calm appointment can therefore conceal the brothers' attempt to erase Dojin's influence. The chosen executive enters, receives the family's approval, and bows as the new chief of Sunyang Life. His appointment looks like ordinary governance rather than a declaration of war. That appearance is essential. Replacing one management team is legal. Admitting the goal is to strip a shareholder's power would invite resistance. The moment Dojin learns that Yang Woo-chan is being installed, he sees his uncles behind the decision. They may disagree over the chairman's chair, but both benefit from removing him first. The appointment proves their temporary alliance has moved from private discussion into executable corporate action. For Sunyang's family, the hardest conflicts are those that arrive through legitimate institutions. A board can replace a CEO without mentioning blood, hatred, or inheritance. Dojin must therefore defeat a management coup while appearing to respect governance, and expose the alliance without letting the brothers portray him as an entitled grandson. Hachi considers it surprising that Yoongi and Dongi cooperate, but not impossible. A conglomerate is a giant chessboard. Ownership matters, yet the practical power to move pieces comes through personnel appointments, habitual obedience, and assumptions that no one has previously challenged. Dojin must identify all three. When Dojin took charge of the finance arm, he installed executives he judged qualified. The public accepted that Yankeol had entrusted the group to him, yet the uncles still regard the same affiliates as family property temporarily occupied by a nephew. Their board attack turns that assumption into action. The brothers can combine votes long enough to replace Dojin's management, but their bond depends on a shared enemy. Once he steps aside, the contest between eldest and second son returns. Losing a few pieces may therefore be survivable if it breaks the alliance and exposes which uncle intends to control the other. Hachi asks whether Dojin can yield this round. He has enough ability to rebuild, and the takeover could end his uncle's cooperation. Dojin resists because Sunyang Finance is part of Yankeol's legacy, and because allowing the family to strip its name away feels like abandoning the inheritance he promised to protect. If management inside Sunyang cannot be preserved, Dojin considers a spin-off that would make the financial companies independent. Hachi warns that he cannot stop every attack while remaining outside the group. He also tells Dojin not to hoard powerful weapons until they become useless records gathering dust. The reminder points toward the ledger and hidden accounts. Yankeol kept them without openly using them, but entrusted them to a grandson facing a different war. Dojin begins moving through the founder's political relationships, using safe money and private knowledge to protect allies and redirect institutions away from his camp. Former Mayor Choi Chang receives records Yankeol preserved with meticulous care. Dojin explains that the founder likely trusted him with them for two reasons: to continue supporting useful people with untraceable money, and to prevent the sons from using the same network for reckless private purposes. Choi understands that safe money will continue when required. Dojin asks for a troublesome investigation to disappear. The size of the problem will determine the price, but the exchange confirms that Yankeol's ledger is not a museum piece. It is living infrastructure capable of altering public power. Choi's current term is ending, and the president may offer an obscure agency post after surviving impeachment. Such a low-profile appointment would waste his ambition. Dojin instead recommends disappearing abroad for 2 years, allowing the current scandal and factional debts to cool before returning. After the overseas interval, Choi can become a regional committee chair and prepare for another National Assembly campaign. The veteran politician is impressed by Dojin's instincts. The grandson is not merely spending Yankeol's money. He is managing people across time, turning present protection into future influence. Sun Young Life's board meeting is scheduled for next week with an obvious agenda. Replace the chief executive and directors. Dojin's subordinate sees defeat because majority shareholders possess that right. Dojin rejects helpless reporting. From now on, every warning must arrive with a proposed solution. He asks whether Jang Do-hyung considered delaying the board or provoking collective resistance. A leader sometimes shows disappointment, so aides keep earning trust instead of assuming it. Dojin will solve this crisis himself, partly to save Jang. The fastest rising executive would be the first person fired under the new management. The solution requires someone outside his usual network, a stubborn junior prosecutor at Seoul Central, low enough to act unpredictably and bold enough to risk a career. Dojin will guarantee the aftermath. This is not a broad investigation, but a single shot, and Vice Chairman Dong-gi is the target. Dojin then approaches his uncle politely and asks about the strange meeting. Dong-gi claims any director can call one, and says a mere shareholder need not be notified. Dojin mocks the pretense. Affiliate boards do not usually move against a family vice chairman's wishes, and both men know exactly who ordered this one. Pressed directly, Dong-gi says not every director will go, only those outside his camp. Sun Young Life is the beginning, with other finance affiliates to follow. The purpose is precisely what Dojin suspected. Remove him from management and leave him content with a 10% shareholder position. Dong-gi offers only a little regret. Asked whether the plan came from the brothers or their mother, he calls it the grandmother's wish rather than demand. Her hatred is old and open. After despising Dojin's mother, she now wants the grandson erased from the family's corporate future. Dojin tests whether Dong-gi is merely being dragged by his elder brother. The uncle rejects that humiliation. He is a leader, not a follower, and promises that after the meeting no one inside Sun Young will take Dojin's orders. The alliance remains temporary, but Dong-gi personally owns this strike. Had Dojin received only cash or property, Dong-gi might have used his talent in an important position. Equity changed everything. A clever nephew could be tolerated, a rival could not. Dong-gi says he will recognize Dojin as a true rival in 30 years, not while age still makes him appear vulnerable. Dojin says he planned to finish studying within 3 years and begin applying the lessons by 30. His uncle dismisses the timetable and tells him someone else will occupy the office next week. Since Dojin is already present, he may as well pack his belongings and surrender the space now. Dong-gi expects a public complaint about an uncle stealing a grandson's inheritance and allows it as harmless emotional release. Dojin says he never appears on television merely to vent. His answer will be on the news, and Dong-gi may want to skip dinner when he learns what the young prosecutor has been given. Jang finds the right prosecutor, ambitious, stubborn, and junior enough to act outside the senior network. Dojin hands him a prepared file and guarantees protection if the shock costs his position. The documents point toward a slush fund tied to Sun Young Life and the executive faction behind its coming board coup. Cameras gather as the junior prosecutor publicly opens the case. The allegations are specific enough that responsible executives are likely to be summoned as suspects. By moving openly in first, he makes it difficult for senior prosecutors to bury the matter without exposing direct interference. The timing changes the board's risk overnight. Directors preparing to replace Dojin's team must now consider whether the incoming faction is tied to illegal funds. A routine management vote becomes potential evidence, and any executive accepting promotion may appear to join a scheme already under prosecutorial scrutiny. Dojin activates the promise behind the shot. Political and legal contacts will care for the young prosecutor if superiors retaliate. The man jokes that Yankeol remained considerate even after death. The founder's network supplies the safety, while Dojin decides when the case should advance or be quietly buried. Asked when the investigation should disappear, Dojin says he will call later. The case must remain alive long enough to halt the board purge, frighten directors, and force Dong-gi into negotiation. A weapon hidden too early is useless. A weapon left uncontrolled could damage the entire financial group. Dong-gi sees the broadcast and recognizes the slush fund trail. Shock replaces condescension. Dojin did not complain to reporters or plead with relatives. He aimed a state investigation at the uncle personally responsible for removing him. The supposed child has answered a board notice with criminal exposure. Dong-gi storms through the doors without an appointment. Dojin calmly invites him to sit, reversing their positions from the previous meeting. The office Dong-gi ordered him to clear has become the negotiation room, and the uncle arrives not as the man granting mercy, but as the target seeking an exit. Dong-gi calls the move idiotic, but Dojin asks whether he looks like a fool. The uncle assumed age prevented retaliation and that family control of prosecutors guaranteed safety. Dojin shows precisely the kind of junior official their network could not anticipate and created publicity before orders could travel downward. Dong-gi asks why investigators would reach him first. Dojin initially says he never saw the fund, then corrects himself with deliberate menace. He did see it. The file contains a path capable of turning management responsibility into personal criminal suspicion. The sniper is not firing blindly. With one correction and a smile, Dojin establishes the new terms. If Dongyi proceeds against Sunyang Life's current management, the investigation can climb toward him. If he withdraws, the case can be buried later. The uncle who demanded surrender must now decide how much of his own future the board seat is worth. Dongyi believes the scandal can still be contained by portraying the prosecutor as reckless and burying the reports. Dojin dismantles that hope. The young prosecutor has already recovered $1 trillion in hidden funds, and Dojin controls enough media access to turn that achievement into a national story before the board meets. Instead of merely defending the investigation, Dojin will manufacture a celebrity. News interviews, talk shows, and entertainment appearances can transform an obscure official into the fearless prosecutor who recovered a fortune for the public. Once viewers admire him, any attempt to silence the case will look like corruption rather than discipline. Dongyi planned to spend money suppressing coverage, but Dojin offers journalists 10 times more to spread it. A $1 billion order cannot compete with $10 billion and a cleaner public narrative. Reporters do not need courage when profit, ratings, and public approval all point in the same direction. The uncle finally understands the trap. If he attacks the prosecutor, he strengthens the image of a brave underdog confronting Sunyang. If he stays quiet, the slush fund story grows without resistance. Dojin has made every response costly while preserving the option to stop the case after obtaining the board result he wants. Dojin orders his people to assure every participant that the money is clean. The amount is more than a decade of salary for many employees, enough to overcome Dongyi's pressure. His purpose is not to buy fabricated testimony. It is to guarantee that the already documented investigation cannot be quietly removed from public view. Dongyi will spend $1 billion to suppress the story, so Dojin spends $10 billion to keep it alive. Journalists choosing between two offers face no moral puzzle and no financial uncertainty. By turning the media contest into simple arithmetic, Dojin makes his uncle's influence look small despite the vice chairman title. Dojin next visits Yoonki, but not to discuss business performance. His father controls relationships in drama and variety programming, the exact places capable of humanizing the prosecutor. Dojin knows the news division has already been handled. Now he wants entertainment producers to make the investigator familiar to ordinary viewers. Yoonki admits his influence does not reach deeply into news. Dojin says that side is covered. Writers, producers, hosts, and executives in entertainment still wield enormous power because they decide whom the public sees as trustworthy. A serious criminal case can become household conversation once its prosecutor appears outside a formal briefing room. Yoonki agrees to speak with the people who can arrange appearances and favorable programs. Dojin effectively declares a drama war against Dongyi. One side will portray a troublesome prosecutor, while the other presents a principled public servant confronting a giant conglomerate. The stronger story will shape how every later headline is understood. The campaign works quickly. Dongyi's aides protest that the news is breaking at the worst possible moment, while executives fear the Sunyang name will be dragged into the scandal. Yet a sudden personnel purge would create even greater chaos. The uncle who initiated the board coup is now trapped between retreat and public exposure. News of Dongyi's predicament reaches Yoongi. The eldest brother does not waste time defending him. The prosecutor's case, the media storm, and the approaching board meeting have created a rare opening inside Sunyang. If Dojin possesses the proof that keeps Dongyi cornered, Yoongi wants to know what cooperation might cost. Yoongi chooses an indirect approach. Meeting Dojin openly would reveal that the brothers' alliance is already cracking, so he sends Chief Secretary Baek Jun-hyuk as a messenger. The invitation itself confirms what Dojin has been trying to achieve. Pressure on one uncle is forcing the other to calculate personal advantage. Baek comes to a quiet cafe, expecting to negotiate from the authority of Yoongi's office. He is a professional executive accustomed to speaking for one of Sunyang's two vice-chairmen. Yet the secrecy of the meeting exposes the truth. His employer needs Dojin's evidence and cannot afford to make the request publicly. Baek delivers Yoongi's message with a formal bow, but his attitude quickly turns condescending. Dojin calls him a mailman and tells him to stop behaving like the owner of the letter. Titles and borrowed authority do not change the balance. Yoongi initiated contact, so his representative cannot dictate the terms. Dojin presses the humiliation. The secretary is not a member of the Jean family and owns none of the leverage he is presenting. He may transmit Yoongi's offer, but he cannot demand that Dojin answer like a subordinate. Dialogue meant to establish hierarchy instead reveals how desperately Baek wants the family status to shield him. Baek finally asks what Dojin wants in exchange for cooperation. Dojin notices every clenched fist and disrespectful expression. Even while needing the deal, the secretary cannot conceal resentment toward the younger family member. That weakness gives Dojin a second target. He can test Yoongi by making the messenger's position part of the price. Dojin refuses to bargain against himself. Yoongi made the approach, so Yoongi must reveal what he is willing to surrender. Baek attempts to preserve dignity, but Dojin reminds him that courtesy is not optional. Even Sengi's eldest son addresses Dojin respectfully. A salaried secretary has no standing to behave above the family. Baek's composure breaks, proving Dojin's judgment correct. Dojin says he pities Yoongi for keeping an advisor who cannot hide emotion until obtaining what his employer needs. Then he restates the message politely and tells Baek to inform Yoongi that Dojin possesses the proof being requested. The family negotiation can proceed, but access to the proof has a personal condition. Chief Secretary Baek Jun-hyuk must resign. The demand shocks the messenger. Dojin knows Sunyang's owners discard salaried executives whenever sacrifice serves the family. The people who swagger and borrowed power ultimately bow the moment the owner's interests require it. Dojin leaves the cafe satisfied. Youngi's request confirms that brotherly unity is weaker than self-interest, and Beck's threatened career will reveal how badly the eldest uncle wants the deal. If Dojin handles the rivalry correctly, Youngi can help remove Dongi without Dojin firing another shot or spilling a single drop of blood. Hakji studies Dongi's response to the scandal. Under ordinary circumstances, the vice chairman would deny everything and rely on Sunyang's network. Instead, he is scrambling, which proves the pressure has reached him. Dojin remembers Yankeol's rule. Wealth that is merely hoarded becomes useless, but leverage spent at the right moment multiplies. Dojin has collected money, evidence, and voting power for years, but none of it matters if he refuses to act. As his grandfather used to say, hoarded treasure eventually turns to waste. The prosecutor's case opened the family alliance. Now Dojin must convert that temporary crack into a structure that protects him after the scandal fades. Dojin goes to Youngi's office in person. The visit is risky because the eldest uncle remains a stronger administrator than Dongi and understands management defense. Yet that sharp judgment is exactly what Dojin needs. Youngi can recognize a mutually beneficial arrangement before loyalty to his younger brother closes the opportunity. Youngi has already heard that Dojin holds evidence connected to the overseas slush fund. Dojin refuses to treat it like a weapon he must hide forever. Treasure belongs with whoever is strong enough to protect and use it. By saying so openly, he signals that the negotiation concerns power, not merely destroying Dongi. The proof is serious enough to make Dongi shiver, and Youngi immediately understands its value. Dojin did not come to hand it over for nothing. He wants the brothers' alliance broken and a lasting defense against another attempt to remove his people from Sunyang's financial affiliates. Temporary mercy will not solve that problem. Dojin frames the bargain in language Youngi respects. Evidence, shares, and management authority are all forms of treasure. Their value depends on control. If Youngi wants the proof, he must offer more than gratitude. He must help build a voting arrangement strong enough that neither brother can later isolate Dojin again. Youngi asks whether Dojin met Dongi first. He has, and that matters. Dojin is not begging the eldest uncle to rescue him. He is choosing between competing relatives, each of whom can be pressured by what the other might receive. The alliance over Sunyang begins to fracture over the smallest difference in advantage. Dojin explains the strategic danger. Youngi and Dongi can combine their family stakes to control the group, but such alliances break when one partner fears betrayal. Dongi's scandal makes him the weak link. Youngi can either continue carrying him or secure a stronger position by cooperating with Dojin. Youngi assumes Dojin will simply hand over shares or delegate his vote in exchange for protection. Dojin corrects him. Surrendering control would replace dependence on two uncles with dependence on one. The arrangement must preserve Dojin's independence, while allowing both sides to act together when management rights are threatened. Dojin offers joint voting rights over 36%. Youngi's 26% family block combined with 10% control by Dojin. Neither side receives the other's shares, yet each gains a powerful management defense partner. Youngi is stunned because the proposal does not merely settle the present board fight. It rewrites Sunyang's balance of power. Dojin clarifies the offer. Youngi's 26% exists to defend management, and Dojin has no desire to run the uncle's businesses. Fantasy's 10% is different from passive outside capital because Dojin can mobilize it. Together, they control 36% without either man surrendering ownership of a single share. The arrangement gives Youngi additional defensive power while preserving his entire family block. In return, Dojin receives protection against being expelled whenever Youngi and Dongi reunite. Dojin may profit more from the alliance, but that does not make Youngi poorer. Both sides gain security, and Dongi becomes the only relative left outside. Youngi weighs the risk. Ordinarily, sharing voting authority with Dojin would be absurd. In the present crisis, refusing is more dangerous. Fantasy is not a neutral bystander. Dongi is damaged, and Dojin possesses evidence that can deepen the scandal. Youngi realizes the weakest person in the room is not his nephew. Before the directors gather, Youngi goes to Dongi's office. Dongi expects to see his brother at the board later and assumes their plan remains intact. Youngi's unexpected visit signals otherwise. The eldest brother has found a better management defense partner and must make Dongi understand that the old alliance no longer controls his choices. Youngi says the personnel agenda may remain formally unchanged, but the final decision now belongs to Dojin. Dongi's attempt to purge the financial affiliates handed their nephew a perfect opening. By exposing weakness and provoking the slush fund attack, Dongi made Youngi's alliance with Dojin more valuable than loyalty between brothers. Youngi insists he is neither resentful nor angry. He simply refuses to waste a golden opportunity. Dongi was foolish enough to show vulnerability, so the eldest brother acted exactly as Yankeol taught them. Take the advantage before someone else does. Family sentiment cannot outweigh control of Sunyang's management rights. Youngi delivers the new boundary. If the arrangement fails, Dojin could someday remove him and seize the chairman's position, but that risk is still preferable to depending on a weakened brother. Dongi must keep his hands off the financial group and stop provoking Dojin. The coup that began this fight is over. Dongi's office erupts in shock. The men who expected to arrive together at the board will now be absent or divided, and their prepared replacements have lost the votes behind them. The prosecutor's case never needed to reach trial. It only had to make Dongyi expensive enough for Yoongi to abandon. Dojin walks into the boardroom while the executives stare. Yang Wuchan and the other directors quickly understand that the expected vice chairmen are not coming. The seating arrangement itself announces the transfer of authority. Dojin is no longer the isolated shareholder defending his managers. He now carries the deciding vote over the entire agenda. The chairman presents appointments for the chief executives of Sunyang Life Insurance, Sunyang Card, Sunyang Fire, and Sunyang Securities. These are the positions Yoongi and Dongyi meant to seize. Now Dojin decides them under the 36% alliance. By making his enemies choose self-preservation, he turns a purge into the moment his control of Sunyang finance becomes undeniable.